With anger soaring to the sky, he leans on the railing. The drizzling rain ceases, he looks up and roars to the heavens. Eastern Domain. Lingzhou. Qingyang Mountains, Qingyang Sect. A young man in white robes with long hair flowing, his face full of grief and indignation, roars at the sky to vent his grievances. I, Feng Qingyang, a dignified time traveler, must I bow down for 5 bushels of rice? 3 days ago, he crossed over due to an adventure, initially very excited. A time traveler after all. Shouldn't he dominate all realms with fairy maidens and empresses at his side? But reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Reality was on the day of his crossing, he picked up a sect leader token. Someone told him it was the token of Qingyang sect, and under that person's astonished gaze, he begged all the way here. Looking at this stretch of ruined palace ruins, Feng Qingyang felt like crying, but had no tears. In ragged clothes with a bowl, he had begged all the way up Qingyang Mountain. Where are the people? Where's my sect? Come out quickly, your sect leader is here to bring you warmth. However, what answered him was a boom. He looked into the distance. Because his voice was a few decibels louder, a half-standing palace collapsed with a boom. This only made the already impoverished sect even worse. What to do? Damn it. Misfortune always picks the weakest link. He remembered that plump and wealthy aunt he met yesterday. Young man, so handsome, why are you begging? If you have any difficulties, just come to Annie. He hardened his heart and decided. Man is iron, rice is steel, one meal missed makes one feel faint. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the sect leader token, becoming the leader of Qingyang sect. The All-Heaven Sect System has been successfully activated. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to go down the mountain, a voice sounded in his mind. System, is that you? Bro. Feng Qingyang said excitedly. Woo-woo, if you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me. Host, don't get excited. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. This system is the All-Heaven Sect System, assisting the host in building the #1 divine sect across all heavens. A newbie gift pack has been issued. The system will issue tasks from time to time. Completion yields huge rewards, no penalty for failure. The #1 divine sect across all heavens. Holy crap, I'm rich. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gold summon card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a random realm enhancement card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sect level 1 construction card. Attached were instructions for use. Gold summon card can randomly summon a powerhouse from Great Sage Realm to Emperor Realm. Random realm enhancement card can randomly upgrade realm without limit, entirely dependent on luck. Sect construction card, an indispensable treasure for sect development. While this newbie gift pack is truly generous, this is too powerful. Random realm based on luck. And that summon card from Great Sage to Emperor Realm. Do you think you're writing a novel? Even novels wouldn't dare write this. Feng Qingyang stared at the cards in his mind, stunned. Only the host can't think of it. There's nothing this system can't do. Then what are we waiting for? Use it now? Feng Qingyang rubbed his hands excitedly. Random realm enhancement card drawing. Ding, congratulations, host, you drew the Void Realm. Under his expectant gaze, the enhancement card stopped at Void Realm. What the heck is my luck so bad? I used to be known as the Little Prince of Luck. Before Feng Qingyang could speak further, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed directly to his dantian, coursing through his meridians, accompanied by a crackling sound, and his whole body felt incredibly refreshed. Chi refining. Foundation establishment. Golden core. Nascent soul. Void realm peak. In an instant, Feng Qingyang went from an ordinary person without strength to the 5th cultivation realm. He felt full of power, as if he could overturn mountains and seas, split mountains with his palms. Void realm. Not bad considering I was just an ordinary person a breath ago. From his days of begging, he had learned about the realm divisions of this world. Chi refining foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void realm transformation, spirit, true man, void breaker, saint entry, saint manifestation, great sage, saint king, supreme, great emperor. In an era where saint kings do not appear and supremes and great emperors remain hidden, great sages are the de facto top authorities. Feng Qingyang looked at the gold summon card and silently prayed, great emperor. Great emperor. Even if a great emperor doesn't come, a great sage would be fine. Come out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the summon card. Summoning. Ding, summon successful. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a great emperor realm powerhouse. Qingyang sect, ancestor Li Qingyang. Wow, golden legend. My little prince of luck is back. In the distant sky, space was directly torn apart, followed by an overwhelming imperial might. Anyone with a lower cultivation level would be instantly crushed by this imperial might. Of course, since Feng Qingyang summoned him, any attacks from the summoned person are ineffective against him. In an instant, powerful figures across the continent sensed it. This is imperial might. Another great emperor emerges. East quickly. Major forces stirred beneath the surface, dispatching their people to the east, to befriend, to pledge allegiance, even to be a dog if necessary. Such is the allure of the strongest great emperor. The imperial might dissipated, revealing an old man with white hair, but youthful complexion standing in the void, not far away, slowly opening his eyes. Haha, this old man Qingyun is back. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Then he looked down and felt a great terror locking onto him. Intuition told him that if he didn't obey this person, he would die horribly. Could this person be above great emperor? Li Qingyun dared not think further, cupped his hands, and said, Li Qingyun greets the sect leader, thank you for resurrecting me. From now on you will guard the sect. Great emperor realm. Barely enough for now. Feng Qingyang glanced at the imperial ancestor and said. His heart swelled with ambition. This was only the beginning. Everything would come. Thank you, sect leader. Qingyun. Qingyun sect. Li Qingyun quickly examined the surrounding geography, growing more familiar with it. This was indeed his Qingyun sect. But why was it in such ruin? Aside from this mysterious and powerful sect leader, it was nothing but a pile of rubble. What is there a problem with Qingyun sect? Feng Qingyang noticed the old man's difference and asked. I dare not. To tell the truth, sect leader, this old man Li Qingyun is the founding ancestor of Qingyun sect. But now, it has all become a ruin. Time truly is the greatest killer. Even he himself had fallen into the river of time, hadn't he? What Qingyun sect ancestor? Feng Qingyang hadn't looked closely at the system interface earlier, only saw that it was a great emperor realm powerhouse. Now he looked, and indeed it was Qingyun ancestor. I am now the sect leader of Qingyun sect, so this old man is my ancestor. As far as he knew, tens of millions of years ago, Qingyun sect was called Qingyun Emperor sect, founded by a great emperor. It declined after several wars and became a minor sect. This was why the passers-by looked at him with contempt and surprise. He hadn't thought that far, he just wanted a full meal. Please do not mention it, sect master, those are matters of the past. Now under your leadership, I believe the Qingyun sect will surely restore its former glory. No, it will surpass the past. On the path of cultivation, those who attain mastery are revered. Although this mysterious sect master emanates only the aura of the Dongshu realm. A great terror lurks in his mind, unmistakable. Sect master, I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to command me. With these words, Li Qingyun moved his mind and vanished without a trace. Only Feng Qingyang and the ruins remained. Summon an ancestor at the great emperor realm right from the start. Then become invincible. I'll forget it, I won't think about it. With a great emperor realm ancestor, my Qingyun sect will soar wanted. There are many factions on the Huangwu continent. The prefectures are divided into 5 domains, each with 13 prefectures. Among them, the central domain is the strongest home to imperial clans and numerous transcendent, holy lands where experts outnumber the fish in a river. The eastern domain where he resides has only 5 great holy lands as its strongest forces. He could act with impunity. Now the only task left is to rebuild the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial sect in such a state invite ridicule? Of course, they would first need the courage to laugh. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to use the sect construction card. Ding, as the future foremost divine sect across all heavens, what's a sect without disciples? Mission: recruit 1 disciple. Complete to receive a reward. Detected a disciple with decent talent and great perseverance. Host should proceed to recruit them as soon as possible. Feng Qingyang paused in his action. A disciple is coming. How generous. They'll have to wait a bit before using the construction card. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingyun sect on the Qingyun mountains, 5 black-robed cultivators were fleeing at extreme speed. They looked back in terror from time to time. Not far behind them, a blood-soaked youth like a mad demon was pursuing relentlessly. His eyes were sharp, his sword tightly gripped, his overwhelming presence shaking heaven and earth. Holy crap! How is his vitality so tenacious? His supreme saint body was stripped away, he suffered 108 sword wounds, yet he's still full of vigor. Damn! How many trump cards did the ancestor give him? Save me! The 5 black-robed men fled in panic, screaming for help. Still trying to escape. Oomph! Behind the black-robed men, the blood-soaked youth gave a cold snort. Wild spiritual energy surged into the sky again. In an instant, he appeared before the 5 black-robed men, staring at them coldly. The youth's body was covered in dense bleeding wounds from sword slashes. Yet he ignored them as if such injuries meant nothing to him. He spoke calmly, keep running. Weren't you good at running? The The black-robed men stopped trembling as they looked at the mad youth before them. Young master, spare us. We were just following orders. We deserve to die. The 5 black-robed men quickly kowtowed, admitting their guilt. It's over. All over. Deep in these mountains, there was probably no one to save them. Damn it. Why did they have to provoke this demon star? But orders could not be disobeyed, and they had no regret medicine. Shi Hao, early Chi refining talent supreme, saint body stripped innate prodigy, a disciple of the Shi family, a top force in Huang Prefecture. Heaven blessed them with 2 supreme physiques, supreme saint body, and chaos eyes. A few days ago he was tricked by his uncle and cousin, and his saint body was stripped. Not bad. The first disciple is an innate prodigy. Although the supreme saint body was stripped, it can still be repaired. With a little nurturing, he could become the face of the East Workshop, the Qingyang sect. But what is this? Your saint body was stripped, you were hunted, and instead you are the one hunting them. In the distance, Feng Qingyang watched the scene in bewilderment. Did he need to intervene? This wasn't following the script. He was puzzled. On the other side, the blood-soaked demonic youth coldly glanced at the black-clad men a few times and said flatly, "In your next life, remember to open your eyes wide. Even if I am crippled, I am not someone ants like you can provoke. Die." With that, he lunged forward in a swift charge. Vast spiritual energy exploded outward. Crushing fist intent bombarded the 5 black-clad men. Damn it. Fight. The 5, seeing no escape, roared and gritted their teeth as they met his charge. Boom. A resounding impact echoed as colossal spiritual energy clashed. The 5 black-clad men spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Absolutely outmatched. It's over. It seems they are doomed to die today. If only a powerful expert would come to save them, but that was just a fantasy before death. The blood-soaked youth only stepped back 1 pace. He was about to finish them off when his aura visibly faded away. Not good. The last trump card is used up. Panic struck his heart. Cough. A sharp pain shot through him, and he spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his aura weakened. The 5 black-clad men, lying not far away, saw this, joy filling their faces as they helped each other to stand. Heavens. He's finally down. I'm about to cry with relief. TSK, TSK, TSK. The supremely talented young master Shi Hao. Keep being arrogant. This is called the Wheel of Fortune. Ha ha. I wonder what it feels like to kill a prodigy. Today you are lucky to be the first prodigy to die under my blade, old ghost Lin. A black-clad man stepped forward and theatrically licked his blade. Wait, I forgot to tell you something, my dear young master Shi Hao. After the young master acquired your supreme saint body, he has already gone to the Central Prefecture's transcendent holy land. They say he is being groomed with all resources, named a holy son, and barring accidents, he will be the next holy lord. How about that, young master Shi Hao? You can die with your eyes closed. This old ghost Lin kills the body and the spirit. Everyone seems very amused. Care to share the fun with this sect master? At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Feng Qingyang who had arrived. He was dressed in white, his dark hair flowing in the wind. He had thought he had been mistaken, but it turned out the timing was perfect. Something changed. Old ghost Lin acted now. But it was too late. Villains usually die from talking too much. The black-clad old ghost Lin hurriedly raised his blade. Bang! With a casual palm strike, Feng Qingyang sent Lin flying, saving the vulnerable Shi Hao. He then turned to look at the youth on the ground and said calmly, "Young man, I see your extraordinary physique. You have a destiny with my sect. Are you willing to join my sect? I guarantee your safety." Shi Hao, covered in blood, looked up at the sound. He saw a young man in white standing with his hands behind his back, exuding a mysterious aura. In his desperate eyes, a spark of hope for life was rekindled. "Senior, I am willing to join your sect, but I am already a cripple." "It doesn't matter. I say you are a prodigy, so you are. Even if you were trash, Qingyang could turn you into a genius." On the other side, old ghost Lin, who had been sent flying, now stood up horrified. Peak Dongshu. Among the 5, only 3 were at early Dongshu, the other 2 were at peak nascent soul. Damn it. Why didn't you show up when we were being hunted? And now you pop out. Peak Dongshu. This is a tough opponent. But in this world, everyone has a background. We are from the Shi family of Huang Prefecture. This is our family affair. If you protect this brat, can you withstand the wrath of the Shi family? The leading black-clad man spoke fiercely, his words full of threat. A peak Dongshu was still not enough. My Qingyang sect is full of experts. Not to mention your insignificant Shi family, even the holy lands must bow before my Qingyang sect. What is your Shi family? Feng Qingyang said this with utter seriousness. With his immaculate white robes and his disdainful attitude toward holy lands, he truly had the aura of a supreme expert. But he wasn't completely lying. Although the entire Qingyang sect currently consisted of only 2 people, including him, there was an ancestor at the Great Emperor realm. Which holy land wouldn't be dumbfounded upon seeing that? Shi Hao's heart filled with joy. He had been worried about dragging this senior's sect into trouble, but now it seemed his suffering had finally paid off. The sect I'm about to join doesn't even fear the holy lands. My dear brother, even if you become a holy son, just wait for me. Boasting. Young man, your words are far too arrogant for your age. You dare to hold the sacred lands in such contempt. Though their Shi family was a top-tier power in the Barren province before the young master, Shi Tian, joined the transcendent sacred land in the central region's central continent. The sacred land was an insurmountable mountain looming over them, a colossal behemoth beyond reach. Of course, even now, ordinary sacred lands remained formidable to them. But, in the world of strife, one must flaunt their backing, and their Shi family now had such support. True, I am young, yet my cultivation surpasses yours. You've truly wasted your years of training. Feng Qingyang said disdainfully. Have you ever experienced the sensation of leaping directly into the void core realm in a single breath? The black-clad man. Qingyang sect. Brother, I seem to have heard of this sect. It seems to be an imperial-level sect from the Middle Ancient era, but it fell into decline after several great calamities. Its members scattered gradually, becoming a minor force. Yet I never expected their sect master to be at the Void Core realm. Perhaps they still retain considerable heritage. One of the black-clad men spoke, eyeing Feng Qingyang greedily. An imperial-level sect. You scared me. Haha, I thought we'd hit a wall. Are you trying to intimidate a top-tier modern power with the lingering might of a Middle Ancient imperial faction? You laugh heartily now. Soon you won't be able to. Feng Qingyang's calm words left the black-clad men frozen in place. What are you doing? Don't come closer. Only then did they realize that regardless of the Qingyang sect's state, this young man was a genuine peak void core cultivator. He could crush them in an instant. This brat didn't understand the rules of the Jianghu. Even after announcing his origins, he dared to strike. In a flash, Feng Qingyang appeared beside them, turning his palm into a fist as spiritual energy surged wildly. A single palm strike swept forward. With effortless movements, he crushed the black-clad men. They didn't even have time to scream. Few all done. Feng Qingyang calmly dusted off his hands, as if crushing ants, his heart utterly unruffled. This was the supremacy of cultivation realms. Without any techniques, sheer reserves of spiritual energy sufficed to slay you. Come, I shall lead you into Qingyang. Feng Qingyang turned and said, Shi Hao thanks the sect master for saving my life. He forced himself upright, bowed respectfully. No matter. From now on you are my chief disciple. Happiness came too suddenly, leaving Shi Hao stunned. He had thought that with his current crippled body, becoming an outer disciple would be a blessing, yet he was promoted to a personal disciple. Shi Hao pays respects to master. He quickly responded respectfully. But you have no special privileges. You must train in advance like other disciples, so start as the senior brother of the outer sect. Come, let us return to the sect. I wonder how the deceased are faring. Feng Qingyang glanced back before leaving. Seeing the black-clad men reduced to ashes, Shi Hao was speechless. Master, could I say they are peaceful before their graves? Ding, congratulations to the host for recruiting the first genius disciple. Task reward has been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bronze summoning card, capable of summoning from Golden Core to Spirit Transformation Realm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 9 Cauldrons Dao Bell, an ancient artifact of the human king to suppress destiny, also effective for testing talent. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the myriad celestial body, the supreme divine physique across the heavens. No explanation needed. No physique is invincible, only the person can be. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme reincarnation art, tailor-made for the supreme saint physique. A bronze summoning card. Damn it, system, no gold cards anymore. The 9 Cauldrons Dao Bell, the myriad celestial body. Excellent treasures. As for the supreme reincarnation art, it's perfect for sure how to cultivate. Feng Qingyang walked on, inspecting the rewards in his mind. On the Qingyang mountain range, the Qingyang sect. Master, have we come to the wrong place? Shi Hao asked quietly. Before him lay a scene of utter ruin with debris everywhere. At the mountain gate, a lonely stone bore the inscription Qingyang sect. Disciple, you are too young. In life, one must not judge by appearances. The same goes for many things. Feng Qingyang said with calm confidence, his expression serene. Secretly, he hurriedly contacted the system. System, used the Tier 1 construction card now. He had nearly forgotten, in the rush of recruiting a disciple, the sect construction card remained unused. Ding, Tier 1 sect construction card successfully used. Manifestation in progress. As the system notification faded, in an instant purple chi surged from the east, spiritual energy burst forth, and palaces rose like bamboo shoots after rain. The Alchemy Hall, Cultivation Chamber Technique Pavilion, Grand Sect Hall. One after another materialized, arranged in elegant harmony like a celestial realm. Even more astonishingly, 100 milling heavenly staircase extended from the mountain base to the sect, its steps shimmering with ever-changing scenes and profound mysteries. In the shadows, the ancestor Li Qingyang was also stirred. The scene unfolding at Qingyang's sect shook even his imperial-level state of mind. The sect master truly possesses heaven-defying abilities. Shi Hao's jaw dropped in awe. Is this a visit to paradise? In comparison, his former top-tier Shi family seemed like a slum. Is this the heritage of a great power? Feng Qingyang, somewhat prepared, was not overly astonished, but he wondered if a first-tier sect was this formidable, what of the second or third tiers? How exciting it will be. Before the majestic and imposing Grand Sect Hall, disciple, all the sect's experts are either in seclusion or traveling. In the days ahead, train diligently and strive to surpass our Qingyang's outer disciples. All the sect's disciples have been sent out for training and will return when the mountain opens. As for your inability to cultivate, your master will resolve it in no time. Feng Qingyang declared solemnly. Thank you, master. Shi Hao rejoiced inwardly. Indeed, his mysterious master had a way to restore his cultivation. Then came a shock surpassed the outer disciples. This implied that even the outer disciples of the sect were extraordinary. Ding, the Grand Sect Hall is a powerful face of any sect. Please name it host. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. The Grand Sect Hall. Let it be called Qingyang Hall. In the name of Qingyang, may my Qingyang sect soar to the 9 heavens. As the words fell, the plaque above the hall revealed 3 bold, vigorous characters. Qingyang Hall, radiant, with flowing Tao rhythms. Inside the magnificent Qingyang Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat. Disciple, you possess the supreme saint physique, correct? Yes, master, but my uncle schemed against me, stripping my supreme saint physique and crippling my cultivation. Later I escaped with the help of some hidden cards and a few clansmen. Then I noticed several black-clad men tailing me, so I unleashed all my trump cards and chased them here. Shi Hao spoke through gritted teeth. Before his cultivation was crippled, he had already reached the late nascent soul stage, only a step away from the peak. That is no difficulty. Your master has a technique to impart to you. Open your divine sense. Shi Hao obeyed. A beam of purple light flew from Feng Qingyang's hand into Shi Hao's mind. The supreme reincarnation art. Shi Hao exclaimed in surprise after a cursory glance. Then he carefully examined the technique. Tailor-made for the supreme saint physique. No matter how severe the injury, once the first layer is mastered, it can rebuild the meridians and restore the supreme physique. Thank you, master. Today I Shi Hao shall be reborn like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Your master has learned of your matter. Do you need me to intervene? Feng Qingyang pondered and said, a transcendent sacred land. The ancestor could handle it with a single slap. No master has already saved my life and bestowed this divine technique. I cannot ask for more. I wish to rely on my own efforts and take revenge with my own hands. What of a sacred son? What of a sacred lord? With 3 years of cultivating the supreme art, I dare to drag a great sage from his throne. Not bad, the unbeatable heart has just taken form. All right, go ahead and cultivate for now. You may pick any empty palace outside to reside in. After Shi Hao left, Feng Qingyang once again entered the system interface. System, use the summoning card. The sect was far too quiet now, it was better to have more people. Ding, bronze summoning card successfully activated. Drawing. Drop, congratulations to the host for summoning a nascent soul stage sect guardian. Now engraving. Ding, engraving successful. Materialized. Nascent soul stage, not bad. Even with a bronze card, I managed to draw the highest realm. Within Qingyang's sect, Shi Hao, who was familiarizing himself with techniques while walking, sensed a formidable aura and furrowed his brows. No need to be alarmed. You are a disciple of Qingyang's sect, aren't you? A man in a black robe approached. Yes, but may I ask who you are, senior? Shi Hao inquired, puzzled as he looked at the man who had appeared without a sound. I am the sect's guardian on my way to pay respects to the sect master. I shall not disturb you. With those words, the man headed towards the main hall. Sect guardian. Shi Hao had felt a similar aura from the head of the Shi family. His face filled with shock, he murmured, nascent soul stage peak. A guardian, yet comparable to the head of a top-tier clan. Meanwhile, in the great hall of Qingyang's sect, Wang Jian pays respects to the sect master. In the hall, Wang Jian, clad in a black robe, stood below and looked up with reverence. Wang Jian, realm nascent soul stage peak identity, sect guardian technique, heaven grade, heaven sword art, nascent soul stage peak. Feng Qingyang checked Wang Jian's information through the system. System are all summoned characters from the summoning cards at the peak of their respective realms. Correct, host. System creations are always top-notch. That's great. So the ancestor is at the Great Emperor stage peak, absolutely unstoppable. In the sky, Li Qingyun suddenly sneezed, the sound echoing like thunder. Strange, who keeps thinking of me? Well, you may withdraw now. Guard the sect well. After Wang Jian took his leave, Feng Qingyang called upon the system again. First, I'll use all the rewards from taking on disciples. Strengthening my own power is urgent. System, materialize the 9 cauldrons of the Great Tao Bell. Alright, and integrate the divine physique. Becoming stronger is an absolute must. As the future sect master of the #1 sect across the heavens, how could my cultivation be low? The remaining 2 rewards were tantalizing. 9 cauldrons of the Great Tao Bell, an ancient artifact of the human kings for suppressing fate, capable of testing talent. When the 9 cauldrons unite, it possesses immense, unfathomable power. Omniversal divine physique, the unparalleled physique of the heavens, no explanation needed. Materializing the 9 cauldrons of the Great Tao Bell. Materialization successful. Integrating the divine physique. Above Qingyun sect, in an instant the winds and clouds surged. An extremely dense spiritual energy swept across heaven and earth. A purple mist stretched 30,000 miles eastward. Celestial melodies lingered around Qingyun. A sage rode an ox from the east. Visions of celestial Buddhas appeared. A 9-cauldron bell radiating Tao resonance materialized out of thin air and landed behind Qingyun sect. The moment the 9 cauldrons landed, all the spiritual energy of Qingyun sect was instantly drained. Then the cauldrons began to emit Tao resonance, and celestial tunes echoed from within the bell. After the celestial phenomenon dissipated, it was followed by purple gold tribulation lightning. Heavens! Look, the annihilation tribulation lightning. Could there be a peerless prodigy appearing? Or is it from the east? The previous phenomenon was already absurd enough. I never thought I'd see the annihilation tribulation lightning recorded by ancient sages in my lifetime. A great cultivator immediately probed with their divine sense. What petty insect dares to spy on my Qingyun sect? Sensing the probing divine sense, the great emperor stage ancestor Li Qingyun let out a cold snort. His powerful emperor-level divine sense instantly traversed millions of miles and severed the divine sense of those who probed. Boom. In the end, all the probing divine senses of those great cultivators were severed. Their cultivation regressed, their lifespans halved, and they only warned their clans that there was a great terror in the east. Unspeakable, unfathomable, not to be casually discussed. This event caused an uproar across the entire central domain, with various factions withdrawing their spies to avoid attracting trouble. Such phenomena are all the doing of the sect master. After destroying the probing divine sense, Li Qingyun looked towards the sky above the sect. His shock was no less than that of the world. The aura emanating from that great bell made even him, a great emperor, feel apprehensive, let alone the world-annihilating tribulation lightning. Could it be a treasure from the immortal realm? Feng Qingyang stared in astonishment at the purple gold tribulation lightning in the sky, his brow tightly furrowed. Damn, this is a bit too much. System, I'm just integrating a divine physique. Why such a huge lightning strike? Host, do you hear yourself? This is the omniversal divine physique. As the system spoke, the divine lightning in the sky had just finished gathering. With a thunderous roar, an immensely thick and long tribulation lightning bolt struck down fiercely. Seeing no escape, Feng Qingyang had no choice but to brace himself and take it. Escape? How? Damn it. It's aimed directly at me. The tribulation lightning, with the force of destroying heaven and earth, struck Feng Qingyang precisely. After a few breaths. Why am I completely unharmed? Feng Qingyang looked around at himself and his surroundings, astonished to find that the massive divine lightning had left no trace whatsoever. Congratulations, host. After being tempered by the divine lightning, the omniversal divine physique has been successfully integrated. Host, don't be too surprised. For the omniversal divine physique, absorbing a single divine lightning bolt is only natural, isn't it? Friendly reminder, absorbing divine lightning also has the effect of boosting your cultivation realm. Sure enough, Feng Qingyang noticed that his realm, which had just recently advanced to the void stage peak, was showing signs of loosening again. Having tasted the benefits, Feng Qingyang madly provoked the divine lightning in the sky. The tribulation lightning struck continuously for 2.5 hours before ceasing and tremblingly disappearing between heaven and earth. Having witnessed everything, ancestor Feng Qingyang's eyes widened. The world-annihilating divine lightning that terrified even him had struck the sect master for 2.5 hours, yet the sect master remained completely unscathed. Indeed, the sect master surpasses me 10,000 times. Below. After absorbing the divine lightning, Feng Qingyang let out a long breath. Then he opened his eyes, revealing violet pupils that were captivating and awe-inspiring. Upon closer inspection, purple lightning seemed to swirl within them. This must be the legendary eyes like lightning. Nascent soul stage peak. Sensing the immense spiritual power within him, Feng Qingyang was greatly surprised. Talk about a cheat. Advancing an entire major realm in a single day. It was absolutely incredible. Before integrating the divine physique, I was at most a gifted cultivator who trained quickly. But now, after integrating the divine physique, I am a peerless prodigy, capable of fighting across major realms. Feng Qingyang calculated inwardly. A formidable physique wasn't just about fighting across realms. It also enhanced comprehension talent and allowed for barrier-free realm advancement. Now my speed of absorbing spiritual energy is 100 times faster than before. Awesome. System. Ding is the future #1 sect across the heavens. How can it be lacking in disciples? Issuing mission: recruit the second genius disciple. Completion will grant a reward. The genius disciple will arrive in 3 days at the Lingzhou, Xianyue City disciple recruitment ceremony. Please make preparations, early host. Another genius disciple. The system's efficiency was truly impressive. Disciples recruitment ceremony. The next day, the Eastern Domain branch of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion released news. The triennial disciple recruitment assembly would be held in 3 days at Mystic Moon City of Lingzhou. As soon as this news broke, Lingzhou erupted into a fervor. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, unknown to all, fame spreads across the world in a single day. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Hey, have you heard? This time the recruitment assembly is being held in Mystic Moon City. Yes, I must try my luck this time. I've heard that even hegemon-level powers and sacred lands will be observing. If I can enter a hegemon-level power, wouldn't that be a straight ascent to glory? As for the sacred lands, he dared not even dream of them. Those who entered sacred lands were the cream of the crop, rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He knew his own limits well. Hegemon-level powers and sacred lands. Brother, is your information accurate? Of course it is. My neighbor's cousin's son's nephew is begging in Mystic Moon City, and he told me this himself. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off without delay. This scene played out in every corner of the Eastern Domain. After all, the vast Eastern Domain had only 5 sacred lands. This time, with the sacred lands observing the recruitment assembly being favored by one, would mean a meteoric rise to the heavens. Even being chosen by a hegemon-level power would be an incredible stroke of fortune. Aside from the 5 sacred lands, one could strut unopposed across the Eastern Domain. Countless prodigies streamed toward Mystic Moon City, their clamor filling the air, while undercurrents surged unseen. Meanwhile, within Mystic Moon City, 2 graceful figures walked along the bustling streets, drawing the gaze of many righteous cultivators. Senior sister, this Mystic Moon City is quite lively, isn't it? All my pestering of master finally paid off. I get to come out and play. Lung Bingning looked at her lively junior sister with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mystic Moon City is, after all, one of the foremost cities in the Eastern Domain, so naturally it's prosperous. But compared to the great cities of other domains, it falls short. Junior sister, don't always think about playing. You must cultivate diligently, understand. The people of the Eastern Domain may not be inferior to us in talent. Once they reach the Central Domain and obtain ample cultivation resources, their brilliance will shine through. Lung Bingning counseled her earnestly. In the Jade Pure Palace, she was always seen as an icy beauty, but only before her junior sister did she reveal her true feelings. I know, senior sister. Why do you sound just like master? The junior sister stuck out her tongue and cooed playfully. On another front, within the Azure Cloud sect, having just emerged from the cultivation chamber, Shi Hao felt refreshed and invigorated. The first layer of the supreme reincarnation art is successfully cultivated. My supreme physique has returned, and my meridians have been completely remolded. Truly a divine grade technique. The deeper he delved into cultivation, the more he felt the profound power of this art. Stretching his limbs, Shi Hao was delighted to discover that his cultivation base had also advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. a progress of 1,000 miles in a single day. Dare I ask who else can match this cultivation speed? If these words reached Feng Qingyang's ears, he would surely say, "My disciple, there is always a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man." Your master went from zero cultivation to the spirit transformation stage in less than half a day. How can you compare with me? And why is the sect's spiritual energy so much denser? Shi Hao sensed the anomaly and murmured to himself. Having been absorbed in cultivation, he had no idea what had happened. He had been in the cultivation chamber the whole time, missing the celestial phenomena and the terrifying tribulation lightning. All he knew was that the sect's spiritual energy was now at least 10 times denser than when he first joined. That was astonishing. The spiritual energy upon his entry was already extremely rich, and now it had multiplied tenfold. To put it bluntly, even a pig placed here could cultivate to the level of a sage. Terrifying as such. It must be Master's doing. Without further thought, Shi Hao seized the opportunity of the dense spiritual energy and turned back into the cultivation chamber to continue his training. A true cultivation maniac. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mystic Moon City. By now the city was packed with powers both great and small. Naturally, the prime spots were occupied by the major forces, while the minor ones were left to sleep on the streets. The talented disciples who had come for the recruitment assembly had already been settled outside the city. On this day, Feng Qingyang and his 2 companions arrived at the gates of Mystic Moon City, accompanied by Wang Jian, a guard of the sect. "Master, are we also participating in the recruitment assembly?" "Of course, or did you think I brought you here for fun?" Shi Hao was utterly bewildered. He had been furiously cultivating in the chamber when his master ruthlessly dragged him out. With that, Feng Qingyang strode toward the city gate. But as soon as he approached, the guards at the entrance stopped him, with the leading guard raising his hand and saying, "Halt there. Which sect do you belong to? Do you have an invitation?" Feng Qingyang was taken aback. An invitation is needed to attend the recruitment assembly. No one had informed his sect of this. Nonsense. If you're here to recruit, you naturally need an invitation from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If you're here to be recruited, you don't need one. Just wait outside the city. This recruitment assembly is overseen by a sacred land, so not just any random sect can participate. Only second-rate powers and above are eligible. The city guards, seeing that the highest among them was only at the late Golden Core stage, assumed they were another obscure sect trying to slip in unnoticed. He could only see through Shi Hao's cultivation. The other 2 showed no aura fluctuations. These unknown individuals surely couldn't be any formidable. Feng Qingyang merely smiled faintly. "Oh, is that so? This puts me in a difficult position. Only second-rate powers and above can participate. So with my Azure Cloud Imperial sect, which boasts a peak Great Emperor, what rank would that be?" "You." As Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the leading guard tried to retort. Wang Jian immediately stepped forward. "Where did this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion come from?" "Never heard of it. They're not even worthy of polishing the shoes of my Azure Cloud sect. Does my Azure Cloud sect need an invitation from them?" At the same time, he unleashed his cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. A display of spirit transformation disdain. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of a spirit transformation cultivator bore down. The city guards were instantly terrified, trembling under the mighty force. They thought to themselves, "Oh no, we've kicked an iron plate." But the Azure Cloud sect? Never heard of it. Could it be some hidden sect? With that in mind, the guard hastily bowed respectfully. I dare not. Please enter." After this minor incident, the recruitment assembly was about to begin. Outside Mystic Moon City, massive arenas rose up spanning 1,000 miles. Pavilions and towers were scattered around for viewing purposes. A vast array enveloped the area, rich in spiritual energy and powerful enough to withstand battles among spirit transformation cultivators. Everyone, today marks the official start of the recruitment assembly. The first round is the talent test. Those under 25 with a cultivation above Golden Core may participate. Countless black stone pillars stood at the periphery. The higher one's talent, the more lights would illuminate. Talent must be no lower than 3 stars, or you won't pass. Those who pass the talent test may proceed to the second round of mental fortitude and combat selection. Rankings will be based on overall performance across the 3 rounds. The first place winner may enter a sacred land, the top 5 may enter hegemon-level powers, and the rest will be freely chosen by the remaining sects. These were the rules set by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion after deliberation with the major powers. As for those eliminated, any sect that wanted them could take them, but the major powers had no interest. Now those whose names are called step forward for testing. Zhao Bing, 23, Golden Core middle stage, 3-star talent pass. Next, Passerby, a 25, the Golden Core middle stage 2-star talent fail. Next, thousands of Blackstone pillars began testing simultaneously. At a corner of the grand competition. The competition has started, senior sister. Yay, these past few days have been so boring. The last time she sneaked out, she was caught by master and grounded for 3 whole months. Senior sister, do you think the Eastern Domain has many prodigies? Lung Bingning was somewhat distracted and answered hastily, never underestimate others. There is always a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond a man. Oh, okay. Lung Bingming's distraction stemmed from a sharp gaze she felt fixed on her, as if she were being seen through. Sure enough, when she looked toward a certain pavilion, a youth as beautiful as a painting was smiling at her. The youth was strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His deep pupils flickered with an enchanting purple light like an ethereal immortal. If you can't imagine it, all you handsome fellows can just look in the mirror. Lung Bingming quickly averted her gaze. The youth then looked elsewhere, and the feeling of being seen through vanished as if it were an illusion. She concluded that the youth was extremely extraordinary. The Eastern Domain truly harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Interesting. People from the Central Domain have come. Feng Qingyang checked the system panel. Lung Bingming, senior sister of Jade Pure Palace, Central Domain, Cultivation, early spirit transformation stage. Just then, Ding detected the appearance of the second son of Fate. Host is advised to recruit promptly. Here it comes. System check the son of Fate's panel. Lin Bai, eldest son of the Lin family of the Great Zhou Dynasty, physique Green Lotus Sword physique inactive. The recruitment assembly was in full swing. Those who had been eliminated walked away in dejection, their heads hanging low. Some even went so far as to cry out to the heavens. It hurts. It hurts so much. I, the future great emperor, have actually stumbled at this paltry recruitment assembly. I refuse to accept this. This man has lost his mind. Isn't that the truth? At 25 years of bone age, he's only at the middle stage of chi refining. And he claims to be the strongest chi refining cultivator, a future great emperor. Go to hell. After speaking, the man followed his companion and kicked the fellow. This kid was far too pretentious. Even I, the Versailles king of show-offs, couldn't stand it anymore. On the other side, Brother Lin Bai, don't be sad. Where one door closes, another opens. I believe that you, Brother Lin Bai, will soar to the heavens one day. Alas, it's still no good. The speaker was a dejected youth dressed in white robes with a chiseled face, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. He possessed the face of a novel's protagonist, but not the fate of one. His name was Lin Bai, the eldest son of the Lin family in the Great Zhou Dynasty, and nominally the future head of the Lin family. One could say his birth was illustrious. At 8, Lin Bai cultivated to the initial stage of chi refining, making his name known throughout the city. But heaven did not grant his wish. The initial stage of chi refining stayed with him for 10 years, eventually making him a laughingstock. For 10 years, his cultivation had not advanced a single step, always stuck at the initial stage of chi refining. This time he felt a sudden inspiration and came to try his luck, hoping to find a method to cultivate. Thank you, Chinger. I'm glad you're with me. The graceful young woman who had been speaking beside him was his fiancée, Nian Qing. When they were 8 years old, a childhood engagement had been arranged for them. Brother Lin Bai, I passed the first test and am about to take the second. He'll go prepare now. Nian Qing finished hastily and walked off into the distance. Be careful, Qing. Watching Nian Qing's receding figure, Lin Bai slowly concealed the faint trace of envy in his eyes. Why? Why is this? He had also witnessed the scene of that man crying out to the heavens. The sight of him being kicked to the ground until the very end deeply pierced his heart. He could no longer hold it together. That man was at the middle stage of chi refining at 25, but what about himself? In 10 years, he hadn't even broken through the initial stage. Without finding a method to advance, he would still be at the initial stage at 25, even worse off than that man. Lin Bai walked aimlessly, sighing in distress as he pondered. He had come this time to try his luck, and also to accompany Nian Qing. It was expected that Nian Qing would pass the first test. She was the renowned prodigy of their city, having reached the initial stage of chi refining at 10, and now at 18, she had already attained the Golden Core realm. The two were originally a perfect match, but he had gradually become a joke. An 18-year-old at the initial stage of Golden Core should be able to stand out right. As he walked with his head down, lost in thought, a voice came from behind. Young man, what troubles you? This sect master loves to help others, why not tell me about it? Lin Bai paused upon hearing this and stopped in his tracks. He sized up the 3 people before him. The one who called himself this sect master was a young man in a black robe with hair as dark as a waterfall, and his violet eyes were especially striking. The youth beside him exuded an imposing aura, his 8-foot stature giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure. There was also a middle-aged man whose depth was equally unfathomable. "And who might you be?" Lin Bai asked in confusion. Could this kid have heard of my reputation as the Great Waste Lin and come specifically to mock me? "This sect master is the sovereign of Qingyang sect. I Qingyang see that you and I are fated, and I perceive you have extraordinary talent. I offer you a chance to rise swiftly, join my Qingyang sect." These words struck Lin Bai like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He immediately burst into tears. 10 years. A full 10 years. For 10 years I have waited for this chance. Waited for a bull who would recognize my potential. But Qingyang sect? Never heard of it. Whatever, as long as it's a sect. After all, in 10 years no sect had ever extended an invitation to him. Me? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? To be safe, Lin Bai asked cautiously, dreading the embarrassment of a mistaken identity. What puzzled him even more was that his infamous title, Great Waste Lin, had spread across Lingzhou. How could someone still seek him out? What? You doubt this sect master? Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow. After confirming there was no mistake, Lin Bai quickly cupped his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. I wish to join Qingyang sect. Excellent. You will one day be glad of the decision you made today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the second genius disciple. Mission complete. Mission rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a silver summoning card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 10,000 Swords Burial Ground. It has been manifested at the rear mountain of Qingyang sect. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Green Lotus Sword Art. As usual, their uses were noted at the end. Silver summoning card can summon beings from the nascent soul realm to the manifest saint realm. 10,000 Swords Burial Ground contains countless swords from myriad worlds. Only the fated may obtain them. Green Lotus Sword Art, a celestial technique tailor-made for the Green Lotus Sword Body. As the rewards were credited, Feng Qingyang also opened Lin Bai's status panel. Lin Bai, initial stage of Qi refining physique, Green Lotus Sword Body, inactive identity, eldest son of the Lin family, Great Zhou dynasty. No wonder this kid is stuck at the initial stage of Qi refining. His inactive physique has been absorbing his spiritual energy. Without the right cultivation method, he can't advance. Having taken on a disciple, there was no need to stay at the recruitment assembly. In time, when Qingyang sect shook the eastern domain, countless prodigies would flock to him, begging to join the sect. Let's go. Back to the sect. A sect master, Lin Bai, started to speak, wanting to wait for Nianqing to share the good news of his joining the sect. But a few people came over and interrupted him. Oh, isn't this the eldest son of the Lin family? What great genius, Lin, aren't you going to participate in the second round of tests? No way could it be that a certain pig couldn't even pass the first round. Haha, young master, if you're going to speak, why insult the pig? Haha, this kills me. This kid is worse than a pig. The others, who had also failed the first test, dared not speak out in anger. For the newcomer was Wang Tian, the young master of the top-tier Wang family in the Great Zhou dynasty. Wang Tian. Lin Bai gritted his teeth at the sight of the newcomer. This bastard was truly a persistent ghost. Haha, it is I, the young master. I have come to visit you, this waste. Wang Tian was Lin Bai's archrival. Their families were both top powers in the Great Zhou dynasty, locked in a constant covert struggle. One day when Lin Bai was strolling with Nianqing, Wang Tian was captivated by her beauty. Thus he often humiliated Lin by hoping to make him look foolish. Oh, these three beside you are friends of young Master Lin. What a pleasure. Wang Tian's cultivation was too low to perceive the realms of Feng Qingyang and his companions. But anyone who could be with the Great Waste Lin Bai must be ordinary. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, those who play with young Master Lin are all wastes. Wang Tian, shut up. Seeing Wang Tian insult his own sect, Master Lin Bai quickly stepped forward. Young master, I just heard they seem to be from the Qingyang sect. Lin Bai has also joined the Qingyang sect. Oh, the Qingyang sect. Which sect is the Qingyang sect? Wang Tian was still puzzled as to why any sect would want this waste Lin Bai. Haha, young master, you don't know? I heard it by chance before. They say the Qingyang sect is a third-rate power, and most of its people have already fled. Haha, no wonder. A sect of waste taking in a waste is only fitting. Enough noise. Wang Jian, the guard behind Feng Qingyang, casually slapped out. Without even using spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength, he instantly turned the laughing Wang Tian into a mist of blood. As for Feng Qingyang and the other two, they watched the whole scene as if observing monkeys. Without the monkeys screeching, my ears can finally rest easy, Feng Qingyang said, symbolically scratching his ear. These clowns were practically racing to the underworld. Why provoke him of all people? Damn, so powerful, Lin Bai exclaimed. The most inconspicuous of the three, Wang Jian the guard, shocked Lin Bai with the powerful aura of his cultivation when he struck. Is this the power of a strong one? The power of life and death, the ability to cut down any displeasure with a single sword strike. I, Lin Bai, swear I will become such a powerhouse. Lin Bai silently resolved in his heart. You. Wang Tian's lackeys were still in shock. They only sensed a violent wave of cultivation energy. Their vision went black, and they were blasted away. Then they saw their young master turned into a mist of blood. His body evaporated. You killed the young master. Just wait. And face the wrath of the Wang family. Wang Tian's lackeys stammered in fear, but still mustered the courage to issue threats. The Wang family is no longer necessary. Let's go, Feng Qingyang said casually, then turned and left. He would visit the Wang family whenever he felt like it. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open, Wang Jian said indifferently. With a thought, he too turned and left. With a single thought from him, Wang Tian's lackeys ahead were all crushed into a mist of blood. This commotion attracted the attention of many, especially those who had failed the first round of tests and dared not speak out against Wang Tian's words. They all clapped and cheered. They cried out in satisfaction. Awesome, this brother is truly fierce. Yeah, killing the young master of a top family just like that, and saying the Wang family is no longer needed. But damn, it feels so good. Haha, this Wang Tian was so arrogant and overbearing. Now he's messed with the wrong person. If I weren't too weak to beat him, I'd hit him 3 times a day, 8 hours each time. Just as Feng Qingyang and his group were about to leave, a figure blocked their path. Wait a moment, leaving like this seems inappropriate, sir. Again, is there no end to this? Who are you? Does my Qingyang sect need your instruction? Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the steward of this recruitment assembly. Are you here to stand up for that brat? No, you misunderstand. Such a small power is not worth my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's intervention. I merely wish to invite your esteemed sect to the upcoming exchange assembly. He was also puzzled as to why the Qingyang sect, now a third-rate power, still had a mysterious powerhouse. Could a descendant of the Qingyang sect have obtained the legacy of a great emperor? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Just thinking about the words legacy of a great emperor held immense allure. Looking at the old man with white hair and a youthful face before him, Feng Qingyang hesitated. Ding, as the future supreme divine sect of all realms, how can you proceed without a reputation? Issuing a timeless mission, become famous in the Eastern domain. The mission has no time limit. Rewards will be based on the degree of completion. Become famous in the Eastern domain. Fine. My Qingyang sect's first step into the world will begin with this exchange assembly. On board anyway. They'll play along with you all. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang and his 3 companions were invited to the central pavilion to wait. On the way, Feng Qingyang introduced Wang Jian and Shi Hao to his newly accepted disciple Lin Bai. Lin Bai, this is your senior brother Shi Hao. And this is Wang Jian, the guard of our Qingyang sect. Hearing this, Lin Bai humbly greeted each in turn. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, senior Wang Jian. He hadn't expected that senior Wang, who seemed so formidable in his eyes, was merely a guard in the sect. And this senior brother seemed anything but ordinary. His talent was probably even greater than Qing'er's. I've really latched onto a big shot this time. Let's see who dares to look down on me now. Lost in his daydreams, Lin Bai laughed out loud. Realizing his mistake, he quickly pretended to be serious. This scene amused Feng Qingyang and the others. Haha, junior brother, don't keep your joys to yourself. Share them with your senior brother. Shi Hao began to tease his new junior brother. He found this junior brother quite amusing. Lin Bai also shed the initial awkwardness of joining. He had always been a humorous and optimistic person. It was only the troubles of cultivation and the endless mockery from others that had forced him to put on a second face. Haha, this moment makes me want to compose a poem. In Great Zhou the Waste is Lin Bai. To the recruitment assembly he came by fame. Joining Qingyang, his ambition takes flight. Life's joys fill him with delight. Junior brother, you keep looking left and right. Who are you searching for? Before long in the attic, Lin Bai glanced around, his expression shifting between delight and disappointment. Hearing his senior brother's question, Lin Bai chuckled. Senior brother, I'm looking for my fiancée. She passed the first round of tests and is now in the second. Shi Hao patted his junior brother's shoulder and smiled. Oh, so you failed in cultivation but triumphed in romance. Haha, I'm envious, senior brother. Feng Qingyang, standing aside, did not join their chatter and instead rested with his eyes closed. System, use the silver summoning card. To be safe, it was better to have a trump card. Though he didn't truly need one. With an ancestor of the great emperor realm at his call, a mere thought could summon them. This card would be used eventually anyway, and one could never have too many strong allies. The remaining Green Lotus Sword technique could wait until they returned to the sect to teach Lin Bai. Ding Silver Summoning card activated successfully. Summoning. Ding Summoning successful. Congratulations, host has summoned a peak void-shattering realm expert. Now imprinting. Just peak void-shattering. ITLL barely do. Feng Qingyang thought with some disappointment. After all, the Silver Summoning card could potentially summon a Manifestation Saint Realm powerhouse. Still, he knew to be content a luck couldn't always favor him. The previous Gold and Bronze Summoning cards had already brought forth the highest possible realm within their limits. Sect Master. A middle-aged man appeared silently beside Feng Qingyang, exuding no cultivation aura, as ordinary as a mortal. If he didn't actively reveal his cultivation, who would imagine that a void-shattering realm grandmaster, second only to holy lands and a dominant force in the eastern domain, stood here respectfully greeting someone? This single individual alone could rival a hegemonic power. Shi Hao and the other two also noticed Feng Qingyang's side. Has someone else from the sect arrived, eh? I wonder which senior it is. Lin Bai was still unaware of Qingyun's sect's affairs. Feng Qingyang had told Shi Hao that the sect's experts were either in slumber or wandering the world. Junior brother, this is a senior of our Qingyun sect. Let's go and greet him. Seeing Shi Hao and the others approaching, Feng Qingyang spoke. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Bai, the outer sect elder of our Qingyun sect. An outer sect elder. Both Shi Hao and Lin Bai were inwardly shocked. If the guard senior Wang Jian was already so powerful, the elder's strength must be even more profound. Shi Hao and Lin Bai pay respects to the elder, they said in unison. No need for formalities. Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Qingyang fell into thought. With the sect growing, Qingyun sect still lacked its own sect robes. Sect robes were no trivial matter. Unified attire could strengthen disciples' sense of belonging and honor while also boosting the sect's renown. Ding is the future premier sect across all realms. How can you lack your own robes? Wouldn't that invite ridicule? Mission issued shined brilliantly at this exchange gathering. Reward exclusive sect robes. Just as he needed it, a pillow arrived. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. The system always appeared at the perfect moment. Ahem. Enough idle chatter. It's our turn to take the stage. Meanwhile, below, the disciple recruitment ceremony was drawing to a close. The various sects had nearly finished selecting their disciples. The Holy Land had taken in an 18-year-old nascent soul initial stage youth. An 18-year-old nascent soul cultivator drew everyone's attention. The rest were divided among hegemonic and other powers. Those chosen were brimming with pride. Haha, I've entered my dream top-tier force, the Blazing Sun sect. Congratulations, brother, by your wish has come true. Below the arena. Senior sister, the recruitment is over. Let's go. Hearing her junior sister Lung Bingning said casually, wait a bit. I've heard there's still an exchange gathering amongst sects. Let's watch. Our senior sister, the strongest among them, is just that 18-year-old nascent soul initial stage. You probably can't even beat me. I'm already at nascent soul mid-stage. Just watch. Won't you listen to your senior sister? On the grand arena. Everyone, this recruitment ceremony has concluded successfully. Next comes the exchange gathering amongst sects. The sects were invited to the center of the assembly, though only those at the first-rate level and above received this treatment. Minor sects could do as they pleased. Feng Qingyang and his group of 5 were also invited up as specially arranged by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion elder. Why can't I still see Qing'e? Guessing his thoughts, Shi Hao comforted him. Junior brother, your fiancé was likely chosen by a major power and had to leave without saying goodbye. I understand, senior brother. Everyone, now that we're gathered, the exchange gathering officially begins. Each sect may send their finest disciples for sparring, but ages must be comparable. No bullying the younger. The sect's eyes lit up. This was a prime chance to shine. Such a grand recruitment ceremony had drawn the entire Eastern Domain's attention. Even after its conclusion, the buzz lingered. Any small show of brilliance could be boast-worthy for a lifetime. The disciples clearly understood this. Haha, I'll go first. Xiao Hor of the Blazing Sun sect requests a match. Who dares to face me? Jiang Kuei of the Black Mountain sect accepts your challenge. The two immediately clashed, exchanging blows in a fierce, evenly matched battle. On the arena, spiritual energy surged. After a quarter, Jiang Kuei was knocked off the platform. After a grueling fight, Xiao Hua of the Blazing Sun sect emerged victorious. The Holy Land, having already recruited disciples, left early. Winning would bring no glory, and losing would be a massive disgrace. Some hegemonic and top-tier powers sent their disciples to the stage. The The battles raged on intensely. Master, I'd like to stretch my limbs too. Shi Hao couldn't resist the urge. He hadn't had a good fight since recovering from his injuries. You're at the nascent soul realm. Feng Qingyang looked at Shi Hao, ready to spring into action. The lad had been at Golden Core Peak when they arrived at Xianyu City and had quietly broken through. Yes, master. I broke through just taking a few steps. Damn, senior brothers at nascent soul. Lin Bai stared in shock at his similarly aged senior brother. Comparisons truly were odious. Moments later below, Shi Hao leaped onto the arena and declared, Shi Hao, outer sect disciple of Qingyang sect, seeks a match. Clad in black robes, his 8-foot frame exuded aura, and his chiseled face burned with battle intent. Qingyang sect. Never heard of it. But that can't be right. Any sect attending the exchange gathering can't be nameless. Oh, I remember. It's that sect that fell from an imperial sect to an unranked force. The crowd below murmured among themselves. Everyone present was a notable figure in the Eastern Domain, not just any nobody could challenge them. Elder Qingyang sect is a mere unranked force. Why are they allowed to spar with us? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion elder stepped in to explain amidst the commotion. Is there a problem? I personally invited Qingyang sect. Anyone dissatisfied can spar with me. He intended to test Qingyang sect at the gathering to see if they had obtained an imperial realm inheritance, and perhaps claim a share for himself. Qingyang sect. Lung Bingning gazed toward the arena where the young man beside the mysterious figure stood. Are they all from Qingyang sect? Upon hearing that they were invited by the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the crowd fell silent. They were determined to witness what capabilities this backdoor entering Qingyang sect truly possessed. Just then a voice exclaimed from the periphery, Shi Hao, you're still alive. A member of the top-tier Shi family recognized Shi Hao in shock. Shi Hao's sinister uncle had explained to outsiders that Shi Hao colluded with other families to seize the Shi family's assets, leading to his cultivation being crippled. Unexpectedly, he escaped, and family guards were dispatched to hunt him down. Your cultivation has recovered. The Shi family disciples stared dumbfounded at Shi Hao, recalling the family head's claim that his cultivation had been destroyed. Sensing carefully, he muttered, only the early nascent soul stage. At least it's not fully restored. I'm at the late nascent soul stage. If I capture Shi Hao and present him to the family head, the reward should be generous. Shi Hao, you traitor, face your death. The surrounding sects, recognizing a rivalry, adopted a spectator stance, eager to watch the drama unfold. As for the earlier rule against bullying the weak, it was utterly ignored. In the pavilion, Lin Bai anxiously asked, sect leader, will senior brother be all right? Patience, just observe, Feng Qingyang replied, calmly confident in Shi Hao's prowess. As the bearer of the supreme sacred body, if Shi Hao couldn't fight across cultivation levels, he might as well find a mundane job. On the other side, Shi Hao recognized the approaching figure. Shi Jian, his uncle's chief lackey, had once groveled before him. Shi Hao resolved to show no mercy, starting with Shi Jian. Supreme Reincarnation Art. Shi Hao activated the technique at full force, causing the spiritual energy around him to seethe. An overwhelming aura erupted, whipping his long hair with a sharp resonance. So formidable. He looks only 18, yet radiates such a powerful presence, rivaling the tournament's top contender. Despite their astonishment, they remained skeptical, given his opponent's 2-substage advantage. What a pity for such a promising talent. Shi Jian charged forward, and they clashed. With a resounding boom, their collision unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that swept across the arena. To everyone's surprise, Shi Jian at the late nascent soul stage was sent flying, while Shi Hao stood firmly rooted. Impossible. Shi Jian scrambled up his organs, feeling dislocated, his face etched with disbelief. His late nascent soul cultivation couldn't budge Shi Hao an inch. Many impossibilities await. They'll send you on your way now. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Shi Hao clenched his hands into fists as spiritual energy furiously converged into them. This martial art, derived from the Supreme Reincarnation Art, was immensely powerful, surpassing even imperial-level techniques. No, you can't kill me. Elder, save me. Seeing Shi Hao charging, Shi Jian knew he was outmatched and cried for help from his family. An elder from the Shi family flew forward, but was intercepted by the guard Wang Jian. Are you trying to bully the weak, thinking Qingyang sect has no one? With a single palm strike, Wang Jian sent the elder flying. Peak spirit transformation stage. The elder recoiled, his heart pounding with shock. On the arena, Shi Hao launched his assault. In that instant, his massive fist growing larger in Shi Jian's vision. Then Shi Jian was blasted off the platform, dead beyond doubt. Wow, so strong. Senior sister, he's only at the early nascent soul stage, lower than me. Why does he defeat a late nascent soul with such ease? This is true genius. I've told you never to underestimate others, Lung Bingning explained. The elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had a gleam of greed in his eyes. With such formidable techniques and martial arts, they must have undoubtedly obtained an emperor's legacy. He signaled to his covert allies. Disciples from their factions leaped onto the arena one after another. The bewildered sects watched in surprise. What a spectacle, a group assault. Haha, are you all coming together? That saves me the trouble of challenging one by one. How exhilarating. Shi Hao, consumed by battle lust, laughed heartily. You're too arrogant. Zhao Sheng of Fuyang sect seeks to challenge. Mo Tian of Mahai sect requests a duel. Chi Kuei of Chifa sect comes to spar. They announced their names over a dozen in total. Trash. Shi Hao dismissed contemptuously. What? Do you dare call me trash? The foremost one snapped, assuming Shi Hao meant him. No, you misunderstand. I meant everyone here is trash. Come and fight. Haha, I didn't expect Shi Hao to have such a sharp tongue. Below, Feng Qingyang was amused by Shi Hao's wit. Lin Bai glanced covertly at the sect leader, wondering if he should confess that those lines were his teachings to his senior brother. On the arena, spiritual energy surged as flashy martial techniques filled the air. Shi Hao remained unflustered, striking left and right with the supreme reincarnation fist at full power. He hadn't yet unleashed his true ace, the supreme sacred body, as these minor opponents were unworthy of it. Within moments, the dozen foes on the platform were sent flying one by one, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly defeated. Holy crap! Did Shi Hao from Qingyang sect take some banned pill? Exactly, even over a dozen couldn't handle him, including 4 or 5 mid-nascent soul prodigies. The sects below stared at Shi Hao as if he were a monster, especially those whose disciples had been sent and exchanged silent glances, their shock mingling with suspicion. This is abnormal. Could it be true, as the elder said, that they've obtained an emperor's legacy? Meanwhile, the Shi family elder, earlier repelled by Wang Jian, recovered. Shi Hao, you traitor. You killed Shi Jian. Wait until I report to the council. You'll be captured. He was baffled. How could Shi Hao, supposedly crippled by the family head, be so powerful? And how did he become involved with Qingyang sect? The sect had casually dispatched a peak spirit transformation stage expert. This old man hasn't grasped the situation yet, Feng Qingyang remarked coldly. But the Shi family elder wasn't foolish enough to boast without reason. He had leverage. Bowing to all directions, he declared, "Esteemed ally Shi Hao is a traitor to my Shi family. I implore your aid in capturing him. You should know that our young master has journeyed to the central domain's holy land and is rumored to have been enshrined as a holy son. When he descends upon the eastern domain, once more generous rewards await." The elder of the Shi family spoke with 3 parts sincerity and 7 parts threat. The central domain's sacred land. The Shi family has actually formed a connection with the sacred land of the central domain. The sects below, unaware of this matter, were all shocked. It was well known that the central domain was the sacred cultivation ground aspired to by all practitioners. Its spiritual energy was several times more abundant than the eastern domain, a region where danger and opportunity coexisted, dominated by sovereigns and emperors. It could be said that the sects of the eastern domain were not even fit to hold their shoes. Of course, if this remark reached Feng Qingyang's ears, he would have to give them 2 resounding slaps. Is my Qingyang sect something you can command and hold shoes indeed? Not far away, the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion saw this scene, and his eyes lit up. I've traveled far and wide searching in vain, yet now I've found it without effort. The opportunity has arrived. He observed that among the 5 from Qingyang sect, the man who had just acted was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The rest included a very ordinary man in black and an unfathomable youth. However, the 2 were too young. He was old enough to be their grandfather, so their cultivation levels were likely not high. As for Shi Hao and that waste at the initial qi refining stage, they were negligible. Thus, he once again sent a telepathic message to those factions, urging them to lead the attack on Qingyang sect. Rest assured, elder, our Mahai sect will assist. And our Fuyang sect. In broad daylight, such a traitor exists. No matter whose side it is, our Chifa sect must also lend a hand. Just moments ago, Qingyang sect Shi Hao had publicly humiliated their sects. Firstly, it was a chance to vent their anger. Secondly, they could follow the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to claim a share of the Emperor's inheritance. And thirdly, they could curry favor with the Shi family. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With these few factions taking the lead, many wavering and profit-driven forces joined in suddenly, creating a formidable momentum. Selling the Shi family a favor. This deal was simply too advantageous. The strong from the participating factions soared into the sky, their imposing auras scattering the clouds at the horizon. Everyone joined forces to capture them. Around the formation platforms, spiritual energy surged in all directions. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. This was nothing like the disciples sparring at the recruitment and exchange assemblies which they deemed mere child's play. 6 at the true realm and over 20 at the nascent soul stage. At the periphery, senior sister, let's leave quickly or we'll be caught in the crossfire. The non-participating factions and onlookers had already retreated, fearing they might be affected. This was no joke. Lung Bingning pondered briefly. You go first, junior sister. Without waiting for her junior sister's reply, she turned and flew toward the center of the arena. Senior sister, what are you doing? On the other side, just as the crowd was about to strike, a woman came flying in. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her white robe was as pure as snow. Descending from the sky, she seemed like a celestial maiden. So beautiful. Lung Bingning arrived and swept her gaze coldly across the scene. The people of Qingyang sect are under the protection of my Jade Purity Palace. The factions were immediately stunned. Where did this Jade Purity Palace come from? What audacious girl speaking such lofty words? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, she said coldly, seeing their ignorance of her sect. My Jade Purity Palace is a transcendent sacred land of the central domain. You had better think carefully before making a move. At the same time, she released her cultivation aura. Nascent soul stage. A transcendent sacred land. Heavens! Such a young nascent soul cultivator. This woman must be a prodigy from the central domain. How strange. The Shi family had stumbled into a connection with the sacred land of the central domain. How could this insignificant Qingyang sect have ties to a major power of the central domain? A bunch of useless trash. It seems I must handle this myself. The elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who had been hiding in the shadows waiting to reap the benefits, could no longer sit still upon seeing their hesitation. They may fear your Jade Purity Palace, but I do not. My Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is also a sacred land of the central domain. Attack with me, and I guarantee your safety. The elder soared into the sky, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the true realm. Seeing this, Lung Bingning furrowed her delicate brows. The Eastern Domain branch of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It seems I must use my trump card. Just then a resounding voice echoed. Everyone is in such high spirits. It just so happens that I was bored today, so I'll play with you all. Feng Qingyang and his 3 companions leisurely walked to the center of the arena. Master. Shi Hao felt a sense of relief upon seeing Feng Qingyang and the others arrive. With such a powerful sect behind me, what is there to fear? Master, I have brought trouble to the sect. This was all his doing. If not for him, the Shi family wouldn't have brought out Shi Tian to show off their meager skills. No matter, it's a trivial matter. Thank you for your kindness, miss. I appreciate the gesture, Feng Qingyang said, waving his hand at Shi Hao before turning to address Lung Bingning. Though he didn't know why this woman from the central domain wanted to help their Qingyang sect, she had stepped forward at a critical moment, and the proper courtesy must be observed. Gilding the lily is far inferior to offering coal in a snowstorm, even though he needed no help. The factions saw the leader's calm and composed demeanor and were momentarily puzzled about what he was planning. Does Qingyang sect have another trump card? This was the thought in Lung Bingning's and the factions' minds. Putting on airs. The elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion spoke and launched the first attack. Lin Bai and Wang Jian beside Feng Qingyang soared into the sky as well. Lung Bingning temporarily abandoned her trump card, wanting to see what other tricks this young man whom she had met once had up his sleeve. But if anything went wrong, her trump card could annihilate those people in an instant. Those who offend my Qingyang sect shall be killed without mercy. Lin Bai unleashed his cultivation at the peak of the void-shattering stage. Violent spiritual energy swept across heaven and earth, and immense ripples of power spread in all directions. VV Void-shattering realm powerhouse. Lin Bai mobilized his spiritual energy and casually struck downward. A giant palm appeared in the sky, blotting out the heavens as it descended toward the factions. The surrounding space crackled, the sound of spiritual energy rubbing against the void. Finally, as the giant palm struck, the space around it shattered, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. No, spare me. I am a sect master. After the screams, everything fell silent. Nothing else. Simple and brutal, it was pure cultivation suppression. There's still a little mouse that slipped through. You can't kill me. I am an elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The speaker was the elder who had narrowly escaped death. However, he was now disheveled and severely injured. When Lin Bai revealed his cultivation earlier, he sensed something was wrong and retreated behind the others, barely saving his life with a life-saving trump card. Even now, he couldn't understand how such a small sect like Qingyang could possess such a powerful figure even with the emperor's inheritance. Are you done with your last words? Without blinking, Lin Bai stomped down, crushing the elder who was about to speak further into a pulp. The battlefield was a mess, leaving only an 8-hang-deep palm print. Feng Qingyang walked to the edge of the arena and looked down. I won't make things difficult for you. They'll give you 3 days for your respective sects to personally come to Qingyang's sect and apologize. Then this matter is over. Otherwise, not a single soul will be spared. Feng Qingyang's words made the remaining members of the various sects tremble in fear. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of shining brightly at this exchange conference. The sect's attire has been distributed, please check. Shining brightly. Wiping out all the strong ones, how could it not be impressive? This time the name of my Qingyang sect should create quite a stir. I am not far from completing the task of making our name renowned in the eastern region. The sect's attire has arrived, but I wonder what it looks like. Does it have any other effects? As the future first divine sect of the myriad heavens, could the sect's attire rewarded by the system be lacking? Seeing it will make others think I can't afford it. Ding, the sect's attire is not only provided in unlimited quantities, but it is also visually appealing. Wearing it makes one pure and untarnished, impervious to water and fire, and embodies the Taoist luck. Even a peak-shattering void realm cultivator like her would be a pillar of strength in their transcendent holy place. The Qingyang sect is becoming increasingly mysterious in her eyes. In our fleeting encounters, your willingness to step forward shows great sincerity. But with our Qingyang sect's outer elder present, these inconsequential clowns are not worth worrying about. Feng Qingyang smiled lightly. An outer elder. A single outer elder possesses such formidable cultivation. She thought that this peak-shattering void realm powerhouse would at least be one of Qingyang sect's top figures, but unexpectedly, he was just an outer elder. Even the normally cold and aloof Bing Ning couldn't keep her composure. The Qingyang sect truly is mysterious and powerful. Could it be a hidden great sect? Senior sister, are you all right? A frantic young girl rushed over, shouting. Swear, didn't I tell you to go ahead? Why did you come back? The newcomer was indeed Bing Ning's little junior sister, Lu Shui. If my senior sister hasn't left, I won't leave either. She had just seen her senior sister fly to the center of the arena to face so many strong opponents, and was extremely worried about to take out the life-saving card given by her master. She saw a powerful middle-aged man from the Qingyang sect who single-handedly defeated everyone, which is why she hurriedly rushed over. Bing Ning felt touched. Her impulsive decision was supported by her little junior sister. All right, this matter is settled. Return to the sect. As Feng Qingyang finished speaking, Bing Ning stepped forward and sincerely said, Qingyang sect master, may I ask if I can accompany you to your sect? Rest assured, sect master, I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to witness the splendor of your esteemed sect. Feng Qingyang looked Bing Ning up and down, secretly thinking these two are from a great power in the central region. Letting them witness the majesty of Qingyang is also good, and I can spread the renown of Qingyang to the central region. With this thought, Feng Qingyang calmly said, our sect permits it, you may accompany us. Soon they traveled 1,000 miles and quickly arrived at the foot of the Qingyang sect's mountain. On the way, Lin Bai couldn't help but continuously ask his senior brother Shi Hao. Senior brother, you were so impressive just now, taking on more than 10 people alone and defeating them without losing. Senior brother, how long have you been cultivating to be so powerful? Looking at his curious little junior brother, Shi Hao thought for a moment. It had only been less than 3 days since his cultivation was crippled. Not more, not less, just 2.5 days. Lin Bai was astonished. 2.5 days. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, still in the refining qi stage, could it be that he was cultivating for a dog? At the foot of Qingyang Mountain. Upon entering the Qingyang mountain range, Bing Ning and Lu Shui sensed something unusual. The spiritual energy here was actually several times denser than the outside world. Moreover, the deeper they went, the thicker the spiritual energy became. By the time they reached the mountain gate, the spiritual energy was already comparable to that of the central region. Indeed, it is a hidden great sect. The chosen location is truly exceptional. Bing Ning narrowed her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself that it is indeed so. Feng Qingyang waved his hand, and a staircase extending 100 miles appeared from the mountain, shrouded in mist, creating a dreamlike scene that seemed like a staircase leading to the immortal realm. Let's go. They entered the Qingyang sect through the staircase. Suddenly, they were greeted with a grand view. Various pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously with the flow of Tao luck and the intensely rich spiritual energy transforming into mist, making the place resemble a fairyland. Senior sister, have we come to a fairyland? The newcomers Lin Bai and the sisters Bing Ning were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everyone was stunned. Shi Hao observed the reactions of the group and secretly chuckled. Haha, this feeling is truly delightful. I remember having the same expression when I first arrived. In the Qingyang Hall, please have a seat. Feng Qingyang invited the group to sit down while instructing Shi how to pour tea for them. The tea was not particularly good, merely the Dao tea he had obtained from the system a couple of days ago. Bing Ning and Lu Shui sat down cautiously, holding their teacups and drinking it down in one go. The refreshing tea flowed down their throats, transforming into the flow of Dao luck throughout their bodies. This is Dao tea. Feeling the flow of Dao luck within their bodies, Bing Ning exclaimed. This tea was extremely rare even in their Yuqing palace. She had only seen it when their palace master hosted a great figure. It's not particularly good tea, just drink it as it is. Feng Qingyang spoke sincerely while thinking about what reason to give to the system to get some good tea. The tea did not have any reaction in her body. System, you were born. Dao tea is a great treasure of the sect, and even a sage might not be able to drink it. For an ordinary person to drink it is already an enormous fortune. You flaunted so much in 2 days, don't you have any self-awareness? Drinking that much won't have any reaction at all. Seeing Bing Ning's strong reaction, Lin Bai thought that since those from the central region were so astonished, this tea must be extraordinary, and he also drank it down in one go. Feeling the flow of Dao luck within him, it kept impacting his entire body. So what's the reaction, junior brother? Shi Hao looked at Lin Bai curiously. He had drunk quite a bit of this tea already and knew its wonders. Burp. Senior brother. I finally, still in the initial stage of refining qi. Lin Bai burped and said bitterly. Aside from feeling that his refining qi stage was full, there was no change in his realm. Senior sister, I think I've seen this tea at the master's place. She treasures it like a baby. Lu Shui's master naturally referred to the palace master of Yuqing Palace. After finishing the tea, they chatted for a while. Bing Ming stood up and said solemnly, Sect Master Feng, your sect has offended the transcendent holy places of the central region, as well as the heavenly machine pavilion. It would be best to make plans early. It's better to be cautious. If anything happens, my Yuqing Palace can also provide assistance. Aside from being the senior sister of Yuqing Palace, she was also a direct disciple of the palace master with a status equivalent to that of a holy son in a holy place, thus holding considerable authority. As they were also a transcendent force themselves, they naturally knew some secrets. No transcendent force was simple. Thank you, Miss Long, for your kind intentions, but our Qingyang sect is filled with experts. Before our Qingyang sect, these two forces are merely like ephemeral insects, easily extinguished with a wave of the hand. Feng Qingyang said lightly, as the Qingyang sect had an emperor realm ancestor overseeing them. What were the transcendent holy places? Even if an imperial level force came, they would not fear. Cold Bingning, noticing Feng Qingyang's utterly indifferent expression, found it unwise to press further. Feng Qingyang saw no need to explain. When the Qingyang sect vied for dominance in the central domain, the world would witness their might. Feng Qingyang then turned his attention to the system interface. The rewards from accepting Lin Bai as a disciple last time had been nearly depleted. He had used the silver summoning card to call forth an outer sect elder at the void-shattering peak, and the 10,000 sword tomb had manifested at the rear of Qingyang sect. He could sense something new at the mountain's back, a potent sword intent radiating from it, though subdued by the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, keeping its intensity in check. It would serve as an excellent training ground for disciples to hone their skills, as for which disciple might claim a divine sword from within that would depend on their own fortune. Now only the tailor-made cultivation techniques for the disciples remained. Lin Bai, come here. Sect Master. Lin Bai, still immersed in sorrow, hurried forward upon hearing the call. I've largely grasped the reason behind your inability to break through. I understand the root cause. I have something to pass on to you that will resolve your issue. From now on, like Shi Hao, you shall be my personal disciple. Lin Bai, already overjoyed at the prospect of resolving his cultivation bottleneck, was stunned by the announcement. Hearing that the sect master intended to take him as a personal disciple left him utterly bewildered. Thank you, master. Lin Bai quickly recovered and replied. Cold Bingning and Lu Shui, seated below, were equally curious. They wondered why the enigmatic and powerful Feng Qingyang would take a seemingly talentless youth as a disciple. This boy must harbor a great secret. Release your divine sense. Lin Bai obeyed without hesitation. System commence. A violet light shot from Feng Qingyang's hand into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness. Your physique is the legendary Azure Lotus Sword Body. The reason you've been unable to break through is the lack of a corresponding technique to refine spiritual energy. Thus, all the chi you cultivate has been absorbed by your sword body. With this Azure Lotus Sword art, your sword body will awaken, and your cultivation will advance with each passing day. Azure Lotus Sword Body. A legendary physique born for the sword. At its pinnacle, a single sword stroke can rend the heavens. Cold Bingning was once again astounded. The shocks she endured today were enough to last her a decade. She recalled her master mentioning that during the Middle Ancient era, a cultivator with the Azure Lotus Sword Body had reached great heights, slaying an emperor at the St. King Peak before being revered as the sword god. She never expected to witness such a divine physique here in the Eastern Domain. Shortly after, outside the main hall an hour later, Lin Bai, who had been seated cross-legged, opened his eyes joyfully. Master, I've broken through. Having just mastered the first layer of the Azure Lotus Sword art, his stagnant cultivation surged forth like water through a breach, bursting through realm barriers with accumulated force. Chi refining early mid-late peak. Foundation establishment early mid-late peak. He finally halted at the peak of foundation establishment. Peak of foundation establishment. In a single breath, he had ascended 7 realms. As Lin Bai spoke, a celestial phenomenon descended. Azure lotuses emerged from the earth, gathering beneath his feet and purifying his body. The phenomenon and lotuses soon dissipated, leaving Lin Bai feeling reborn. At that moment, he felt an urge to compose a poem. 10 years of toil and woe, enduring scorn and bitter blows. At last the divine body awakes with lotus, come the realm it breaks. Not bad. The sword body is activated and your realm has advanced continuously. Truly a disciple chosen by the system, breaking through realms is as effortless as drinking water, though still not quite matching me. Just as Lin Bai was about to speak, a powerful sword intent surged from the mountain's rear. Master, is some sword path senior of the sect practicing swordsmanship back there? Such potent sword intent. Senior brother Shi Hao inquired, speculating that a sword path elder had returned from wandering. Feng Qingyang probed with his divine sense and realized it was a disturbance from the 10,000 sword tomb. Glancing at Lin Bai, whose sword body had awakened, he understood and smiled without a word. As Shi Hao and Lin Bai marveled at the overwhelming sword intent, a 3-foot azure blade tore through the air, its sword aura biting cold. It circled Lin Bai before settling firmly into his hand. Master, this. So the formidable sword intent had emanated from this blade. The Azure Lotus Divine Sword. The knowledgeable Cold Bingning gasped in astonishment once more. She had seen this sword in a sword manual. It was the very blade of the sword god mentioned earlier. Yet hadn't it vanished with his fall during the Middle Ancient era? Why was it here? Oh, Miss Lung recognizes this sword. Feng Qingyang asked, noting her recognition. He himself didn't know the blade. The system only described the 10,000 sword tomb as housing myriad swords from all realms. Yes, I once chanced upon it in a sword manual. It's called the Azure Lotus Divine Sword, the sword god's weapon from the Middle Ancient era. With this sword, the sword god slew saints and emperors, ranking it first in the sword registry. Coincidentally, the sword god also possessed the Azure Lotus Sword Body, hence naming the blade the Azure Lotus Sword. Indeed, this sword was acquired by our Qingyang sect during the Middle Ancient era. It seems fate has brought it to my disciple, as it flew to him willingly, Feng Qingyang declared without a hint of embarrassment. The Middle Ancient era, tens of millions of years ago. The Qingyang sect is truly a hidden ancient sect, a colossal force with such a legacy. No wonder it boasts such profound resources. In truth, Feng Qingyang's words were half truth and half fiction. The Qingyang sect had indeed endured for tens of millions of years, but only in a state of mere survival. A tale of bitterness known to none. Disciple, you've heard it too. Since this divine sword is fated for you, I gift it to you as a token of your induction into the sect. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, Master, I will not tarnish the reputation of this sword or the sword god. The Azure Lotus Sword. From now on, let us together guard the sect and our loved ones. Lin Bai murmured, running his hand along the blade. From this moment his story began. The sentient sword hummed in response, as if echoing his vow. Ancestor Li Qingyun, however, was disheartened. The celestial phenomena erupting every few days at the sect had grown routine, even numbing to him. In his day, Cultivation had demanded relentless trials and fortuitous encounters to claw his way to the Emperor realm. He had sensed the sword tomb descending upon the mountain's rear at once. Initially uncertain, he surmised it was the sect master's doing. But as the powerful sword intent burst forth, he was drawn to it. Gazing upon the countless treasured swords buried within, he found himself unable to approach, left only to covet from afar. Witnessing the new disciple's celestial phenomenon and the divine sword flying to him, he could no longer hold back. So even an Emperor Realm cultivator is unworthy now. By the way, follow me. Feng Qingyang instructed. Before long, he led the group through a winding path to a secluded area behind Qingyang sect. Upon arrival, they beheld a colossal 9-tripod bell, its form exuding the very essence of Tao. This is our Qingyang sect's supreme treasure, the 9-tripod Tao bell. Though it is a treasure, it serves merely as a tool for testing talent here in Qingyang. An aura surpassing an emperor artifact. Could it be an immortal artifact? Lung Bingning found herself increasingly perplexed by Qingyang sect. Good heavens, had an immortal artifact truly appeared? Could it be that Qingyang sect was a celestial sect from the upper realm, playing incognito? Who tests talent with an immortal artifact? This bell also possesses the power to assess talent. It's perfect for you all. You go first, Shi Hao. Strike it with all your spiritual energy. 3 chimes denote a genius, 5 chimes a prodigy, 6 chimes a monstrous talent, 7 chimes a peerless anomaly, 1 in a billion. 8 chimes guarantee becoming an emperor. 9 chimes signify one above emperor, a favored child of heaven blessed with destiny. Feng Qingyang spoke with hands clasped behind his back, explaining to the group. Yes, master. Shi Hao loosened his body, then channeled his spiritual energy and struck the 9-tripod with immense force. Lin Bai, Lung Bingning, and the others watched with eager anticipation. Hearing Feng Qingyang's clear explanation, they too yearned to try. A resounding crash echoed. Then dong dong dong. The bell chimed 9 times before falling silent. 9 chimes, above emperor, favored child of heaven blessed with destiny. Recalling Feng Qingyang's words, the others stared at Shi Hao in shock. Master, the bell rang 9 times. Lin Bai exclaimed. As expected, your senior brother possesses the supreme saint physique. Being born a supreme being, 9 chimes are only natural. Lin Bai, your turn. Yes, master. Lin Bai stepped forward eagerly. Previously, he wouldn't have dared stand before the 9-tripod. 10 years stuck at the initial qi refining stage, what was the point of testing? But times had changed. Lin Bai channeled his spiritual energy and struck the 9-tripod. Dong dong dong. The bell chimed 9 full times before ceasing. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Miss Lung, would you like to give it a try, eh? Senior sister, go ahead. Senior sister, with your jade bone eye spirit body, you're sure to ring it many times. Lu Shui urged. Very well, I'll give it a try. Lung Bingning was genuinely curious about how many chimes she could produce. Her jade bone eye spirit body ranked highly among physiques, and her talent was naturally exceptional. Lung Bingning channeled her spiritual energy, her silken hair billowing without wind. Her peach blossom eyes fixed on the 9-tripod as she struck it with all her might. Dong 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 dong. The chimes reached the 7th, nearly fading before a final feeble ring sounded. 8 chimes, a future emperor. Delighted with the result, Lung Bingning felt content. Though she couldn't match Feng Qingyang's 2 disciples, she was more than satisfied. One possessed a supreme bone, the other a peerless sword body. How could she compare? Though her current realm surpassed, theirs was the world of geniuses measured by mere cultivation levels. Hadn't she witnessed them breaking through 7 realms in an instant and reaching nascent soul in 2.5 days? Their cultivation advanced 1,000 miles daily. Senior sister, you have the makings of an emperor. Lu Shui exclaimed. Her senior sister was truly remarkable, the emperor realm. A being more profound than even their master, the continent's supreme powerhouse, unfathomable and inviolable, whose imperial might subdued all races and dominated the world. The ancestor took notice. Though the 9-tripod was incredibly formidable, he seriously doubted its accuracy. He, a genuine emperor realm expert, had only elicited 6 chimes. Utterly absurd. Had he stumbled into the emperor realm by chance? Junior sister, why don't you try? Perhaps your talent surpasses mine. Lung Bingning said with a smile. All right, senior sister. Lu Shui approached the 9-tripod, eagerly channeling her spiritual energy and striking it. This time the bell chimed 7 times before stopping. A peerless anomaly, 1 in a billion. Truly no one became a direct disciple of a transcendent power without extraordinary talent. Senior sister, it rang 7 times. Huh, my talent's not bad either. After they all finished testing, they turned to Feng Qingyang, who stood with hands clasped behind his back. They wondered, what level of talent does Master Sect Master Feng possess? Master, how many chimes can you ring? Shi Hao couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Aside from Shi Hao, none had seen Feng Qingyang in action, yet none could overlook his mystery and power. His aura of dominance that viewed sacred lands as mere ants, his strategic acumen, and his disdainful demeanor. No need to guess. Master will definitely ring 9 times. Lin Bai voiced the consensus. My talent goes without saying. Since everyone had tested, Feng Qingyang decided to give it a try himself. He felt a flicker of curiosity, but was supremely confident that 9 chimes were guaranteed. Did they think my supreme celestial physique, the all-heavens divine body, was a joke? He casually threw a punch at the 9 tripod. The entire 9 tripod Dao bell trembled, emitting a blinding radiance as a beam of light shot into the sky, upheaving the heavens and earth. Dong dong dong. The Dao bell rang a full 10 times. All this he had merely tested casually, never expecting to shatter the bell's limits. 10 represented perfection, meaning his talent had reached an insurmountable peak. No room for improvement. Should he be overjoyed or sorrowful? It was a dilemma. Damn, master's talent is astonishing. I am not worthy. Shi Hao and Lin Bai, who had been quietly proud, were utterly awestruck by their master's talent. What were 9 chimes compared to the master breaking the ceiling itself? Boundless talent. Lung Bingning and her junior sister stayed a while longer at Qingyang sect before taking their leave of Feng Qingyang. They had been away for some time and feared their own master's reproach. Sect Master Feng, until we meet again. When you visit the central domain, you must come to our Jade Purity Palace. Farewell, young ladies. I shall visit when opportunity arises. Farewell. A lone figure by the cold river, a wandering soul from the martial world. Why must acquaintances be forged in familiarity? Lung Bingning was the first in this foreign realm to offer him aid. For the returning Lung Bingning and Lu Shui, the journey to the eastern domain had been immensely rewarding. The sights and experiences at Qingyang sect would be unforgettable. System Show Personal Panel. After Lung Bingning and her sister departed, Shi Hao and Lin Bai entered the Cultivation Hall for intense training, leaving Feng Qingyang alone once more. Master Feng Qingyang Cultivation Peak Nascent Soul Disciples Shi Hao Lin Bai Physique All Heavens Divine Body Sect Level 1500100000. When did the sect points increase? He hadn't noticed before. Recruiting disciples, summoning experts, the number of sect powerhouses, disciple count, sect influence, and completeness of sect facilities all increase sect points. Host, continue your efforts. Forging the foremost divine sect admits no delay. So even this increases points, Feng Qingyang mused. Why not directly recruit or coerce powerful experts through temptation or intimidation to join the sect? That would save effort. Indeed, Qingyang sect was still understaffed and incomplete. Halls like the alchemy pavilion lay idle. Perhaps one idle day, he would seek out some alchemists to fill the ranks. A day later, Shi Hao and Lin Bai stepped out of the cultivation hall. Haha, senior brother, my Azure Lotus Sword art has reached minor accomplishment, Lin Bai exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Then congratulations, junior brother. My Supreme Samsara art has also advanced a step further. Shi Hao nodded with satisfaction. After sensing the spiritual energy within his body once more, Lin Bai said, it's not enough to just cultivate in seclusion. How about we spar, senior brother? Excellent. I was just thinking I had no place to stretch my limbs. They'll suppress my cultivation realm, and we'll have a bout. Shi Hao, a battle maniac and cultivation fanatic, readily agreed when his junior brother proposed to spar. The master said that cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Practical combat is the fastest path to improvement. The two quickly agreed and headed to the sect's martial arts hall. Senior brother, I won't hold back. Be careful. Watch my sword. Knowing his senior brother's strength, the same formidable one who had single-handedly challenged the geniuses of many sects, Lin Bai unleashed his ultimate move right from the start. Haha, well met. Supreme Samsara art. As his spiritual energy surged at full speed, Shi Hao also activated his ultimate technique. Fists and swords clashed fiercely with spiritual energy and sword aura streaking across the arena. Supreme Samsara Fist. The indomitable Shi Hao unleashed his strongest martial technique, each punch delivering devastating blows that created sonic booms in the air. Excellent fist art. Azure Lotus Sword art. First form Lotus guides the way. The Azure Lotus Sword danced with exquisite skill in Lin Bai's hands, parrying every move. Countless Azure Lotuses surged from the ground, their fierce sword aura striking toward Shi Hao. Sword intent. I never expected you to comprehend sword intent so quickly, junior brother. However, Lin Bai had little to no combat experience, and he was soon defeated. Of course, it was understandable. He had only been at the early chi refining stage before. Who could he have sparred with? Bullying children. Even the kids had higher cultivation than him. Senior brother, you are truly formidable. I concede. Lin Bai said calmly, accepting his defeat to his senior brother wholeheartedly. No, junior brother, you just lack practical combat experience. After a few more battles, you will catch up. The master said that practical combat is the fastest path to improvement. Lin Bai recalled something. By the way, senior brother, I need to leave the sect for a few days. I came to the sect in such a hurry the day before yesterday that I haven't told my family yet. It's a good chance to share the good news that I can cultivate and have joined a sect. Shi Hao replied. Then junior brother, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, senior brother. I will go inform the master now. Shortly after in the Azure Cloud Hall. You want to leave the sect for a few days? Are you thinking about your fiancée? Feng Qingyang, who saw through everything and spoke plainly, said with a smile. He had also heard Lin Bai's words on the day of the disciple recruitment assembly. Very well then. Your master will accompany you on this trip. Since there were no tasks for the time being, and staying in the sect was boring, he might as well take Lin Bai out for some travel and experience. Having just transmigrated here himself, he hadn't had the chance to enjoy the world. His only experience was begging all the way to Azure Cloud. That's wonderful. Thank you, master. Lin Bai felt immensely flattered upon hearing this. Huang Province, Great Zhou Dynasty, Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai, who could travel 1,000 li a day, arrived at Tianwu City. To be safe, outer sect elder Yi Bai had also followed, but Feng Qingyang instructed him to remain hidden in the shadows. We're here. Master, ahead is Tianwu City. Lin Bai said, joyfully, feeling an excitement he had never experienced in his life. After just a few days, he had been utterly transformed. A change so earth-shattering, it would surely astound outsiders. Behold the youth pulling his bowstring taut, fearing neither time nor the wind. I, Lin Bai, am no longer a laughingstock. Come, master, will take you to the finest pleasure house in town to listen to some music. In the past, when cultivation frustrated him, Lin Bai was an expert in eating, drinking, and all forms of enjoyment. Ahem. Disciple mentioned that, and I get excited. Is this pleasure house a proper one? Upon entering the city, Lin Bai noticed the atmosphere was quite solemn. Lin Bai's reputation was too great. He was recognized as soon as he entered the city. Look, isn't that Lin Bai, the eldest young master of the Lin family? Huh. Why has he suddenly returned? The Wang family is locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Lin family. Is he coming back to share the clan's fate? Although this guy is a bit of a waste, he still has some spine. I heard his childhood sweetheart fiancé has joined a hegemonic power. I wonder if it's true. It's true. I have reliable information. It's like a flower stuck in manure. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang soon arrived at the Lin family's front gate. The sword-bearing guards at the gate recognized Lin Bai and hurried inside to report. The eldest young master has returned. Lin Bai frowned, noticing that there were several times more guards than usual, all on high alert. He felt something was wrong. Had something happened to the Lin family during the few days he was away? Lin Bai immediately entered the estate and headed straight for the main hall. Great brother Lin is back. Brother Lin is safe. Brother Lin has returned. Clan members he met along the way, seeing Lin Bai return safely, all greeted him happily. His suspicion grew. Inside the Lin family's main hall, Lin Bai saw that all the elders were present, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. Bayer, you're safe. Thank goodness. Lin Zhan visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Bai return unharmed. The elders in the hall also expressed their concern. Father, what has happened? Lin Bai asked, puzzled by the tense atmosphere. Clearly something major had occurred. That despicable Wang family, in league with the Bai family, suddenly launched an attack on us, catching us off guard. The clan has suffered considerable losses, Lin Zhan said angrily. They claim that you, Bayer, killed the eldest young master of the Wang family and demand we hand you over. And since you were missing for days, we feared you might have fallen into their hands. Thankfully, Bayer, you've returned safely. Feng Qingyang also entered the hall. Having overheard the conversation, he recalled the clown who had been casually crushed into a mist of blood. Father, it's all my fault. I killed Wang Tian. Don't blame yourself, Bayer. I've long had a grievance with the Wang family. A war between us was inevitable sooner or later. Indeed. This Wang family opposes us at every turn. We'll destroy them sooner or later. The elders chimed in agreement. Well killed, eldest young master. Lin Zhan and the elders saw another person enter from outside. A young man in white with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Bayer, who is this? Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my master, who is also the sect master of the Azure Cloud Sect. Azure Cloud Sect. Why does that sound familiar? But I still can't recall. The forces whose experts were slain by the Azure Cloud Sect had all sealed off the news as they were deliberating their next move, so word hadn't spread yet. Bayer, you've joined a sect. Lin Zhan exclaimed in surprise. After 10 long years, a sect was finally willing to accept him. Yes, father. And with my master's help, I have awakened my physique and broken through my cultivation. Please sense it. With that, Lin Bai released his aura. Foundation Establishment Peak. This display from Lin Bai shocked the entire Lin family elders for 10,000 years. In just a few days he had broken through multiple realms. The once fallen genius youth had now returned as a king. Their Lin family was about to rise. Many elders even had tears streaming down their faces. Good, good, good. Lin Zhan was so moved, he could barely speak. So you are Bayer's sect master. Sect master, please have a seat. Someone serve tea, the finest tea. Regaining his composure, Lin Zhan quickly attended to the guest. Patriarch Lin, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Lin Bai is a disciple of my Qingyang sect, and moreover my personal disciple, so we are all family. By the way, that Wang family, is it not? When I annihilated Wang Tian, I declared that the Wang family should no longer exist. Now that we have allowed them to prance about for a couple more days, it is time to fulfill that promise. Feng Qingyang's words sent shockwaves through the Lin family. The Wang family of premier power was to have its death sentence decreed by a single casual remark from this youth before them. What manner of force was the Qingyang sect? Could it be a hegemon-level power? Sect Master Feng, the Wang family has allied with the Bai family, giving them 4 true realm experts in total. It would be prudent to plan carefully. Their Lin family had only 2 true realm experts, and the Wang and Bai families each had 2 as well. The 3 great families had long held Tianwu City in a balance of power. They did not know what the Wang family had promised the Bai family to forge this alliance. Indeed, Sect Master Feng, the Wang family, is exceedingly cunning. We have suffered losses at their hands before. Father, there is no need for worry. My Qingyang sect is filled with masters. A petty Wang family dares to show off their skill before an expert. Lin, by having seen the wider world, was far more composed. My disciple speaks truly. The insignificant Wang family can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. Seeing the mysterious sect master, so confident, Patriarch Lin Zhan rose to his feet. In that case, as the patriarch of the Lin family, I command that all of us from top to bottom are at the disposal of Sect Master Feng. We are at your disposal, Sect Master Feng. Lin Zhan first gave the order, and the elders echoed his sentiment. There is no need for any of you to act. Yi Bai, go to the Wang family. Feng Qingyang casually snapped his fingers before giving an order to the space above. Yes, Sect Master. A middle-aged man's voice emanated from above, revealing not a trace of his presence. Lin Zhan looked in shock at Feng Qingyang, who was leisurely sipping tea below, but now his eyes were filled with awe. Just what kind of great power is Bayer's master? He himself was a mid-stage true realm cultivator, yet he had not detected anyone lurking in the shadows at all. This meant that person's cultivation was far above his own. Could it be the void-shattering realm? And for such a powerful cultivator to be at his beck and call spoke volumes of his terrifying might. Moments later, at the Wang family, the main hall of the Wang family was also filled with people. Patriarch Wang, it settled then. After we destroy the Lin family, all of their resources will go to our Bai family. Yes, Patriarch Bai. As long as the Lin family is destroyed, everything will be yours. That accursed Lin family dared to kill my Tianer. I want to devour their flesh and sleep on their hide. Wang Tian was his only son, and his talent was supreme among his peers. He had personally boasted, my son Wang Tian has the makings of an emperor. Patriarch, by our last attack, left the Lin family in ruins. If we both commit our full strength this time, the Lin family is doomed. In the Wang family hall, the patriarchs of the Wang and Bai families were discussing the specifics of destroying the Lin family, unaware that their own death was imminent. All members of the Wang family, come out and face your death. A thunderous voice rang out from above the Wang estate. Who dares to be so arrogant? Which reckless fool seeks death by causing trouble in our Wang family? The Wang family disciples erupted in fury. It had always been them who bullied others who would dare bully them. In the past, any problem in the city could be solved with a simple declaration. My father is Wang. The Wang family patriarch and elders in the hall were also enraged and filed out to see who was so bold as to cause trouble in their domain. Emerging, they saw Yi Bai hovering in the air. Who is this nobody? You seek death. The already furious Wang patriarch, seeing a single person daring to act, so insolently flew into a rage. Seeing that they not only refused to surrender, but dared to retaliate, Yi Bai immediately struck. His terrifying cultivation at the peak of the void-shattering realm stirred the winds and clouds, changing the very color of the sky. Several low-level Wang family disciples were instantly crushed to death by the overwhelming force. The Wang patriarch and elders also struggled, pinned down and unable to move. Patriarch Wang, when did you offend such a powerful expert? If you wish to die, do not drag my Bai family down with you. The members of the Bai family cried out in terror. Sir, I do not recall offending you. Why do you attack my Wang family? The pale-faced Wang patriarch stammered. You have offended someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yi Bai said coldly. It was not a bad idea to let them die with some clarity. Hearing this, the Bai family member immediately said, "Wait, senior. It was this damn Wang family who offended you, senior. We are from the Bai family. Can you spare us? I am willing to give you all our family's wealth." "Oh, the Bai family. Excellent, two birds with one stone. This saves me the trouble of making another trip." As his words fell, a terrifying giant hand descended from the heavens, its immense pressure crushing everything beneath it. With a resounding boom, the Wang estate was flattened into rubble. Swiftly, news of the Wang family's destruction spread throughout the city. "Have you heard? The premier Wang family has been destroyed. I just found out. I heard they offended a mysterious powerhouse and the Bai family was implicated. The Bai patriarch and all his elders were annihilated. The Bai family is now a shadow of its former self." Every tea house and tavern in Tianwu City buzzed with the news. Connecting this to the Wang and Bai family's joint attack on the Lin family, many speculated if the mysterious expert had been summoned by the Lin family. Shortly after, at the Lin family, in the main hall, Feng Qingyang was respectfully ushered to the seat of honor. They had received the news of the Wang family's destruction almost instantly and were all astounded by the Qingyun sect's terrifying power. With a snap of the fingers, the Wang family was obliterated. Truly, a flick of a finger was all it took. "Sect Master Feng, here are all the resources of the Wang and Bai families. Please accept them." Lin Zhan proffered a spatial ring as he spoke. With the Wang and Bai families destroyed, their Lin family now stood unchallenged in Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang accepted the ring, and no sect would ever turn away resources. "By the way, Sect Master Feng, we have one more request. Our Lin family wishes to become an affiliated power of the Qingyun sect. We implore you to grant this permission." Lin Zhan, along with all the Lin family elders, cupped their hands in a respectful bow to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang agreed. Unlike other families rife with internal strife, the Lin family was united as one. As a premier power, becoming his affiliate did not diminish the Qingyun sect's prestige. Perhaps once Lin Bai matured, the Lin family might even become an imperial clan. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest. Acquire an affiliated power. Sect points increased by 1,000. Oh, an unexpected bonus. System, do I get sect points for absorbing any power? Of course. The system will evaluate the affiliated power's rank and grant corresponding sect points. However, to prevent the host from exploiting a loophole, powers coerced into joining will be invalid. The system's words cut off Feng Qingyang's train of thought. Ridiculous. A dignified sect master would coerce others. I specialize in enticing them with benefits, all right. Patriarch, someone from the Nian family has arrived. Has the Nian family arrived? The Nian family is a first-rate force in Tianwu City, closely allied with the Lin family. Lin Bai's childhood sweetheart Nian Qing is the daughter of the head of the Nian family. "Ha, brother Lin, how have you been?" A cheerful voice rang out first. Three figures walked into the grand hall: the head of the Nian family in splendid attire, Lin Bai's beloved Nian Qing, and a middle-aged woman he did not recognize. "Qing'er," Lin Bai greeted Nian Qing happily. However, she seemed to avoid him, unable to meet his gaze. Feng Qingyang's sharp eyes noticed this scene, and a slight smile played on his lips. Here it comes, here it comes. The divorce ceremony for the waste is about to unfold. Initially surprised, Feng Qingyang thought that Lin Bai had been a waste for 10 years, and according to the usual process, the divorce should have been arranged by now. The delay surely meant good wishes for him, but unexpectedly it wasn't that they were late. The time simply hadn't come yet. Did Nian come here for a specific matter? Lin Zhan asked from below. The head of the Nian family first looked at the mysterious young man seated in the main position with surprise. Wondering who this young man was and why he occupied the main seat, he soon stopped pondering and said, "Brother Lin, I am here today with a request." Hearing this, Lin Zhan smiled and said, "Haha, brother Nian, feel free to speak up." Lin Zhan was in a great mood today. Experiencing joy invigorates the spirit. His son had successfully eliminated the Wang family, and allied with the mighty Qingyun sect. The head of the Nian family was surprised to hear this. What good fortune did this fellow have today? Could it be that he had a child at an old age again? He then relaxed his brow and said, "I have come today to arrange for a divorce for Qing." "Very well, I agree." "Hey," Lin Zhan blurted out, but upon realizing it, he was stunned. "I don't believe it. Is this true, Qing?" Lin Bai stood up abruptly. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue. "Nian Yang, what do you mean by that?" Once he regained his composure, Lin Zhan's face darkened, directly calling out the head of the Nian family's name. "It means just what it says. By the way, I heard that your Lin family suffered heavy losses from attacks by the Wang and Bai families. My Nian family is not ungrateful, As long as you agree, we will resolve your Lin family's troubles. But you also need to provide some resources. Of course we need Elder to take action. Nian Yang turned respectfully towards the middle-aged woman. The Lin family is at a life-and-death moment. They will surely agree. By then Qingyang's marriage will also be annulled, and they can gain a good name. It's a threefold benefit. Nian Yang was sure Lin Zhan would agree, and was already secretly calculating in his heart. A small Wang family, oh, I will just warn them, and it will be resolved quickly. The middle-aged woman said somewhat impatiently, good. My Lin family is perfectly fine and does not need your intervention. You're a bit behind on the news. Don't you know that both the Wang and Bai families have been eliminated? When the Nian family first arrived in Tianwu City, they were miserable. Without the Lin family's support, there would be no Nian family today. Over the past decade, they had relied on the resources and influence provided by the Lin family to successfully rise to a first-rate family. Today, he finally saw the true colors of the Nian family. The Wang and Bai families have been destroyed. Nian Yang was also shocked. The three of them had just returned from outside and hadn't had time to enter the family, heading straight for the Lin family, so they naturally hadn't received this shocking news. Could it be that they offended some powerful being? He didn't even think it was the Lin family's doing. They were struggling to protect themselves, let alone eliminate others. Qingyang, is this true? Why? Lin Bai's face was filled with disbelief. His heart felt like it was being cut by knives. Why are there so many reasons? Do you think a waste like you is worthy of my disciple? The middle-aged woman shouted loudly. Brother Lin Bai, I have joined a dominant-level sect, the Rashui sect. Master is right, we are no longer on the same path. Nian Qing's words left Lin Bai in disbelief. The once solemn vows had all become jokes. In any case, you must agree today, or else don't blame me for being rude. A single sentence from the middle-aged woman caused everyone present to feel the tension rise. I want to see how you plan to be rude. Feng Qingyang had unknowingly stood beside Lin Bai. Lin Bai gratefully glanced at Feng Qingyang. What if they were a dominant-level sect? He too had a master and a sect. Do you think just because I'm a waste my poor talent negates me? Have you ever heard the saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. Feng Qingyang was speechless. At this moment you still want to show off. Just reveal your talent and scare them. And then, do not bully the middle-aged poor, do not bully the old and poor. The dead are paramount. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Bai proudly and said indifferently, let's not say I bullied you. How about this? If you're unconvinced, I will set up a 100-year agreement for you and Qing. If you can defeat Qing'er, I will personally apologize to you and the Lin family. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's gaze turned icy. 100 years. Who has that time to play with you? 100 years is too long. We only seek to accomplish tasks quickly. Let's have a match today. If she wins against Lin Bai, I will take charge of the divorce. But if she loses, she will be the one to be divorced, and the Nian family will be expelled from Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang pointed at Nian Qing in front. What do you mean by a 100-year agreement with me? That won't work. Hearing this, Nian Yang and the middle-aged woman brightened. It was practically a gift. Nian Qing in the middle stage of Golden Core would easily defeat a waste in the Qi refining stage without a doubt. Lin Zhan did not dare to refute the sect master's direct words, but he still felt uneasy. Although Bayer had strong talent, the gap in cultivation realm was evident. They quickly arrived at the Lin family's martial arts arena. Nian Yang specifically instructed Nian Qing not to hold back, and to make this waste clearly recognize the gap between them as it would be for his own good. Disciple, today I will teach you a powerful sword technique again. Listen carefully. With no woman in your heart, drawing the sword will naturally be divine. First style of the sword manual, forget your beloved. Second style of the sword manual, sever your obsessive soul. Third style of the sword manual, raise your hand to extinguish the mundane. Fourth style of the sword manual, furiously slay the ex-lover. Fifth style of the sword manual, wield the sword to self-destruct the divine. Sixth style of the sword manual, a single leaf opens the heavenly gate. In total, there are 6 styles. Once you comprehend them thoroughly, both your mindset and swordsmanship will reach a new level. I have remembered it all, master. Feng Qingyang noticed how serious he looked and secretly thought, master was just casually making things up. This sword manual only has words and relies on personal understanding. Meanwhile, until they arrived at the martial arts arena, Lin Bai kept murmuring the sword techniques. With no woman in my heart, drawing the sword will naturally be divine. The first style of the sword manual. Go, brother Lin Bai. Go, brother Lin Bai. Go, young master. Below, the disciples and clansmen of the Lin family cheered for Lin Bai. To this, Nian Yang sneered, it's not about who has the loudest voice, but about who has the strength to speak. Qing'er, remember what I told you, go. On the martial arts arena, Lin Bai and Nianqing faced off. Nianqing was initially conflicted, but her eyes gradually turned cold while Lin Bai lowered his head oblivious to what he was murmuring. Lin Bai admit defeat, "Ooh, I won't hold back." Seeing Lin Bai ignoring her, Nianqing circulated her spiritual energy and lunged at Lin Bai with all her strength. Upon seeing this former beloved trying to kill him, Lin Bai suddenly gained clarity and entered an elusive state of enlightenment. This is entering enlightenment. Qing'er, do not hold back. Otherwise you will surely lose. The middle-aged woman instantly recognized Lin Bai's state and reminded Nianqing. Hearing this, Nianqing pushed her spiritual energy to the limit. With no woman in my heart, drawing the sword will naturally be divine. With no woman in my heart. Just as Nianqing's sword was about to pierce him, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Qinglian sword. The Qinglian sword appeared in his hand in an instant, radiating brilliant light as Lin Bai drew it to meet her attack. The immense force sent Nianqing flying. Peak of Foundation establishment. Brother Lin Bai, you can cultivate? Nianqing asked in disbelief. No one remains downtrodden forever. As long as the heart refuses to die and the will refuses to be extinguished, even an ant can become a dragon. Lin Bai said, slowly gripping his sword as he walked step by step toward his former beloved. Again, so what if he was at the peak of Foundation establishment? She was at the middle stage of Golden Core. No matter what, she could not lose today. First move of the sword manual: forget the beloved. Sever the bonds of infatuation. Raise your hand to annihilate the mortal world. 3 sword techniques. Swing, thrust, stab. Spiritual energy surged across the training ground, and sword aura drifted through the air. Under the 3 sword techniques, the sword in Nianqing's hand was sent flying. Nianqing sat on the ground in despair, staring blankly into Lin Bai's eyes, which held a coldness she had never seen before. Fourth move of the sword manual: slay the old lover. Just as the Green Lotus Sword was about to pierce Nianqing, a flicker of hidden reluctance mingled with Lin Bai's 9 parts of indifference. Stop! The middle-aged woman flew onto the training ground and stood in front of Nianqing. Green Lotus Sword Art. Green Lotus seeks immortality. Lin Bai instantly changed his sword technique, unleashing the most powerful move he had comprehended so far. Countless green lotuses transformed into a giant sword, following Lin Bai as it charged forward. The moment they collided, Lin Bai was sent flying. The gap in cultivation was too vast to be bridged by talent alone. Bayer, brother Lin Bai. Lin Bai was knocked off the training ground, retreating a full 10 steps before regaining his balance. It all happened in an instant, and the Lin family members had yet to react. How dare you? Lin Zhan and the other Lin family disciples erupted in fury. On the verge of losing, she shamelessly bullied the younger generation. Did she think the Lin family had no one to stand up for them? This child possesses such formidable talent, actually clashing with me at the peak of Foundation establishment. He must not be allowed to live, or he will surely become a great threat. The middle-aged woman stared gravely at Lin Bai below the stage, shock surging in her heart. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of regret. Such extraordinary talent was more than worthy of Qing'er. With a little nurturing, he could become a formidable powerhouse. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Milady, have you no shame trying to bully the younger generation? Feng Qingyang walked to Lin Bai's side, briefly inspecting him with his divine sense. Finding him unharmed, merely depleted from excessive spiritual energy use, he spoke coldly to the middle-aged woman. What if I do bully you? Aside from the Holy Lands, the Ruoshui sect fears no one. The middle-aged woman resorted to shamelessness, attempting to use her authority to intimidate. That's right, with the esteemed elder of the upper sect here, this engagement must be called off. The Nian family head, who had been stunned, suddenly snapped back to reality. So what if Qing'er lost? The Ruoshui sect was a hegemon-level power. What was there to fear? Euker lording over others with borrowed authority. Care to guess how the Wang and Bai families were destroyed? Feng Qingyang sneered coldly in response to Nianyang's words. Nianyang froze in place once more. Indeed, from the moment he had entered, something felt off. A strange young man sat in the seat of the Lin family patriarch and made decisions over Lin Zhan's head. Could the Lin family have latched onto a major power as well? What is your Ruoshui sect but a trifle? Just like the Wang and Bai families, annihilating you would be effortless. Miserable worm destined to be trampled underfoot for a lifetime. How dare you insult my Ruoshui? Before the middle-aged woman could finish, a colossal face appeared in the sky, the winds shifting, clouds churning, and lightning crackling. Those who defy the sect masters shall be annihilated. A giant hand descended, crushing the middle-aged woman into dust. The Nian family head was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Do you see now? The power you rely on is but an ant before my Qingyang sect. Your daughter's talent is not even worthy of polishing my disciples' shoes. Long live the sect master. Long live the Qingyang sect. As an affiliated faction of the Qingyang sect, the Lin family members felt a surge of pride and immense satisfaction at this sight. Cripple their cultivation and throw them out. Get out of Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang turned and left after speaking. The rest could be handled by the Lin family. As for why he didn't kill them, sometimes living is more painful than dying. Thus the Nian father and daughter, their cultivation crippled, were cast out, and the Nian family slunk away, moving elsewhere in disgrace. That day, everyone in Tianwu City felt as if they were dreaming, stunned by one earth-shattering piece of news after another. First the Wang and Bai families, two of the three great clans, were uprooted entirely. Then the Lin family, now the sole dominant power, announced they had become an affiliated faction of the Qingyang sect. Following that, the first-rate Nian family, once allied with the Lin family, was driven out, and it was said that the Nian family head's cultivation had been crippled. Although the Lin family did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that the Wang and Bai families had undoubtedly been destroyed by the Qingyang sect, the power the Lin family had allied with. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang listened to some music at a pleasure house before setting off on their journey back to the sect. However, they were in no hurry and traveled slowly, taking the opportunity to enjoy the scenery since they rarely got to leave. Master, ahead lies the border of Great Zhou. The ancient road was sparsely populated with lush green trees blotting out the sky, providing a cool shade. Wildflowers blooming on the grassland added a splash of color. Once we cross the border, let's quicken our pace back to the sect. Feng Qingyang recalled that the 3-day deadline he had given those sects was almost up. If they failed to come and apologize within that time, he would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath. Master, it seems there's a fight ahead. Lin Bai probed with his divine sense and detected a number of people engaged in combat. It's none of our business. We won't offend unless offended. Let's go. However, this ancient path was the only route, so they continued along it. Haha, Qin Ruoxue, you have no way to escape. Hand over the key obediently, and I might consider giving you a whole corpse. Of course, it would be even better if you let this general have some fun first, my empress. Ha! The general leered at one of the women. General, someone's coming. A soldier detected their approach and quickly reported to the leading general. How annoying. Go see who it is. On the ancient path, over 50 mounted soldiers were besieging two women. You traitor, don't think you'll get the key. I, Qin Ruoxue, would rather die than let you have it. Your Majesty, you'll cover you. Flee. At this moment, Feng Qingyang and the other man walked straight towards them. Carry on. We're just passing through. Stop. Did you hear something? The leading general called out to Feng Qingyang and his companion as they were about to leave. The ancient sage secret realm was about to open, and possessing the key meant a share of the spoils. At this critical moment, it was better to kill 100 innocents than let one potential threat escape. My master said we're just passing through. You continue. Can't you hear? How dare you speak to the general like that? Seeing the besieged women distracted by the arrival of the two men, they sensed an opportunity. Your Majesty, go now. With that, the woman shoved Qin Ruoxue hard. Then with a resounding boom, she self-destructed. The shockwave flipped the surrounding soldiers, taking them all down with her. Schwanger, without time to grieve, Qin Ruoxue turned and fled. Damn it. The general, ignoring Feng Qingyang and his companion, turned to pursue Qin Ruoxue. These people are all mad. We said it had nothing to do with us, but they still sought death. Let's go. Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai continued their journey, about to cross the border of Dazhou. Unexpectedly, the woman being pursued circled back. Injured Qin Ruoxue knew she couldn't run far, so she turned back and caught up to the two men ahead. Young master, please save me. Qin Ruoxue pleaded. Feng Qingyang sized up the woman who had caught up. From a distance, he hadn't seen clearly, but up close she was breathtakingly beautiful. A face that could topple kingdoms, with a hint of valor in her brows. However, days of relentless pursuit had left her disheveled, marring her beauty, and her sword-torn clothes revealed patches of fair skin. Beauty was but a skeleton of red dust. Feng Qingyang remained unmoved. Why should I save you? Or rather, what qualifies you to be saved? Just because you're pretty. Feng Qingyang checked with the system and found the woman's identity rather interesting. Great Zhou Empress Qin Ruoxue. Realm peak of divine transformation. False news fabricated by traitors. The Empress executed a decades-loyal minister, plunging the dynasty into chaos. Rebel ministers overthrew the Empress and declared themselves emperor. Young master, this is the key to the ancient sage secret realm. I am alone now and have no use for it, so I entrust it to you. Qin Ruoxue took an object from her bosom and handed it to Feng Qingyang. He took the key, casually playing with it. Oh, the ancient sage, secret realm. Yes, young master. With this key you can enter. The realm holds vast resources, fortuitous encounters, and legacies. The ancient sage secret realm will open in 3 days at the Qilin dynasty. The key grants entry. Not interested at all. What allure did a sage's legacy hold? Within 3 years, everyone in my Qingyang sect would become an emperor. However, the resources there were worth considering. A fair competition, of course. Ding. As the future #1 divine sect across the heavens, having too few disciples is a problem. Mission issued: recruit a genius disciple. Completion will yield a massive reward. A genius disciple will appear at the Qilin dynasty in 3 days. Host, please proceed there as soon as possible. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. The system hadn't issued a mission in days. He missed it. To be clear, he missed the rewards the system gave. At the Qilin dynasty. Does that mean he needs to enter the secret realm? I've just obtained the key. This is fate. Hearing Feng Qingyang's complete lack of interest, Qin Ruoxue began to despair. The empress had reached the end of her road. Seeing her sincere plea and offering of treasure practically kneeling before him. A true man could bend and stretch, a true woman could open and close. This empress was destined for greatness. However, seeing how sincere you are, saving your life is no trouble. But you must. Before Feng Qingyang could finish, Qin Ruoxue eagerly agreed. No need to consider it. I agree, young master. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no fear of running out of firewood. No matter what, survival was paramount, whether it meant serving tea or warming the bed. In her desperate situation, Qin Ruoxue clung to this single thread of hope. Very well. Follow me back to the sect. He could have left with the key and walked away, but that would be no different from taking without giving. To receive a cause was to bear its fruit. Lin Bai remained silent, his eyes not wandering. He had achieved the state of no women in his heart. The sword draws itself like a god. Yet he still felt like composing a poem. Return home with joy, hear dire news. Single-handedly annihilate the Wang and Bai clans. Betrothal broken by a heartless one. Draw the sword first, slay the one in my heart. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. My name is Qin Ruoxue. Please call me Ruoxue. She did not reveal her identity as the Great Zhou Empress. The Great Zhou no longer existed, so where was the Empress? She would wait to rise again another day. At that moment, the sound of neat hoofbeats came from behind. Qin Ruoxue, where do you think you're going? So these fellows are indeed with you. Kill them all. Seeing Qin Ruoxue with the 2 men, the leading general roared in anger. First send someone to distract me, then use a diversionary tactic. This empress has deep schemes. Xing Daorong, the first general of Great Zhou, was almost fooled. Young master, they're coming for us. Qin Ruoxue said anxiously. She was already too exhausted to fight, her spiritual energy depleted, and yet to recover, leaving her unable to even flee. No matter. I told you joining the Qingyang sect will keep you safe. Why are you so timid? With me here, what is there to fear? Yes. Sectmaster, Lin Bai, send them to meet the king of hell. Feng Qingyang said casually. In the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, a single word from a powerful figure could decree life or death. Then without looking back, he continued on his way. Qin Ruoxue secretly speculated that a Qingyang sect expert must be following them. But who was the king of hell? Why should they go to see him? Moments later, Xing Daorong of Great Zhou arrived on horseback with his men, but instead of the 3 fugitives, a black-robed man blocked their path. Hey, why are you blocking this general's way? Move aside quickly, or he'll kill you too. Xing Daorong bellowed, his spiritual energy erupting outward. Your skills are meager, but your voice is loud. Today I've already slain over a dozen arrogant fools like you. Lin Bai sneered, watching these clowns with amusement. Haha, what a boast. With this general's pear blossom mountain splitting axe, I could slay 1,000 foes who come 1,000 times over, let alone one man like you. Charge. Capture the Empress alive. Xing Daorong roared, leading his troops in an assault. The thunderous hooves of spirit horses shook the earth. Perish. With that, Lin Bai channeled his spiritual energy. A vast pressure, that of the void-shattering realm, surged forth. No. Countless piercing screams rose to the heavens. In an instant, Xing Daorong and his men were crushed into a mist of blood by the immense pressure. Lin Bai let out a cold laugh, then turned and soared away. Such insignificant clowns didn't even require a strike. A mere hint of his pressure was enough to annihilate them. Elsewhere, Feng Qingyang and the others had already returned to the Qingyang sect. 1,000 miles in an instant. Within the Qingyang sect. Master Junior Brother, you're back. Shi Hao, who had been playing chess with an elder, sensed someone arriving at the sect and hurried over to investigate. Shi Hao looked at Lin Bai, feeling that something about his junior brother had changed. Strange, his appearance was the same, but his aura was different, sharper than before. Senior brother. At the same time, Shi Hao noticed the woman beside Feng Qingyang. His first impression was breathtaking. Master's luck with women is truly remarkable. Just 2 days ago he sent 2 away, and now he's brought another. Truly worthy of master. Qin Ruoxue was even more astonished. She had thought the Qingyang sect was at best a hegemonic power. But this? Could the Qingyang sect be a holy land? Yet that didn't seem right either. Did holy lands have such configurations? As the Empress of Great, Zhou Qin Ruoxue was well informed. The holy lands of the Eastern Domain possessed no such paradise. Looking around, pavilions and towers stood amidst ethereal mists, spiritual energy condensed into fog. Scene after scene shattered her worldview. Master, who is this young lady? Could she be a new mistress for Master? Seeing the disheveled Qin Ruoxue, Shi Hao had already concocted a story, a woman being pursued, rescued by the Master, who then won her heart. Are you itching for a beating, boy? Feng Qingyang said, embarrassed. She's merely a servant to pour tea and water, isn't that right, Empress of Great Zhou? How does he know? Sect Master, I didn't mean to hide it. Great Zhou has been overthrown, and I am an empress of the past. An empress? Pouring tea. Master is indeed formidable. It's fine, I just dislike being kept in the dark. Just then the elder who had been playing chess with Shi Hao approached. Sect Master. Shi Hao's face lit up with joy. Senior, you came? I must say your chess skills are sublime, far surpassing this disciple's. Li Qingyang merely smiled, stroking his beard. As an Emperor realm cultivator, he used the very heavens and earth as his chessboard and all living beings as his pieces. Allow me to introduce you all. This is the ancestor of our Qingyang sect. Ancestor. Shi Hao had known the elder was a senior within the sect, but he never imagined he was the ancestor. His cultivation must be heaven-defying. By the way, you two should train hard these 2 days. In 3 days, the ancient Saint's secret realm will open. Then seize. There are many resources and adventures inside. It will be a good trial. Train diligently and don't disgrace the Qingyang sect. Yes, Master. Shi Hao and Lin Bai immediately became serious when they saw their master discussing important matters. Ancestor, feel free to wander elsewhere for now. Your intervention isn't needed yet. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something. He hadn't distributed the sect uniforms yet. Although there were few disciples now, he had originally planned to unveil them when the sect opened its doors wide for recruitment and became renowned across the Eastern Domain. But since they were going to the ancient Saint's secret realm, they needed to make an impression. Wait. You've been in the sect for a few days now, and I haven't given you your uniforms. He'll do so today. System retrieve 2 sets of sect attire. The complete outfit was predominantly white with cyan accents. On the back was embroidered a rock soaring amidst the clouds, symbolizing a meteoric rise to great heights. On the left chest, the words Qingyang sect were stitched in golden thread. Wow. Master, our Qingyang sect's uniform is incredibly cool. Shi Hao and Lin Bai held the uniforms, unable to put them down. Don't just admire how they look. The uniforms are dust-proof, fireproof, and imbued with Tao resonance. While he had to admit they were indeed handsome, proof that appearance was everything. He would have to ask the system to customize a sect master's robe. In Baektian City, a sudden influx of powerful cultivators flooded the city today. Yet the city's residents were unperturbed. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion held sway here, and no one reckless dared to cause trouble. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The 3-day deadline is almost up. Have you all decided what to do? What to do? What can we do? Are we really supposed to go and humbly apologize? Where did this Qingyang sect come from? Weren't they said to be in decline? How do they still have such a formidable expert? Could a holy land be backing them? Though they were hegemonic or top-tier powers in Lingzhou, compared to a holy land, they were nothing. The experts sent by various sects that day had been slaughtered with only a few left to report back. If they didn't come to apologize within 3 days, not a single soul would be spared. But wouldn't apologizing be equivalent to submitting? Fortunately, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had issued an invitation today to discuss the matter. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has arrived. Everyone, this Qingyang sect killed our pavilion's elder and slaughtered the experts of your sects, yet they demand we go and apologize. We must unite and annihilate the Qingyang sect. I agree. As soon as the Pavilion Master spoke, several sects voiced their support. If they submitted, how could they continue to hold their heads high in the Eastern Domain? But they had a void-shattering realm peak expert. Could there be even stronger beings? Surely a holy land is backing them. And that mysterious woman who appeared that day claimed to be from the transcendent Yuqing Palace in the Central Domain, and she even protected the Qingyang sect. We can't afford to provoke them. Some sects that wished to let the matter rest also voiced their opinions. An apology was better than losing their lives. Besides, they had been in the wrong first. They had been goaded by the heavenly mechanism Pavilion Elder and lured by the Shi family's promises leading to the current disaster. What if a holy land backs them? I've already reported to the main pavilion in the central domain, and experts are on their way. Hearing the pavilion master's words, everyone felt relieved. With the heavenly mechanism pavilion's experts leading the charge, what was there to fear? This grand upheaval set the entire Lingzhou ablaze. The 3 overlord-level forces of Lingzhou, the heavenly mechanism pavilion 10 top-tier forces, and over 20 first-rate powers, all mobilized. It could be said that nearly every major force in Lingzhou joined the campaign to annihilate the Qingyang sect. The previously obscure Qingyang sect instantly rose to notoriety. The exchange assembly from that day was also exposed. A disciple of the Qingyang sect had overpowered over a dozen prodigies fighting across realms. A peak void break realm powerhouse from the Qingyang sect had slaughtered the elites of various major forces. The transcendent Jade Purity Palace from the central domain had pledged to protect the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect had slain an elder of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. These earth-shattering revelations thrust the Qingyang sect into the eye of the storm. Xinhua City. This Qingyang sect is absolutely insane, challenging all the major powers of Lingzhou. No kidding, looks like they've bitten off more than they can chew. I wonder if the Qingyang sect has any tricks up their sleeve. They even have a peak void break realm powerhouse, practically rivaling a holy land. It'd probably take a holy land to wipe out so many major forces. Not necessarily. Remember, the heavenly mechanism pavilion is the most formidable. I heard the main pavilion in the central domain has dispatched experts. The tavern buzzed with heated discussions about the impending battle. At the gambling den. Come. Bets are open. Qingyang sect versus the major forces, current odds 110. Embedding. I bet on the major forces to win. 10,000 spirit stones. Go big or go home. Max bet on the left, and tomorrow night we party. Whoa, buddy, you're a regular. You've lost your mind. You actually dared to bet on the Qingyang sect. Hats off to you. Tomorrow night you'll have lost everything and be sleeping on the streets. Tianwu City. The Lin family had become a target of public scorn, everyone waiting to see them humiliated. No other reason. The Lin family had declared themselves a subsidiary force of the Qingyang sect. Now with these shocking revelations, they too were thrust into the storm. Thought the Lin family had latched onto a powerful patron. Now that patron is on the verge of collapse, and the Lin family will surely be dragged down with them. Exactly. What terrible luck. They just became the top clan in the city, and now this. Alas, in the games of the mighty, it's always the small forces that suffer the most. We should prepare early to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At the Lin family estate. Patriarch, give the order. All disciples above the golden core stage are ready. As the elder finished speaking, Patriarch Lin Zhan stepped forward. Everyone, our sovereign sect is about to go to war with the major powers. As a subsidiary force, we cannot stand idly by. Moreover, my son Lin Bai is the personal disciple of the sect master, and the Qingyang sect has saved our Lin family from mortal peril. In this battle, even if we are shattered to pieces, the Lin family will not retreat a single step. Are you afraid? No. Damn, that was stirring. March to the Qingyang sect. The top-tier Lin family announced to the world they were heading to the Qingyang sect, vowing to defend their sovereign sect to the death. This was the first force to stand with the Qingyang sect, and likely the only one. At the Qingyang sect, Feng Qingyang was leisurely fishing. He had specially dug a fish pond in a clearing behind the mountain. The scenery was exquisite with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Qin Ruoxue attended to him, pouring tea and fetching water. After cleansing herself and changing clothes, Qin Ruoxue appeared even more radiant and captivating. Her skin was fair and smooth, glowing with a rosy hue under the sunlight. Fish on. Huh. Grilled fish for dinner tonight. After patiently waiting for half a day, Feng Qingyang finally caught his first fish of the day. He placed the fish into the bucket and cast his line again. During the idle moments, Feng Qingyang checked the system. Master Feng Qingyang realm, early true person realm disciples, Shi Hao Lin Bai physique myriad divine body. Sect powerhouses ancestor Li Qingyang peak, great emperor realm guard Wang, Jin early true person realm outer elder Yi by peak void break realm. Sect Qingyang sect level 135000000. The sect value increased by 2,000 again. If he remembered correctly, accepting the Lin family had only added 1,000, making it 1,500 total. So where did this 2,000 sect value come from? Master. Shi Hao, clad in his sect robe, came rushing over in a panic. Calm down, calm down. What have I taught you? Stay calm when faced with trouble. Understand. Look, you've scared away all my fish. But master, the entire Lingzhou is about to explode. All the major forces led by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are clamoring to crusade against our Qingyun sect. I also heard that the main pavilion of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the central domain has sent experts. Shi Hao blurted it all out in one breath. I thought the sky was falling. Turns out it's just some trivial matter. Feng Qingyang said, nonchalantly turning back to his fishing, as if such a monumental event mattered less than his fish. Still, he now understood the source of the sect value. The Qingyun sect had made a name for itself, so the value was skyrocketing. Why bother with that rabble? We can wipe them out with a flick of the wrist. Better to think about what seasoning to use for tonight's fish. Is there something else? Seeing Shi Hao still lingering, Feng Qingyang asked. Master. But, never mind. If there's nothing, go cultivate. The ancient sage secret realm is what truly matters. Yes, master. Finally, no one was disturbing his fishing. As for the crusade of the various sects or the arrival of the central domain's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he would simply send the Great Emperor Realm Ancestor to crush them all. Did they really think that peak Great Emperor was just for show in the sect? After hearing the exchange between Feng Qingyang and Shi Hao, Qin Ruoxua served him even more diligently. At the same time, she was astonished by the sect master's audacity. Her eyes brimmed with admiration as she wondered about the mysterious Qingyun sect and its enigmatic sect master. Just what kind of colossal force were they? Could he be from a superior sect in the central domain? With such a sect master, one who looked down upon the world and regarded all sects as nothing, her hopes of making a comeback were alive. Badak City. The elders and the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion stood respectfully in formation as if awaiting someone. A colossal war vessel crossed the domains and arrived. The war vessel halted outside Badak City. An imposing elder descended. My lord, you have finally arrived. The pavilion master of the branch pavilion hurried forward to greet him. You are the branch pavilion master here. Tell me in detail what happened. He had already learned the gist of the matter before arriving. A certain force had killed their branch elder and even threatened to destroy the branch. Unable to resolve the issue, the branch reported it to the main pavilion. Enraged, the main pavilion dispatched him. My lord, that force is called the Qingyun sect. It was an ancient emperor-level sect. I suspect they have obtained a great emperor's inheritance. Oh, and they are also connected to the transcendent Jade Purity Palace of the central domain. The branch master reported every detail. A great emperor's inheritance. The elder's eyes lit up instantly. But this might involve another transcendent force. That's a bit troublesome. Very well, I will use a transmission talisman to have them inquire at the Jade Purity Palace. The central domain. Shenzhou. The transcendent force Yuqing Palace. Yuqing Palace was situated within a self-created minor world. Here the spiritual energy was thick and rich, far surpassing that of the other four domains. Senior sister, what are you thinking about? Lu Shui asked, seeing her senior sister staring into the distance in a daze. You've been absent-minded ever since you returned from the eastern domain. Let me guess, Lu Shui said with a mischievous grin. Senior sister, you wouldn't be thinking about the Lord of Qingyun, would you? Nonsense. Lung Bingning quickly snapped back to herself. Senior sister, people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have arrived. Lu Shui noticed a few people walking in from the main hall's entrance and recognized them by their attire. What do they want? Lung Bingning frowned. Our Yuqing Palace has no dealings with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Senior sister, have you forgotten? That day you said you wanted to protect the Qingyun sect. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's elder in the Eastern Domain was killed by the Qingyun sect. Do you think they've come about this? What? No, I must see master, Lung Bingning said, panicking as she hurried toward the main hall. Senior sister, you still say you're not thinking about the Lord of Qingyun. Lu Shui laughed from behind and quickly chased after her. Inside the main hall. Palace master, we shall take our leave now. Our apologies for the intrusion. Farewell. By the time Lung Bingning and Lu Shui arrived, the people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had already departed. Master, Binger Shui, you're here. The palace master of Yuqing Palace was a middle-aged woman, yet her charm remained. Her skin was still as well-maintained as a young maiden's, and time had left no trace on her face. Master, why did the people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion come here? Lung Bingning asked, puzzled as she strode over on her long legs. Strangely enough, their elder came to ask if we had any connection with the Qingyun sect in the Eastern Domain. These people are utterly baffling. Our Yuqing Palace, a transcendent force, how could it possibly be linked to some minor sect in the Eastern Domain? The palace master of Yuqing Palace showed a hint of disdain. After all, their Yuqing Palace was a transcendent force of the central domain. How could it have any ties to an obscure sect in the eastern domain? Master, the Qingyang sect does have a connection with Bing'er, Lung Bingning said hesitantly upon hearing this. The palace master on the main seat furrowed her brows slightly. Oh, Bing'er, you know this Qingyang sect? Upon hearing this, Lung Bingning and Lu Shui recounted their experiences traveling through the eastern domain and everything they had seen and heard about the Qingyang sect to the palace master in full detail. Sigh. If that's the case, then the Qingyang sect is truly comparable to our transcendent forces in the central domain. Who would have thought that the tiny eastern domain could harbor such a transcendent sect? The palace master of Yuqing Palace was astonished, her frown deepening. Yes, master. Senior sister and I were shocked at every turn when we first arrived at the Qingyang sect. If the Qingyang sect is truly as you describe, then there is even less reason to worry. Such a transcendent sect naturally has nothing to fear from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. But, Lung Bingning tried to speak, but was cut off by the palace master. No buts. If they wish to earn the goodwill of our Yuqing Palace, they must naturally demonstrate corresponding strength. A weak sect has no diplomacy. The amity between two forces is built upon equal strength and the exchange of interests. Meanwhile, in the eastern domain Baitian City, inside the main hall of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Haha, this Qingyang sect has truly fooled you all with their bluster. As I said, how could an obscure sect from the eastern domain have ties with the transcendent force of the central domain? Upon receiving the news, the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion laughed heartily. The main pavilion has already sent word. They sent people to inquire at Yuqing Palace, and they don't know this Qingyang sect at all. The woman who stood up that day was just a decoy hired by the Qingyang sect. That's great. Sir, when do we make our move? They were already impatient for revenge. And if they could divvy up the Qingyang sect's emperor inheritance, wouldn't that be wonderful? Today, my time is precious. The spiritual energy in this eastern domain is far too scarce. I start coughing if I don't breathe the spiritual energy of the central domain. Yes. The leaders of the various sects could only respond with flattering smiles. Cough without the central domain's spiritual energy. If it weren't for your formidable cultivation, would have to show you that getting slapped in the eastern domain hurts just as much as getting slapped in the central domain. Before long, the major forces mobilized one after another. The three hegemon-level forces, Luyang Pavilion Blazing Flame Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect. The 10 top-tier forces. Fuyang Sect, Crimson Law Sect, Mahai Sect, Tianzhao Sect, Blazing Flame Sect, Sword and Blade Sect, Heaven and Earth Society Beast Taming Sect, Ganyang Sect, and Sun and Moon Divine Cult. There were also over 20 first-rate forces. Led by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the assembled forces charged toward the Qingyang sect, blotting out the sky. Colossal warships filled the heavens, ramming through everything in their path with crowds of onlookers wherever they went. Everyone wanted to witness this epic battle firsthand. They're coming. The forces are on the move. Heavens! So many warships, a man exclaimed in shock. The people in the city were all awestruck by the dense formation of warships blanketing the sky. The entire Lingzhou was in an uproar. The last time so many major forces besieged a single power was the last time. It looks like the Qingyang sect is finished with so many great powers involved. Indeed, the second-rate sects in our city wanted to join in, hoping to scavenge some scraps behind the big powers. Guess what happened? They wouldn't even take them. Told them to go cool off somewhere else. Huh. Meanwhile, at the Qingyang sect, Sect Master, the ancestor Li Qingyang stood respectfully behind Feng Qingyang. His divine sense at the Emperor realm enveloped the entire eastern domain, and he was already well aware of every stir among the major forces. Let's go. It's time to stretch our legs. Since they want to play, our Qingyang sect will gladly give them a proper game. Outside the Qingyang mountain range. After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, the assembled forces arrived. Sir, according to the intelligence, the Qingyang sect is located within this mountain range. Sigh. The elder at the front of the warship took a deep breath. This is truly a land of feng shui. The spiritual energy is so abundant. My coughing has even eased up. The others quickly took a moment to sense it. The spiritual energy here is several times richer than outside. Everyone's thoughts were varied, all thinking that once the Qingyang sect was destroyed, this precious land couldn't go to waste. Perhaps they should move their own sects here. If you want to attack the Qingyang sect, you'll have to step over the corpses of my Lin family first. Just then a voice resounded from the east, piercing the clouds. A warship sailed into view. It was the top-tier Lin family arriving in haste. Who was that? Do they have a death wish? Indeed, with so many great powers here, they come to court death. This scene baffled the distant onlookers. Could they be reinforcements summoned by the Qingyang sect? Judging by the warship's insignia, it seems to be the Lin family, a top-tier clan from Tianwu City. The Lin family. Why would they help the Qingyang sect? I heard the Lin family is a subordinate force of the Qingyang sect. Lin Zhan took the lead, standing at the forefront. Their Lin family had 2 true realm experts, 10 nascent soul, and 50 each at the divine transformation and void refining stages. They had dispatched every cultivator above the golden core realm. Everyone understood that compared to the assembled major powers, this was like an egg hitting a rock, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But if the Qingyang sect were to win, the Lin family would rise to the heavens in a single step. Who is this reckless fool? All the factions sneered at the roadblock in their path. Lin clan disciples, follow me to slay the enemy. The Lin clan members steered their warships directly toward the various powers. Who wants to toy with these ants? From atop the massive warship, an elder of the Tianji Pavilion scoffed, deeming such insects unworthy of his effort. The Heavenly Sword Sect will take this task. The leading elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect stepped forward to volunteer. Have some fun with them. Torment them slowly. With ample time, they were in no hurry. The Qingyang sect could not escape. A monk may run away, but not his temple. They needed to show the world the consequences of crossing their mighty forces. Look, the powerhouse of the Heavenly Sword Sect has emerged. By the heavens, the Heavenly Sword Sect. As a dominant force in Lingzhou, it was infamous yet immensely powerful. The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were said to neglect the noble sword, practicing instead the base blade. They ignored the golden sword, honing the silver one. Throughout Lingzhou, none dared provoke them except the Tianji Pavilion. The leading elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect charged ahead, followed by dozens of sword-wielding experts. The two sides clashed fiercely upon contact. The clash of blades, the roar of spiritual energy, and the mingled screams of agony were unending. Spiritual energy raged, and sword aura swept across heaven and earth. Truly there is a path in heaven you refuse to take, yet you barge into the gates of hell uninvited. Let's talk. Come at me. 3 battlefields were opened at the real person's spirit transformation and void cave realms. However, due to the Lin clan's far inferior number of experts, they were forced back step by step. How tragic. The Lin clan is about to fall. Indeed, siding with the Qingyang sect always leads to doom. Patriarch, retreat to the main sect with the people. We can't hold on. Lin Zhan and another real person expert from the clan faced 4 real person opponents. Trying to leave. We haven't had our fill yet. The Heavenly Sword Sect elder licked the blood off his sword with his tongue. The Lin clan members were beaten back, shrinking into a circle, trapped like turtles in a jar, unable to escape. Who dares to touch a member of my Qingyang sect? A resounding voice rang out, accompanied by a formidable aura that blasted the Heavenly Sword Sect members away. They flew for a full 2.5 minutes before stopping. Aside from 4 real person experts who were injured, the rest were all shaken to death. By the heavens. So powerful. Has the Qingyang sect's powerhouse arrived? This entrance alone gives them a warning. Indeed, to kill so many experts with mere aura, this Qingyang sect is no simple force. The Tianji Pavilion elder narrowed his eyes. The real deal had finally arrived. He was eager to see what tricks the Qingyang sect could pull. From the distant horizon, 6 figures flew over. They were Feng Qingyang, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, the ancestor, Li Qingyang, outer sect elder Lin Bai, and guard Wang Jian. Their sect robes, woven with blue and white, gleamed strikingly under the sunlight, exuding an inexplicable Tao rhythm. What's this? The Qingyang sect only sent 6 people, including 3 youths. Indeed, could the rumors be false? But their sect robes are quite stylish. The crowd pointed at Feng Qingyang and his companions. Could they really be relying on these 6 to stand against the major powers? Father, are you all right? Lin Bai rushed over to check Lin Zhan's injuries. I'm fine, thanks to the sect master's timely arrival. Glad you're safe. Father, step back. Leave this to us. Everyone must be growing impatient, but hold your horses. Soon he'll send you all to reunite below. Feng Qingyang sneered at the various factions. In his eyes, they were nothing but a rabble. How arrogant. Who is this youth? I've seen arrogance, but never this level. Today a small knife cuts the ass, truly an eye-opener. Oh, 2 real person realm experts, 1 void shatter peak. Is this the Qingyang sect's confidence? There were also 2 cultivators with such low cultivation that they were negligible, plus an old man whose level he couldn't fathom. The Tianji Pavilion elder pondered silently. Enough talk, just crush them. He roared, giving the order. Warships began to bombard wildly. Experts from every sect poured out of the vessels charging toward Feng Qingyang's group. Yi Bai, you entertain them first. Outer sect elder Yi Bai soared into the sky upon hearing this, unleashing his full power at the Void Shatter Peak realm. By the heavens! Such terrifying cultivation. This must be the Qingyang sect's peak Void Shatter expert. Indeed, with a powerhouse like this, no wonder the Qingyang sect dares to challenge the major forces. You pathetic rabble dare to attack my Qingyang sect. Perish. With that word, Yi Bai plunged into the crowd, killing scores with a single slap. Suddenly, a vast blood mist filled the sky, blotting out the sun. Blood flowed like rivers, and even the daylight was dyed crimson. In the year 10086 of the new era, later records would call this day the bloody sorrow of Lingzhou, the Qingyang meat grinder. Oh, this man is a demon. Help! Sect Master, save me. Within less than a minute of battle, the situation reached a fever pitch. The experts of the various powers were forced into retreat. This Qingyang sect powerhouse was terrifying. No flashy martial skills, just devastating force. A single slap would clear a vast swath of the enemy ranks. The thick blood mist lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Haha, a bunch of rabble. Is this all you've got to attack my Qingyang sect? The elder is incredible. Shi Hao and Lin Bai watched in awe. Though gifted, neither had experienced such a battle, and Lin Bai had little practical combat experience. They gazed at the elder, who fought like a war god in the sky, filled with admiration. How about it? Watch closely and learn. If you both cultivate diligently, you too can become such experts in the future. Feng Qingyang patted their shoulders and said, As for me, I'm different. I just cheat directly. Bullying the young. Is that all you're capable of? We'll play with you instead. The three dominant factions dispatched 3 Void Shatter Realm ancestors along with the Eastern Domain Tianji Pavilion Master, 4 Void Shatter Greats in total. A terrifying aura radiated outward. This is bad. Fighting 1 against 4 is not promising. If the Qingyang sect has no backup, they'll likely face destruction. The Tianji Pavilion elder smirked. With 4 against 1, the advantage was theirs. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll send you off first. Arrogant. The 5 Void Shatter experts clashed. Elder Yi Bai held his own against 4 opponents without falling behind. This battle shook the heavens and split the earth. By the heavens! So powerful. Is this the terrifying combat prowess of a Void Shatter Great? Indeed, even space is shattered. The Eastern Domain comprised 13 major prefectures. Lingzhou had no holy land, but with the Tianji Pavilion, a transcendent powers branch from the Central Domain, it feared no holy land. Thus, Void Shatter was the peak of combat power in Lingzhou. Even so, many people would never witness such might in their lifetimes. Barring unforeseen events, these Void Shatter Greats were the strongest they would ever see. One of the 4 opponents revealed a flaw. Yi Bai seized the opportunity, striking with full force. Die! With his roar, the exposed Void Shatter ancestor was blasted apart. Ancestor! At the Heavenly Sword sect. What did they witness? Their own ancestor had been blasted apart. The ancestor had ascended to heaven. It was over. Everything was lost. With the death of the void-shattering realm ancestor, the sect's strength had greatly diminished. Now they could no longer practice their sword arts arrogantly. There was also the risk of being annexed by other forces. Thinking thus, they fixed their shrewd gazes on the remaining 3 void-shattering realm cultivators. Die! Die! If these 3 died, the balance of power among the sects would be restored. In the distance, the crowd of cultivators exclaimed, Holy crap! The Heavenly Sword sect's ancestor has been blown to bits. A man cried out in shock, the chicken leg in his hand dropping to the ground. Not only was this powerhouse from the Qingyang sect holding his own against 4 opponents, he was growing fiercer, striking one palm that turned the Heavenly Sword sect's ancestor into a mist of blood. Truly, a most satisfying sight. The Heavenly Sword sect was notorious a blight everyone wished to eradicate. If only they weren't so powerful, they would have long tasted the might of their own iron clubs. Alas, their sword skills were simply too formidable. The remaining 3 ancestors from the major powers were also deeply shaken. The most vexed was the Pavilion Master of the Eastern Domain's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Why is it that we are all at the peak of the void-shattering realm, yet you are so formidable? His internal organs were severely jolted by the man before him. Haha, is this all you've got? Truly any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to trespass upon my Qingyang sect. Seeing the 3 growing more strained and retreating as they fought, Yi Bai laughed heartily. Young man, don't be so arrogant. The elder of my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's main hall has yet to make a move. I beseech you, sir, to take action. Realizing that even their combined strength was insufficient against this man, and fearing a fate similar to the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion turned and shouted towards the warship. Truly a pack of useless fools. I suppose I must handle this myself. From the largest warship among the various powers, an old man with a youthful complexion and white hair flew out. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, a look of haughty pride on his face as he looked down upon the Qingyang sect. Who is this man? Why does even the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion address him as Sir? How ignorant you are. This is an elder from the Central Domain's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Our local Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is merely an insignificant branch of theirs. The Central Domain, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The crowd was once again enlightened. A Grandmaster from the Central Domain. The remaining 3 ancestors quickly retreated upon seeing the elder intervene. This man was too terrifying. Oh ho, old fossil, have you come to die as well? Lin Bai could not discern the old man's cultivation level, so his gaze grew serious, but he would not lose a verbal duel. Ignorant Junior, this old man was already making his way in the Central Domain when you were still playing in the mud. Today I shall show you pathetic wretches what true power is. With those words, the old man unleashed his full cultivation and oppressive aura, overwhelming the entire scene. The irrepressible might of the Saint Realm erupted from his being. The warships of the various powers were forced back by the immense shockwave. The onlookers in the distance were also pinned down by the pressure, unable to move. Only Feng Qingyang's group remained entirely unaffected, as calm as ever. Master, this old man is incredibly strong. This elder was undoubtedly the most powerful being Shi Hao and Lin Bai had ever encountered. Of course, what they did not know was that the ancestor standing right beside them was in existence at the Great Emperor realm. With a single slap, he could kill this old man countless times over. Merely an ant. Feng Qingyang said disdainfully. He checked the old man's stats through the system. Half-step Saint Realm, or in other words, a half-saint. The next realm after the peak of the void-shattering realm was the Saint Realm. However, these 2 realms were as different as heaven and earth, representing a sublimation of one's very life essence. Throughout the ages, countless geniuses had been forever stalled at this threshold. One must completely convert all spiritual energy into a saint source to break through. Those who had not completed the conversion were called half-saints. Even a half-saint was incomparable to a peak void-shattering cultivator. Dozens of the latter could not match a single half-saint. A saying circulated in the cultivation world: shatter the void, absorb the saint source, and attain sainthood on the spot. Who are you trying to scare, old man? Do you think you're the only one with a powerhouse? I am merely an insignificant outer sect elder of our Qingyang sect. There are many far stronger than me. Just you wait. Upon feeling the old man's Saint Realm aura, Lin Bai, knowing he was outmatched, retreated. An outer sect elder. Was this a joke? An outer sect elder could crush all the major powers of Lingzhou. Just how formidable was the Qingyang sect? Could it be a hidden ancient sect, a transcendent force rivaling those of the Central Domain? Hearing Lin Bai's words, the crowd began to wildly speculate. I dislike being looked down upon, so you can go die now. The elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was still lost in thought over Lin Bai's words. Then he heard that young man at the True Person realm telling him to die. Haha, truly a bunch of ignorant fools, all bluster. Telling me to die, do you know that I am? Before he could finish, Ancestor Li Qingyang grabbed him. With a light squeeze, he crushed him into oblivion. Rain of blood fell from the sky, nourishing the earth as fertilizer. The saint blood of a Saint Realm cultivator was a precious thing. The Saint Realm aura dissipated into the world. The pressure that had weighed on everyone vanished without a trace. You talk too much. What had just happened? It all occurred in an instant. Had the previously insufferably arrogant elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion just been crushed? The crowd was dumbfounded. He was after all a grandmaster from the Central Domain, an existence beyond the void-shattering realm. You could at least put up a bit of a fight. But no, you handled him like a chick, picked him up and crushed him directly. Sir, the people from the various powers were so terrified their legs turned to jelly. The more cowardly among them soiled themselves, filling the air with a foul stench. What kind of sect had they provoked? Even a grandmaster from the Central Domain had been crushed. Had they known, they would have come to offer their apologies and gifts from the start. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Leave no one involved alive. He was no saint. When someone came to destroy you, you didn't just let them go, releasing a tiger back to the mountains. One must understand the principle that wildfire cannot burn the grass utterly. The spring breeze blows it back to life. Yes, Sectmaster. Having received the order, Li Qingyang began his slaughter. No, please. We dare not do it again. Spare us, Supreme Sect. We are willing to submit to the Supreme Sect and hand over all our resources. To this Feng Qingyang shrugged and said, truly foolish. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. As for submitting to the Qingyang sect apologies, but that was not needed. The great Emperor Realm Ancestor simply waved his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying momentum capable of tearing heaven and earth towards the various powers. Vast imperial might surged forth, causing heaven and earth to lose their color. In their terror-stricken countenances, they were torn into shreds, vanishing into the air. Only the countless onlookers outside the field remained. Feng Qingyang slowly walked forward and spoke a few light words. I will say this only once. From now on, the Qingyang sect rules supreme in Lingzhou. Who agrees and who opposes? The crowd fell into a profound silence. Then one by one they pledged their allegiance. Everyone understood that after this battle the Qingyang sect would dominate Lingzhou. Lingzhou would be united under one rule, the first supreme sect to monopolize the entire region. The next day news spread like wildfire, stirring up 1,000 waves. In this battle the elites of Lingzhou's major powers were nearly annihilated. The three dominant factions were the first to declare the expulsion of all participants in the Great War, though it was merely a formality. After all their enemies had already turned to ashes, yet they still sent men to scatter those ashes to the winds. Then they offered 80% of their sect's resources to the Qingyang sect. They submitted to the Qingyang sect, acknowledging it as the overlord of Lingzhou. These were the factions with some depth of heritage. Upon receiving news of defeat, some top-tier powers, fearing retribution from the Qingyang sect, simply abandoned their establishments, leaving behind both people and wealth. The major powers underwent a complete reshuffle. Sects that had not participated in the war began annexing weaker factions, and they surrendered all seized resources to the Qingyang sect in exchange for protection. New sects sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In Xinhua City, my 10,000 spirit stones. Damn those major powers, they truly deserve to die. I trusted you so much. In front of the gambling house, many people were wailing in despair, weeping bitterly. There was no other reason. They had all bet on the major powers to win and lost everything. Heaven turned a deaf ear, earth offered no solace. Only one man was laughing heartily, the very fellow who had gone all in on the left. He had made a killing, a gamble to trade a jade for a top courtesan. Tonight he could go carousing. The news spread far and wide like a butterfly with wings, gradually drifting to the various prefectures of the eastern domain. In Batian City, at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your minds? Do you know where this is? This is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. A detached pavilion of the transcendent powers in the central domain. Do you want to die? To hell with you. A burly man rushed over and kicked the speaker flying. What is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Lingzhou now belongs to the Qingyang sect. If we deliver these resources to the supreme sect, we might even land a job as a menial disciple. Brothers, grab your weapons and loot. In Tianwu City. Alas, rumors have misled me. Which fool said the Lin family was doomed and the Qingyang sect was finished? Step forward. Now the Lin family had soared to prominence overnight. Although their overall strength was lacking as an affiliated power of the Qingyang sect, they stood above all others in Lingzhou, second only to the sect itself. It was all the fault of those misleading rumors about my Li family. Otherwise I would have brought my clan to side with the Qingyang sect, and would be riding high right now. Oh, spare me. Say a couple of words, and you actually think you're something? Your Li family. The Lin family was at least a top-tier power that could hold its ground for a while. Your Li family is merely a second-rate clan. What would you have done there? Gone to die. In the past, one sneeze from the major powers would have wiped out your Li family. At the Qingyang sect. Congratulations, host, for completing the stage mission renowned in Lingzhou. Do you wish to claim the reward? The main mission renowned in the Eastern Domain is 210 complete. Host, please continue your efforts. Upon completion, a massive reward will be granted. This mission has stages. System claimed the reward. In the Qingyang Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the seat of honor, browsing the system interface. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations, host, you have received the Qingyang worship. Silver summoning card can summon beings from the nascent soul to the saint realm. Qingyang worship, the exclusive worship of the Qingyang sect, capable of traversing 10,000 miles in an instant, withstanding saint-level attacks, and firing a light cannon powered by spirit stones with the force of a saint's full-powered strike. Excellent. This system reward had once again surprised Feng Qingyang. The summoning cards needed no further praise. But this Qingyang worship was truly a treasure. Just imagine riding into battle on a majestic warship, blasting the enemy to smithereens with a single cannon shot. What a spectacular scene that would be. As for needing spirit stones for power, sorry, but right now the Qingyang sect had no shortage of spirit stones. Master, the newly built storage room is full again. Shi Hao was exasperated. Every few minutes some faction would arrive with several carts of goods. 10 carts at a time packed in sacks. Damn it. Did they think resources were free? They were sending them over like crazy. In just half a day, they had already rebuilt the storage room 5 times. He never dreamed that one day he would be troubled by an excess of resources. Keep the spirit stones. Return the scraps and odd bits. Send back all the martial skills and cultivation techniques. Or just throw them away. The Qingyang sect has no shortage of those. Yes, master. Shi Hao trudged off to deal with the resources again. Feng Qingyang then turned his gaze to the Lin family members in the hall. In this great war, even when vastly outmatched, your Lin family stood unwaveringly by the Qingyang sect. Very good. In this ruthless world of cultivation, how many factions could do the same? It was already fortunate if they didn't stab you in the back or kick you when you were down. Sect leader, this is what the Lin family ought to do. As an affiliated power, when the main sect faces peril, even if we are 10,000 miles away, even if it means mutual destruction, the Lin family will not retreat a single step. Aren't you afraid of death? Feng Qingyang stared into the eyes of the Lin family members. He knew that at that moment the Lin family was like an egg dashing against a rock. Though thousands oppose me, I shall go. Excellent. Very good. As long as the Qingyang sect stands, your Lin family shall endure for 10,000 generations. Lin Zhan had no idea how important his words were. 10,000 years later, when he looked back, he would be filled with gratitude. But that was a story for another time. Lin Bai, take your father to the martial arts hall to choose a few techniques and skills. Then find your senior brother and collect a haul of resources. Go on. The Lin family's strength was still too weak. It needed to be bolstered quickly to keep pace with the Qingyang sect. If one asked how to rapidly increase power, don't ask. Just throw money and resources at the problem. And also cheat. Yes, master. Shi Hao nodded respectfully. Thank you, sect leader. By the way, sect leader, I have one more request. Lin Zhan, who had just turned to leave, turned back. Could we build a city 100 li from the foot of the Qingyang sect? A city? That was a brilliant idea. Why hadn't he thought of it? Major powers all had their own exclusive cities, each renowned across the land, standing tall and absorbing resources from all directions. Countless geniuses would flock there, laying the foundation for recruiting disciples. Approved. Your idea is excellent. Let it be called Qingyang City. If you lack any resources, take them from the sect. I will assign an elder to handle the handover. If they were to build, they would build the best. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was far denser than elsewhere. In time, Qingyang City would surely become the greatest metropolis in the eastern domain and even the entire continent. After Lin Bai and the others left, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface again. System, use all summoning cards. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Damn, 5 summoning cards. I should be able to get a gold one, right? I can't draw the highest manifest Saint Realm, but isn't it reasonable to get an entering Saint Realm? Summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a true Man Realm Peak Guard. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a true Man Realm Peak Guard. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a true Man Realm Peak Guard. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a void-shattering Realm Peak Guard Elder. Inscribing. Manifested. Are you kidding me? System, are you messing with me? Not a single gold card from 5 whole cards. If it weren't for the final void-shattering Realm Peak Guard Elder, he would have flipped the table. System, be honest with me, did you secretly adjust the probability? Please don't slander me, host. This system is all about fairness. What you draw depends entirely on your personal luck. You're making things really difficult for me. Difficult? Damn it. If it's difficult, then don't do it. After a moment. All right, I can't be bothered to argue with you. At that moment, 5 men in black robes entered the majestic Azure Cloud Hall. Wang Xian, Wang Yue, Wang Peng, Wang Lai, Wang Ji. Greetings, Sect Master. The 5 spoke in unison with respect. You're Wang Xian, right? From now on, you will be the guard elder of our Azure Cloud sect. All guards will be under your command. Feng Qingyang swept his gaze over the one with the highest cultivation level. You may leave. Guard the sect well. As the sect master commands, we shall take our leave. Wait. Feng Qingyang noticed their robes clashed with his own and called them back. Go to the outer sect elder later and get a set of sect robes, Feng Qingyang said, then added in his mind to the system, next time you summon people, can you just put them in sect robes directly? Always with the black robes. Are you particularly fond of black robes? Do I have to waste my breath every time? Acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the Azure Cloud sect, Shi Hao, who had just finished his work, was panting heavily and plopped down on the ground. Finally done. Even when I fought over a dozen geniuses alone, I wasn't this exhausted. Counting spirit stones is truly a laborious task. Hey, junior brother, where are you going? Shi Hao saw Lin Bai approaching, followed by his father, and quickly greeted them. Senior brother, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect to find you here. The master asked me to take my father to the technique pavilion to pick a few techniques, and then get a haul's worth of resources from you. Shi Hao's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. He quickly said, hurry. Send someone to take them away. It's about to overflow again. Take them away quickly. There are too many. I've never seen so many spirit stones. I'm not interested in spirit stones. The newly built 6th storage hall was full in no time. These people are insane. Even though the master said we mainly accept spirit stones, as soon as those factions heard that the Azure Cloud sect was interested in spirit stones, they immediately went back and exchanged all kinds of resources for spirit stones. They even dug up the spirit stones they usually kept buried underground. Then cart after cart and spatial ring after spatial ring were delivered to the Azure Cloud sect. The 6th storage hall was completely filled with spirit stones piled up like a small mountain. It was terrifying. Although the Azure Cloud sect had many pavilions and towers, you couldn't just leave them in the rooms. How would we live? Shi Hao's eyes darted around as he pondered the feasibility of the idea. After thinking it over, he gave up. What if someone came to visit the Azure Cloud sect and opened a door to find it full of spirit stones? Wouldn't it blind them? The Technique Pavilion. Let's go, we'll go with you. He realized he and Lin Bai had never been to the Technique Pavilion since joining the sect. The master had directly assigned them tailored techniques, and they had comprehended exclusive martial skills from those techniques, so they had never needed to visit the Technique Pavilion. It was a good chance to see what kind of techniques and martial skills the master and the sect had collected. At the entrance of the Technique Pavilion, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Lin Zhan stood outside admiring its grandeur. They were awestruck by the pavilion even before entering. 2 sacred beasts were carved on the doors, the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. The carvings were so vivid they seemed alive. A plaque at the top bore the 3 large characters, Technique Pavilion, each character exuding a flowing Tao rhythm and an invisible aura. On both sides hung a pair of imposing couplets, contains all celestial techniques of the heavens, surveys the boundless cosmos. Holy crap! Senior brother, this couplet on the Technique Pavilion is truly imposing. Does that mean all the techniques inside are celestial? No idea. Let's go in and find out. Lin Zhan was equally stunned. From the moment he stepped into the Azure Cloud sect, he had begun to question his own reality. A celestial realm. This is absolutely a celestial realm. Not only has the Lin family gained the recognition and protection of the main sect, but my son is also a personal disciple of the sect master. It's impossible for the Lin family not to rise. Pushing open the doors, the 3 walked in. What met their eyes were rows upon rows of neatly arranged techniques and martial skills. Father, let's start choosing. The dazzling array of techniques and martial skills left them at a loss. Shi Hao casually picked up a few books closest to him and began reading. Sacred Radiance, Heavenly Sorrow Art, Celestial Technique. An original technique created by the Sacred Radiance Celestial King, cultivatable up to the Celestial King realm. With the Heavenly Sorrow Art unleashed, who can compete? Thousand Rain breaks the first sun, Celestial Technique. A signature martial skill created by the Thousand Rain Celestial King. When cultivated to perfection, it unleashes thousands of fierce rain swords that shatter countless foes. Junior brother, these are all celestial techniques. Lin Bai and Lin Zhan had already realized this. Their hearts were pounding wildly. Although Lin Bai and Shi Hao were shocked, they were somewhat composed, as the techniques their master had imparted to them were no less than celestial techniques. But Lin Zhan was different. What was he cultivating? To put it plainly, the hierarchy was Emperor Saint Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow. The technique he practiced was only an Earth-grade superior technique. When had he ever seen such a spectacle? Once again, he felt immense gratitude for the sect master's generosity in allowing the Lin family to choose freely. Anything he picked up here was either a Celestial King technique or a Celestial Emperor technique. Soon the 3 emerged. Lin Zhan had chosen 1 celestial technique and 2 celestial-grade martial skills. These 3 were more than enough to sustain the Lin family for millions of years or even longer. Lin Zhan decided to designate these as the Lin family's hereditary techniques upon his return. At the foot of the Azure Cloud mountain range, less than 100 li from the Azure Cloud sect, a large clearing had been prepared. The Lin family members were busy at work. Joy was written on everyone's faces. They were building a city for the main sect and at the same time for themselves. Once Azure Cloud City was completed, the Lin family would move here from Tianwu City. With its abundant spiritual energy and the protection of the main sect, this place was truly a paradise. At the Azure Cloud Hall, Master Feng Qingyang Realm Early True Human Realm Disciples Lin Bai Shi Hao Physique Primordial Divine Body. Sect Powerhouses Ancestor Li Qingyang Peak Emperor Realm Guardian Elder Wang Xian Peak Void Breaker Realm Outer Sect Elder Yi by Peak Void Breaker Realm 5 Guardians. Sect Azure Cloud Sect Level 1 8500000. The sect contribution points have surged by 5,000. Feng Qingyang recalled that the sect had only been established recently. Was the Azure Cloud sect about to break through from a first-grade sect to a second-grade one? Incredible. If a first-grade sect was already this formidable, a second-grade one would surely be earth-shattering. Looking closely, the sect didn't have an overwhelming number of powerhouses, but it wasn't lacking either. However, there were only 2 direct disciples. How could that be? For a sect to thrive, disciples were the most essential element. Miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, holy sons, and even sequenced divine sons were needed. Likewise, outer elders, inner elders, law enforcement elders, scripture elders, and peak masters were all indispensable. All of these were absolutely necessary. It seems that after returning from the ancient saint secret realm, I will have to open the mountain gates wide and recruit disciples. As for the elders, if they couldn't be summoned, they would have to be invited or bound from outside. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the Central Divine Province. What? Elder Moken's life tablet has shattered. Quickly check the images before his death. Life tablets were made for every disciple upon entering a major sect. A wisp of soul was infused into it, allowing one to monitor the disciple's life or death at any time. When one died, the tablet naturally shattered. They were placed in a dedicated area guarded by powerhouses day and night and inspected by designated personnel daily. The higher one's rank in the sect, the more important their life tablet. Since it contained a wisp of the person's soul, the scenes before their death could be recorded through a specific crystal ball. This made it easier to find the culprit for future vengeance. The elders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion gathered around the crystal ball to watch. The purple crystal ball shimmered. Under the Grand Elder's spell-casting, an image appeared. The first thing that came into view was an unfathomable old man. The old man grabbed Elder Machin firmly. Elder Machin was lifted like a helpless chick, utterly unable to resist, and was then crushed. Hiss! Before the elders could speak, the old man in the crystal ball seemed to sense someone spying on him. His profound gaze shot over in their direction. Then with a bang, the crystal ball exploded. What? Didn't Elder Machin go to the Eastern Domain? The spiritual energy-efficient Eastern Domain actually has such a powerhouse. Which sect does this person belong to be so fierce? The Eastern Domain was a place lacking in spiritual energy. In their understanding, such a powerhouse shouldn't exist there. Effortlessly crushing a Quasi Saint and attacking across the river of time. Grand Elder, the message from the Eastern Domain branch said the target of the punitive expedition was the Azure Cloud sect. This person is likely a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud sect. The Azure Cloud sect. The Grand Elder pondered. The last time he heard of the Azure Cloud sect was the last time. Back then, he had sent people to inquire at the Transcendent Force Jade Purity Palace. Right, Jade Purity Palace. Could this person be sent by them? No, the Jade Purity Palace was all women. Where would an old man come from? Could this person truly be a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud sect? What is there to fear? Our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is equally teeming with experts. In this central province, aside from those ancient imperial clans, we have never feared anyone. This Azure Cloud sect dares to massacre our pavilion's elder, challenging the authority of a transcendent force. Grand Elder, give the order. We must eradicate the Azure Cloud sect this time. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was the most profound transcendent force in the central province. Its founder was the Heavenly Secrets Emperor. It was said that the Emperor could easily grasp the celestial secrets and all things under heaven. Knowing everything, being known by all. The inherited Heavenly Secrets canon was a supreme treasure of the central province. The pavilion was passed down through generations. Do not act rashly. Do you still remember that aura from a few days ago? The Grand Elder seemed to recall something and quickly spoke. Grand Elder, you mean? Reminded by the Grand Elder, the other elders suddenly understood. Yes, exactly. The vast imperial might that spread a few days ago came from the east. Hiss. It can't be that much of a coincidence. Better safe than sorry. This concerns the life and death of our pavilion. We absolutely cannot act recklessly. Now none of them remained calm. An emperor. That was an emperor. Offending such a powerhouse, even if they searched the highest heavens and the deepest underworld, they would still die without a burial place. Even if they relied on their inherited heritage to barely contend for a moment, they would still be severely weakened, eventually leading to annihilation. This matter might involve an emperor. They had to be cautious. I will report this to the pavilion master and decide accordingly. Following the grand elder's orders, the other elders dispersed. He walked alone toward the hall where the pavilion master resided, the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Pavilion master, the situation is thus. Oh, so you mean this Azure Cloud sect might be connected to an emperor? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was initially doubtful. At his level, he knew many more secrets. The Emperor realm had not been seen for 10,000 years. It was said they were preparing for something that could change the entire continent. Not to mention emperors, even supremes had long ceased to meddle in worldly affairs. However, he had indeed since the imperial might a few days ago. Very well, I shall peer into the celestial secrets and see just what kind of entity this Azure Cloud sect is. With those words, the pavilion master fully activated the Heavenly Secrets cannon. A beam of light shot into the sky, and his divine sense stepped into the river of time. Have found you. Just as he was about to investigate, a sudden change occurred. A fierce sword light slashed forth, shattering his divine sense. In the Heavenly Secrets Hall, the pavilion master spat out a mouthful of blood and then became listless. His soul was damaged. It could only be slowly restored through sacred medicines. His cultivation would also decline. Pavilion master. The Grand Elder rushed forward to support the tottering pavilion master. Inwardly, he was greatly shocked. The pavilion master was a supreme being at the peak of the Saint King realm. How could he be so severely injured? Could it be a backlash from the heavenly Tao for probing the celestial secrets? Divining fate went against heaven, and a single misstep could lead to backlash. Even supreme beings like the founding ancestor, the Heavenly Secrets Emperor, had suffered such backlash. I am fine. The Azure Cloud sect holds a great terror. Do not provoke them. The pavilion master spoke weakly in broken sentences. He then went into seclusion, and the damage to his soul was too severe. Just thinking about what he had seen sent chills down his spine. A figure stood with its back to him, towering between heaven and earth, surrounded by sacred azure lotuses that blotted out the sky. Suddenly, a sword aura capable of splitting the heavens descended, and his divine sense was utterly annihilated. It has been detected that someone is prying into the heavenly secrets of Qingyang sect, and it has been automatically blocked. Prying into the secrets of my Qingyang sect. How dare he? Feng Qingyang grumbled while fishing. Is everyone and their mother trying to peek at fate now? Don't they know my Qingyang sect is protected by the system? When Qingyang sect makes a move, even the great Tao has to step aside. The heavenly Tao is but a younger brother in comparison. Fish on. Grilled fish for dinner tonight. Being the sect leader was truly leisurely. All the work was left to the elders and disciples below. After fishing, he would go for a stroll with his bird. Cultivation. Screw that. Just slack off. It hadn't been long since he transmigrated, and he had already gone from zero cultivation to the true person realm. That was equivalent to the patriarch of a top-tier force. Had anyone ever seen such a young true person? Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging. Across the entire continent, who could match his cultivation at this age? No genius could compare. Meanwhile, unlike him, everyone in Qingyang sect was bustling about. Outer sect elder Lin Bai was busy handling matters with Lin Zhan. Elder, this is the list of resources needed to build Qingyang city. Please take a look. Lin Zhan compiled all the required materials into a list and handed it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai took the list, glanced at it, and nodded in approval. Resources were never in short supply. Even when they ran low, an endless stream would replenish them. Not long ago, Qingyang sect had announced its plan to build its own city, Qingyang City. The news had spread to the outside world. Contributions of money and materials poured in. Cultivators flocked to help with the construction. Even the patriarch of a royal dynasty personally declared that they would dedicate the resources of Liangzhou province to aid the sect in building this grand city. With so many hands, work progressed swiftly. Relying solely on the Lin family would have been far too slow. The outline of the grand city was already visible, spanning tens of thousands of li in both length and width. This was only the initial phase of Qingyang City. When it became insufficient, this area would serve as the inner city, expanding outward. Even its current size was several times larger than Tianwu City, Xianyue City, and Batian City combined. In terms of sheer scale, it rivaled any city in the Eastern Domain. It was truly worthy of being the Eastern Domain's greatest city. Guard Elder Wang Xin led 5 sect guards to oversee the area, ensuring no one caused trouble. This was a direct order from the sect leader, and not a single mistake could be made. Wang Lai go to the east. Wang Ji go to the north. Wang Peng go to the west. Wang Yue go to the south. He'll stay here with Wang Jian to supervise. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Remember, anyone causing trouble is to be killed on the spot, no questions asked. Yes, Elder. The four accepted the order and flew off in the four cardinal directions. I heard Qingyang sect is building its own city. Your news is way too slow. I got the news half a day ago and already sent most of my family's resources to Qingyang sect. If I'm lucky, I might even get a spot as a menial disciple in the sect. Hee. Damn, your family moves fast. Of course, if you're not fast, how do you survive in this world? You have to grind, and it'll grind you all into dust, he thought to himself. I just got the news. I have to inform my family now. With that, the man hurried off toward his clan. Qingyang sect was the supreme sect of Liangzhou province. Even becoming a menial disciple there would mean rising above the masses, bringing great honor and rapid ascension to one's family. Elsewhere at the foot of Qingyang Mountain, the Lin family had set up a temporary camp there. Most of the clan's strong members had been sent to build Qingyang City, leaving only the younger generation behind. Uncle Lin, if I cultivate this technique, can I enter the sect like brother Lin Bai? Of course. As long as you train hard, when the main sect opens its doors to recruit disciples, you'll naturally get in. This is a celestial technique personally bestowed by the sect leader. Cultivate diligently. Before Lin Zhan stood the younger members of the Lin family, some of whom showed considerable talent. He patiently taught them cultivation and imparted the celestial technique. The youths trained with sweat pouring down, all dreaming of one day entering the main sect like Lin Bai. In Qingyang sect's cultivation chamber, Lin Bai sat cross-legged. He was about to break through. Since awakening his sword physique and surging 7 minor realms consecutively, it had only been a few days, and now he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Spiritual energy within him gradually converged toward his dantian. In his dantian, nurtured by the vast influx of qi, a golden core was slowly taking shape. It was about to reach the critical point. Break! Lin Bai roared, and the barrier from foundation establishment to golden core shattered. Haha, the golden core realm. I'm almost catching up to senior brother. Dream on, junior brother. I just broke through too. Now I'm at nascent soul middle stage. Shi Hao released his cultivation aura as he spoke. He grinned, showing an innocent smile. I'm not trying to discourage you, junior brother. But if you work hard, you might still catch up to me. Damn, senior brother, your cultivation is as effortless as drinking water. It's only been a few days, and you went from nascent soul initial stage to middle stage. Senior brother is truly fast, just like his fist techniques. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing in the outside world. A piece of news spread across every province. The ancient sage secret realm would open in one day in the Qilin dynasty of Huangzhou. Only forces holding a key could enter. As the host, the Qilin dynasty invited all major forces to the royal capital to discuss the matters of the secret realm. The major powers of each province were deliberating, at least those who held keys. Without a key, there was no way in, unless you stole one. The ancient sage keys were for the fated to obtain, whether by seizure or discovery. There were only 100 keys in total. The Eastern Profound Holy Land. As one of the 5 great holy lands of the Eastern Domain, it was located in Huangzhou. As it happened, the ancient sage secret realm was predicted to open in Huangzhou. They enjoyed considerable home field advantage. The Eastern Profound Holy Land had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, boasting profound foundations. A holy land of this caliber wasn't merely founded by a sage of the past. A force could only be called a holy land if it had a living sage in its ranks. Once the last sage passed away, the holy land would automatically decline to a hegemon-level power. However, such a fallen hegemon was still top tier, as it possessed the sacred techniques passed down by the sage, holding great potential to ascend back to a holy land. In the grand and imposing sacred hall, an elder of the holy land stood respectfully cupping his hands. Holy Lord, the ancient sage secret realm will open in one day. Will the Holy Sun lead the team again this time? Yes, the Holy Sun will go again. Select 20 of the most talented inner disciples to accompany him. The majestic voice of the Eastern Profound Holy Lord resounded. The ancient sage secret realm contained vast resources, various inheritances, and countless adventures, an excellent place for training. Even for a holy land, it held immense allure. During the last opening, someone had obtained a sage's inheritance there and soared to greatness. The next day, in the desolate Huangzhou, the Qilin dynasty. The Qilin dynasty was an ancient hegemon of Huangzhou. It was said its founding ancestor had reached the half-saint realm. With the legacy of a half-saint, the Qilin dynasty ranked highly among the hegemonic powers. The royal capital was Qilin City. Today was the day the secret realm opened, making the city exceptionally lively. Fearing any mishaps, the Qilin dynasty's sovereign dispatched a large force of imperial guards to patrol the royal city, ready to address any trouble. Back at Qingyang sect, Feng Qingyang summoned Shi Hao and Lin Bai. Master, today is the opening of the ancient saint's secret realm. It is an excellent training ground. Though your talents are extraordinary, your practical combat experience is lacking. The contest in the realm will be fierce. I believe your skills will sharpen greatly upon your return. I will give you no life-saving trump cards. You must rely solely on your own strength. He certainly would not enter the realm himself. The lord of a prefecture's top sect personally entering would be a laughingstock. His main purpose for this trip was to recruit a third genius disciple. Yes, master. Shi Hao and Lin Bai exchanged glances and replied respectfully. This time, without the protection of their master and the sect's elders, they could only depend on themselves. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. Only those that grow alone can brave the wind and rain. No time to waste. Let's depart. With that, Feng Qingyang summoned the Azure Cloud warship from his system space. After preparing enough spirit stones, the three of them boarded. The massive warship, charged with spirit stones, roared and shot into the distance. It traversed 10,000 miles in an instant. Qilin City buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Forces from every prefecture had arrived, one after another. All sought the treasures of the secret realm. If a sect's disciple could obtain a saint's legacy within, that sect would soar to greatness. The realm had restrictions. No one over 22 years of age and bone years could enter. Thus, only the most talented disciples under 22 from each sect could go in. Without such restrictions, the secret realm's treasures would have been plundered long ago by the powerhouses of major forces. A colossal warship halted above Qilin City, stirring a commotion. Over 20 people, men and women, flew out from it. Leading them were a formidable old man and a handsome youth. How arrogant! Isn't the royal capital a no-flee zone? These people dare to park their warship right over the capital. Before he could finish, his friend clamped a hand over his mouth and shushed him. Shill, keep your voice down unless you want to die. Don't you see what day it is? On the day the secret realm opens, even holy lands have come. They clearly don't care about our rules. Do you know who those people are? They're from the eastern profound holy land. A holy land. The silenced man felt a wave of fear, grateful for his friend's warning, and thanked him profusely. As expected of a holy land. Look at their talent. So many at the peak of the golden core realm at such a young age, and that youth leading them has even reached the nascent soul stage. Alas, with my talent, if I could be a mere servant disciple in a holy land in this life, I'd have no regrets. Holy Son, once inside the realm, we rely on you to look after the sect's disciples. The leading elder said to the youth beside him. Indeed, Holy Son, your skills are unmatched. In the realm, we will all follow your command. The disciples of the Holy Land, both male and female, gazed at the Holy Son with admiration. His talent and strength were beyond their reach, and this chance to train alongside him was a golden opportunity to build a good relationship. In truth, the disciples chosen for this training were no slouches in talent, but compared to the Holy Son, they were like clouds and mud. Rest assured, elder, I will naturally take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. The Holy Son Wang tongue flashed a charming, sinister smile. This was the effect he craved. As the Holy Son, he reveled in the feeling of being above all others. Before long, another massive warship hovered above Qilin City. Feng Qingyang and his two disciples flew out. Master, the royal capital is so lively. As soon as he emerged, Shi Hao saw the dense, noisy crowd below. How could it not be? The major powers from every prefecture are here. Come, let's head to the royal palace first. After arriving, the various forces would convene at the palace for discussions. Whoa, and who are these guys? Still so arrogant. Could they be from another holy land? This time the man learned his lesson and only spoke after Feng Qingyang and his group had moved on. His friend didn't stop him, but furrowed his brow in thought, having noticed the words Qingyang sect embroidered on their robes. Qingyang sect. That's the top sect that dominates Lingzhou. News of Qingyang sect's supremacy in Lingzhou had gradually spread to other prefectures. Although Lingzhou had no holy land, it housed a branch of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a transcendent force from the central domain. Qingyang sect had destroyed that branch, so outsiders held little hope for the sect. Even if they were shocked that the sect had defeated the elders sent by the central domain's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they believed it was a flash in the pan. Once the pavilion reacted, it would surely send even stronger enforcers. The various forces continued to arrive. Only 3 of the 5 Holy Lands showed up: the Eastern Profound Holy Land, the Moonlit Holy Land, and the Azure Sky Holy Land. The moonlit Holy Land was based in Tianzhou, another ancient power with a legacy spanning hundreds of millennia. Its sovereign was a contemporary saint. This time its holy maiden and some inner disciples led the delegation. The Azure Sky Holy Land was in Qingzhou. Unlike the other two, it was a newly risen holy land with little heritage. Its current sovereign Azure Sky saint was its founder. After drifting for thousands of years, he stumbled upon a great fortune, leaping from half-saint to saint in one go and rising to prominence. Thus Azure Sky Sect ascended from a hegemon-level force to a holy land. Inside the Qilin royal palace. "Father, please let me go." A girl in a fiery red dress pleaded with her father. "No, you err. The secret realm is too dangerous. It's safer for your elder brother to go this time." "Father, my Phoenix Saint body awakened a month ago. My strength is now no less than brother's." "Really? Heaven blesses our Qilin dynasty. Our dynasty is destined to rise." From a young age, Hua Qingyu possessed a special physique, but it had never been activated. Her cultivation stagnated at the foundation establishment stage, driving the king to seek answers everywhere, all in vain. The Phoenix Saint body. Barring accidents, it was a physique destined to become a Saint King. "Yuer, how did you activate it?" The king was still astonished. They had tried countless methods without success, yet his daughter had awakened it quietly. "I had a fortuitous encounter a month ago, father." Though still puzzled, the Qilin king did not press further. Everyone had their secrets. "Very well, Yuef. You may go with your elder brother." "Thank you, father." Hua Qingyu ran out joyfully. "Senior, my father has granted me permission to enter the secret realm. Now I can find a sacred remedy to heal your injuries. You have a kind heart, Yuer." A clear, cool female voice echoed in Hua Qingyu's mind. "Senior, this is what I promised you, and it is my duty." Truth be told, her awakening of the Phoenix sacred body was indeed a stroke of fortune. A month ago, while traveling, she passed through a valley and picked up a peculiar ring, captivated by its beauty, and brought it back. Little did she expect that within the ring resided a remnant soul, the very senior she spoke of. She had agreed to find sacred herbs to nourish the soul and safeguard the ring. In return, the senior expended immense spiritual power to help her awaken her sacred body. Yet lacking the corresponding cultivation technique, she could not unleash the full potential of her sacred body, a plight the senior could not remedy. Usually they communicated through divine thought. Within the Qilin king's palace, the hall was already packed. After discussing matters concerning the secret realm, the assembly dispersed, awaiting its opening. As always within the secret realm, power and influence mattered. Not all unclaimed treasures belonged to those capable, determined solely by individual strength. Should a disciple be slain within the secret realm, no sect, not even the sacred grounds, could seek retribution afterward. Violators would face collective punishment, a testament to its brutality. This was tacitly endorsed by the rulers of the various powers. A trial ground abundant with opportunities, those who emerged alive would become the core of their sect, while the dead were deemed lacking in strength and luck. Naturally, a sect would not waste effort on a deceased weak disciple. Very well, let us conclude our discussions here. The secret realm is about to open. Please rest in my royal city for a while. The Qilin king rose with a smile. Third genius disciple detected. Host, proceed immediately. Mission completion will yield a generous reward. Ah, the princess of the Qilin dynasty. And a fortuitous encounter. Feng Qingyang opened her personal panel and mused. Hua Qingyu, princess of the Qilin dynasty realm, late golden core stage physique, Phoenix sacred body fortune. 1 month ago, she found a ring containing the remnant soul of the central domain's water fairy empress, thus activating her sacred body. Where did this water fairy empress come from? A golden-fingered old lady. You two find a place to rest. Your master has matters to attend to. Feng Qingyang exchanged a few words with Shi Hao and Lin Bai before turning and departing. "Sai, where is master going?" Lin Bai asked in confusion. "No idea. Does master know someone here?" "Come on, junior brother. Let's explore the city. It's rare we get out. Last time you went with master and didn't take me." Shi Hao dragged Lin Bai toward the city. "By the way, junior brother, speaking of last time, how's your fiancée? You never mention her anymore. You must have given her quite a surprise when you returned home and could cultivate." Shi Hao asked with envy. How miserable. His junior brother had a fiancée, while he, the senior brother at 18, had never even held a girl's hand. "Don't bring it up, senior brother. I've reached the state where there are no women in my heart, and my sword draws with divine ease." Though Shi Hao's junior spoke lightly, a trace of pain flickered in his eyes. He realized he had touched a sore spot. Now he understood why his junior's whole demeanor had changed that day. Women too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't have one. Whether to feel relieved or relieved. Outside the palace, as Hua Qingyu walked, she noticed a figure following her. Could it be a stalker? How dare they set their sights on this princess? What audacity this rogue had. Who's there? Show yourself. Hua Qingyu turned and shouted. As her words fell, a handsome youth in a robe of blue and white approached. Seeing him, she relaxed slightly. Such a refined young man surely wasn't a stalker. Yet she asked cautiously, "Who are you and why are you following this princess?" Her hand rested on her sword, ready to strike at any moment. "Hua Qingyu, isn't it?" Feng Qingyang eyed the girl before him. "How does he know my name?" As the third princess of the Qilin dynasty, she should have been renowned throughout the realm, but her physique had never awakened, keeping her out of the public eye. All anyone knew was that the dynasty had a mysterious third princess, nothing more. "How do you know my name? And what business do you have?" Hua Qingyu frowned. "This sovereign knows all things celestial and terrestrial, omniscient and omnipotent." "Omniscient and omnipotent? You're bluffing." Hua Qingyu was exasperated. He must have heard her name from somewhere. "I've come to offer you a chance to change your fate. Whether you seize it is up to you. Change my fate. Go on." Hua Qingyu wanted to hear what this man had to say. Simple. Become my disciple and join my Qingyang sect, and I guarantee you a meteoric rise. Oh, so it's sect recruitment. She had thought it was something else. Turns out it was just recruitment. Why didn't he say so earlier? Why should I join your Qingyang sect? How does your Qingyang sect compare to my Qilin dynasty? Easily destroyed with a wave of the hand. Hearing her words, Feng Qingyang chuckled softly. "Mph. And how does your Qingyang sect compare to the sacred grounds?" Sacred grounds. Mere ants fit only to be trampled underfoot. Such arrogance. She swore these were the most arrogant words she had heard since childhood. A hegemon-level power destroyed with a wave of the hand. Sacred grounds fit only to be trampled. Yet the remnant soul in the ring silently agreed. In her prime, such powers were unworthy of her notice. Agreement aside, she couldn't fathom why this man at the early true person realm would utter such words. Did he hail from a major force in the central domain? Am I right, Water Fairy Empress? Before Hua Qingyu could recover, the youth added a bewildering remark. Water Fairy Empress. Who is that? Who is he talking to? The remnant soul in the ring trembled in shock. How did he know? Could he be sent by Dustless Emperor? No, they believed her soul had scattered utterly. They couldn't have found her here. Then who was this person? Don't bother who I am. If you want to know more, join my Qingyang sect first. This sect has no obligation to waste words with you. Buy one get one free, a steal. Though this empress was but a remnant soul, she could still be useful, perhaps, as an inter-sect elder. A female elder would certainly be convenient. Yuer agreed to him. Senior. Mu Shuixian conveyed through divine thought to Hua Qingyu, regardless of this man's nature, his knowledge of her identity meant he was no ordinary person. Very well, I will join the Qingyang sect. Qingyu greets master. Her senior had shown her great kindness and would surely not lead her astray. Mu Shuixian, in a state of residual soul capable of unleashing the strength of a sage, is the empress of the Mu family from the imperial lineage of the central domain. 10,000 years ago, she was betrayed by the Emperor Wuchen, and by a stroke of fate, her residual soul escaped into the Milong Ring, arriving in the eastern domain's wasteland. The system also displayed Mu Shuixian's interface in detail. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of recruiting a talented disciple. The rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a disciple trial tower which has materialized in the Qingyang sect. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sect-exclusive secret realm which has manifested in the back mountain of the Qingyang sect. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Cultivation Technique Phoenix Transformation Sacred Art. Additionally, for recruiting a powerful being above the Saint Realm, an extra Lotus Body, Sculpting Lotus, is granted. Disciple Trial Tower, a tower with 100 levels filled with perilous traps. Inside, one cannot die. If a challenge fails, one will be ejected. Sect-exclusive secret realm can be accessed through sect contribution points, filled with numerous opportunities and countless demon beasts. It is essential for training disciples. Lotus Body Sculpting Lotus can store residual souls and reshape bodies inherently possessing the Lotus Sacred Body. Another 5 summoning cards along with rewards of the Disciple Trial Tower and the sect-exclusive secret realm. Not bad, not bad. Now the elders also have everything they need. The sect is well equipped to open its doors for disciples. As for the Lotus Body Sculpting Lotus, it can be given to Mu Shuixian since it is an extra gift. However, the resources of the Qingyang sect are not easily obtained. One must sign a contract to work for the Qingyang sect for 100,000 years. If she is still around after that time, another contract can be signed for another 100,000 years. Recruitment is complete. Feng Qingyang brought the still bewildered Hua Qingyu into the city. Just going out for a stroll, and she already has a master. And she joined the sect. The ancient saint's secret realm is about to open. Everyone is already waiting outside the city. Master, the ancient saint's secret realm is about to open. Are we sending disciples from the Qingyang sect too? Hua Qingyu asked her new master. If the Qingyang sect didn't send disciples, she could represent the sect herself. Only two have come, your senior brother and your second senior brother. Once we enter the secret realm, the three of you will act together. Oh, Hua Qingyu was still contemplating whether to inform her father. Forget it, I'll talk about it when the secret realm opens. Master, Shi Hao and Lin Bai, who were summoned by Feng Qingyang, hurried over. Let me introduce you. This is your junior sister. The three of you will enter the secret realm together. Wow, junior sister. They were puzzled about what their master was doing outside, only to realize it was to recruit a junior sister. Hello, junior sister, I am your senior brother Shi Hao. Lin Bai, don't worry, I and your second senior brother are very strong. We will protect you well. Shi Hao took the lead in greeting. Hua Qingyu assessed the two senior brothers in front of her. One was tall and sturdy with a chiseled face, while the other had sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a cold aura, looking like a male lead from a novel. Well, they look quite good, but I wonder how strong they really are. Thank you, senior brothers, I appreciate your protection. Hua Qingyu, dressed in a red skirt, said haughtily. He protect me, my phoenix sacred body is already at a minor success. I wonder who will end up protecting whom later. These two senior brothers of yours are not simple. Once a powerful Emperor Mu Shuixian had a keen eye and instantly saw through Shi Hao and Lin Bai's physiques. One possesses a supreme sacred body. One has a Green Lotus Sword Body. Both are remarkable, not inferior to Qingyu. A quarter of an hour later, outside Qilin City, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky with winds rising and clouds swirling. A massive purple vortex materialized out of thin air. To enter the ancient saint's secret realm, one must possess a key, and a maximum of 22 people can enter per key. The age limit is below 22. Anyone exceeding the age or exceeding the number will be turned into blood mist on the spot. It's here. The ancient saint's secret realm has opened. What are you getting excited about? You can't even enter. What do you know? It's all about participation. I'm shouting from outside the secret realm. Does that count as participating? Damn, it's all thanks to you. That makes sense. The man gave a thumbs up. Various sects lined up orderly to enter the secret realm. Over here in the Qilin dynasty, the crown prince was leading the disciples of the dynasty, and the king waiting for something. Father, I don't know where my sister ran off to. Why hasn't she arrived yet? The secret realm has already opened. Strange, where just left the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Over there, father, I see my sister. The crown prince and the king walked towards Hua Qingyu. Yuer, sister. You worried us to death. Where have you been? Let's go, the secret realm has already opened. The king and the crown prince immediately said as they pulled Hua Qingyu away. Father, elder brother, I was just about to tell you I want to enter with my sect senior brothers, so I won't be going in with you. Sect? When did you have a sect, sister? Oh, don't worry about that. My master is right here. We should set off without delay. Hua Qingyu pointed at Feng Qingyang, indicating that he is her master. If there's anything, they should talk to him. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu flew into the secret realm with the key given by Feng Qingyang, leaving behind the king and the crown prince in a state of confusion. Not only has my sister joined a sect, but she has also taken a master. What's happening? My son, you take the people in first. No matter what, the ancient saint's secret realm is a major event. Anything can be discussed after they come out. After the crown prince led the people inside, the Qilin king approached Feng Qingyang. Are you the master of Yuer? I wonder where you hail from. From the Qingyang sect of Lingzhou. I am the sect leader Feng Qingyang. Oh, so you are the sect leader of the upper sect. I apologize, please come to my palace for a discussion. I would like to extend some hospitality. Only those qualified to be called upper sects are significant powers that dominate a state. He had also heard of the Qingyang sect of Lingzhou and scoffed at the rumors from outside. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion must at least have half-saint cultivation, yet the Qingyang sect could destroy them easily, and it is said they did so effortlessly. What does that imply? It indicates that the Qingyang sect has a sage overseeing it. As for the retaliation from superordinate powers, don't joke, they killed your elders, and you think the Tianji Pavilion wouldn't know? Yet they have yet to send anyone over. He suspected that the Qingyang sect must have some astonishing secrets, or perhaps has backing from the central domain. It's a good thing that Yuer could join such a powerful sect. In the ancient sacred secret realm, as a blinding white light flashed before their eyes, they closed them. When they opened them again, Shi Hao and his two companions found themselves already inside the secret realm. The scattered clouds on the horizon were blood-red. The desolate land was strewn with bones, and from time to time strange wailing sounds came from afar. Looking into the distance, it was vast and boundless, an endless stretch of desolation. Senior brother, have we arrived at an ancient battlefield? This is too desolate. Lin Bai recalled the words his master had instructed. Seize resources. Seize adventures. Seize treasures. Although the master had put it more tactfully, the key was sincerity. For example, if you have too many resources, carrying them must be quite tiring, right? Your opportunities are excellent, now they are mine. Rest assured, our Qingyang sect will absolutely not take a single needle or thread from you. Feng Qingyang, very good, you have truly grasped my intent. But what good things could there be in such a desolate place? Might as well gather some bones for the master to make soup. You ask me, but I don't know either, Shi Hao said with a frown. It's everyone's first time here. You ask me. Who am I supposed to ask? What the second senior brother said is correct. This is indeed an ancient battlefield. Oh, junior sister, do you know about this secret realm? Spill it then. Shi Hao and Lin Bai stepped forward. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy leads to 100 victories. I heard it from my father. It is said that this secret realm was formed from a mighty sacred land of the Middle Ancient era. At that time, the demon race invaded. To resist them, the various sacred lands of the Eastern Domain united, and this place was the main battlefield. Hua Qingyu pointed at the desolate earth beneath her feet and continued, that battle shattered the heavens and cracked the earth, stirring up a bloody storm. Saints fell one after another, and it was only ended when the great emperor of the Central Domain intervened. It was precisely because of that battle that the Eastern Domain was utterly ruined, its heritage severed, left riddled with scars. That is why today's vast Eastern Domain has only 5 sacred lands. As for this secret realm, it is also the work of that great emperor. He used a supreme treasure to transform the main battlefield into a small world, allowing forces that obtained the key to train their disciples here and inherit the legacies of the saints. Hua Qingyu's voice grew lower as she spoke. Recalling this history, no one from the Eastern Domain could remain unmoved. Saints battling demons, sacred lands joining forces, and major powers vying for action. That was the era of the Eastern Domain's greatest unity. Once the Eastern Domain had known glory, prodigies, contended powerhouses emerged in abundance, sacred lands were numerous, and even a great emperor had arisen. All of it was shattered in that war. The few surviving saints from that conflict were gradually forgotten by time. Old friends withered away one by one like leaves falling in the wind. It could well be called a fracture of the Middle Ancient era. Enough of that. Let's talk about the secret realm. The sacred land at the main battlefield lies deeper within. Opportunities and legacies are all in the depths. We should hurry forward. After Hua Qingyu spoke, she saw that her 2 senior brothers remained unmoved, yet they clenched their fists tightly. Damn it, the demon race. One day we will eradicate them completely. Shi Hao gritted his teeth. They were all young, each harboring a youthful dream of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness. No matter what, our Qingyang sect will take action. Well said, brother. The demon race deserves death at everyone's hands. A hearty laugh rang out as a handsome young man with a face like jade walked over, followed by 20 disciples. Brother, which sect are you from? We share the same ideals, oh, why not travel together? Wang Ting only noticed the name embroidered on the robes of Shi Hao and his companions as he drew closer. Qingyang sect. Shi Hao and the others also watched the approaching group warily. One must not harbor harmful intentions, but one must also guard against others' harm. Especially in this secret realm where people are devoured without a trace. Brother, no need to be alarmed. I am Wang Tong of the Dongxian sacred land. Those behind me are fellow disciples from our sect. Your thoughts just now align perfectly with mine. My greatest aspiration, Wang Tong, is to achieve mastery in cultivation and eradicate the demon race. Wang Tong stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Shi Hao of Qingyang sect, you're too kind. Vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness is the duty of every cultivator. Hearing the other's words, Shi Hao also revealed his identity. Qingyang sect. Is that the renowned upper sect that has recently dominated Lingzhou? So these are the genius disciples of the upper sect. No wonder each one is extraordinary. Brother, sure, this secret realm is fraught with danger. How about we join forces? In the secret realm, a strong alliance is best, especially since Shi Hao shared his ideals. Shi Hao turned to consult his junior brother Lin Bai and junior sister Hua Qingyu. Both agreed. There is strength in numbers. Then let's go, brother Wang. The group ventured deeper into the secret realm. The bones along the path grew more numerous and the ominous aura thickened. They encountered more disciples from other forces along the way who frequently cast glances at Shi Hao's group. With the addition of Shi Hao and his two companions, Wang Ting's team had become the largest in the secret realm. Of course, it was uncertain whether disciples from other forces had also united, but this group was undoubtedly the most formidable. Are those from the Dongxian sacred land? Strange, who are those three walking in front? Why are they with the Dongxian sacred land? Why do you care? They are a union of the strong. Unlike us, a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other. Let's go head east. My subordinate reported something there. Might be an opportunity. In a dark palace deep within the secret realm. Hehehe. So many fresh blood sacrifices have arrived. A demonic creature with two horns on its head, its entire body shrouded in baleful aura, spoke. Its form flickered in and out of visibility. Yes, my lord. These blood sacrifices are so delicious, I can barely stop myself from drooling. These demonic creatures had originally been slain, but since this place was the main battlefield, the baleful aura was exceptionally dense, truly surging to the heavens. Nourished by the baleful aura over a long period, some demonic creatures gradually revived. No rush. Our current power is less than a tenth of our prime. We still need more time to recuperate. However, I sense that these little ones are not very powerful. Set a trap to catch them all in one net. Then we'll have fresh blood sacrifices to feast on. Haha. Guicha, take some men to arrange it. Once we capture them, I will reward you with 20 fresh blood sacrifices. Thank you, my lord. I will see to it immediately. Deep beneath the palace, thousands of demonic creatures were being nurtured in the vast baleful aura. Damn sacred lands, damn people of the eastern domain. Once I get out, I will tear you apart. Shi Hao and the others stopped in front of a group of dilapidated palaces drawn by the sounds of battle emanating from within. This was the Hall of Techniques and the Hall of Pills of the ancient sacred land, thus attracting many people hoping to strike it lucky and find something valuable. Let's go in first. We saw it first. You are quite amusing. Just because you saw it first, does it belong to you? Isn't it said that treasures belong to those with the ability? So you're quite capable, huh? Upon entering, Shi Hao and his group saw two factions in confrontation, both sides sporting injuries indicating they had just fought a fierce battle. Saint Maiden, the people from the Dongxian sacred land have arrived. Hearing this, the Saint Maiden of the Lan Yu sacred land, Jiamingxin, frowned and looked towards the newcomers. The two opposing factions were already evenly matched, and now another formidable opponent had arrived. Adding to the tension, they had just fought, and their stamina had not yet fully recovered. Would they fall victim to the fisherman's prophet in the battle between the clam and the snipe? The saint son of the Tianqing sacred land, Mu Fan, also watched the newcomers cautiously, having just expended quite a bit of spiritual energy, which had only recovered by 50%. Who am I? It turns out to be Miss Jie and Brother Mu. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Why don't you continue? As members of the 5 major sacred lands in the eastern region, they were all familiar with each other, but there were no ties of friendship. They had merely heard of each other's names. No, your arrival is perfectly timed. Brother Wang, how about we join forces to eliminate these people from the Lan Yu sacred land first, and then divide the treasures? Mu Fan suggested tentatively. You shameless. Jiamingxin exclaimed angrily upon hearing Mu Fan's words, then anxiously glanced at Wang Tung and the others. In the current situation, if the two factions truly joined forces, their own disciples, including herself, would certainly suffer heavy losses in the secret realm. Although she had a life-saving trump card given by the Saint Lord, it was something to be used only in dire circumstances. However, could the others not possess their own life-saving cards as members of a sacred land? Haha, Brother Mu, you jest. Miss Jie, rest assured, I, Wang Ting, always conduct my affairs with integrity and would never take advantage of others' misfortunes. Upon hearing this, Jiamingxin felt relieved. As long as the two factions did not join forces, they would be able to handle the three-way standoff. Isn't it just a matter of the order of entry? Ultimately, good things will still belong to those with the ability. How about this? I see you all are yet to come to a conclusion. I, Wang Tung, will be the good guy here. This place will be under the jurisdiction of the Dongxian sacred land. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lan Yu sacred land and the Tianqing sacred land became wary, drawing their swords at the suggestion. What? Such a good proposal, and you dare to disagree? Brother Shi, what do you think we should do? Shi Hao and his companions laughed as they stepped forward. Brother Wang was quite amusing. His acting was superb. If you want to chase everyone away, just say so. Brother Wang, I believe your proposal is excellent. We three wholeheartedly agree. What, they still have allies? Seeing the three approaching, Jiamingxin and Mu Fan were both taken aback. In this secret realm, anyone who could ally with a sacred land was likely to be exceptionally gifted. There are plenty of resources and opportunities in the secret realm. It was unnecessary to suffer losses here, especially since it was still uncertain whether there were any treasures inside. Thinking this, they decided to leave and search elsewhere. Before leaving, Jiamingxin said, turning to leave. The disciples of the Lan Yu sacred land also sighed in relief. Having just endured a fierce battle, they truly had no energy for another fight. Brother Wang, we will leave this to you. Our Tianqing sacred land willingly withdraws. Brother Wang, once we exit the secret realm, we must find time to drink and celebrate together. Mu Fan said with a grin, waving to the disciples within to leave. This fellow is someone who can accomplish great things, understanding the ways of the world. All right, now it's peaceful again. Let's go, Brother Shi, let's go take a look inside. Pushing open the dilapidated door within, Shi Hao and his companions ventured deeper. The interior was very dark, and they could only vaguely make out the path feeling their way forward. Oh, something is biting my foot. The disciples walking in front heard the shout from behind and hurried over to check. You little brat, are you too timid? Look at what you stepped on. Off. The disciple bent down to investigate, only to find his foot had stepped into the mouth of a withered skeleton. I'm sorry, brother, let's continue our journey. After pulling his foot out, the disciple said apologetically. After this farcical episode, everyone continued walking forward, only to find that the surroundings became increasingly spacious, and the broken ceiling of the palace allowed more light to filter through. After passing through several compartments, they came to a halt. Brother Shi, it appears this is the Hall of Techniques and the Hall of Pills of the Sacred Land. Wang Ting carefully examined the surroundings. However, this place had already been ransacked and was in a state of disrepair, having suffered the ravages of battle. Moreover, with the disciples who entered the secret realm previously fighting over the spoils, it was likely that there were not many good things left. Yet no one could guarantee that something valuable hadn't been overlooked. This was undoubtedly the first place all who entered the secret realm would come to. When Shi Hao and Wang Tung arrived, the reason why only 2 sacred lands remained was that they had temporarily allied to drive out everyone else who had come before them, and then they would compete among themselves. Thus, this place was still quite desirable. Everyone feel free to explore, but remember not to hoard anything. I, Wang Tung, am very reasonable, though anyone who hoards will have to face my reasoning. Yes, Saint Sun. The 20 disciples of the Dongxian sacred land then scattered, searching everywhere. Let's go, Brother Shi, let's go take a look. Brother, this place doesn't seem like it has any good treasures. Shi Hao and Lin Bai were still planning to fill their bags with resources. Don't be anxious, let's check over there. Shi Hao pointed toward a hidden chamber ahead. Sister, let's go, what are you thinking about? Oh, let's go, brother. Hua Qingyu had just been communicating with Mu Shuixian through her divine sense. Senior, this should be the Hall of Pills and Hall of Techniques of the secret realm, but it doesn't look like there are any sacred medicines here. Don't worry, my perception is infallible. The sacred medicine is just ahead. You all should move forward. As a being of the Emperor realm, Mu Shuixian possessed an exceptionally strong divine sense, even though she was currently in a state of remnant soul. Yet she still clearly sensed something ahead that would soothe her spirit. Shi Hao and his 3 companions searched through the front chamber. The cultivation techniques and treasures had all been looted, leaving behind only torn remnants of texts. It seemed to be the result of previous disciples scrambling for spoils. You were to go check the adjacent chamber. There's something over there. Mu Shuixian communicated to Hua Qingyu through divine sense. Senior brother, let's go take a look next door, Hua Qingyu said to Shi Hao and the others. Let's go if there's nothing of value here. Hua Qingyu walked ahead, while Shi Hao beckoned Lin Bai and Wang Tung to follow. Brother Shi, there's nothing worthwhile here. Why don't we explore other parts of the secret realm? Wang Tung lamented, regretting the time wasted. Wait a moment, let's take another look. They entered the adjacent chamber, which was even more desolate and empty, so barren that even a thief would weep and leave behind a spirit stone out of pity. Senior, there's nothing here. Patience, there's a formation here. You open your sea of consciousness. Let me temporarily control your body. I will break this formation. Hua Qingyu obeyed trustingly. She had great faith in the senior within the ring. If the senior had wished her harm, she would not have survived to this day. Mu Shuixian entered Hua Qingyu's body through her sea of consciousness, and when she opened her eyes, her entire aura transformed. Shi Hao and the others witnessed this scene upon entering. Junior sister, are you breaking a formation? There's a formation here. They were completely unable to detect it with their cultivation levels. Her hands continuously formed hand seals. Break, Mu Shuixian commanded. The formation dissipated, revealing the chamber's original appearance. Jars of pills were neatly arranged on shelves, emitting a fragrant medicinal aroma. Holy crap! The pills were hidden by the formation all along, no wonder there was nothing else. We're rich. Shi Hao and the other two stared in shock, exclaiming that they had struck it rich. Mu Shuixian glanced at them coldly. Junior sister's gaze is terrifying. It was icy and indifferent. Junior sister, are you alright? She seemed like a completely different person. Mu Shuixian retreated back into the ring. I'm fine, senior brother. Let's quickly collect the pills. With that, Hua Qingyu began searching for the soul-calming sacred medicine. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Wang Tung each began inspecting the jars. This is the Linglong pill. And the Qiyang pill. Wang Tung sniffed several pill bottles, carefully examined the pill patterns, and recognized them. He exclaimed in shock, no wonder this is a powerful ancient sacred ground. They even have these long-lost pills. Senior brother, come quickly. There's writing here. Shi Hao and Wang Tung hurried over upon hearing this. They found Lin Bai staring at a stone table engraved with several lines of text. I am the alchemy elder of the Tianxin sacred ground. In the Tianshu first year, the demon race invaded our eastern domain en masse. Our Tianxin sacred ground united with various major powers to resist, but alas, the disparity in strength was too great. We do not know how much longer we can hold out. To prevent the demons from destroying our sacred ground's alchemy hall, I have set up this formation. If you honored one can unravel this formation, all the pills are yours. The demons should have been repelled by now. Mo Feng, alchemy elder of the Tianxin sacred ground. So it was the sacred ground's alchemy elder who set up the formation. Shi Hao and the other two finally understood. The formation was meant to guard against the demons, and its level was undoubtedly high. However, they did not pry into how their junior sister had managed to break it. Everyone has their secrets. Found it, senior. On the other side, Hua Qingyu held a pill bottle, her face beaming with joy. The sacred medicine, the soul-calming sacred pill. It possessed the properties of nourishing and stabilizing the soul, a rare treasure. Even the mighty Tianyin sacred ground had only the single bottle in her hand. The bottle contained only 3 pills. Hua Qingyu placed the sacred medicine into the ring and handed it to Mu Shuixian. Mu Shuixian used her spiritual power to convert all 3 pills their medicinal essence, continuously nourishing her soul. Not bad, my soul has condensed a bit. She could now unleash the power of a saint. Previously, she could achieve this with all her might, but doing so would require a long slumber to recover. Senior brother, how is it? Are the pills packed? Let's go. Having finished, Hua Qingyu walked over to Shi Hao and the others. She saw they had divided the pills into 1 large portion and 3 smaller ones. Junior sister, you're here. We discussed with brother Wang. Since you broke the formation, you take the large share, and the 3 of us will split the rest. Seeing she could not dissuade them, Hua Qingyu silently accepted the pills and put them away. She had already decided to hand everything over to the sect. Shi Hao and Lin Bai shared the same thought. Their master had shown them great kindness and imparted extraordinary techniques. They were determined to contribute to the sect. There's nothing left here. Let's go. The 4 packed up and headed out. Wang Tung called back the disciples from his sect. Senior brother, what did you find? Ahem, I came back empty-handed this time. Here, take this. The senior brother from that sacred ground handed a cultivation technique to his junior. Ah, thank you, senior brother. But what will you use if you give it to me? Oh, it'll make do. The senior brother strode forward, casually revealing 5 techniques tucked into his belt. Shi Hao and his group emerged from the palace. Not only had they reaped a bountiful harvest, but the disciples of the Dongxian sacred ground had also found many items. This was the famed technique of picking up leftovers. Though its success depended on the location, in a poor spot no amount of searching would yield results. In places like the Technique Hall and Alchemy Hall, even after thorough looting, there were always some overlooked treasures. A sage's inheritance has appeared in the east. Holy crap! What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over before someone else beats us to it. Upon hearing this, Wang Tung grabbed a man who was sprinting past. Hey, do you have a... The man was about to curse, but upon seeing who had grabbed him, he swallowed his words. After a friendly inquiry, they learned the details. Someone had been spreading the word that a sage's inheritance had appeared in a palace ruin to the east. Upon receiving the news, everyone rushed there. In that case, let's go take a look too, brother Shi, Wang Tung said, turning to Shi Hao and the others. Shi Hao keenly sensed something amiss. Who would announce a sage's inheritance to everyone, especially in a secret realm where everyone was a competitor? It felt as if someone was deliberately luring everyone there. Something's off, brother Wang. This situation is likely not simple. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu also sensed it. They were all intelligent and understood immediately. As for the disciples rushing over eagerly, Were they fools? Could they not sense it? No, it was just that the allure of a sage's inheritance was too great. Had they not heard the saying, in the morning hear the Tao, in the evening die content? Brother, sure, I understand your concerns. But with so many of us, including talents like you and disciples from my sacred ground, there should be no force in this secret realm we cannot handle. It was worth trying their luck. They did not consider other possibilities. Even if someone was luring them, they assumed it was the doing of some other faction within the secret realm. To the east of the secret realm, hundreds of disciples from various sects gathered around a vast palace ruin, discussing the matter in hushed tones. Strangely, many had entered, yet none had emerged. The ruins lay eerily silent, not a single sound escaping, sending chills down their spines. No one dared to act rashly. Our senior brother led a team in, and we've heard nothing since, a voice said. Even the communication talismans have failed, a man said anxiously. Our senior brother told us to wait outside, but now we can't reach him either. Maybe we should go in and see. He ventured to the companions beside him. The place was clearly ominous, and he dared not enter alone. You go if you like. If anything happens, we'll meet you at your grave. Look over there, it seems the Holy Land people have arrived. The crowd saw the Holy Land disciples as their pillar of strength. Only they could lead the charge into such a dragon's den. When Shi Hao and his group arrived, they found a throng gathered outside. Strange, why are they waiting out here? They were all so eager to come, but now that it's real, they've gone soft. Who knows? Let's ask someone politely. With that, Wang Tung grabbed the nearest man. After a friendly exchange with Wang Tung, humbly seeking guidance, the man was so terrified, he wet his pants. Wiping himself, he stammered out the story, and they finally understood the situation. People go in, but none come out. Brother Wang, this place is extremely perilous. Shi Hao frowned. Hai Wang Tung love a thrilling challenge. Just then, Xiamingxin from Lanyue Holy Land and Mu Fan from Tianqing Holy Land arrived with their people. Great, all three Holy Lands are here. Now even a dragon's den must be entered. They had no interest in the sage's legacy. Even if it existed, it wouldn't be for them. Their fellow disciples were inside. They had to see what was happening. Satisfying their curiosity was enough, and maybe they could pick up some scraps. Miss Xie and Brother Mu have come as well. Perfect, let's go in together and see what this so-called sage's legacy is all about. Mu Fan approached with a grin. Brother Wang, we meet again. How were your gains? Not much, just 10 space rings full. Truly not much. I must thank Miss Xie and Brother Mu for yielding. Wang Ting not only killed, but also twisted the knife. Haha, that is. Truly not much. Oh. Mu Fan forced a smile. But his molars were nearly ground to dust. Those treasures should have been his. Enough chatter. Let's go in and take a look. Thus the disciples followed the three Holy Lands inside. After a short walk, a thick, bloody stench assailed them. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu placed their hands on their swords, while Shi Hao and Wang Teng's group warily eyed the path ahead. Junior brothers, come quickly. There really is a sage's legacy ahead. Junior brothers, hurry over. There are too many resources here. We need help carrying them. Junior sisters, why are you so late? Come to your senior sister. There are plenty of spirit stones here. Suddenly, a large crowd appeared ahead, all calling out to their own sect brothers and sisters. That's my senior brother. Great, we're coming, brother. My senior brother is there too. Brother, don't worry, we're here to help. Some disciples, upon seeing their seniors, rushed forward. Hearing talk of resources and legacies, they were as excited as if injected with stimulants. You where those people are demons. Fall back. Mu Shuaxian, using her divine sense, observed that everyone ahead was steeped in demonic qi. As a supreme powerhouse at the great emperor realm, she had dealt with demons before and recognized that aura without error. Hua Qingyu, alarmed, quickly pulled her fellow disciples back. She shouted, "Don't go over. They are demons." But it was too late. Senior brother, what are you doing? Senior sister, no. Those who ran forward found their senior brothers and sisters smirking coldly before they began slaughtering them. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the ruins. Demons? Junior sister, do you mean? Shock filled their hearts. How could demons be in the secret realm? Those behind, seeing the bloody scene, fled in panic. Don't ask, just run. Shi Hao and his group also retreated with the crowd. Having been prepared, they were near the front. Just as the exit came into sight, a horde of demons burst out ahead. Hee, my blood meals. Where do you think you're going? The leading demon Gisha cackled sinisterly. With a command, the demons began a massacre. The demons from behind also caught up. With an ambush ahead and pursuers behind, there was no escape. Fight them to the death. Seeing no way out, the disciples grabbed their weapons and clashed with the demons. Oh, help! Don't kill me! Cries of agony filled the air. As they fought, they realized the demons were not only powerful, but also fearless. Most terrifying of all fallen disciples were possessed by demons and rose again to slaughter the living. The battle turned into a one-sided rout. Haha, brother, sure our ideals can be realized today. I'll fight to my heart's content. Disciples of Dongxian Holy Land, heed my command. Slay the demons. Kill. Haha. How about a contest? Who can slay more demons? Shi Hao laughed as he punched a demon to death. Who's afraid? Bring it on. 1, 2, 3. In a flash, Wang Tung killed 3 demons. Junior brother, junior sister, be careful. After warning Lin Bai and the others, Shi Hao unleashed his full power and charged into the demon horde. Supreme Reincarnation Art. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Like a war god incarnate, his fists felled demons by the dozens. Seeing their ferocity, the others drew closer to the Holy Land group. The massacre continued. The sight of blood drove the demons into a frenzy. Damn it, my spirit sword is chipped from all the hacking. That's nothing, my hoe is smoking from swinging it. Your hoe is smoking. I've already broken 2 blades. The disciples of the various sects within the ruins fought with bloodshot eyes, swinging their swords without pause. Yet the demonic creatures seemed endless while their ranks dwindled. At least half the disciples had perished. Moreover, these monsters were hard to kill. If not struck a fatal blow, they would quickly recover. Green Lotus Sword Art. Green Lotus, guide the way. Lin Bai, wielding the Green Lotus Sword, slaughtered the demonic creatures madly, sending crisscrossing sword chi sweeping outward. But as his spiritual energy waned, his strength began to falter. We can't go on like this, senior brother. There are too many monsters. We're doomed if this continues. He was destined to become a man surpassing an emperor. How could he capsize in such a ditch? Protect the junior sister, it'll be right there. Shi Hao, who had been burying himself in slaughter, heard his junior brother's call and turned to shout. After punching to death over a dozen monsters before him, he rushed toward his junior brother and sister. Elsewhere, Wang Tung swung his sword, clearing over a dozen monsters before him, only to be swarmed by an endless tide of more. Miss Xie, brother Mo. It's time to use our trump cards to survive. He was not suited for a protracted battle. He excelled at blitzkriegs or swift resolutions. He once declared, if not for me, Wang Tung, the 6 paths would be eternal night. After shouting, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. The fiery red scroll contained a half-sig's full-powered strike. It unfurled in the air and released its power. With a thunderous roar, thousands of monsters were crushed on the spot. A vast vacuum appeared. Xiemingxin, the saintess of Lanyue Holy Land, and Mu Fan of Tianqing Holy Land, witnessing this, each produced their own life-saving trump cards. They understood that continuing to be worn down would spell their doom. Casualties among their Holy Land disciples had already begun. They could wait no longer. Xiemingxin removed a jade talisman from her neck. Mu Fan's was a scroll like Wang Tang's. All were life-saving trump cards given by half-sigs of their sects, each containing a full-powered strike. With a surge of immense spiritual power, thousands of monsters were annihilated amid strange cries. The remaining few were finished off by the combined efforts of the disciples. Only then did everyone pause, breathing a sigh of relief that they had survived. The brutal massacre had claimed at least half of the sect's disciples. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally, those damned monsters are cleared out. Indeed, thanks to the full efforts of the Holy Land disciples. Many collapsed on the spot, physically and mentally drained. Shi Hao and the others also let out a long breath. It was their first time in such a bloody battle, both exhilarating and terrifying. The ruins were littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Someone suggested burying the bodies on site, and everyone agreed. After all, among the fallen were disciples from their own sects. Otherwise, in this merciless secret realm, they wouldn't have bothered. Are you two all right? I'm fine, senior brother. Oh, the blood on me is from others. I'm fine too, senior brother. Watching you said, after catching her breath. She now understood what the elder meant when he said her 2 senior brothers were no ordinary men. They were incredibly powerful. One was like a war god, felling hordes of monsters with each punch. The other was like a sword deity incarnate, slaying demons with every strike. Only she, lacking the corresponding cultivation art, could not unleash her sacred Bodhi's full potential. This was why powerful factions grew stronger over time unless struck by calamity. They possessed deep foundations, countless techniques, endless elixirs, and complex connections. What good was talent without cultivation arts, elixirs, or backing? Could 10 years of bitter training surpass them? Don't dream of it. Unless you're a cheater. Haha, brother, sure, what a satisfying battle. Wang Tung came over and patted Shi Hao on the shoulder. 2 youths harboring the same ideals had today realized them together, slaying demons and upholding righteousness. Truly satisfying. But I won't compete with you, kid. You recklessly used your trump card and killed so many monsters. Shi Hao still remembered what Wang Teng had said to him earlier. He wanted to compete over who killed more monsters. How could that be fair? Wang Teng's trump card had killed over 1,000 in one go, but the trump card was still part of his strength. Haha, I was just joking. Just as they were about to leave, another change occurred. The blood-red clouds in the sky were engulfed by darkness, plunging the entire secret realm into gloom. What's happening? Don't tell me there are more monsters. Damn it, not again. After the previous battle, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. Interesting you managed to wipe out my demon army. I most enjoy devouring geniuses like you. A massive demon with 2 horns materialized on the horizon. Holy crap. What kind of monster is that? Damn it, that's a demon king. We're doomed. Panic-stricken, everyone tried to flee, but such a powerful demon left them utterly helpless. Yet where could they escape within the secret realm? By his estimate, the exit wouldn't open for at least another day. Miss Xie, brother Mu, strike now. Wang Teng hurriedly produced another scroll. The demon's aura was far stronger than the nether shade they had faced earlier, easily 100 times more formidable. At Wang Teng's call, the 3 attacked together. The fiery red scroll, the jade talisman, and a cyan scroll all shot toward the demon on the horizon. After a tremendous explosion, the demon emerged unscathed. Ha ha ha, are you tickling me? Holy crap. Could this be a sage-level demon king? We're finished. Wang Teng despaired. Why was there a sage-level demon king in this secret realm? The demon's aura was unstable, clearly not fully recovered, but it was still far beyond their ability to contend with. They'll kill you first, then go on a rampage in the eastern domain. The demon king began its assault. Even standing still, it caused the people below to scream in agony. Oh, my hands, my feet. Weaker individuals had their bodies dissolved by demonic qi. Qingyu, open your sea of consciousness. Just as Hua Qingyu was panicking and unsure what to do, the elder in her ring spoke again. She immediately opened her sea of consciousness, allowing Mu Shuixian's remnant soul to enter. This intervention would come at a cost, but thanks to the sacred elixir she had taken earlier, it was bearable. Seeing Hua Qingyu and the others about to be killed, she could no longer stand by. Lend me the Green Lotus Sword. Mu Shuixian's tone brooked no argument. Huh, junior sister are you? Lin Bai wanted to say more, but meeting his junior sister's icy gaze, he quickly handed over the Green Lotus Sword. Then, to the astonishment of Shi Hao, Wang Teng, and the others, she flew toward the Demon King in the sky. What crawling vermin dares to seek death? The Demon King roared in fury as someone dared to charge at him with a sword. Who is this woman so audacious and fierce? The crowd was astounded to see someone actively attacking the airborne fiend. Junior sister, be careful. Lin Bai never imagined that his borrowed sword would be used for this. It was too late to stop her now. All he could do was hope for a miracle. The Demon King bellowed, his demonic energy surging skyward as he slammed down a mighty palm. He intended to crush this reckless insect into pulp. Mu Shuixian drove her sword straight through his palm and continued soaring upward. The piercing pain in his hand only enraged the Demon King further. Torrents of demonic energy swept across heaven and earth. Impossible, the Demon King roared in fury. Who are you? How could the Eastern Domain still harbor a powerhouse like you? He couldn't fathom how this insignificant creature so young could possess such formidable cultivation. Hadn't the prodigies of the Eastern Domain all been slaughtered by them? A humble ant does not need to know my name, Mu Shuixian declared, standing midair with her sword. The azure lotus sword in her hand blazed with dazzling light before unleashing a colossal sword aura. No. Sensing the lethal threat, the Demon King bellowed. Curse you, you blood sacrifices. Wait, our demon legions will return. Before the Demon King could finish, the fierce sword aura pierced his body and he dissipated into nothingness. Lin Bai stood dumbfounded. His junior sister had slain the Demon King. Watching the figure in the sky, sword aura sweeping, slaying the demon with one strike, then departing with grace, he couldn't help but sigh. His path as a sword cultivator still had a long way to go. Though save the crowd remained in a daze. Wasn't this secret realm meant for disciple trials? Even the Demon King couldn't withstand a single blow from her. Why was she here competing with them? Later they realized it must have been a life-saving trump card from the sect. The realm restricted entry to those under 22. There was no way such a powerhouse could exist otherwise. Holy crap, brother Shi. Your junior sister is that incredible. Is that the life-saving trump card from your sect leader? Looking at her trump card, then at their own. Utterly incomparable. That damn Demon King had even said it was like a tickle to him. Damn it. Wang Teng grumbled in frustration. If the Demon King hadn't vanished into smoke, he'd have gone up to kick him twice. Probably. Yes, Shi Hao replied, snapping out of his shock. These matters weren't for a disciple to worry about. Your sword. Here. Nice sword. Mu Shuaxian approached Lin Bai and handed the blade back. As a great emperor, he naturally recognized the Azure Lotus Sword. It was the sword of the sword god from the Middle Ancient era. He was merely curious why it had ended up in senior brother Qingyu's hands. Back then, when the sword god fell, his sword vanished without a trace. All the sword cultivators of the central domain searched frantically, but found nothing. How had it drifted to the eastern domain? Qingyang sect. Oh, Lin Bai snapped back to reality and quickly took the sword. Over the next day, the disciples of various sects searched the secret realm, each gaining something more or less. But no new lucky ones emerged. The sage's inheritance did not appear this time. As the deadline approached, a vortex formed above the secret realm, just like when they entered. Let's go, brother Shi. The exit is open. The exit would remain open for only half a day. Anyone still inside after that would have to wait for the next opening. The trip had been worthwhile. Outside Qilin City, Qilin Dynasty, the elders of various sects waited eagerly, hoping their disciples would obtain the sage's inheritance, or at least plenty of resources. The vortex appeared outside Qilin City, and disciples began emerging one by one. As time neared its end, most of the disciples had returned. Seeing that less than half of the disciples remained, everyone sighed. The competition in this secret realm had been brutal. So, did the sage's inheritance appear? An elder asked eagerly. No, and we didn't find anything good either. No. Then why was the competition so fierce with so many deaths? The elder asked, puzzled. Elder, we encountered a horde of demons inside. We almost all perished in the secret realm. Luckily, a holy land and a powerful female prodigy stepped in to annihilate them. The speaking disciple still felt a chill in his heart. Demons. Brother Shi, I must take my leave. Come for tea at the eastern profound holy land sometime. With that, Wang Tung turned and departed with his remaining disciples. Their holy land had originally brought 21 members, including him. 3 had fallen in the secret realm. Farewell, brother Wang. Shi Hao and his 2 companions also turned to leave. Wang Tung, as a holy son, had little airs about him, so they were willing to befriend him. More friends meant more paths, even if the lad was a bit of a show-off. Master. The 3 spotted Feng Qingyang from afar and hurried over. Feng Qingyang was chatting amiably with the Qilin monarch. Where are you, all right? Your brother said he didn't see you in the secret realm. He mentioned demons. Did you encounter any? Hua Qingyu's elder brother had been single-mindedly seeking opportunities since entering the secret realm. He only heard about the demons from others. He also heard that the demon slayer was a woman in a red dress. He was grateful he hadn't gone to investigate the rumors. Otherwise, he might not have survived. Father, I'm fine. Thanks to the protection of my 2 senior brothers. Hearing their junior sister's words, Shi Hao and Lin Bai's expressions turned awkward. They recalled the figure who had slain the demon with a single sword strike. It's good that you're safe. I must also thank these 2 prodigies from the upper sect for protecting you. No, Qingyu is our junior sister. It's our duty. Shi Hao and Lin Bai stammered, unsure of what to say. How could they say your daughter is incredibly strong? She killed the demon king with 1 blow. She didn't need our protection. Enough, since everything is settled, let's return to the sect. Everything was in place. The only thing left was to open the mountain and recruit disciples. Farewell, your majesty. Feng Qingyang stepped forward. He had spent 2 days in the palace enjoying fine food and wine, experiencing a taste of luxury. Farewell, sect master Feng. You cultivate diligently at the upper sect. The Qilin monarch gave his parting advice. I understand, father. With that, Hua Qingyu followed Shi Hao and the others onto the Qingyun warship. On the way, master, we made quite a haul this time. Shi Hao recounted their discovery of the sacred medicine in the ruins and the entire process of slaying the demons. Sacred medicine, Feng Qingyang mused. Indeed, damn it. Qingyun sect still had no alchemist. Should he ask the patriarch to invite or capture a pill saint? The demons. Well, uproot them sooner or later. It's good that you 3 are safe. During his 2 days in the palace, Feng Qingyang had learned the origins of the ancient sage secret realm. In summary, it was survival of the fittest. No way around it, because this was the cruel world of cultivation. But once the roles of chopping block and fish were reversed, the demons would learn the terror of Qingyun sect in the eastern domain. The Qingyun war vessel sped toward the Qingyun sect at an incredible velocity, traversing 10,000 li in an instant. Within the Qingyun hall, outer sect elder Lin Bai and guardian elder Wang Xian, upon learning of the sect master's return, hastened to report their progress. This was by Feng Qingyang's orders. Before his departure, he wished to observe how the Qingyun sect operated in his absence. Sect Master, over these past 2 days, various powers, both great and small, have continuously delivered resources. We have already constructed over 20 storage halls. After coordinating with Patriarch Lin, these resources have been steadily transported to Qingyang City. The construction of Qingyang City is beginning to take shape. Lin Bai concluded his respectful report, and Wang Xian stepped forward. Sect Master, during your absence, my guard force has ensured that all is well at the Qingyang Sect and the Qingyang City construction site. As one of the Qingyang Sect's most vital visages, Qingyang City must be built to perfection. Feng Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. With a grand sweep of his hand, he declared magnanimously, pour in all the resources to accelerate the construction. As the supreme overlord sect of the entire Lingzhou, the Qingyang Sect now lacked for nothing in terms of resources. The current situation was such that even if you rushed to offer resources to the Qingyang Sect, it remained their prerogative to accept them or not. What? You say you'll stop sending them? That was of no consequence. There were plenty of people and powers eager to contribute. You were hardly indispensable. Yes, Sect Master. Ah yes. Prepare yourselves, both of you. We will open the mountain to accept new disciples soon. You may take your leave. Outside the Qingyang Hall, as one surveyed the entirety of the Qingyang Sect, another conspicuous structure had been added to the sect. It was the 100-story trial tower materialized directly within the sect grounds. At that moment, Shi Hao and his 2 companions stood dumbfounded at its base, gazing upward at the majestic tower that pierced the clouds. And then came the awkward moment. Since arriving at the sect, Shi Hao and Lin Bai had offered to show their junior sister, Hua Qingyu, around the premises. Before they could get familiar with much, they were thrown for a loop. They had never seen this tower before. Senior brother, what is this magnificent tower used for? Oh, this is our Qingyang Sect's Grand Tower. Shi Hao's answer was as good as no answer. Ah yes, that's right, Lin Bai chimed in. Hua Qingyu was even more bewildered than the 2 of them. From the moment she descended, she had been utterly astounded by the celestial-like Qingyang Sect. Now, recalling the words her master had spoken that day, she thought that perhaps in his eyes, even a hegemon-level power could be effortlessly annihilated. Even a holy land paled in comparison to the Qingyang Sect. Thank goodness the senior warned me decisively. It seems the senior truly possessed foresight. Hua Qingyu mused inwardly. Mu Shuixian was also deeply shocked, though not by the sect's ethereal scenery. As an empress, what sights hadn't she witnessed? Her composure was far from being so fragile. Rather, upon arriving at the Qingyang Sect and thinking of the mysterious sect master who had seen through her identity, her curiosity was piqued. Her divine sense at the emperor level unconsciously spread out, seeking to probe the depths of the Qingyang Sect. But the moment it was unleashed, it was crushed and repelled by a far more powerful divine sense. A voice then resounded within her sea of consciousness. Given your connection to the sect master's disciple, I will spare you this once. Dare to offend again, and you shall be annihilated. Mu Shuixian recoiled in fright, her imperial heart nearly shattered. The Qingyang Sect harbored such a formidable expert. She dared not dwell on it further. Shi Hao and his companions took a brief tour around the sect before heading to the storage hall. On the way, they happened upon Elder Lin Bai, and in the face of his outwardly calm, yet inwardly astounded demeanor, they produced all the sacred herbs and elixirs they had. Elder, these are the elixirs we obtained from the secret realm. We now present them all to the sect. Your dedication is appreciated. Lin Bai received them with a composed air. Yet why were the hands of this peak void breaker realm expert trembling slightly? He had never seen so many sacred herbs in his entire life. Shi Hao and his group then proceeded to the Qingyang Hall. As their master had mentioned, he had something to give them. Inside the Qingyang Hall. Master, you're here. These are your sect tokens. Feng Qingyang waved his hand, and 3 azure blue tokens flew out, landing in the hands of Shi Hao and the others. He had wrangled them from the system during his 2 days at the royal palace. Damn it all. How could the premier sect under the heavens not even have disciple tokens? After a persuasive discourse read threat, the system generously bestowed a large batch. There were enough to go around, which would simplify matters in the future. These tokens not only served as identification, but could also store contribution points. He had already planned it out. Many things within the sect would require contribution points to obtain. The sect would post tasks on the mission board, and disciples would complete them to earn contribution points, which could be used to exchange for items or access sect secret realms. Naturally, disciples could also post tasks on the mission board using their own contribution points. However, the sect would take a 5% service fee. Quite benevolent, wasn't it? Shi Hao and the others examined the tokens. The azure blue surface was engraved with the characters Qingyang Sect. Turning them over, they saw the word personal disciple etched on the back. With these tokens, their status and standing within the sect were established. Thank you, Master. Shi Hao and his companions clasped their hands in gratitude. Yet a doubt lingered. Hadn't their master said they should start as outer disciples? Shi Hao had often referred to himself as the senior outer disciple of the Qingyang sect. Now that title would have to be ceded to the newly initiated junior brothers. The three of you have passed through the ancient saint's secret realm and experienced the brutal trials of the battlefield. From this day forth you are officially my personal disciples. Thank you, Master. Their hearts stirred. They clasped their hands once more. Now they were truly and legitimately their master's disciples. Qingyu, I have a cultivation art for you. Consider it a welcome gift upon your entry to the sect. Relax your divine sense. Qingyu complied and released her divine sense. A violet halo of light flew into her consciousness. The phoenix-derived saint art. After a brief immersion, she realized this art was perfectly suited for her phoenix saint physique. It was practically tailor-made. She hastened to express her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Qingyu will not let you or the sect down. If I should ever betray this trust, may the heavens strike me down with lightning, and may my body and soul be utterly destroyed. She was profoundly moved. This master, whom she had initially considered a mere figurehead, had imparted such a profound art upon her very induction. Overcome with emotion, she involuntarily swore a great Tao oath. A cultivator who swore such an oath could never renege on it lest inner demons fester, leading to certain doom. There is no need for such solemnity. You may all go and cultivate now. Qingyu, leave your ring behind. I have words for her. Very well, Master. Qingyu removed the ring from her finger. She knew her master was aware of the senior's presence within the ring. They had even conversed that day. Come out, must I invite you myself? After Shi Hao and the other two had left, Feng Qingyang glanced at the Mi-Long ring and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuixian flew out from the ring. She was still in a remnant soul state, her form translucent and drifting unsteadily. What do you want? Mu Shuixian was curious about what this mysterious sect master intended to do. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Qingyang sect, her pride as an emperor realm cultivator had been tempered considerably. After all, this person could subdue her at any moment. I don't want anything in particular, just to discuss a matter with you. I am also granting you an opportunity to change your fate depending on whether you can seize it. Join my Qingyang sect as an elder for 100,000 years. Or rather, to be more precise, work for my Qingyang sect without compensation for 100,000 years. The reward is a reconstructed physical body for you. What do you think? 100,000 years. Even as a great emperor, she was deeply moved. How many 100,000 years could an emperor live? Whether she would even exist after 100,000 years was uncertain. But a reconstructed body, that was an incredibly tempting offer for her. In her current remnant soul state, the prospect of rebuilding her body on her own was distant and hopeless. Thinking this, she hesitated no longer. 100,000 years it would be. Gritting her teeth, she agreed. What must I do? Simply sign a Tao contract. This was what the system had told him. Originally, he wanted the system to provide some means to control others. The Tao contract was far more binding than a Tao oath. Once signed, if either party reneged, they would be struck by heavenly lightning and reduced to ashes. Come. They communicated with the heavens and earth through their cultivation. Feng Qingyang wrote the Tao contract and inscribed the name of the Qingyang sect with his divine sense. Mu Shuixian examined it, found no issues, and left her own name with her divine sense. The contract was formed. Its general terms stated that the Qingyang sect would provide Mu Shuixian with a new body, and she would work for the sect without compensation for 100,000 years, after which the agreement would cease. Any violator would face death and the destruction of their Tao. Feng Qingyang sneered disdainfully at this. When the Qingyang sect acted, even the Tao would have to step aside, understand. However, he deemed it unnecessary, as his main goal was to secure Mu Shuixian as a laborer. As an emperor realm cultivator, she was barely qualified to serve as an inner sect elder and instruct the inner disciples. Very well, since that is settled, I shall reconstruct your body. System, retrieve the lotus body shaping lotus root. Then Feng Qingyang directed the lotus root toward Mu Shuixian. A dazzling light shone as a lotus root-like form attached itself to her. It then continuously transformed into a brand new body. From Mu Shuixian's perspective, it seemed as though Feng Qingyang merely waved his hand, and a completely new body materialized on her, restoring life to the dead, regenerating flesh and bone. Such heaven-defying creation. What level of cultivation was this? Who was the sect master? This is the lotus saint body I bestow upon you. Since it can be granted, it can also be taken away. As for the Tao contract, do you truly believe I fear it? Thank you, sect master. Faced with Feng Qingyang's threat, what else could she do but express her gratitude? She was like a fish on a chopping block. With the body complete, Mu Shuixian appeared in physical form clad in a cyan long dress. She sensed it briefly and realized it came with an innate constitution. This was extraordinary. She attempted to use her power, but could only muster the saint realm as she had previously been a remnant soul. However, her foundation as a great emperor remained. Now, it was merely a matter of recovering her cultivation, and reaching the emperor realm would be unimpeded. You may go now. From this day forth you are an inner sect elder of my Qingyang sect. Perform well, and we shall soon open the mountain to recruit disciples. After Mu Shuixian departed, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface again. He still had 5 unused summoning cards from last time's rewards. Damn it, if he was going to open the mountain and recruit disciples, he needed more powerful individuals. Give me gold. System use all summoning cards. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations host, you have drawn Outer Sect Elder Mu Tian Peak, Void Shattering Realm. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations host, you have drawn Outer Sect Elder Mu Feng Peak, Void Shattering Realm. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations host, you have drawn Inner Sect Elder Luo Chun Half Saint. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations host, you have drawn Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wu Dao Peak Saint Entry Realm. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing. Congratulations host, you have drawn Technique Hall Elder Nia Hailong Peak Saint Entry Realm. The drawn characters are being crafted. Crafting successful. Holy shit. Finally got some gold. 1 half Saint 2 Peak Saint Realm Cultivators. 2 Outer Sect Elders, 1 Inner Sect Elder, a Technique Hall Elder, and a Law Enforcement Hall Elder. This would barely suffice for now. He opened his personal panel to check. Master Feng Qingyang Realm Initial True Human Realm Disciples Lin Bai Shi Hao Hua Qingyu Constitution Myriad Heavens Divine Body. Sect Powerhouses Ancestor Li Qingyan Peak Great Emperor Realm Guardian Elder Wang Xian Peak Void Shattering Realm Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai Mu Tian Mu Feng Peak Void Shattering Realm 5 Guards. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuixian Saint Entry Realm Luo Chun Half Saint Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao Saint Entry Realm Technique Hall Elder Nia Hailong Peak Saint Entry Realm. Sect Qingyang Sect Level 1 900 010000. Host must continue striving to forge the number 1 divine sect in the heavens. There is no time to lose. Damn it, you nagging system. What are you rushing for? It hasn't been that long, and the Qingyang sect has already become this powerful. Feng Qingyang dared not boast, but becoming the number 1 sect in the entire Huangwu continent might only require a few more high and mid-level powerhouses and disciples. Given a little more time, the Qingyang sect sweeping across the 5 domains and 65 prefectures would be within reach. Outside the main hall, the elders crafted by the system descended. 2 Peak Saint Realm Cultivators and 1 half Saint. Mu Shuixian looked up and mused. She thought to herself that the Qingyang sect was truly a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With such strength, they could sweep across the eastern domain. Junior sister, do not be alarmed. These are our Qingyang sect's elders arriving. Shi Hao briefly explained what he knew to his junior sister. The powerhouses of the Qingyang sect had been in slumber or traveling abroad. Now that the sect was ready to emerge and stir the world, opening its gates to recruit disciples, they were arriving one after another. At this moment, within the magnificent Azure Cloud Hall, as the future foremost sect under the heavens, how can we lack disciples? Host, please commence the first recruitment of disciples. Completion of this task will grant you immense rewards. Excellent. The system truly understands my desires. This task comes at the perfect time. Feng Qingyang, who had already planned to recruit disciples, was overjoyed at this fortuitous to unknown opportunity. Now, whether for the system's task or for the Azure Cloud sect, a grand event must be orchestrated. With a flicker of thought, Feng Qingyang summoned the sect's upper and middle echelons to the Azure Cloud Hall via divine sense. Seated in the master's seat, Feng Qingyang looked down upon ancestor Li Qingyun, who sat with closed eyes in repose. Below him were Law Enforcement Elder Luo Wudao Technique Hall Elder Nia Hailong Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun. Guard Elder Wang Xian Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai Mu Tian and Mu Feng. At the very end sat Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family. The newly summoned elders, mostly middle-aged men at their prime, had already donned their respective robes. The Outer Sect elders' robes were a brighter cyan, predominantly cyan, with only a hint of white. In stark contrast, the Inner Sect elders' robes were primarily blue cyan, with the embroidered rock replaced by abstract cloud patterns symbolizing a soaring ascent to the clouds. The law enforcement hall's attire exuded greater solemnity, while the technique halls leaned towards a scholarly elegance. All now gazed respectfully at the sect master upon his throne, each radiating an extraordinary aura. This marked the first grand assembly of elders since the Azure Cloud sect's re-establishment. Everyone, the time is ripe. Our Azure Cloud sect is now fully equipped with all elders in place. Our strength is formidable, unmatched across the entire eastern domain. Yet for a sect to thrive eternally, it cannot suffer a dearth of prodigious disciples. Therefore I decree that in 3 days we shall open our gates to recruit disciples. I proclaim the Azure Cloud sect's formal entry into the world. Though we now dominate Spirit Prefecture, we must not remain confined to a corner. This entry aims to set our sights on the entire eastern domain. As Feng Qingyang finished, all the elders rose in unison and echoed, "We humbly obey the sect master's command. The Azure Cloud sect shall soar to the heavens." Meanwhile, in Spirit Prefecture, a piece of news erupted. The entire prefecture boiled over as if a bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake. It sent shockwaves through Spirit Prefecture. In 3 days, the supreme sect of Spirit Prefecture, the Azure Cloud sect, would open its doors for disciple recruitment. The news swept across the prefecture with lightning speed. In Mystic Moon City Spirit Prefecture, the Azure Cloud sect is finally recruiting. Indeed, let's hurry, brotherly. Our Mystic Moon City is closest to the sect. If we're late, we won't be first. You know I always love to be first in everything. Let's wait 3 days at the sect's gate. His companion, though excited, replied helplessly, "With countless millions vying for entry, being first is useless. With our talents, breaking through in such a vast prefecture is a daunting task. Why do you lack any ambition?" "My father said I have the potential to become a deity transformation cultivator." "Deity transformation, you know? What do you know? If I could become even a menial disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, my life would be complete." Many shared his sentiment. After all, it was the hegemon of the entire Spirit Prefecture. Once admitted, even as a mere menial disciple, one would ascend to greatness overnight, riding the clouds to success. Thus all who deemed themselves somewhat talented set out for the Azure Cloud sect, a place of yearning and the starting point of their dreams. Forces from across Spirit Prefecture, families, dynasties, and rogue cultivators, sent their representatives, a multitude numbering in the billions. To stand out and join the Azure Cloud sect amidst this sea of people was difficult as ascending to the heavens. Some sect masters even decided to disband their own sects, hoping their luck and skill might land them a menial role in the Azure Cloud sect. Even if tasked with carrying manure, they would find it fragrant. It would bring immense prestige. "What? You look down on manure carriers? I am the Grand Manure Supervisor of the Azure Cloud sect. Do you want to stay in Spirit Prefecture?" The Azure Cloud sect. "Oh, my apologies, my respects." Meanwhile, in the Spirit Prefecture's Demon Beast Forest, Die. A youth struck a demonic nether tiger with his fist. The tiger's massive body was blasted several meters away. It let out a mournful cry, then its head slumped, and it fell stiffly to the ground. Outsiders witnessing this would be utterly astounded. Heavens! The nether tiger was a 4th-tier demon beast equivalent to a cultivator at the nascent soul peak. And the youth before them was merely 17 or 18. Absolutely terrifying. Nascent soul peak. "Soon, when my cultivation is restored, Lin Yao, you will pay." Oh, the supreme sect of Spirit Prefecture is recruiting. He knew of this minor force. Since his rebirth and awakening of memories, the most frequent tidings he heard concerned the Azure Cloud sect. Though small, it suited him for now. Still weak, he could use them to reach the central domain and gain temporary shelter. "Azure Cloud sect, your emperor is coming." With those words, the youth departed without a backward glance, leaving only the nether tiger's corpse to languish in the wind. In the Burial God Mountain range, "Master, I am ready. Begin." Ning Yan focused his mind, channeling the spiritual energy within him, which surged wildly through his body. Beside him, a white-haired elder gazed approvingly at the youth, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yenner, the blazing sun's sacred body, ranks 9th among the sacred physiques and is exceedingly powerful. It requires a strange flame to activate. Today I shall aid you in awakening it. Fire, come forth. The elder's right hand erupted in a flame, a dazzling ethereal azure. Do not underestimate it. This is the azure nether flame, ranked 29th among the strange flames. The elder channeled the strange flame into Ning Yan's body. Following his master's guidance, Ning Yan circulated the flame control art, and soon the azure nether flame merged into him. He cried out in agony, then clenched his teeth in perseverance, drenched in sweat. The strange flame, guided by the art, slowly entered his dantian, but its immense power seared his meridians relentlessly. A quarter of an hour later, the youth lay limp on the ground, but the slight upturn of his lips proved his success. "Thank you, master." After a moment to recover, he rose and bowed to the elder. His master was actually a spirit residing in the necklace around his neck. All along, his master had guided his cultivation, allowing him to progress swiftly, and he held deep respect for him. "Well done, Yenner. With your sacred body awakened, your strength has ascended to new heights. It seems the day of helping me rebuild my body draws near. It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, master. Once my cultivation is complete, I will surely forge you a perfect body. You are thoughtful. By the way, Yenner, the Azure Cloud sect, the hegemon of Spirit Prefecture, is about to recruit disciples. You must hurry and not miss the opportunity. In my past life, I could have crushed 100 sects like this with a single slap. But you are still weak now. Joining them will provide you with added security on your journey to the central domain." As the elder spoke, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The central domain, a cultivation paradise in everyone's eyes where experts emerge like fish swimming across a river. Legendary emperor-level powerhouses dwell in this very realm. Yenner, with your mid-nascent soul cultivation along with my help joining them, will be a breeze. Seeing such an outstanding disciple, the elder felt immense gratification. He never expected a sacred body to appear in the barren eastern domain. As time passed, the cultivators flocking to the Azure Cloud sect swarmed like ants and locusts. At the foot of the Qingyang sect, just a quarter of an hour before the news spread, Lin Zhan hurried home. He then announced a piece of news that thrilled all the younger members of the Lin family. The main sect will open its doors to recruit disciples 3 days from now. Great. Finally, they have a chance to join the main sect like brother Lin Bai. They could hardly wait, standing by the main sect's gate every day. With eager eyes gazing towards the sect, they fantasized about the day they could enter through their own efforts. Now the opportunity lay before them, and whether they could seize it depended entirely on themselves. Moreover, the Lin family had the advantage of being close to the sect, not to mention that Lin Bai's connections could potentially help them. It was not only because the Lin family had made contributions and received rewards from the sect leader in the form of celestial techniques. Although they had not practiced for long, they could not be underestimated. After all, these were celestial techniques, and during this period of cultivation, everyone's strength had significantly improved. Additionally, the family head Lin Zhan had attended the Qingyang sect meeting, ensuring they were informed of the news at the earliest moment, allowing them to prepare in advance. 3 days passed, filled with the anxious anticipation of the people of Lingzhou. At this moment, the scene at the gate of Qingyang sect was beyond description. Estimating roughly, there were at least hundreds of millions, nearly filling the entire Qingyang mountain range, with a continuous stream of people arriving. However, there was no need to rush. This time, the Qingyang sect had set aside 10 days for the recruitment, allowing everyone ample time. Although the crowd was noisy, it was surprisingly orderly. 5 guards radiated the aura of peak reality realm experts, stunning the entire assembly, and no one dared to act recklessly. These 5 seniors possess such strong auras. Are they the elders of Qingyang sect? Indeed, I didn't expect the main sect to value this recruitment so highly, sending out 5 elders even before it began. Of course, with a sect as powerful as the main sect, even a slight action from them makes us feel like we can only look up in awe. But let me tell you, the most powerful in the main sect is the mysterious sect leader said to be an incredibly mighty emperor. I usually don't spread such hidden news, but I'll tell you today, or just don't spread it recklessly. A man's shocking words left many around him speechless. The sect leader is an emperor. Is that true? An emperor, a being at the pinnacle of the continent, commanding awe throughout the ages. If this news is true, then, Feng Qingyang, when did I become an emperor? This kid is definitely not one of my hired actors. As the time arrived, the gates of Qingyang sect swung wide open. Shi Hao, along with Elder Yi by Mu Feng and Mu Tian, stepped out from within. Qingyang sect first dispatched 5 guards to maintain order. Then they sent out the sect leader's personal disciple Shi Hao along with 3 outer sect elders to host the event. The atmosphere among the crowd below reached its peak. Look, it's the elders of Qingyang sect. The recruitment examination is about to begin. The crowd at the gate strained to look up, for figures dressed in sect attire stood atop the mountain. From this angle, they seemed to be standing at the same height as the clouds, making them appear as celestial beings descending from the heavens. Shi, the personal disciple, please speak first. At the summit, the elder politely addressed Shi Hao. No matter where one is, rules are essential, as Qingyang's sect grew more formal, everyone had to adhere to the rules. They were merely outer sect elders, while Shi Hao was the sect leader's personal disciple, and thus rules could not be broken. The sect's regulations were being drafted personally by the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. Once it was reviewed by the sect leader, it would be finalized, and it was believed it would be completed before the recruitment ended. "You are too kind, elder," Shi Hao said as he stepped forward and spoke in a clear voice. "First of all, I welcome all of you who have traveled countless miles day and night to participate in our Qingyang sect's recruitment conference. I wish everyone success in passing the examination and entering Qingyang sect. I am Shi Hao, the sect leader's personal disciple, and I look forward to meeting you all within the sect. Now I have finished speaking. Next, an inner sect elder will give you detailed information about the specific examination process for the first round." After a few polite remarks, Shi Hao turned and stepped back. "Wu, the disciples of the main sect are so handsome. They truly understand our hearts. Indeed, I rushed for 3 consecutive days to reach Qingyang sect without stopping. With the words of the main sect's personal disciple, my efforts were not in vain. Wu. Some were moved on the spot. Those who could arrive here truly traveled day and night without regard for distance. Who could share their bittersweet sentiments? The main sect's personal disciple even personally wished for their success in the examination. How could they not be moved?" After Shi Hao finished speaking, the 3 elders stepped forward. Lin Bai stood between the other 2 elders and looked down, announcing loudly, "We are the outer sect elders of Qingyang sect. Now I will explain the examination process for the first round, the illusory sky ladder." After Lin Bai spoke, he activated his spiritual energy and waved his hand. A dazzling blue light flashed momentarily. 100 milling sky ladder extended from the sect all the way down to the mountain gate, reaching into the clouds, with scenes changing endlessly on the ladder, full of mysteries. This breathtaking scene left everyone dumbfounded. This is the illusory sky ladder. It's quite simple. Anyone who steps onto this ladder from the mountain gate will pass the first round of the examination. This sky ladder changes infinitely. Each person experiences a different illusion with every 10 steps taken. Only those with a high level of mental fortitude and determination can complete it. Moreover, this sky ladder will generate corresponding illusions and pressures according to each person's cultivation level, so the first round is absolutely fair. Anyone who passes this sky ladder will become a servant disciple of our Qingyang sect, even if they fail the second round of examination. As the elder said this, the crowd below was already filled with excitement, eager to give it a try. The first round is a purely fair and just examination. It does not consider cultivation levels, only mental fortitude and determination. Moreover, even if they fail the second round, they can still become servant disciples, which most of them have longed for. What a conscience! Such great conscience! To some of them, this sky ladder seemed simple. The elders of the main sect said it was simple, so it must not be difficult. If talent is not a factor, they prided themselves on their mental fortitude and determination. Becoming a servant disciple is absolutely within reach. Alright, this elder declares that the first round examination of the illusory sky ladder officially begins. At Elder Yabai's command, groups of people stepped onto the heavenly staircase one after another. The staircase was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of participants simultaneously. Those who failed would be teleported back, allowing others to take their place, so the process moved swiftly. The first batch charged up the staircase as if joining the Qingyang sect was within arm's reach. Yet while imagination was beautiful, reality was harsh. Help! Why is there so much fire? A man had barely set foot on the staircase when it transformed into a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Terrified, he screamed and retreated. "No, don't kill me. I'm actually a spy sent by that lord. I surrender." This person's illusion was even more intriguing. In it, the Qingyang sect was breached. Being timid, he immediately begged for mercy and, trembling with fear, fabricated that confession. "I was wrong, sect leader. I shouldn't have revealed your philandering ways. Forgive me." In his illusion, he had gossiped about the sect leader's romantic exploits, sullying his reputation. He was mercilessly whipped, and his weak will led to failure. If Feng Qingyang knew, he would surely curse. "Where the hell do I have any romantic exploits? You dare slander the sect leader? Drag him out and give him 300 lashes first. I won't dare again. I didn't mean to betray the sect. Forgive me, forgive me." As for this one, he truly deserved it. In the illusion, he betrayed the sect for a sliver of gain, and the trial ended in instant failure. The first trial tested only one's heart and perseverance. Its purpose was to weed out those who were weak-willed, treacherous, wicked, or lazy. Thus, those who passed the first trial were resolute individuals with great fortitude. Even if they failed the second trial, it only meant their innate talent was lacking, not something that blind effort could improve. They could be accepted as menial disciples. With the sect's nurturing and their own efforts, they could soar. As time passed, the trials proceeded with great intensity. The first batch of tens of thousands was completely eliminated. Even the one who climbed the highest only managed 4 steps before being teleported back. Back on the ground, they gasped for air, taking a long time to calm down. Wah! I'm such a failure. I only took 1 step before being sent back. We know. So what? Should we give you an award for being a failure? Do you think it's easy to be a failure? I didn't even take a single step. Damn it, I'm worse than a failure. Wah! Before he even stepped onto the staircase, he saw many people in front screaming in agony. Terrified, he withdrew the foot he was about to put forward. Batch after batch was eliminated. The highest climber only managed 10 steps before letting out a miserable cry and being ruthlessly sent back. The failures gazed at the top of the staircase with regret and unwillingness. It seemed so close yet as distant as the horizon. The 3 elders of the Qingyang sect watched them with utterly impassive expressions. Weak-willed and lacking perseverance, yet still hoping to join the Qingyang sect. Wake up, stop dreaming. Countless people surged toward the staircase like a shoal of fish crossing a river. To them, this staircase was like the legendary Dragon Gate. Cross this heavenly moat, and they would transform from a carp into a dragon soaring straight into the clouds. What kind of crappy heavenly staircase is this? With my high talent, I can only take 1 step. Truly blind as a dog not recognizing a gem. I'd be better off not joining this damn Qingyang sect. A man fumed. His talent was top-notch in his clan, and he was a famed genius for 10,000 miles around. He had arrogantly assured others before coming with such high talent passing the assessment would be a breeze. Maybe he'd even enter the inner sect and become an elder someday. Now he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't even take the second step. The onlookers pointed and whispered, saying he had a death wish for being so audacious. A few complaints were tolerable, but to insult the upper sect. Who dares to insult our Qingyang sect? The guard Wang Jian roared as he strode before the man. So you're the one who said we're blind as dogs, eh? I think you're a pig. Dot. No. No. My father. Without further ado, Wang Jian struck, reducing the arrogant man to a pool of blood. This scene drew the crowd's attention. Noticing many eyes on him, Wang Jian spoke. Let me reiterate, the first trial tests heart and perseverance. If you can't pass the first trial, no matter how high your talent, our Qingyang sect has no use for you. Complaints are allowed, but anyone who dares to insult our sect again will share this man's fate. Wang Jian pointed at the blood on the ground. Hearing this, those who had failed but considered themselves talented and wanted to vent their frustrations dared not speak a word. Meanwhile, a figure was steadily ascending the staircase. He had already taken a full 100 steps without pausing. This sight drew exclamations from the crowd below. Strong, incredibly strong. Especially those who had failed were astonished. They had personally experienced the terror of the illusory staircase. Then envy filled them. It seemed this person could easily pass the first trial. Even if he failed the second, he would still become a menial disciple. He was as good as a Qingyang sect disciple. This young man was the same one who had killed the dark tiger with a single palm strike in the demon beast forest. Now Qin Han strolled leisurely on the staircase, as if the illusions and pressure had no effect on him, failing to hinder his steps even slightly. This trial is far too easy for this emperor. Illusions came one after another, but he shattered them instantly. The heart of an Emperor Realm cultivator was unbreakable. As a former Emperor Realm powerhouse, he lacked the youthful vigor and drive. Instead, his aura was completely restrained like a deep mire, making it impossible to fathom his depth. Such a person was the most fearsome. Elsewhere, Master, it's finally my turn. Should I reveal my true strength now? Ning Yin communicated with his master using divine sense. Such a grand occasion was too deep for him to handle. His master, a big shot from the central domain, had seen far more than he had eaten salt and could surely manage. Besides, since he started cultivating, he had always enjoyed playing the fool to catch his prey off guard. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. Every time he saw the astonished expressions of his enemies, he was utterly content. Yinner, when in doubt, consult your heart, the old man said mysteriously. Everyone had their own thoughts, and he didn't want his disciple to rely on him too much. My heart. My heart. Master, I understand. Yes, my goal today is to use them as stepping stones. I must show enough weight to earn their regard. I shall crush everything in my path. Not bad, not bad. The heart of invincibility is taking shape. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Holy crap. Look at that guy. Holy crap, 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 crap. What did they see? The the cloud ladder that was impossibly difficult for them. A man was sprinting up it with ease. It was utterly ridiculous beyond belief. Even more absurd than the man strolling leisurely up there. Comparing people truly infuriates. Shi Hao had already reached over 300 steps, still calm and composed. Sensing someone catching up from behind, he paid no heed, continuing to ascend step by step at a slow pace. Ning Yin surged past the man ahead in one breath and continued rushing upward. He glanced back as he overtook Shi Hao. Shi Hao merely smiled faintly, as if he did not mind being surpassed. An emperor's heart honed over tens of thousands of years was already as firm as a rock. Striving for first place was a child's game he had experienced countless times in his youth. The illusory heaven ladder had a total of 999 steps. At this moment, besides Ning Yin and Shi Hao, there were hundreds of people struggling on the 100th step. Their faces were drenched in sweat, etched with agony, utterly lacking the ease of Ning Yin and the other man. Yet this still surpassed the vast majority, as those who failed the trial hung their heads in dejection. Some had retreated at the very first step, while others persisted to the 10th before being teleported down. Of course, no one knew the outcome until the very end, for failing at the first step and failing at the 998th step were the same. At the summit, the three elders exchanged glances. Not bad, there were still a few promising seedlings, especially those two at the very front. Turning back to the scene, on the ladder, Ning Yin surged all the way to the very top, arriving before the sect gates. The crowd below erupted once more. The first to complete the trial had emerged. This gave immense encouragement to those who had yet to begin. If there was a first, there would be a second, a third, a fourth. Maybe with a bit of effort, they too could ascend. Greetings, Elder. My name is Ning Yin. Wait a moment, the second trial will commence shortly. Elder Yi Bai said with a gentle smile. Ascending in such a short time indicated a resolute will and unyielding perseverance. This youth would surely become a disciple of Qingyang's sect. Standing at the mountaintop, Ning Yin looked down. The one who had climbed the highest was the young man he had glanced back at. He had already ascended over 800 steps, his pace still steady. Ning Yin even suspected the man was deliberately moving this slowly. Hearing the praises and adulation from the crowd below, he felt a certain sensation. 10 years of arduous cultivation, unknown to all, yet fame spreads across the world in a single morning. Time passed slowly, and before long Shi Hao also ascended. Half a day later, half of the billions of people had already been eliminated. At this moment, 1,000 people had gathered at the mountaintop. These 1,000 had fought their way through the billions, successfully reaching the summit and passing the trial. They all chatted happily with each other, rejoicing in their success, each fully aware of the hardships along the way. They had gritted their teeth and persevered, encouraging themselves with every step. Just a little more, just a little harder. With unyielding determination, they ascended step by step. The numbers are sufficient. Now you will undergo the second trial, talent assessment. Yi Bai noticed some faces fell while others brightened, so he spoke again. You are already considered disciples of our Qingyang sect, so do not be disheartened if you fail the second trial. Passing the first trial makes you a menial disciple. Passing the second makes you an outer disciple. Menial disciples have a ranking list every 2 months. The top 10 are promoted to outer disciples. Outer disciples follow the same rule. The top 10 every 2 months are promoted to inner disciples. Thus, with diligent cultivation, each of you has the opportunity to become an outer or even an inner disciple. This rule was established by Feng Qingyang and the elders to motivate the disciples. Competition breeds motivation no matter where. The ranking list is based purely on strength, recording only the top 100. Any disciple may challenge those ranked above at any time. In other words, if you have the skill, you rise. The crowd who had passed the ladder followed the elder into Qingyang's sect with anticipation. This day had finally arrived. They entered the sacred land of cultivation they had dreamed of. As they entered the sect, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy rushed toward them. Gazing out, spiritual energy had condensed into mist, and pavilions and towers resembled a celestial realm. Stunning. An unprecedented shock. Having lived in Lingzhou without contact with such sacred grounds, they had never seen a scene that could surpass even a holy land. Realizing they were now disciples of Qingyang's sect, able to cultivate and live here, they grew even more excited. Previously, they only knew Qingyang's sect was mighty, the supreme sect dominating all of Lingzhou. Now they understood the profound foundation of Qingyang's sect. With such a sect, how could it not rise? Shi Hao narrowed his eyes. This Qingyang sect was no ordinary place. The density of spiritual energy far surpassed that of the central domain. He had noticed it upon arriving at the Qingyang mountain range. The outer periphery already rivaled the central domain. Now within the sect it was several times richer. Had he stumbled into a hidden grand sect? Even the great emperor was astounded, let alone the old man in Ning Yan's necklace. What place is this? He had just boasted to his disciple that he had seen it all. But this scene he had truly never witnessed. At this moment, the 9-tripod great Dao Bell had been brought forth prepared 3 days prior. This is our Qingyang sect's exclusive artifact for testing talent. Strike it with all your might. Those who make the bell ring 3 times pass the trial and become outer disciples. 3 rings are quite simple, so relax. Achieving 3 rings indicated considerable talent worthy of being called a prodigy. The great Emperor Qin Han was dumbfounded again. He sensed the 9-tripod constantly emitting Dao resonance and suppressing fate. Could this supreme treasure be a celestial artifact? Are you telling me your Qingyang sect uses a celestial artifact to test talent? Such extravagance. Like Lung Bingning, he began to suspect that Qingyang sect could no longer be described as a hidden grand sect. Could it be a celestial sect from the upper realm? Using a celestial artifact to test talent. What a waste of a divine treasure. Truly something else. Hearing the elder's words, the crowd quickly expressed disbelief. 3 rings simple. You said the same about the latter. Simple. Elder, you have no martial honor. This was probably another arduous task. The crowd lined up to take their turns testing. Huh. A young man struck the 9-tripod with force, then looked at it expectantly. Dong dong. 2 rings unqualified. Next. Dong dong. Unqualified. Next. Dong dong dong. 3 rings, elder. I passed, ha. A man exclaimed with excitement. His talent had never been poor since childhood. But after seeing over 100 people eliminated before him, he was still anxious. Now the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. 3 rings assessment passed. The testing continued. Some were eliminated, others passed. Each person's joy or sorrow was different. In the midst, a few achieved 4 rings, and 1 prodigy achieved 5 rings. After the elder's explanation, they understood that 4 rings indicated talent above average, but not exceptional, neither top nor bottom. 5 rings signified prodigious talent. Though excited, the one with 5 rings said little, for regardless of the number of rings, all who passed were outer disciples. True skill would be proven through strength later. One named Jinitai Mei was the most regrettable, as the bell rang only 2.5 times, failing the assessment. He immediately put on a painful expression, waving his arms and crying. Even Elder Yi Bai found it a pity. A half-ring difference had blocked this disciple. It was Ning Yan's turn to be tested. Like the others, he approached the 9 cauldrons with anticipation. He had often heard his master speak of his talent, wondering just how exceptional it truly was. The blazing sun's sacred body was said to rank highly among physiques. Now he finally had the chance to test it himself. He wondered how many chimes he could produce. According to the elder, one who struck 5 chimes was already considered a prodigy. Ning Yan believed he was certainly no worse than that person. The old man within his necklace was also filled with anticipation, confident that such a precious artifact would yield an accurate measurement. If Ning Yan could make a stunning debut and gain the sect's favor, then, with the backing of such a powerful sect, the matter of reshaping his body would be as good as settled. Ning Yan ceased his musings, channeled his spiritual energy, and threw a punch. Dong 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 dong. The 9 cauldrons rang out 8 times before falling silent. Holy crap! 8 chimes. How are we with our measly 2 chimes supposed to hold our heads up? Exactly. That's 4 times what we got. They had thought the one who struck 5 chimes was already crushing enough, but then someone even more formidable appeared. Who was this person? How could he be so astonishing? The crowd stared at Ning Yan in shock, thinking that he truly lived up to his reputation as the fierce one who had sprinted through the illusory heaven staircase in the first trial. With a firm heart, perseverance, and such unparalleled talent, it would be hard for him not to soar. Excellent, this elder did not misjudge you. The first to swiftly pass the staircase, he had already used his divine sense to probe Ning Yan earlier, discovering that he possessed a powerful special physique. He had thought Ning Yan's talent in this second trial would be considerable, but he never expected 8 chimes. One who strikes 8 chimes possesses the aptitude of an emperor. In the future, he will surely become an emperor. Elder Yi Bai declared. Holy crap! The elder's words left the already stunned crowd even more astounded. What kind of existence was an emperor? They had never even seen a lofty saint before. An emperor was a being they dared not even imagine. Suddenly the elder told them that this person, this senior brother, would become an emperor in the future. One could imagine the immense impact this had on them. Elder, what kind of disciple is one with the emperor aptitude of 8 chimes? Ning Yan asked expectantly, envisioning the sect discovering his talent and beginning to nurture him vigorously. Mate chimes. Still an outer disciple. Very well. They'll just have to climb up step by step through my own strength. Hearing the elder's words, Ning Yin did not feel disheartened. He would take it one step at a time and just get it done. Hadn't it always been this way for him from the start of his cultivation to the awakening of his sacred physique? The testing continued. However, after Ning Yan's 8 chimes, even the appearance of 4 or 5 chimes seemed lackluster. It was Qin Han's turn. He stepped forward, caressed the 9 cauldrons, and felt the profound resonance emanating from it, a sensation that shook him to his core. He had initially planned to go with the flow and join the sect, preparing to use the imperial art to suppress his cultivation level and talent. But upon entering, he found such a powerful sect irresistible. Who wouldn't be tempted? With his strength and combat experience, becoming the top outer disciple was a given, but now a rival had appeared, so he couldn't be careless. He could no longer hide his abilities. Every sect favored disciples with high talent and formidable strength. The idea of being an unremarkable, steady outer disciple senior brother was abandoned. If he was to be a senior brother, he would be one with extraordinary talent and immense power. The sharpness he had long sheathed was ignited once more. 8 chimes. I wonder how many this emperor can strike. Qin Han casually threw a punch at the 9 cauldrons. Dong 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 dong. The 9 cauldrons again emitted 8 chimes. Another 8 chimes. The aptitude of an emperor destined to become an emperor. This person, this senior brother, also achieved 8 chimes. 2 8-chime results had the crowd utterly numb with shock. Fortunately, they were all people with firm hearts. If someone with an unstable Dao heart were standing here, it might have shattered their Dao heart entirely. They were all human, yet one achieved 8 chimes while another managed only 2. Comparing one person to another could truly drive one mad. Just as I thought. That person deliberately slowed down in the first trial. Ning Yin muttered to himself. He had suspected it back then. This person was certainly not simple. He then looked at Qin Han with an expression that said, I saw through you all along. The testing of the 1,000 people was soon completed. Of them, only 400 were classified as outer disciples, while 600 became servant disciples. The outer disciples made up less than half of the total. One might think 400 geniuses were many, but one must consider the scale. Emerging from a pool of hundreds of millions, only 400 in the entire vast Ling province became outer disciples. One could imagine the difficulty. Of course, only half of the first trial was complete, with 10 whole days remaining. The 10 days passed in a flash. In the end, 2,000 people emerged from the hundreds of millions. Among them, 600 became outer disciples, and 1,400 became servant disciples. From the affiliated Lin family, 10 of the younger generation became servant disciples, and 5 entered the outer sect. One takes on the color of one's company. They had long looked up to the main sect, and through their devotion, they distinguished themselves from the millions. This was the result of the Qingyang sect's recruitment trials. Some might say their talent was extremely high, yet they still couldn't join the Qingyang sect. If you couldn't even pass the first trial, what use was high talent? The Qingyang sect's recruitment principle was quality over quantity. Those who failed returned in disappointment, having arrived full of hope and dreams of life in the upper sect, only to be brought back to reality, returning in defeat. In the Qingyang Hall. Congratulations, host, for completing the recruitment mission. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qingyang sect's exclusive cultivation art, the Qingyang Immortal Art. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qingyang sect's exclusive martial skill, the Qingyang Thunderclap Palm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the sect-protecting Grand Array, the Qingyang Purgatory Array. Qingyang Immortal Art, the exclusive immortal art of the Qingyang sect tailored for its disciples. It serves as the foundational cultivation method of the Qingyang sect. Qingyang Thunderclap Palm, an immortal art. When used in conjunction with the Qingyang Immortal Art, it unleashes its maximum power. The palm strikes like thunder, is as agile as drifting clouds, and can defeat an enemy with a single blow. It is the foundational martial skill of the Qingyang sect. Qingyang Purgatory Array, an exclusive sect-protecting Grand Array. When activated, it can withstand any attack below the Emperor level. Intruders will feel as if they have fallen into a purgatory, trapped between life and death. The system rewards arrived as soon as the recruitment ended. At that moment, Feng Qingyang was reviewing the profiles of these disciples. As the sect master, he left the affairs to the elders, but such a major event as recruitment still warranted his attention. A golden-fingered old man and an emperor reincarnated. Interesting. The system interface now displayed the information for Ning Yin and Qin Han, 2 geniuses with 8 chimes. He hadn't expected to recruit such talents in Ling province apart from his own disciples. It was a pleasant surprise. Master, just then Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu entered. You three aren't cultivating. What brings you to see your master? Feng Qingyang asked from his seat at the head, a hint of surprise in his voice. Master, after discussing it among ourselves, we have decided to go out and gain some experience together. Shi Hao was the first to speak, his tone respectful. Go out for training. That was acceptable. Although his three disciples possessed extraordinary talent, they had started late, resulting in their current modest cultivation levels. Shi Hao was at the nascent soul midstage, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu were both at the golden core midstage. They had not been cultivating for long, yet they had already achieved such realms. In terms of cultivation speed alone, they were indeed rare gems. Shi Hao was rebuilding his cultivation after having it crippled. Lin Bai had only awakened his physique after 18 years of mediocrity, and Hua Qingyu's Phoenix Sacred Body had been activated not long ago. But with the Qingyun Secret Realm and the Disciple Trial Tower within the sect, why would they need to venture out? Ding detected that the Sacred Xin Secret Realm in the Sacred Continent will open in a little over a month. The host may send disciples there. Sacred Xin Secret Realm. Feng Qingyang murmured to himself. The opening of a secret realm meant there were opportunities to exploit. Ahem. Fortunes. Yes, master. Birds sheltered under a wing can never fly high. Thus we have decided to venture out and spread the renown of our Qingyun sect. Shi Hao stepped forward and spoke respectfully. It is good to go out and gain experience. This master looks forward to your improvement upon your return. I will point you in a direction. In a single thought, I have glimpsed the past and future, and I know that the Sacred Xin Secret Realm in the Sacred Continent will open in a little over a month. You three may head there. Go now. After saying this, Feng Qingyang moved his mind and transmitted a voice message to Mu Shuixian using his divine sense. Master. Before Shi Hao could finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted him. He knew what they were about to say. It was nothing more than a farewell. It was not a parting of life and death, so why make it so sentimental? Go and be safe. The sect will always be your support. After Shi Hao and the other two came out, they packed their belongings and encountered Elder Shuixian within the sect. They lingered for a while before finally leaving the sect. Outside the sect, they looked back with lingering attachment, spoke a few words, and then embarked on their journey. We will definitely return. When they returned, it would surely be as triumphant kings. Thus the three of them stepped into the eastern domain, stirring up storms, and beginning their legendary path. At the Qingyun sect outer sect area. The areas for inner disciples, outer disciples, and menial disciples were now clearly divided. Due to the large number of menial disciples, the sect had recruited many stewards from outside to guide them, who also handled miscellaneous tasks for the inner and outer sect elders. However, there was no need to worry about leaks of confidential information. These stewards had all passed the illusory heavenly ladder and were now utterly loyal to the Qingyun sect. As a precaution before joining the sect, they were given candy beans they liked to eat, which allowed constant control and prevented unnecessary trouble. At this moment, 600 disciples dressed in outer sect garments stood neatly in the square. Elder Lin Bai ordered the stewards to distribute the outer sect disciple tokens. You have all received them. These are your personal tokens, keep them safe. Each token is bound to its owner. Not only does it prove your identity, but it can also store contribution points. All the outer disciples looked joyfully at the tokens in their hands. The cyan white tokens matched the color of their sect uniforms, with Qingyun sect engraved on the front and outer sect in large characters on the back. After binding, a slight infusion of spiritual energy would make their names appear on the front. Unbinding would make them vanish. Lin Bai then continued. You can use contribution points to exchange for various sect techniques, martial skills, and elixirs. As for contribution points, you can obtain them from the task board in the exclusive contribution hall. With points, you can also freely post tasks, and the sect will only deduct a 5% venue fee. However, since our Qingyun sect has just entered the world, there are not many tasks posted yet. So for now, your main task is to cultivate diligently. Now I will hand out a copy of the sect rules to everyone. Commit them to heart, and do not violate them, or you will be severely punished. After 10 days of discussion and revision, the sect rules were finally completed. Opening the sect rules, the very first clause stirred the blood of all the disciples present. Those who offend our Qingyun sect, though far away, shall be punished. Second clause, no betraying the sect of violators shall be executed. Third clause, no killing fellow disciples of violators shall be executed. Fourth clause, no bullying others without cause of violators shall be executed. Fifth clause, no disrespecting superiors without reason of violators shall be executed. Sixth clause, no transmitting sect techniques outside of violators and their accomplices shall be executed. Seventh clause, no leaking sect secrets. Violators shall be cast into eternal purgatory with no hope of life or death. Eighth clause, no bringing chaos to the world. Violators shall be pursued to the ends of heaven and earth and killed without mercy. The 8 major rules of the sect were clearly engraved onto the sect rules with profound cultivation. Before long, in the outer sect cultivation room. Alright, now that the sect rules and tokens have been given to you, I will now teach you the basic techniques and martial skills of our Qingyang sect. All of you open your spiritual senses. Hearing the elder's words, everyone obeyed. Only Qin Han and Ning Yin hesitated for a brief second before opening their spiritual senses. Yi Bai waved his sleeve, and the Qingyang Immortal Art and the Qingyang Thunderclap Palm transformed into balls of light that flew into everyone's sea of consciousness. You call this a basic technique and martial skill. This is too generous. I love it. After the techniques and martial skills appeared in their minds, everyone sensed them briefly and found them extraordinarily powerful. They were tens of thousands of times more powerful than the techniques and martial skills they had cultivated before. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. The elder's words could not be trusted. Easy, simple, heavenly ladder. Not hard, okay, just a test. Basic technique, basic martial skill. The elder's words one by one flashed through their minds. They wanted to say that if this was a basic technique, then what they had cultivated before was nothing but dung. Those who did not recognize its worth could not even describe it. But there were those who did recognize it. The 5 juniors of the Lin family could naturally sense it because they cultivated immortal arts. Qin Han, the reincarnated great emperor, was also one of them. At this moment, Qin Han trembled with excitement. This, could it be an immortal art? The art he cultivated in his reincarnation was his previous life's great emperor art, but it was far from being so transcendent and formidable. Could it be that my reincarnation was not just because of that woman Lin Yao? This is destiny. With such an immortal art, he could advance further, perhaps even transcend the great emperor. The old man within Ning Yan's necklace also trembled. This technique and martial skill were. This old man also wants to join the Qingyang sect. Please take me in. Elder, what level are this technique and martial skill? We have never seen anything like it. Why are they so powerful? Even without cultivating, just sensing them was enough to tell. This is the exclusive immortal art of our Qingyang sect. Cultivate our Qingyang immortal art and forge a reputation for 10,000 generations. Those who achieve mastery will not fall into reincarnation, will transcend the world, and will have their fame spread far and wide, honored for 10,000 ages. 10 days had passed since the mountain opening ceremony for new disciples. Within Qingyang sect, all affairs proceeded with serene order. Disciples trained relentlessly, each vying to break into the top 10 of the ranking list, set to be finalized in 2 months, thereby securing advancement within the sect. Feng Qingyang, observing this phenomenon, exclaimed that internal competition within the sect had grown alarmingly intense. Unlike him, who merely fished by the stream or strolled with caged birds. Cultivation. Cultivate what exactly? Hurry up, let's go. The elder has granted us permission to enter the trial tower. Truly. You go ahead. They'll fetch senior brother Zheng Wuyu. At the base of the disciples' trial tower, a crowd of disciples had already gathered. 100 stories tall, the tower pierced the heavens itself. Standing before it, one felt an immense, suffocating pressure descend like a physical weight. At last, we may enter the trial tower for cultivation. After over 10 days of ceaseless grueling practice, this was the moment to test their progress. On their very first day, they had been captivated by this iconic structure, its purpose shrouded in mystery, sparking endless speculation among the newcomers. Later, the elders explained its function, a dedicated trial ground for disciples, where death, though vividly simulated, remained impossible. Thus, it was an unparalleled arena for growth. Only in life-or-death combat could one truly push the limits of strength and hone battle wisdom to perfection. Yet the elders had cautioned them initially the tower was not yet accessible. Mastery of foundational techniques and martial arts came first. Only then could true practice yield profound insight. Now, after 10 days of unwavering discipline, the time had finally come to step inside. Eagerness surged among the crowd. But who would dare be the first to tread its threshold and blaze the trail? After all, first-hand experience would pave the way for greater mastery. Should one enter through the front gate or the rear? I, senior brother Zheng Wuyu, shall scout the path for you all. A disciple clad in outer sect robes strode forward and with a bold declaration vanished into the trial tower. Go on, senior brother Wuyu. Give it your all. 2 fellow disciples who had arrived with him cheered as their junior brother dashed in without hesitation. 2.5 minutes later, Zheng Wuyu reappeared, disheveled and crestfallen, teleported back outside. Meanwhile, the tower's external ranking board flickered to life, displaying his name. Trial ranking leader Zheng Wuyu, 12th floor. A moment of radiant triumph. Zheng Wuyu nearly leapt for joy. Though he'd scaled only 12 floors, he stood unchallenged at the summit. He knew, of course, that this glory would be fleeting, that his name would soon vanish beneath others' ascents. Yet what did it matter? He had tasted victory, claimed the crown however briefly, and now bore a tale worth boasting about. How was it in their senior brother Wuyu? A throng of disciples pressed close, eager for answers. You'll find out for yourselves soon enough. It's absolutely electrifying. He left them hanging, then with a knowing grin stepped aside. One by one the disciples entered. Moments later, damn it, beyond the 20th floor, it's pure hell. A disciple newly teleported out groaned in protest. Now that's a challenge worth facing. If it were easy to conquer, would it even qualify as a trial? The trial ranking board updated instantly. First place, Lu Rinjia, 20th floor. Second place, Luo Batu, 20th floor. Third place, Zheng Xiao, 20th floor. As of this moment, no one had surpassed the 21st floor, the highest rank achieved. No wonder that disciple had cried out in despair. Beyond 20, the trial descended into infernal rigor. Senior brothers Qin Han and Ning Yen have arrived. Though the outer sect ranking had yet to commence, their status as paragons was universally acknowledged by every disciple. Emperor-level talent. Just kidding, obviously. Qin Han and Ning Yen approached side by side, neither pausing, neither hesitating, stepping straight into the trial tower. Inside the first floor of the trial tower, Qin Han confronted another version of himself. Another illusion, he murmured inwardly, then struck, obliterating his doppelganger with a single punch. Indeed, a mirror self. Both progressed with astonishing speed, surging effortlessly to the 10th floor. Each foe fell in one blow. Outside, as the 10th floor's light ignited, disciples gasped, stunned by the brothers' breathtaking ascent. How swiftly those senior brothers move. Indeed, they've barely entered. Truly, the realm of prodigies lies beyond our comprehension. This has deeply shaken me. I resolved to train alongside my juniors for an entire month, day and night, without rest. Damn, senior brother, you're brimming with zeal. Don't drag us into your crucible. We haven't slept in 10 days. Elsewhere at a distance. Elder Mu, how many floors do you think these two might clear? For elders stood together Luo Chun of the inner sect, Mu Shuixian, a Luo Wu Dao of the discipline hall, and Nia Hailong of the scripture pavilion. Having only recently assumed their posts, they remained unburdened by disciples, still commanding empty halls. Thus their duties remained light. For now, they simply observed the outer sect disciples. Hard to say, but both possess extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Though this is their first trial, they will likely ascend far. Mu Shuixian mused thoughtfully. She had heard their names before, prodigies whose talents resonated 9 times upon the 9-ding bell destined for emperorhood. Having herself attained emperor realm in a prior life, she recognized such genius and power intuitively. What puzzled her was this sudden abundance of emperor-tier talent, as if it were dispensed freely even in pairs. 2 such heirs had emerged from this single mountain opening ceremony. Could it be? The age of great contention has truly dawned. It seems certain these two will enter the inner sect within 2 months. Then it is time I began selecting candidates for the discipline hall. Luo Wudao, elder of the discipline hall, spoke calmly. The discipline hall held a solemn charge preserving sect order and curbing misconduct among disciples. At present, however, it consisted solely of him, an elder presiding over an otherwise vacant hall. Inside the trial tower, Qin Han had already shattered the 20th floor and now stood upon the 21st. There, the 21st floor offered him an unexpected revelation. Lin Yao. This floor marked a critical threshold. If one overcame it, the path to the 30th floor would flow smoothly. Yet none before him had crossed it. This illusion manifested from one's deepest attachment, though its strength mirrored the cultivator's own, its power swelled in direct proportion to the depth of that longing. Lin Yao, you treacherous viper, this emperor shall slay you. Though Qin Han knew full well it was but illusion, the heart, being flesh and blood, could not remain still, could not stay cold. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, eyes burn crimson. From soul-deep love to ultimate betrayal, from daily intimacy to her own hand ending his life, how could such agony ever fade? The illusory Lin Yao, perceiving his vulnerability, curled her lips into a faint, chilling smile. This emperor will kill you. Qin Han charged forward in an instant. Violent spiritual energy wildly blasted toward Lin Yao. The illusory Lin Yao merely sneered coldly. She also attacked from the opposite direction. With your strength you think you can kill me. What makes you worthy? Within the 21st floor, spiritual energy raged across the sky as the two fought evenly. The angrier Qin Han became the stronger the illusion grew. Elsewhere, Ning Yan also arrived at the 21st floor. He encountered someone he would remember for a lifetime. Xianer, why are you here? Weren't you heading to the central? Brother Ning Yan, I couldn't bear to leave you. Come here quickly, Xianer has something to tell you. A maiden dressed in green robes with a face like a blooming peach appeared not far away, luring Ning Yan closer. This is an illusion, Yener. Break it quickly. Only by shattering it can you pass this floor. The elder within the necklace noticed Ning Yan's hesitation and spoke up to remind him. I know, master, but I cannot bring myself to do it. Xiao Xianer was his childhood sweetheart, taken by her family to the central domain 3 years ago. Upon seeing the illusory Xiao Xianer, the longing he had buried surged forth like a flood of wild beasts, impossible to suppress any longer. Even if she were fake, so what? To gaze upon her once more, death would be worth it. This was why disciples always got stuck on the 21st floor. This layer of the trial tower pierced through your heart, manifesting your deepest obsession into an illusion. Moreover, the deeper your obsession, the stronger it became. Some harbored a beloved woman in their hearts, others an unforgettable enemy, someone they had wronged, a regretful past, or their inner demon. Only by breaking through the obsession and fortifying the true heart could one pass this floor. Outside the tower, it was exactly as the disciples had predicted. Even geniuses like the two senior brothers who charged through floors like a storm found themselves stuck at 21. Those who had experienced it knew what the 21st floor entailed. Especially the disciple who complained that after the 20th floor the difficulty was hellish. He now deeply understood. On the 21st floor he had encountered someone he never wished to see again, and he realized this was his obsession. If he could not overcome this hurdle, his cultivation path would yield no great achievements. On Qin Han's side, the more he fought, the calmer he became. After all, his Emperor realm state of mind was unshakable. Seeing that venomous woman so suddenly, though he knew it was an illusion, he simply could not restrain himself. When a person is pushed to their limit, they must vent wildly. Come on, keep going. Is that all you've got? Don't you want to kill me so badly? With skills like that, you'll never manage it in a lifetime. Keep coming. The illusory Lin Yao, seeing him calm down, began to provoke him with words. A mere illusion thinks it can trap this emperor. Watch me shatter you. Lin Yao, you wait. One day I will tear you apart as viciously as I tear this illusion. After saying this, Qin Han activated the Azure Cloud Immortal Art. Cyan's spiritual energy surged forth, visibly erupting wildly. Azure Cloud Thunder Palm. A palm strike as swift as thunder and as ethereal as an azure cloud blasted toward Lin Yao. With a thunderous roar, the illusory Lin Yao was shattered, and the illusion of the 21st floor crumbled in response. Qin Han then ascended to the 22nd floor. Look! The light on the 22nd floor is lit. Incredible! Such awe-inspiring power. I wonder if it was Senior Brother Qin or Senior Brother Ning who passed. The disciples gathered around, suddenly noticing the 22nd floor's light shining. They all marveled. Truly, Senior Brothers were unmatched. Even the daunting 21st floor could not hold them back. Meanwhile, at Ning Yan's side, he was lured step by step by the illusory Xiao Xianer toward her. He stopped only when he stood before the green-robed maiden. He reached out to brush a strand of Xiao Xianer's hair. Xianer, do you know? I miss you so much. Every day I think of you. Thinking that once I've cultivated enough and gained strength, I'll go to the central domain to see you. Thinking that when I become a powerhouse, the Xiao family can't ignore, I'll marry you. Now I have a formidable master and have joined a mighty sect. Xianer, rest assured, I won't make you wait too long. I know, Brother Ning Yan. I miss you too. Xiao Xianer interrupted him, stepping forward and embracing him tightly. Hearing this, Ning Yan smiled joyfully. No matter how much hardship he endured on this cultivation path, these words were enough. Xiao Xianer secretly produced a sharp dagger ready to stab at the heart of his back. But Ning Yan, prepared, grabbed her arm firmly. Brother Ning Yan, you. Silence. You are not her. No matter how perfectly you mimic her, Xianer is unique in my eyes. His earlier words were merely an outpouring of his 3-year longing for her. Was it too much to speak his obsession to his heart? I will not allow anyone to imitate her, not even an illusion. He closed his eyes, raised his sword, and struck. The 21st floor shattered with a sound. Both Qin Han and Ning Yan ascended from the 21st floor without stopping. Soon after, the two emerged from the trial tower, one after another. The trial leaderboard updated instantly. First place, Qin Han, 41 floors. Second place, Ningyan 40 floors. The surrounding disciples were utterly stunned. How could the two senior brothers be so formidable? After passing the 21st floor, they surged another 20 floors before stopping. Forgive us, senior brothers. We admit we spoke too loudly earlier. We take back our words. It should be charging through floors like a storm only to see the ranking at the top. Ningyan glanced at the leaderboard and then toward Qin Han. He thought that Qin Han would be his fiercest rival on the outer sect ranking. The position of future outer sect head disciple would undoubtedly be contested between the two of them. He knew well the terror of the 40th floor. He had fallen there, yet Qin Han had passed it. I must step up my cultivation, Ningyan murmured to himself, then resolutely headed toward the cultivation chamber. Senior brother is so talented and still cultivates so diligently. What excuse do we have to slack off? Let's go. Target cultivation chamber fight for a month. No, senior brother. Inspired by Ningyan's actions, the disciples felt they must not fall behind. Thus, a new wave of intense competition swept through all the struggling disciples. Even the sleeping servant, disciple Genie Tami, was kicked out of bed. Sleep. What sleep? We must compete fiercely and astonish everyone. The next day, the entire Azure Cloud sect was abuzz. Under the solemn directive of sect leader Feng Qingyang, the outer sect ranking and servant disciple ranking were launched with great fanfare. The disciples eagerly participated. This was their only path to advancement within the sect. Want resources? Want the sect's favor? Want fame across the eastern domain? Want to reach the pinnacle of life? Then show your strength. Qingyang sect. The outer sect square. A conspicuous ranking list was posted. 10 days after the outer sect ranking board opened, various factions of outer sect disciples formed cliques competing around the rankings. Where there are people, there is conflict. They grouped into small circles, with the largest faction having already grown to 100 members. Disciples of a faction could not only assist each other, but also plan collaborations when undertaking missions later. This was something the sect was pleased to see, as competition drives motivation. The only condition was that sect rules must not be violated. Hey, that guy. An outer sect disciple was startled as someone suddenly appeared before him. What do you want? Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Qinghai of the Exploding Sky faction. I see that you have extraordinary bone structure and steady steps. Are you interested in joining the Exploding Sky faction? Exploding Sky faction. The disciple was taken aback. He had heard of the Exploding Sky faction. It seemed to be the largest faction in the outer sect, filled with geniuses and many powerful experts. Senior brother Qingyang of our Exploding Sky faction is currently ranked 3rd on the outer sect ranking board. Our faction occupies 30 positions on the entire board. If you join now, in 2 months when the senior brothers ascend to the inner sect, you'll have inner sect brothers as your backing. How about it? You'll join senior brother. The disciple never expected that the top-ranked faction would take the initiative to invite him. Excellent. They'll take you to meet the senior brothers of the faction later. Qinghai patted the junior brother on the shoulder, speaking joyfully. In just a few days, he had recruited many people, relying on his eloquence, rapidly expanding the Exploding Sky faction in the outer sect. For a time, their reputation soared, unrivaled in prominence. Long Outyin and your Dragon Gate, how can you compete with my Exploding Sky faction? The Dragon Gate he mentioned was led by Long Outyin, their biggest rival. The second largest faction in the outer sect. Disciples of the two factions constantly vied against each other, competing for rankings on the board. The third largest faction was the Heavenly Dance faction, formed by Luo Wu, ranked 5th, consisting entirely of female outer sect disciples. However, the Heavenly Dance faction was not very strong, occupying only 10 spots on the ranking board, far inferior to the two major factions above. Outer sect Exploding Sky faction. Faction disciples gathered in a disciple hall. You and Shi Hao, is it? Did senior brother Qin Han agree to join us? No, senior brother Qin Han said he has no interest in these small-scale games. What about senior brother Ning Yan? No either. Senior brother Ning Yan told me not to disturb his cultivation. Boohoo. Sigh. It seems that if our Exploding Sky faction wants to continue growing, we have to rely on our own strength. That Long Ocean's Dragon Gate has been developing too aggressively lately. Their rankings are almost catching up to ours. Senior brother Qingyang, rest assured. With me here, the Dragon Gate will never surpass our Exploding Sky faction. No, I'm going into seclusion for a month right now. Every minute I'll draw my sword 100 times. 100 times. 100 times. When my sword drawing art reaches minor success, I will surely break into the top 10 of the rankings. A disciple frantically practiced drawing and sheathing his sword. After witnessing the sect's immense power, their horizons had broadened considerably. These gathered disciples all shared a common goal and dream. That was to strive upward relentlessly and cultivate to become an emperor. So what if talent was poor? Then defy the heavens. So what if born in poverty? The true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Good. Our Exploding Sky faction is the #1 faction. Everyone go and cultivate diligently. We must prepare to face many challenges ahead. Qingyang of the Exploding Sky faction stood up and spoke. He was currently ranked 3rd with Qinhan 1st and Ningyan 2nd. Ranked 4th was Long Out Yin of the Dragon Gate. As for challenging senior brothers Qinhan and Ning Yin, that would have to wait until he was more confident. The most important thing now was to secure his 3rd place position and not let Long Out Yin steal the show. Senior brother Qingyang. Senior brother Qingyang. Just then a disciple rushed over in a panic. Junior brother Shao Si, why are you in such a hurry? Come sit down and speak slowly. Senior brother Long Out Yin of the Dragon Gate has sent a challenge letter challenging you. Shao Si announced as soon as he entered. Well, no sooner had he said he needed to secure his 3rd place than Long Out Yin came to challenge him. Let's go see. Outer Sect Martial Arts Arena. By the arena, many disciples had already gathered. A disciple puzzled asked another beside him. Brother, what's the occasion today? Why are so many people gathered here? Could it be that senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ning Yin are about to battle again? The disciple asked expectantly. The last ranking battle between these two senior brothers had taken place just a few days ago, and it had been a feast for the eyes. Everyone marveled at the strength of the two senior brothers. It ended with senior brother Ning Yan's defeat, but he declared that he would challenge again soon. No, it's senior brother Long Out Yin challenging senior brother Qingyang. That works too. The 4th ranked challenging the 3rd ranked. It seemed like another exciting battle was in store. The man then joined the crowd in watching the excitement. Soon members of the Dragon Gate and the Exploding Sky faction arrived. They're here. Who are you rooting for, senior brother? Hard to say. In the last ranking battle, these two senior brothers were only a move apart. This time it's anyone's guess who will win. Before the fight even began, the junior brothers below were already discussing who would win and who would lose. Long Out Yin and Qingyang both stepped onto the arena stage. Long Ocean's long hair draped over his shoulders, strands stirring without wind, exuding an air of unrestrained dominance. Qingyang was a youth of refined appearance, holding a folding fan radiating a scholarly and elegant aura. Exploding Sky faction. Exploding Sky faction. Senior brother Qingyang is sure to win. Senior brother Qingyang is sure to win. The disciples of the Exploding Sky faction cheered for their senior brother. Dragon Gate. Dragon Gate. Senior brother Out Yin will surely triumph. Senior brother Out Yin will surely triumph. The disciples of the Dragon Gate responded, unwilling to be outdone. It was a contest of momentum. Regardless of the outcome, they could not lose face. Long Out Yin, it's only been a few days, and you're challenging me already. Long Out Yin refused to accept it. Last time you only won by luck. Come again. Fine, as you wish. Long Out Yin channeled his spiritual energy and attacked, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Qingyang met him hidden. His folding fan parried every move, and the two fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Spiritual energy surged across the arena as two peak Golden Core cultivators clashed. Apart from Qin Han and Ning Yin, these two had the highest cultivation in the outer sect. They were just one step away from breaking through the Golden Core and entering the nascent soul stage. As the fight dragged on, Qingyang deliberately left an opening. Seeing his chance, Long Out Yin struck immediately. Had this kid fell for it. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyang struck out with his folding fan, sending Long Out Yin flying, crashing onto the arena floor. Senior brother Qingyang. Senior brother Qingyang. The Exploding Sky faction members cheered even louder, seeing their senior brother win. Long Out Yin opened his eyes to find Qingyang standing before him, extending a hand. Get up, brother Out Yin. Are you hurt? I'm fine, brother Qingyang. Long Out Yin was pulled to his feet, confused. We're all from the same sect. A touch is enough. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou's monster beast forest, which connected the 4 great prefectures, Lingzhou, Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou, the forest teemed with countless beasts. Periodically, they would heed the Beast King's command and launch beast tides against the prefectures. Today, the colossal tide surged forth with irresistible force, violently assaulting all 4 lands. In an instant, the 4 prefectures trembled. Life was extinguished. The 3 holy lands, Dongxian Holy Land, Lanyue Holy Land, and Tianqing Holy Land, proclaimed a united front, summoning all major forces to resist the beasts. Baxianshan City, the nearest settlement to the forest in Lingzhou. Once guarded by the Tianji Pavilion, the city now lay scattered and leaderless after the pavilion's destruction by Qingyang's sect. Countless beasts frenziedly attacked the city. Endless first-tier beasts, innumerable second-tier ones, seas of third-tier, and mountains of fourth-tier. These were mere cannon fodder charging at the forefront. The true threat came from beasts above the fifth tier. Tens of thousands of fifth and sixth-tier beasts stretched across the horizon. Thousands of seventh-tier beasts, and even several eighth-tier ones. These thick-skinned creatures, eyes bloodshot, surged forward with maddened force. Roar, roar. The deafening cries of various beasts filled the air. Their cultivation levels mirrored those of human cultivators. First tier equaled Qi refining, second tier equaled foundation establishment, third tier equaled golden core, fourth tier equaled nascent soul, fifth tier equaled void insight, sixth tier equaled spirit transformation, seventh tier equaled true person, eighth tier equaled void break, ninth tier equaled saint, and so on. At the ninth tier, beasts became saint beasts, commanding their own tribes with immense power. Beyond that, Saint King beasts, venerable beasts, and emperor beasts had never appeared in the eastern domain, existing only in the formidable central domain. Such beasts would be a catastrophe for the eastern domain. Yet with their stronger vitality, beasts of the same tier surpassed cultivators in might. It was said the Beast King ruling the forest was a ninth-tier saint beast, compelling the three holy lands to act with caution. They called upon all forces across the four prefectures to unite. On the walls of Bashianshan city, fields of corpses and rivers of blood lay outside. The walls themselves were strewn with severed limbs and broken bodies. The defending forces repelled wave after wave of beasts. Patriarch, we can't hold much longer. At most a day before the beasts breached the city, a blood-soaked man staggered before the Patriarch. These cursed beasts, the Patriarch cursed. No, we cannot retreat. If we retreat, our homes will be destroyed by these beasts. This city was Lingji's first line of defense against the beasts. If the city fell, Lingji's gateway would be wide open and the frenzied beasts would ravage every corner. Half a day ago, Yiwu, Patriarch of the dominant Yi family, had united all forces in the city to resist. But facing countless beasts, they could hold for at most another day before doom. We must hold even if we can't. I've sent word to the upper sect and major forces of Lingzhou. Reinforcements will come soon. For now, everyone hold the line. Even if we die, these beasts must trample over our bodies to enter the city. Just then a sixth-tier beast lunged onto the wall and bit into Yi Wu's arm. Up! Yi Wu cried out in pain. Patriarch, get off me, I'm fine. Guard the wall, the beasts are coming. With one sword stroke, Yi Wu cleaved the beast, biting him in two, roaring. Alas, the Void Break Realm ancestor was locked in battle with an eighth-tier beast, unable to aid here. That was the true main battlefield. Inside Bashianshan city, panic reigned. Cultivators with any cultivation and courage had gone to the walls. The rest were either trembling weaklings hiding in fear, or those who had long since fled with their belongings. In the face of disaster, all were equal. Not everyone possessed the courage of Patriarch Yi and his ilk. Husband and wife, birds in the same, would scatter when calamity strikes. Yet they forgot, when the nest overturns, no egg remains intact. Once a prosperous city across Lingzhou, Tianwu City now stood 9 parts empty, fires raging across every corner of the land. At Qingyun sect in the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat, examining the system interface and pondering the next steps. The sect had reached a bottleneck. To grow further, it must expand, recruit the strong and talented, and spread its fame. With an emperor realm ancestor and so many elders, why remain in a corner? Master Feng Qingyang realm true person midstage disciples Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu constitution divine body of all realms. Sect powerhouses ancestor Li Qingyun emperor realm peak. Guardian elder Wang Xin void break realm peak. Outer elders Yi Bai Mu Tian Mu Feng void break realm peak. 5 guards. Inner elder Mu Shuexian saint realm. Luo Chun half saint. Allah hall elder Luo Wudao saint realm. Technique hall elder Nia Hailong saint realm peak. 600 outer disciples, 1,400 miscellaneous disciples. Sect Qingyun sect level 1, 900, 010000. After so many days of idleness, my realm has only risen by 1 minor level. As the owner of the supreme divine body, am ashamed. No, as the sect master, I can't keep slacking off like this. Damn it, system, shut up. Lives 3 joys, eat, drink, play. Do you even understand? Right, you're just a lousy system, what would you know? In view of the host's slacking behavior, this system expresses contempt and gives you the middle finger. New mission: recruit a talented disciple. Completion will bring a huge reward. Disciple profile: Li Yinji, daughter of the Yudon Holy Lands, Holy Lord, nascent soul, early stage, 4th tier alchemist. Yudon Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands of the Eastern Domain, profound in alchemy, revered by millions. Holy crap. Good heavens. The daughter of a Holy Land's lord, and you want me to snatch her from the Holy Land? Snatch. Not a bad idea, Aham. Our Qingyang sect is short on alchemists. If I could snatch the whole Holy Land, I'm in. They'll take this mission system. I'm giving you face. There was no penalty for failure. In his usual slacking routine from 2 days ago, Head have refused. But this time Head gained rewards and solved the sect's elixir needs. A win-win with no downside. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. As Feng Qingyang mulled this over, outer elder Lin Bai, after announcing himself, entered the hall. Sect Master, the Beast Tide has arrived. A beast tide? Yes, Sect Master. The beast tide erupting from the demon beast forest has already swept across 4 continents, including our Lingzhou. At the barrier of Lingzhou, Batian City is on the verge of falling. The Yi family of Tianwu City has sent a plea for aid to all major powers in Lingzhou. As he spoke, Lin Bai pulled a blood-stained letter from his pocket. With a mere gesture from Feng Qingyang, the letter flew into his hand. He began to read it. To the honored upper sect. I am Yi Wu, head of the Yi family of Batian City. At the Qin hour today, the demon beast forest stirred abnormally, followed by countless beast kings surging toward Tianwu City. Our families fought back with blood, but the disparity in strength is overwhelming. I fear the city will soon fall, and its people will perish. Batian City is the barrier of Lingzhou. If the beasts breach it, they will ravage the entire continent, repeating the tragedy of Tianwu year 88481. I implore the upper sect to dispatch powerful reinforcements. Respectfully submitted, Yi Wu, head of the Yi family of Batian. Batian City. The demon beast forest. Ding. A new quest has been issued. When a beast tide strikes, how can the upper sect of a continent stand idly by? Lingzhou is under the dominion of Qingyang sect. How can foreign elements be allowed to defile it? Please dispatch elders and disciples to save the people of Lingzhou from calamity, purge the beasts from the wilds, and spread the sect's prestige to every corner of the continent. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward, unlock the prestige shop, and gain access to prestige point draws. Host, you wouldn't want to see the Lingzhou under Qingyang sect's control left in ruins, would you? Another quest. You're really diligent today, system. But Feng Qingyang didn't argue this time. Even without a reward, he would have sent people anyway. It wasn't out of misplaced compassion, it was a matter of principle. Most of Qingyang sect's disciples hailed from Lingzhou. With their homeland on the brink of destruction, they were likely even more anxious. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity to temper the disciples. He would also gain quest rewards and unlock the prestige shop and prestige point draws. It was killing many birds with 1 stone. With that thought, Feng Qingyang used his divine sense to summon 2 intersect elders. Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun rushed to Qingyang Hall upon receiving the message. As intersect elders, they had been too idle. It was time for them to move. Sect Master, you called for us. The 2 clad in elder robes stood in the grand hall. They looked respectfully at the Sect Master on the main seat. A beast tide has erupted from the demon beast forest in Lingzhou. I order you 2 to lead all outer sect disciples to Batian City and annihilate the beasts. A beast tide. Mu Shuixian furrowed her brows, slightly murmuring to herself. Yes, Sect Master. Without further thought, the 2 withdrew. At the outer sect of Qingyang sect, a shocking announcement spread. The mission hall released a task. Beasts are sweeping through Lingzhou. The sect specially orders intersect elders to lead outer sect disciples to the front. Slaying a first-rank beast yields 1 contribution point, a second-rank beast 10, a third-rank beast 100, a fourth-rank beast 500, a fifth-rank beast 1000. To boost the disciples' motivation and the rewards of the trial, Feng Qingyang generously launched this contribution point mission. In short, the more beasts you killed, and the higher their rank, the more points you earned. These points could then be exchanged for various items in the sect. Whoa! Finally, a way to earn contribution points. Beasts sweeping through Lingzhou. This is huge. Quick, tell senior brother. The Jia Tian faction. Brothers, it's time for the Jia Tian faction to shine. As they say, train for 1,000 days to use for 1. As the top faction among the outer sect disciples, we can't disgrace the sect. Jia Tian faction advance. Qingyang stood up and declared loudly. Simultaneously, other major factions like the Dragon Gate's Long Outyin and the Tianwu faction's Luo Wu responded to the call. Even Qin Han and Ning Yin, who had been in secluded cultivation, emerged one after another. This mission was truly irresistible. How dare that beast tide invade our Lingzhou? In their eyes, it was nothing but money and resources. It was a tide of contribution points. Soon under the assembly of the Outer Sect elders, all Outer Sect disciples stood orderly in the Outer Sect square. I heard that this time 2 Inner Sect elders are leading the team. Yeah, our Outer Sect elders are already so unfathomably powerful. How strong must the Inner Sect elders be? I have no idea, we've never seen them. But right now I'm ranked 9th on the leaderboard. Once the rankings are finalized, it'll be promoted to the Inner Sect. Shi's senior brother, the elders are here. A woman and a middle-aged man, both wearing Inner Sect elder robes, walk to the front of the disciples. I am Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuexian, and this is Inner Sect Elder Luo Chun. We will lead this operation. Whoa, Elder Mu is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. I must join the Inner Sect, if not for anything else, for the view. This mission is personally ordered by the Sect Master. There must be no mistakes. All disciples, defend your homeland. Enough talk. Let's depart. With that, Mu Shuexian turned and boarded the Qingyang war vessel, followed orderly by the disciples. After the Yi family's plea for help was sent out, all major powers in Lingzhou responded, dispatching experts and disciples. Thus the scene from the last siege of Qingyang sect repeated itself. But this time it was even grander. The 3 rising hegemonic powers, along with numerous top-tier and first-rate forces, joined in. Even second-rate and third-rate forces sent their disciples and elders. This was the battle to defend Lingzhou. They had to unite with one heart. Everyone understood that when the nest overturned, no egg remained intact. Massive war vessels gathered in a dense formation, sailing toward Beitian City. In Xianhua City, countless sword cultivators assembled, volunteering to rush to Beitian City to fend off the beasts. Who says the sword path lacks loyalty? In times of calamity, they marched to Beitian. In Tianwu City, the head of the Zhao family, a rising first-rate power, summoned all clan disciples and elders to set out for Beitian City. In Fuxing City, cultivators without a sect gathered before the city lord's mansion, following their lord to Beitian City. In Langhua City, everyone, this is a matter of life and death for Lingzhou. Those unafraid of death follow me. Those who face life and death with indifference are either noble or burdened. Meanwhile, at Beitian City, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Wave after wave of beast hordes, undaunted by death, surged toward the city walls. The defenders of Beitian City from various factions had suffered countless casualties. Yet with unyielding tenacity, they repelled the relentless assaults of the beasts. However, the beasts seemed inexhaustible, continuously pouring forth from the demon beast forest. But their manpower was finite. Now more than half of the beasts had breached the walls, wantonly tearing into the defending cultivators. Ah, damn beasts! How dare you bite me? Ill curse your ancestors! A man screamed as a bird-type beast sank its beak into his buttocks. Brother Yunfei, hurry over and get this beast off my ass. It's killing me. The man, flustered by the beasts in front of him, had no time to deal with the one on his body and could only shout to his companion nearby. Good thing it bit his butt. If it had bitten down between his legs, the consequences would be unthinkable. The cultivators on the wall were being pushed back step by step, their screams mingling with the roars of the beasts into a single cacophony. Patriarch, there are too many beasts on the wall. We can't hold them. We should retreat into the city. We can use the terrain to delay them a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu slew the 5th-rank beast before him with a single sword stroke and turned to look at the city wall. He saw that the beasts had already occupied most of the city, and the disciples of the Yi family had suffered over half casualties. The other cultivators were also overwhelmed, falling one after another. Is heaven intent on destroying Beitian City? All sword cultivators of Xianhua City are here. How dare mere beasts invade our Lingzhou? Just as Yi Wu was in despair, a resounding voice came from the west. He looked up. 3,000 sword cultivators came flying, in their swords gleaming. The sword cultivators charged into the beast horde without hesitation, their crisscrossing sword chi reaping one beast after another. In a flash of sword light, thousands of beasts were slain. Excellent. Reinforcements from our Lingzhou have arrived. We are saved. We are saved. All troops hear my command. Counterattack. Yi Wu stood up, picked up his long broken half-sword, and shouted loudly to the remaining cultivators on the wall. The remaining cultivators on the wall had been on the verge of collapse, but seeing the reinforcements, they tapped into their last reserves of strength. With the addition of the 3,000 sword cultivators, they finally mustered a final effort and drove the beasts off the wall. At the same time, a series of tremendous sounds came from behind Beitian City. The cultivators on the wall looked back in terror, fearing a high-rank beast attack from the rear. Had the ancestors been defeated? But upon recognizing the newcomers, their expressions shifted from terror to joy. It was the major powers of Lingzhou arriving. A dense swarm of warships sailed forward in a vast roaring procession. After flying over Baitian City, they charged their warships with spirit stones and began an indiscriminate bombardment of the beasts below. Fierce laser cannons madly unleashed their power. Soon a large vacuum zone was blasted clear. The beasts were blown to bits unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Finally, after enraged roars from several high-ranked beasts, they temporarily retreated, leaving the ground littered with their dead. The charred beast corpses actually smelled quite appetizing. The forces on the warships also withdrew. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. They had retreated deep into the demon beast forest. The warships are unsuitable for flying in that terrain. Thanks to your timely arrival, or else Baitian City would have been razed by these beasts. Yiwu, the patriarch of the Yi family, wiped the blood and sweat from his face and thanked the various powers. No, we should thank Patriarch Yi for leading his men in bloody combat, holding the beasts back. Yes, Patriarch Yi is truly a model hero of our Lingzhou. The crowd looked at Yiwu's current state. Originally the dignified head of a hegemon-level power and a prominent figure of the entire province. Now his hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered and full of large holes bitten by beasts. His face was smeared with a mix of blood and sweat, and he held a broken sword in his hand. Rest assured, Patriarch, Yiwu will take over here. More Lingzhou cultivators are on their way continuously. Though we may squabble among ourselves in peacetime, in the face of such a great crisis, we must unite. On another battlefield, the three Yi ancestors had held out for a long time and were on the verge of collapse. 3 men were fighting 10 8th-rank beasts. These 10 8th-rank beasts were terrifying. At the 8th rank, a beast became a beast king capable of shape-shifting and possessing immense power. Their thick hides granted them formidable defense. If not for their agile movements dodging attacks, they would have been crushed to pulp by now. It's no use. At this rate, we'll be killed by these brutes sooner or later. I wonder if reinforcements have arrived. If they don't come soon, this old man won't last. Just then, one of the Yi ancestors was caught off guard and sent flying by a violent charge from an 8th-rank brute ox. Second brother. The sent flying Yi ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood before slowly rising. Just as the brute ox was about to attack again, a powerful wave of spiritual energy struck it. It was so startled that it quickly dodged. It might be simple-minded, but it wasn't stupid. It might be thick-skinned, but if it could dodge, who would want to get hit? At that moment, these brutes only know how to bully the few with the many. Don't worry, 3 Yi brothers, we have arrived. The ancestors of the 3 hegemon-level powers had arrived just in time. Reinforcements are here. The 3 ancestors looked up at the sky in joy. They had been fighting for so long that their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If the reinforcements had been any later, these 8th-rank beasts would have been unstoppable, and the consequences. There were 6 of them in total, 3 at the mid-void realm, 2 at the late void realm, and 1 at the peak void realm. Together with the 3 Yi ancestors, there were 9 void realm cultivators in total. That was enough to go head-to-head with these 10 8th-rank beasts. Damn humans. Old Ox here will trample you all. Wait until the demon saint frees up his hands, and he will raise your Lingzhou to the ground. Another monstrous bug radiating monstrous aura stepped forward and spoke. Humph, insolent beast. Since when does a bug dare to interrupt? If you want to raise Lingzhou, you'll have to ask if the sword in this old man's hand agrees. With that, the old man was the first to charge forward with his sword. As for the demon saint, the beast mentioned that was not for them to worry about. The holy lands and grand sects would deal with it. Meanwhile, in the desolate prefecture of Huangzhou, at the Eastern Mystic Sacred Ground, under the joint proclamation of the 3 major sacred grounds, various sects and powers dispatched their elites to reinforce the cities bordering the demon beast forest. Sacred Lord with me, Wang Teng, leading the disciples, rest assured. Ever since Wang Teng was humiliated by Hua Qingyu in the ancient sacred secret realm, he had trained obsessively upon emerging. He had now reached the mid-stage of the cave void realm, making him a standout among the younger generation in the eastern domain. Resisting the beast tide is no small matter. Take this, you may need it at a critical moment. With a wave of his hand, the sacred lord conjured a scroll into Wang Teng's grasp. This scroll contains a full-powered strike from me, usable 3 times. Thank you, sacred lord. Wang Teng rejoiced. He had used up his previous scrolls and hadn't yet asked the elders within the sect for more. Those had been given by elders at the half-saint level. But now things were different. A full-powered strike from the sacred lord meant the full force of a saint. This was a dramatic upgrade. The demon-slaying mission was as good as done. I wonder how Brother Shi is faring in Lingzhou. Speaking of the scroll, Wang Teng recalled the young man he had befriended in the secret realm. He wondered if he would have the chance to fight alongside Brother Shi again. Last time, they had vanquished demons. This time, they would slay beasts. The Eastern mystic Sacred Lord gazed anxiously toward the demon-beast forest, sensing that this beast tide was far from ordinary. The other saint-level powerhouses of the sacred ground had already been dispatched to the main battlefield. That was where the outcome of the war would be decided. If they failed, they would have no choice but to awaken the ancestral patriarch. The overall strength of these three prefectures far surpassed that of Lingzhou, with numerous overlord-level powers, countless top-tier and first-rate sects. After all, this was the seat of the three sacred grounds of the Eastern Domain. Lingzhou, on the other hand, once only had a branch of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. That entire branch was worthless, and now they were likely reincarnated. Moreover, the recent siege against the Qingyang sect had claimed many powerful cultivators. Thus, Lingzhou had yet to reach its peak. However, with the Qingyang sect as its supreme sect, its rise was likely imminent. No sooner had the Sacred Grounds proclamation been issued. Countless powers responded in droves. Damn it, those beasts dare to run wild in our Huangzhou. Everyone, when you capture the Beast King, you'll piss on it to show it who it's messing with. You're too kind. I hear Beast King meat is delicious, especially the nuts. Great for vitality. Tell old Mo I want to eat those nuts. In Huangji's Huangtian City, the front line against the beast cultivators had repelled wave after wave of beast attacks, leaving the ground strewn with corpses. Yet they had held on until reinforcements from major powers arrived. Void-shattering realm patriarchs had charged to the main battlefield where 10 8th-tier beasts also lurked. Meanwhile, in Xingzhou, at the Heavenly Azure Sacred Ground, the Sacred Sun Mu Fan, under the orders of the Sacred Lord Heavenly Azure, led disciples and elders to Evergreen City. Evergreen City lay to the east of the Demon Beast Forest, bordering it directly. Qingji's overall strength was roughly on par with Huangji's, though the Heavenly Azure Sacred Ground's foundation was far inferior to that of the Eastern Mystic Sacred Ground. It was a newly established sacred ground. Still, the prefecture boasted many overlord-level and top-tier powers. However, they were slightly disadvantaged on the main battlefield. In Tianzhou, at the Lanyue Sacred Ground, under the command of its sacred lord, the entire sacred ground operated at full speed. A steady stream of resources was transported to Xingyuan City, the front line against the beasts in Tianzhou. The sacred maiden Xiemingxin led the elders and disciples of the sect to Xingyuan City as well. If this battle were lost, it would be a fight to the death, and Qingzhou would be engulfed in devastation. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, within the formidable Baitian city, bolstered by reinforcements from numerous factions and a ceaseless stream of cultivators, the city stood as impregnable as a fortress. Having repelled several waves of beast tides, a dense horde of savage beasts surged forth once more. This assault was far greater in magnitude than any before, causing the very earth to tremble and quake. Roars and howls shook the heavens and earth. Gazing into the distance, hundreds of 7th-tier beasts led the charge at the vanguard. Countless 6th-tier beasts followed closely behind, all charging with frenzied abandon. A 7th-tier beast was the equivalent of a true human realm cultivator. Holy shit. So many 7th-tier beasts. Have these beasts gone mad? They intend to annihilate us in one fell swoop. The clan leaders on the city wall exclaimed in shock. It was as if everyone was playing small cards, and you just dropped a bomb. Do you think Lingzhou is easy to bully? Damn it, a man dies like a bird, but if he doesn't, he lives for 10,000 years. Let's fight them. Whoever slays 100 beasts shall be heavily rewarded by this clan leader. Clan leader Yi Zhang, claim your reward. Haha, I am Wang Sanbao. Brother save a share of that reward for me. My massive blade is already thirsting for blood. Amidst their laughter and banter, tens of thousands of cultivators soared from the city walls, collectively charging into the beast tide. Against such 6th and 7th-tier beasts, the city walls were of little use. They could only barely hold back beasts below the 6th tier. Rather than passively endure attacks, it was better to strike first, to slaughter until the skies turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. The moment the two sides clashed, an awe-inspiring collision of auras erupted. From the beast side, demonic energy surged skyward, piercing the clouds. The cultivator's spiritual energy raged, a vast torrent sweeping across heaven and earth. In an instant, thousands of cultivators bled and tens of thousands of beasts wailed in anguish. Then a chaotic melee ensued. Yet the relentless tide of beasts continued to encircle the cultivators. Damn it, they'll take you all down with me. A cultivator besieged by the beast tide roared and self-destructed. A thunderous boom echoed across the land. Several colossal explosions rang out, unleashing a devastating shockwave that swept in all directions. The blast from the self-destruction overturned thousands of beasts. Even ants could bring down an elephant, let alone these frenzied beasts. An uncountable number of beasts pressed forward, instantly filling the void. War vessels from various major powers also took to the skies. Thousands of ships bombarded the rear of the beast tide, expending spirit stones like water. Wave after wave of spiritual energy blasts rained down. Damn humans! At that moment, a winged avian beast soared from the rear, charging at the war vessels. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the beast. It's a beast king. An 8th-tier beast king. Damn it! Why is a beast king here? The cultivators on the ships cried out in alarm. Weren't the beast kings supposed to be on the main battlefield? Damn it all. You skip the peak-tier matches and only play in the bronze league, don't you? The enraged beast king furiously attacked the war vessels, its claws tearing through swathes of ships with each swipe. Just then a massive blast wave struck. Boom. The 8th-tier beast king was instantly reduced to dust. It didn't even have time to let out a cry of anguish. The crowd looked up. An enormous cyan war vessel blotting out the sun sailed majestically into view. Its formidable size dwarfed the largest ships of the other powers by several times. The blast that had obliterated the Beast King had originated from it. It's the Qingyang sect's war vessel. The experts of the Qingyang sect are here. The upper sect. It's the upper sect. The heavenly might of the upper sect. A cultivator who recognized the Qingyang sect vessel shouted. Excellent. The upper sect's experts from our Lingzhou have arrived. Follow this clan leader and fight. The cyan war vessel continuously charged up, unleashing blasts at the beast tide. Each strike was equivalent to the full-force blow of a saint. The blast sank the outer reaches of the demon beast forest, shattering even the space itself into fragments. With each strike, tens of thousands of beasts were obliterated, their very blood and flesh vaporized into the air, dissipating between heaven and earth. Holy shit. The upper sect is incredible. Truly the overlord of Lingzhou. After these displays, the sacred lands seemed no more than this. Perhaps the upper sect even surpassed the sacred lands. The sheer awe was overwhelming. The beast tide they had struggled so desperately against crumbled like a paper tiger under the heavenly might of the upper sect. Which other faction in the entire eastern domain could contend with the upper sect? All Qingyang sect disciples follow this saint in slaying the beasts. A resonant voice rang out from the cyan war vessel. The vessel's gates swung open. Mu Shuexian, clad in an elder's robe, was the first to charge out, sword in hand. Inner sect elder Luo Chun followed closely behind. The outer sect disciples of Qingyang sect streamed out in succession. It wasn't that they didn't want to use the war vessel to finish them off, but its power was too immense and difficult to control. A saint's full-force strike. Below, tens of thousands of Lingzhou cultivators were still locked in battle with the beasts. It would inevitably cause friendly fire, killing hundreds of thousands of enemies while losing tens of thousands of allies. As Mu Shuexian descended, she released her cultivation base at the early Saint realm. With a casual wave, she unleashed a vast sword aura, instantly obliterating tens of thousands of beasts. All members of the Explosion sect attack. Where is the Dragon Gate? The Tianwu sect must not fall behind. The three major factions and the remaining disciples followed behind the two elders, continuously slaying weaker beasts. The elders didn't even bother with these beasts. A mere breath could kill them, so they were left for the disciples. Mu Shuexian continued to slash out sword auras, relentlessly slaughtering the beasts. Suddenly, she sensed numerous powerful fluctuations of cultivation above the demon beast forest. Could that be the main battlefield? Elder Luo, stay and protect the disciples. This saint will go and investigate. With that thought, Mu Shuexian turned to Luo Chun, who was still slaughtering beasts. As a half-saint realm expert, Elder Luo was more than capable of overseeing the situation here. Haha, contribution points. So many contribution points. The disciples discovered that whenever they killed a beast, the token at their waist would automatically absorb the beast's energy and increase their contribution value. These beasts littering the ground were all contribution points resources. Seize them. The outer sect disciples grew even more frenzied. Resources were everywhere, the very key to ascending to Qingyang. Damn it, Qinghai. Fetch my massive blade. It'll take on 100. Qingyang, usually so refined, discarded his folding fan and shouted to his fellow faction disciple Qinghai. Now is the time to go all out. When else? Senior brother, catch. Qinghai said, tossing over a 3-meter-long blade. Led by their senior brothers, disciples from various factions furiously slaughtered low-tier beasts. They acted as if anyone who tried to compete with them would face their wrath. The cultivators on the field watched in stunned disbelief. Holy shit. Not only were the upper sect's experts formidable, but even their disciples were this ferocious. Every one of them was like they'd been injected with stimulants. Especially those two youths in the west. With their bare fists, they were killing several fourth-tier beasts with each punch. And if anyone tried to compete, they'd get angry. Should I just leave? Meanwhile, above the demon beast forest, the main battlefield of the Great War stretched across the sky. On the Lingzhou side, 9 void-breaking realm elders were locked in combat against 10 8th-rank demon kings. The fierce battle had raged for hours, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. Among the Lingzhou cultivators, 3 elders had sustained injuries. On the beast side, 1 demon beast had its wings severed, the bull demon king had one of its horns cut off, and another beast was covered in sword wounds. Yet the intensity here paled in comparison to the battles on the other 3 continents. Everyone cease reckless attacks. They only squander our spiritual energy. Once our spiritual power is depleted, we shall fall here today. An elder struck a demon king away with his sword and warned through divine sense. Their spiritual energy was finite, and as time wore on, they felt it waning. The demon beasts, however, fought differently. They transformed into colossal forms, using their massive bodies to exhaust their opponents, find their weaknesses, and strike with lethal precision. He had already discovered the vulnerability of one demon king, the bull demon king. Its weakness lay in the twin horns atop its head, the very essence of its demonic aura. One horn had already been severed. The demon king's power had clearly plummeted. With this thought, he raised his sword and charged once more at the bull demon king's massive frame. Moo! The bull demon king, seeing the cultivator charge again, bellowed in fury and lowered its remaining horn to ram him. Damnable human! You dare sever my horn? He'll crush you. Perfect opportunity. The elder saw the foolish bull lowering its head to strike. You stupid ox, meet your end. He channeled his cultivation technique, mobilizing all his spiritual energy, and brought his sword down fiercely upon the horn. With a sharp clang, the bull demon king's remaining horn was severed. Moo! 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 After several enraged bellows, it plummeted helplessly to the ground, its massive body crashing down, dead beyond all doubt. Huff! Huff! The elder gasped for breath, having expended great effort to slay the bull. The remaining Lingzhou elders, witnessing this, were immensely inspired and charged again at the demon kings. This time they targeted their weaknesses. With 9 void-breaking realm cultivators now facing 9 demon kings, the absence of one 8th-rank foe lightened their burden. Meanwhile, near the Tianzhou region, a saint from the Lanyue sacred land was battling a 9th-rank sacred beast. The beast had taken form. A massive tiger-shaped creature unfurled in the sky. Roar! It roared incessantly, its overwhelming sacred might flooding the heavens. Dozens of void-breaking realm cultivators clashed with numerous 8th-rank beasts. Each collision between the sacred realm produced tremendous shockwaves. Thus, both Tianzhou cultivators and beasts kept their distance. The residual might of a sacred realm battle was beyond their endurance. Such duels could not be decided swiftly. Even a defeated foe could not be slain easily without great cost. Simultaneously, in the Qingzhou region, a saint from the Tianqing sacred land faced a 9th-rank sacred beast. This beast was immensely powerful, its aura rivaling a cultivator at the peak of the saint entry realm. It was a transformed giant bear, furiously attacking the Tianqing sacred land saint time and again causing him great distress. He was only at the midstage of the saint entry realm, no match for this sacred beast. When absolute power reigned supreme, all clever strategies became futile. He could only dodge the giant bear's assault, stalling until saints from other sacred lands arrived, or else summon the sacred lord. In the Huangzhou region, the beasts there were the most formidable. A saint from the Dongxian sacred land and 2 half-saints battled 2 sacred beasts, while other void-breaking realm elders fought dozens of 8th-rank beasts. The sacred realm battle was evenly matched for now, but the 2 half-saints against a sacred beast struggled desperately. They were on entirely different levels. Had the sacred beast not transformed into a massive form, allowing them to evade with agility, they would have perished long ago. They would have died hundreds of times over. In other words, I have infinite chances to err, but a single mistake on your part leads to utter annihilation. Overall, the cultivators of the 4 continents held no advantage on the main battlefield. Defeat would spell doom for their lands. Just then Mu Shuixian flew in. In the Lingzhou direction, she arrived to see 9 void-breaking realm cultivators locked in battle with 9 demon kings. Stand aside. Let me, a saint, handle this. The 9 elders of Lingzhou heard this, unleashed a combined strike at the demon kings, and swiftly retreated. A saint. Excellent. A saint from a sacred land had arrived. The elders turned to look. and saw a peerlessly elegant woman wielding a sword, her brows carrying a heroic air clad in a blue-green sect robe. She radiated a powerful sacred realm aura. Not from a sacred land. She's a powerhouse from the Qingyang sect. A saint. The upper sect truly has a saint guarding them. The elders mused inwardly. They had long suspected the Qingyang sect possessed a saint, though none had ever witnessed it. Those who had participated in the siege of the sect were all dead. Rumors from passers-by told of the central domain's celestial mechanism pavilion sending an elder only to be instantly slain, confirming their suspicions. Today they finally beheld the saint of the upper sect. Lingzhou was now a continent with a sacred land of its own. It's a human sacred realm powerhouse. The 9 great demon kings felt the overwhelming sacred might radiating from Mu Shuixian, all of them immobilized by the terrifying pressure. Their colossal bodies trembled. "My lord, will give." Before the demon king could finish, Mu Shuixian casually swung her sword, cleaving through the air. Her icy countenance remained impassive, not even a blink. The fierce sword aura pierced heaven and earth. The 9 demon kings were instantly annihilated by that terrifying strike. A few mere insects dare to threaten me. Though she could only exert the power of the Saint Entry realm for now, she was still the water fairy emperor of the central domain. Moreover, her cultivation was slowly recovering. It was only a matter of time before she returned to the great emperor realm. When an emperor rages, the heavens shatter and the earth splits. Millions perish, stars shift. Mu Shuixian sheathed her sword and glanced at the 9 patriarchs. "Supreme Sect, my lord, what are your orders?" Seeing Mu Shuixian's gaze upon them, and having witnessed the gruesome fate of the 9 demon kings, the patriarchs were so tense they stammered collectively. Too powerful. With a single casual strike, she had obliterated the demon kings they had struggled against for so long. You need not concern yourselves with the main battlefield. Now retreat to Batian City. Assist our sect's elders in eliminating the remaining beasts. Yes, Supreme Sect, my lord. The 9 patriarchs hastily scurried back toward Batian City. This lattice aura was too overwhelming. This old man couldn't bear it. One more glance, and he would explode. Mu Shuixian then flew off into the distance. There she sensed ripples of the sacred realm. Above the demon beast forest toward Tianzhou, a sage from Lanyue sacred ground was locked in battle with a tiger-shaped sacred beast. Torrents of sacred might clashed violently. Damn it, my sword can't even cut this beast. After transforming, the tiger-shaped sacred beast had maximized its defense. After all, her sword was a sacred artifact nurtured by her own sacred source. Though it was only a low-grade sacred weapon, it was incredibly sharp, each strike imbued with the might of the sacred realm. Yet against this demon tiger, it left only superficial scratches, unable to penetrate further. The tiger's claws, however, were devastatingly sharp. She had already taken one blow, leaving a glaring, bloody gash across her back. A sacred realm latestage beast. Perfect Qingyang sect still needs a few guardian beasts. Mu Shuixian, arriving on the scene, mused to herself. If she gifted the sect leader a sacred beast as a mount, it might make her life easier within the sect. But would the sect leader even appreciate a sacred realm mount? Recalling the sect leader's immense power and the sect's strength, she hesitated. A sacred beast lacked prestige. A beast venerable or an emperor beast would be more fitting. Never mind, she'd capture it first and decide later. Mu Shuixian charged in with her sword, effortlessly parting the locked combatants. Roar. The tiger beast, seeing another cultivator approach, let out a furious roar. Who goes there? The sage from Lanyue sacred ground was startled, fearing another sacred beast had arrived. But upon recognizing the sword-wielding woman, she inquired. However, she quickly noticed the characters embroidered on the woman's sect uniform. Qingyang sect. A sage from Qingyang sect. Indeed, Qingyang sect did have a sage in residence. Mu Shuixian ignored her, walking straight toward the tiger beast. She left only a cold remark. You may leave. Hey, this sacred beast is formidable. We must join forces to defeat it. The Lanyue sage, sensing the woman's aura was only at the early sacred entry realm, a minor realm lower than her own, rushed forward as well. They'll say this once: submit or die. Mu Shuixian spoke coldly to the tiger's sacred beast, then released the oppressive divine sense of her great emperor realm. Though her divine sense had not fully recovered, its power was less than a billionth of its former glory. It was more than enough to deal with these sacred realm underlings. Roar. The tiger, hearing the woman's demand for submission, was outraged. It was a proud sacred beast. A sacred beast never surrenders. How dare she? Just as it roared and prepared to lunge forward to tear her apart, it experienced a terror it had never felt in its life, an overwhelming pressure. Its massive tiger form plummeted from the sky, prostrate on the ground, unable to move. The crushing pressure continued to bear down, its bones creaking under the strain. "Master, I submit. I submit." Fearing it would be crushed to death if it persisted, it cried out loudly. How could the Eastern Domain harbor such a powerhouse? Too strong. Too terrifying. It began to question its very existence. "If only you'd done this sooner, you wouldn't have wasted my time." Mu Shuixian descended and patted its tiger head. The Lan Yue sage was utterly stunned. She too began to doubt her own existence. Such a formidable sacred beast, and the woman subdued it with a single casual word and a glance. Was it for real? It was a slap in the face, as she had just insisted they needed to work together to subdue the tiger. What exactly was Qingyang Sect's background? How could its members be so overwhelmingly powerful? "What? You're not leaving. Something else." Mu Shuixian noticed her. "No, nothing. This sage, oh no, will be going now. If you're not dead, get up." Seeing the tiger still lying prone, pretending to be dead, Mu Shuixian kicked it to its feet. "Yes, yes, master." Mu Shuixian mounted the tiger's sacred beast and flew off in another direction. Toward Qingzhou. The sage from Tianqing's sacred ground was at a disadvantage. He was no match for this peak sacred realm giant bear. A moment of inattention had cost him a blow to the shoulder from the transformed bear. His entire body felt like it was falling apart. If no strong reinforcements arrived, no one could stop this ninth-tier sacred beast. As he dodged attacks and considered using his divine sense to notify the sacred lord, Mu Shuixian arrived on her tiger mount. According to the tiger, it had 3 powerful brothers that could be subdued and taken together. "Eru, why are you with a human cultivator?" The transformed giant bear roared at the approaching pair. "Stupid bear, come pay homage to our master." "What? You've betrayed the demon race to serve a human. You've disgraced all sacred beasts. They'll kill you first, then tear your so-called master to shreds." Boom. The giant bear roared furiously. This Eru dared to betray the demon race, and even wanted him to follow suit. Preposterous. Think I'm afraid. A real demon fears nothing. As Eru prepared to charge into battle, Mu Shuixian spoke. "Did I give you permission to move? A mere sacred realm peak, daring to claim you'll tear me apart." Mu Shuixian's expression turned icy as she unleashed the overwhelming pressure of the great emperor once more. Feeling his master's aura, Eru was frozen in terror. The transformed giant bear was blasted away by the immense pressure, crashing to the ground, unable to move. "Me too. I submit, I submit." Sensing the woman's terrifying power, the giant bear quickly capitulated. Truly invincible, just her pressure alone could crush him. The saint of the Tianqing Holy Land was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. What in the world had just happened? Oh, it turned out the sacred beast had been slammed to the ground. No, that couldn't be. The sacred beast, the mighty colossal bear, had been crushed beneath a single glance and a few words from that woman. It was pinned to the earth, unable to move, roaring in submission. Was this still the same fearsome sacred beast from moments ago? "You nearly beat me to a pulp earlier." Taking a closer look, gasp. It was a powerhouse from Qingyang Sect, terrifying beyond compare. Mu Shuixian walked up to the giant bear sacred beast and kicked it squarely on the forehead. "If only you'd had this realization earlier, you'd be just as foolish as that Eruzi." "Eruzi? Who gave you that name? It's so tacky." Just as Mu Shuixian turned around, the tiger-shaped sacred beast followed suit and landed 2 more kicks. "You stupid bear, you got me disdained by our master. You truly deserve to die. This dumb bear had even planned to kill me. Thankfully, our master intervened just in time. This bear was thick-skinned and tough. It was a fight I couldn't win. I had rushed forward earlier just to show my loyalty." Meanwhile, in the demon beast forest near the Huangzhou direction, the battle at the saint level had reached its climax. The overwhelming saintly might shook heaven and earth. The outcome was still undecided, but the 2 half-saints on the other side were in dire straits. One was unluckily struck by a sacred beast, plummeting straight down, smashing a huge crater, his fate unknown. The remaining one struggled on, narrowly dodging the enraged sacred beast's attacks. There was one sacred beast at the peak stage, 2 at the late stage, and another at the mid-stage. Seeing the last 2 sacred beasts, Mu Shuixian mused to herself. The most powerful among them was that giant bear, now trembling beside her. "Hey, you stupid bird, and you dumb pig, come pay homage to your master." Eruzi spoke up again. The remaining 2 sacred beasts were the 9-plumed sparrow and the heaven-devouring boar. These 2 sacred beasts were no ordinary creatures either. The 9-plumed sparrow possessed a trace of phoenix bloodline, while the heaven-devouring boar had awakened a hint of Tao Tai lineage. Relying on such faint bloodlines, they had managed to reach the Saint Realm, which showed just how extraordinary true sacred beasts were. Iruzi's words drew the attention of the two humans and two beasts locked in fierce combat. In the distance, a woman was riding a tiger accompanied by a sacred giant bear. What was going on? Iruzi, stupid bear, why are you two with human cultivators? Paying homage to a master. Have you two betrayed the demon race? Shut your beak, you stupid bird. Betrayal sounds so ugly. It's called choosing a worthy beast. Master, Qingyang sect. The saint and half-saint of the Dongxian Holy Land stared in shock at the newcomers. A powerhouse from Qingyang sect had subdued two sacred beasts. Die! Enraged by Iruzi's words, the nine-plumed sparrow and heaven-devouring boar roared. They had thought Iruzi and the bear were coming to help, but instead they urged submission to a human cultivator. Where was their dignity as sacred beasts? Where was the demon race's integrity? What are you staring at? Get moving. Do you need our master to say it? Iruzi kicked the bear beside him and spoke. This time Mu Shuixian didn't intervene. The bear was the strongest among the four beasts. She didn't need to lift a finger. Oh, I'm going. The giant bear let out a roar and charged at the two beasts. After half an hour of battle, the furious bear punched the heaven-devouring boar flying and nearly tore the nine-plumed sparrow apart. Then the bear grabbed them one in each hand and tossed them onto an empty patch of ground. Simple, swift, effortless. The saint of Dongxian Holy Land was stunned. The half-saint was equally shocked. Two sacred beasts dealt with just like that. This giant bear was incredibly powerful. Even more terrifying was that all four sacred beasts had submitted to this powerhouse from Qingyang sect. And even more frightening was that such a powerhouse came from Qingyang sect. What kind of force was Qingyang sect? It seemed the heavens of the Eastern Domain were about to shift. All forces in the Eastern Domain would be overshadowed by Qingyang sect's might. After the four sacred beasts submitted, they roared in unison, and the beast horde retreated into the demon beast forest. More than half had been lost. After the beast tide, these monsters would return to their usual state, continuing the cycle of survival of the fittest in the forest. According to the four sacred beasts, this beast tide was instigated by a powerful demon clan from the central domain, and they had no choice but to obey. Badak City. Under the slaughter by half-saint inner elder Luo Chun and the 9 Void Realm ancestors who had returned, all beasts outside the city were eradicated. Holy crap, we're rich. I killed over 100 second-rank beasts, over 2,000 contribution points. An outer disciple exclaimed in shock. He hadn't paid attention to the numbers on his sect token, only knowing that he kept swinging his blade, madly slaughtering second-rank beasts. Slash after slash. Not just him. All disciples stared in delight at the numbers on their tokens, shouting that they had hit the jackpot. Among them, those who earned the most contribution points were likely Qin Han and Ning Yan. The two had been relentlessly killing fourth-rank beasts. Their contribution points probably exceeded 10,000. Before long, Mu Shuixian flew over with the four beasts. The four sacred beasts had now taken human form. Iruzi was a tall, burly man. The bear was even more exaggerated, a head taller than Iruzi, built like a small mountain. The 9-plumed sparrow appeared as a young girl of about 10, while the heaven-devouring boar was just a rotund, big-head oval. The elder is back. Disciples shouted as they saw Mu Shuixian flying in. But who were the four behind the elder? 2 burly men, a young girl, and an oval. What an odd group. All right, the beast menace is over. Return to the sect. Mu Shuixian finished speaking and boarded the Qingyang war vessel. Farewell, upper sect. Amid repeated farewells, the Qingyang war vessel departed. After the beast tide, Qingyang sect's name spread across the 4 continents at a terrifying speed. According to news from various holy lands, saints, a single sentence from a Qingyang sect powerhouse had made sacred beasts submit. A single glance had pinned them to the ground. Terrifying beyond compare. Gasp. What kind of force is Qingyang sect? Too terrifying. Just one person subdued 4 sacred beasts. They solved it effortlessly. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The major forces and cultivators across the 4 continents erupted in uproar. Some speculated that Qingyang sect absolutely surpassed holy lands and must be a transcendent reclusive superpower. Others said that if one person alone was this strong, what else could they do? Could Qingyang sect have an emperor? Maybe it was actually a low-key emperor-level sect. Most dismissed this. An emperor? How could that be possible? Despite their disbelief, all were stunned by Qingyang sect's overwhelming might. Now, not just the forces of Lingzhou sent spirit stones and resources, the entire 4 continents frantically prepared tributes for Qingyang sect. Leaders of major forces across the 4 continents earnestly instructed their disciples never to provoke or offend Qingyang sect. Some even wrote this rule directly into their clan genealogies. Countless cultivators frantically racked their brains wondering if they had ever offended Qingyang sect. The timid ones began slapping themselves uncontrollably, terrified that they might have crossed Qingyang sect in some way. Even if they hadn't, a few extra slaps wouldn't hurt. The goal was simply peace of mind. The tide of demonic beasts threatened the very survival of cultivators across the 4 continents. On the main battlefield, the 4 continents were already at a disadvantage. It was only thanks to the mighty experts of Qingyang sect that the 4 formidable sacred beasts were vanquished, turning the tide of battle entirely. Some fervent cultivators revered Qingyang sect as divine, likening it to the savior of the 4 continents. They erected shrines in their homes and even kowtowed several times each day. The name of Qingyang instantly shook the 4 continents. Even the 3 sacred lands among them had to yield and dared not contend with it. Looking across the entire eastern domain, who could compare? Meanwhile, in Qingyang sect's patriarch hall, Feng Qingyang stretched lazily. Awakening from slumber, he felt refreshed. Although he had reached the true man realm, where secluding himself for decades without sleep was trivial and fasting for 10 years would not starve him, he still adhered to the good habits he had cultivated on Blue Star. He maintained his routine of sleeping late, rising late, and eating 3 meals a day. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received a silver summon card. Host has completed the mission. The Prestige shop is now open and the Prestige lottery interface is now accessible. As this is the host's first time opening the lottery interface, a free first draw card has been granted. As this is the host's first time opening the Prestige shop, 100 Prestige points have been awarded. Master, please check your rewards. System message. Oh, the beast tide has been resolved. The system rewards had arrived. It seemed the beast tide that had swept across the 4 continents had been purged. Otherwise, the stingy system wouldn't have handed out rewards early. Feng Qingyang immediately grew excited. Just woke up early in the morning. Time for a draw. System, use the silver summon card. Feng Qingyang said expectantly. It had been a while since he last used a summon card. He wondered how his luck was these days. Ding! Silver summon card activated. Drawing. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Long Xia, an elder at the peak of the Manifest Saint realm. Rendering in progress. Rendering successful. Materialized. Holy crap. My luck is still as good as ever. The maximum limit for a silver summon card was the peak of the Manifest Saint realm. This time he had finally drawn it. But it still couldn't break the ceiling of Qingyang sect's combat power. After all, the Great Emperor realm peak ancestor was still there. Sometimes Feng Qingyang wondered what lay beyond the Great Emperor realm. Entering the system interface, he noticed 2 new sections. The Prestige shop and the Prestige lottery. Prestige points are earned through sect influence, sect deterrence, and sect prestige. 1 draw costs 1,000 prestige points. The lottery contains treasures from all heavens and myriad realms. What you draw depends entirely on your luck, and the system has no say. Feng Qingyang took a quick look at the Prestige shop and the lottery interface. Good heavens! The items inside were dazzling and varied, truly worthy of the claim to encompass all realms. It's just that the prices were a bit steep. Great Emperor realm, maidservant 1,000 prestige points, graceful in the hall, formidable on the battlefield. You deserve it. Great Emperor realm guard dog 1,000 prestige points. What prestigious sect doesn't have a Great Emperor realm guard dog? 10,000 calamity divine sword 1,000 prestige points. Forged through 10,000 calamities, this divine sword can slay immortals and gods with ease. Sky supporting pagoda 1,000 prestige points. One hand supports the sky. The pagoda suppresses demons and a peak immortal grade artifact. He then checked his prestige balance. Only 1,000. He could only afford some trash that even a dog would turn its nose up at. For instance, this Saint Realm permanent experience card priced at 1,000 prestige points. It was utterly worthless. Could the system be skimming off the top? Oh, never mind. Since his luck was still holding head strike while the iron was hot. System, use the first draw card. Ding! First draw card activated. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Thanks for your patronage. What the hell? Are you messing with me? He thought his luck had returned, but he drew a thanks for your patronage, and it even congratulated him. Was it trying to kill him with humiliation? He refused to accept it. System, draw again for me. Feng Qingyang spent his remaining prestige points to try once more. Ding! 1,000 prestige points consumed. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent experience card for the Voidbreaker realm. What a sucker. Holy crap. This was even worse than spending 1,000 prestige points in the shop on a Saint Realm permanent experience card. He admitted he had spoken too loudly earlier. Could he take it back? Meanwhile, above Qingyun's sect, a figure slowly descended. The aura of a peak manifest Saint Realm expert immediately swept forth. The wind and clouds shifted and the world lost its color. Amidst thunder and lightning, a man clad in Qingyun's sect's custom-tailored robes descended upon the sect. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his pupils were starkly black and white. The dark purple robes exuded an inexplicable sense of sophistication. Yet his expression was exceptionally cold, as if he wore a mask of ice. With a gaze that looked down on everything, he radiated immense pressure. Even the ancestor Li Qingyun took notice. If this man weren't also a powerhouse of Qingyun's sect, he would have slapped him away long ago. Damn it, I'm at the peak of the great emperor realm, and I don't act this arrogantly. What's going on? A powerful expert has descended upon our Qingyun sect. Yes, look. The menial disciples of the sect noticed the abnormal celestial phenomena, sudden shifts in wind and clouds, thunder and lightning. Then they felt an overwhelming aura. Hurrying over, they witnessed the scene. I am Long Xie, the honored elder of Qingyun's sect. After seeing the words Qingyun's sect embroidered on the man's robes and hearing his declaration, they all dispersed. So it's one of our own Qingyun's sect's experts. What a false alarm. Indeed, our sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. I must train hard to become a powerhouse like that. I wonder if this fierce dragon can cross the river. An honored elder. Just how powerful is that? In Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang bitterly activated the permanent experience card for the Voidbreaker realm. At the very least, he could have exchanged it for the Saint Realm, which would have elevated him to the Saint Realm. It was all his own fault. Voidbreaker realm permanent experience card activated successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the early stage of the Voidbreaker realm cultivation. Upon using the cultivation card, a surge of immense power directly flooded into Feng Qingyang's body. He advanced from the mid-stage of the true person realm to the late stage, the peak stage, and finally the initial stage of the void-shattering realm. The elevation of his cultivation occurred in an instant. Moreover, his foundation was solid, devoid of the instability that often accompanies leaping across multiple realms. His foundation was exceptionally firm, as if it had been honed for millions of years at this very stage, reaching a state of perfection. As the system's creation was always of the highest quality, Feng Qingyang felt the power within him increase tens of thousands of times over. His aura was overwhelmingly formidable. A single punch could shatter the void. He could effortlessly annihilate his former self countless times over. In a word, exhilarating. With this cheat-like cultivation, improving his realm was as simple as eating or drinking. No, his speed of realm advancement surpassed even that. Leaping across multiple realms happened in the blink of an eye. He often marveled that he had only been here for a little over a month, yet he had gone from having no cultivation at all to the initial stage of the void-shattering realm. Coupled with his all-heaven divine body, crushing a peak void-shattering realm expert was a mere trifle. Given a little more time, even sovereigns and great emperors would be like ants beneath his feet. He could trample them with a single foot. Just then Long Xie entered the Grand Hall. Long Xie greets the sect master. The ice-cold Long Xie spoke respectfully. From now on you will be an honorary elder of my Qingyun sect. A peak manifest Saint Realm cultivator was barely passable. Yes, sect master. At that moment, the massive Qingyun war vessel descended upon the Qingyun sect. The elders and senior outer sect brothers are back. I truly envy those senior outer sect brothers. This beast hunting mission must have earned them a lot of contribution points. Ahem, what use is pure envy? We must strive hard and surpass them. Let's go, junior brother Genitamii. The menial disciple patted his shoulder and spoke. He understood what his junior brother Genitamii had said. His junior brother was just a hair's breadth away from entering the outer sect, which would allow him to go on expeditions with the senior outer sect brothers and earn contribution points. What terrible luck, a talent rating of 2.5 rings. How could this have befallen his junior brother? They, the menial disciples, were merely lacking in innate talent. Their willpower and perseverance were in no way inferior to those outer sect disciples. One must know that in this continent geniuses were never scarce, but how many of them could walk the final path to become supreme? Conversely, there were no small number of those who were obscure in the early stages, but achieved greatness later. The previous Qingyun ancestor was one such example. With immense perseverance step by step, and through fortuitous encounters, he continuously broke through his limits, eventually becoming a great emperor and overlooking the entire continent. The war vessel landed steadily within the outer sect area. Elder Mu Shuaxian and Luo Chun were the first to emerge, followed by the 4 transformed sacred beasts, and then a stream of outer sect disciples. Once everyone was out, Mu Shuaxian waved her hand, and the Qingyun war vessel instantly shrank before she stored it away. All right, this beast-tide trial is officially concluded. All of you go and cultivate diligently. This elder will await you in the inner sect. Calculating the time, the outer sect ranking list had been open for a month. Half the time had passed. With 1 month remaining until the rankings were finalized, 10 inner sect disciples would be selected. Then she as an inner sect elder would finally have a small role to play. She believed the rankings this month would be several times more intense than the last. After all, only 10 spots were available. Yeah, we finally have contribution points. Now we can exchange for things from the sect. They yearned for the treasures in the sect's technique hall and elixir hall that could enhance their strength. Having had no contribution points before, they hadn't even had the chance to see them. They could only fantasize about how to spend a large amount of contribution points. Senior brother, you look so excited. I bet you earned a lot of contribution points this time, right? Hee, not much, just this number. The disciple laughed and held up 3 fingers. 3,000. You've hit the jackpot, senior brother. Hee, luck, just luck. Though he said it so lightly, he alone knew the hardship behind it. He had arduously fought 100 second-tier beasts and slain 10 third-tier beasts with great effort. Only then did he earn so many contribution points. His blade was chipped from the fighting, yet he couldn't bear to replace it. Thus there is no such thing as overnight fame. Every success is earned through hard work and struggle. Cheaters accepted. Let's go, senior brother, and see what we can exchange. Over by the 4 sacred beasts, as soon as they stepped into the Qingyun sect, they once again doubted their own existence. Where is this? Could this beast have arrived in a celestial realm? Stupid bear, quick slap me and see if this beast is dreaming. Eru took a deep breath of spiritual energy and felt the beast source he had consumed recover by 1/3. This is real. This beast has never seen a place like this in its entire life. Me too, the giant bear said, slapping a paw across the sacred tiger's face. It had to fulfill its little request. Not only had it never seen such a spectacle, but it had also never witnessed such an absurd hobby as the sacred tigers in its entire life. Eru grimaced in pain from the slap, but didn't hold it against the bear. It had to swallow the bitterness of its own words. A look of shock was plastered across the faces of all 4 sacred beasts. No wonder this was their master's sect. It was so powerful. Even the great demons of the central region would have to bow before such a grand sect. With this thought, their resolve strengthened a little. So what if they had defected to human cultivators? So what if they had betrayed the demon race? Let anyone who disagreed try to face this grand sect. Even a great demon would be crushed upon arrival. Let's go, Elder Luo. It's time to report to the sect master. After Mu Shuaxian spoke, she turned to look at the 4 sacred beasts. Do not offend the sect master, or the 4 of you will die without a burial place. Not even the demon emperor could save you. Is that clear? Mu Shuaxian recalled the overwhelming divine sense that had suppressed her on her first day in the sect and the 6 words that had appeared in her sea of consciousness. Dare to offend again, and you will be slain. Even now the thought sent chills down her spine. The demon emperor couldn't save us. Does that mean a current great emperor is seated here? Holy crap. The 4 sacred beasts, shocked by Mu Shuaxian's words, speculated inwardly. Yes. Yes. Yes, we absolutely would not dare. The 4 sacred beasts then spoke, trembling. If their master, who was only an elder, was this powerful, just how formidable must the sect master of this sect be? Even with 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to offend him. The sect master could probably crush them with a single finger. This was an emperor sect with a great emperor powerhouse stationed here. They were mere insects that could be blown to death by a single breath from such a being. In the Azure Cloud Hall, Mu Shuaxian and Elder Luo Chun entered after being granted an audience. Behind them followed 4 trembling holy beasts in human form. Sect master, the beast tide that swept across the 4 regions has been quelled. The outer disciples have also completed their training and returned safely. Our Azure Cloud sect has lived up to expectations, earning renown across the 4 regions. Mu Shuaxian spoke first, her tone respectful. She then looked toward the sect master seated in the main position. He sat with his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to her words. Indeed, the sect master's means were unfathomable. He must have already known. Devising strategies within the tent, overlooking all beings. Was this the sect master's way? At that moment, they all noticed a man standing silently nearby, observing them. What an imposing aura. But why is he so cold? His pitch-black pupils stared at them without a flicker, his face like ice devoid of any expression. So he's our sect's supplicant elder. After recognizing the man's sect robe, Mu Shuixian and Luo Chen thought to themselves. The four holy beasts were no longer merely trembling, their legs had gone weak, and they nearly stumbled to the ground. They had kept their heads lowered since entering. This sect was terrifying. Everyone here was as formidable as the master. Any one of them could crush them with ease. They sensed the man's overwhelming power. If he wished to kill them, it would be as simple as lifting a finger. Sect Master, these four are the holy beasts that instigated the beast tide. What do you think? Mu Shuixian spoke again, seeing that the Sect Master remained silent with his eyes closed. Hiss. Master, don't frighten us. Their hearts pounded with terror. They stood frozen in place. Why not pay your respects to the Sect Master? Mu Shuixian's gaze sharpened as she saw them still unmoving with lowered heads. Your humble beast pays respects to the Sect Master. One at the peak of the Saint Realm, two at the late Saint Realm, and one at the mid-Saint Realm. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes and looked down. The four holy beasts had taken human forms: two burly men, a youthful maiden, and one resembling Zhu Beiji. The system interface flashed across his pupils, revealing all the information about these holy beasts. Raise your heads. Why were they all trembling with their heads down? Was this sect truly so fearsome? Yai's Sect Master. So it was you four who incited the beast tide, intending to sweep across the four regions. As Sect Master, it wasn't our fault. A powerful demon clan from the central domain forced us to do this. We had no choice. The four holy beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling as they spoke. The central domain. The demon clan. So it involved the demon clan of the central domain. There must be some conspiracy at play. Feng Qingyang pondered silently. Merely petty insects. With the Azure Cloud sect guarding this land, what waves could they stir? Enough. Since you were coerced, I won't bother holding it against you. But death may be spared, yet punishment cannot be escaped. You four will henceforth perform menial tasks in this sect. The two burly men looked strong enough to carry water and muck. Surely they would be efficient. As for guardian beasts or gatekeepers, they lacked the stature. Only a beast venerate would suffice. Thank you, Sect Master. The four holy beasts quickly replied, in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Performing menial tasks. Yes, absolutely. In such a celestial sanctuary, even hauling dung every day would be a source of boundless motivation. Fortunately, the Sect Master couldn't be bothered with them. They were but insignificant ants beneath his notice. The four beasts finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, all of you may leave. Feng Qingyang said, then closed his eyes again to meditate. We take our leave. Mu Shuixian, Luo Chen, Long Xie, and the four holy beasts withdrew from the hall. After they had all departed, Feng Qingyang opened his interface. Master Feng Qingyang Realm, Early Void Breaker Realm, Disciples Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu Physique, Primordial Divine Body. Sect Powerhouses, Ancestor Li Qingyan Peak, Great Emperor Realm, Guard Elder Wang, Xian Peak, Void Breaker Realm, Outer Elders, Yi Bai Mu Tian, and Mu Feng Peak, Void Breaker Realm, 5 guards. Inner Elder Mu Shuixian, Saint Realm, Luo Chen Half Saint, Allah Hall, Elder Luo Wudao, Saint Realm, Technique Hall, Elder Nia Hailong Peak, Saint Realm. Supplicant Elder Long Xie, Peak Manifest, Saint Realm, Menial for Holy Beasts, 9th Tier, Holy Beasts. Sect Azure Cloud Sect Level 1950000. No way. Only 500 sect points added. He remembered it was already 9,000 last time. He had thought that with such a major operation it would be enough to upgrade to a level 2 sect. But it only added 500. The further he went, the less he received. This damned system. How outrageous. Setting that aside, he checked and saw that there was still one main quest and one side quest unfinished. Make a name in the Eastern Domain. Recruit a genius disciple. Damn it, just thinking about it made him furious. His Azure Cloud sect was already so formidable. Why wasn't this considered complete? 3 of the Holy Lands had already knelt to them. Did he have to crush all the Holy Lands to be considered renowned in the Eastern Domain? Feng Qingyang pondered whether to have the ancestor act directly and trample them all. As for the genius disciple, he already had a plan. That child was somewhat of a talent in alchemy, so he would just make him an ordinary disciple in the alchemy hall. Times had changed, the sect had grown, and he couldn't just accept anyone as a personal disciple anymore. No matter how talented, it was useless. Even if a great emperor came, they would have to bow and call him sir before being allowed to leave. Meanwhile, in the outer sect of the Azure Cloud sect, all the disciples chatted joyfully. Today the sky was exceptionally blue and even the air seemed sweeter. Every face was beaming with smiles. Why? Because they had contribution points. They couldn't spend them all. Truly they couldn't. Upon returning to the sect, they immediately took their tokens and headed to the mission hall. After the elder verified and deducted the corresponding contribution points they could exchange for items. A second-grade pill wasn't 6,666, nor 999. It was only 33. A third-grade pill wasn't 9,999, nor 888. It was only 88. The disciples scrambled to buy, clearing out the pills only for new stock to be replenished immediately. Fortunately, there was a large inventory, including many high-grade pills, and even saint pills, though the outer disciples had no use for them yet. Much of it was thanks to the haul Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and the others had brought back from the secret realm. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang exclaimed that recruiting, or rather seizing alchemists, was urgent. He also needed to acquire or seize a few artifact refiners. As for maids, that wasn't necessary. The four sacred beasts, still trembling with fear, walked out of the azure cloud hall and were promptly assigned to work. What a relief, what a relief. Even as they took their first step, their hearts were still pounding with anxiety. They dreaded that the sect leader would punish them again, this time for stepping out with their right foot first. Feng Qingyang, I, the sect leader, keep my word. Do you dare to question me? Drag them out and behead them. Under the bright sunlight, a gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the fur of the four sacred beasts as they busied themselves with work. One held a tray, the other a broom. Detached from worldly affairs, they focused solely on menial tasks. Meanwhile, at the mission hall of the Azure Cloud sect. The mission hall was temporarily under the management of outer sect elder Mu Feng, assisted by 4 stewards. Since there was no dedicated elder for the mission hall, yet an outer sect elder had to fill in. During this period, the mission hall had become incredibly popular. The hall was grand and majestic, exuding an air of authority. The plaque above bore the 3 characters Mission Hall, written in a bold and flowing script. It had become an indispensable structure within the Azure Cloud sect. Any needs or requests within the sect could be posted as missions here, and disciples would complete them to earn sect resources. This created a virtuous cycle, allowing both the sect and its disciples to grow stronger. At this moment, a large crowd of outer sect disciples had gathered outside the hall. How are you spending your contribution points? Don't even mention it, senior brother. I can't spend them all, I really can't. It's because our cultivation levels are too low. Otherwise, 1 or 2 high-grade pills would deplete them. The so-called high-grade pills were sacred pills. Pills meant for the saint realm. They contained immense energy, the power of sacred origin. Even a single whiff would bring tremendous benefits, let alone consuming them. However, the sacred pills in the sect were surprisingly affordable, costing only 5,000 contribution points. To put it into perspective, you couldn't buy one with 50 million spirit stones in the outside world. Such pills were incredibly rare. But for now, they were irrelevant to the disciples. They were likely reserved for the elders, and above, who alone possessed the strength to use them. Senior brother, what did you exchange? A third-grade Yunling pill and 2 condensation Qi pills. These pills are perfect for my current state. I want say more. I need to go cultivate and refine them. I aim to secure a good rank on the outer sect leaderboard. He had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, and these 2 pills could quickly stabilize his foundation. Oh, I see. Then I'll go take a look too. I also need to exchange some pills. I can't let the Zhaqian faction down when the rankings are finalized. With that, the disciple walked into the mission hall. Inside the vast hall, it was packed with people. At the center was a massive mission board. However, with the Beast Tide mission concluded, there were few missions left. The rest were missions posted by the disciples themselves. Begging a senior brother to teach the second layer of the Azure Cloud Immortal art, 500 contribution points. Still not quite proficient in the first stance of the Azure Cloud Thunder Palm. Seeking guidance from a senior brother, 500 contribution points. Does anyone know how to pass the 21st floor of the Trial Tower? This illusion is driving me crazy. 800 contribution points. Anyone up for exploring a secret realm together? Hurry. 10 contribution points. Is there any senior sister? These were mostly missions related to cultivation. After all, everyone was extremely dedicated, unwilling to miss any opportunity to enhance their strength. On the other side of the hall, Elder, how many contribution points are needed to exchange for sect techniques and martial skills? I've only grasped a fraction of the Azure Cloud Thunder Palm. Am in urgent need of a movement skill. Yes. As one disciple asked, the others chimed in. There's no such thing as having too many skills. Contribution points were abundant, all they had to do was spend. Techniques and martial skills each cost 10,000 contribution points. Elder Mu Feng's single statement extinguished the fire of their impatience. 10,000 contribution points. Not enough, not nearly enough. To exchange for them, a few disciples would have to pool their points together. This was called resource sharing and win-win cooperation. If only installment payments were possible. Elder, I want to exchange for a martial skill. At that moment, Shi Hao walked in from outside the hall and spoke. He had already attained minor mastery of the immortal art and was now in dire need of a movement skill despite having countless emperor-level techniques in his mind. But his art was immortal, his martial skill was immortal. Could a mere emperor-level movement technique be presentable? Since joining the Azure Cloud sect, his standards had unconsciously risen. Senior brother Shi Hao, what a coincidence. Elder, exchange a martial skill for me too. Ning Yan followed, entering the hall and greeting Shi Hao. He couldn't help but admit defeat. They had equal talent, yet the other was always stronger. Shi Hao firmly held the top spot on the leaderboard, repeatedly defeating Ning Yan, who challenged from second place. Does anyone else want to exchange for techniques or martial skills? If so, come and register with me. In the end, besides Shi Hao and Ning Yan, 10 other outer sect disciples were pushed forward. Shi Hao and Ning Yan had enough contribution points. With their high cultivation and formidable strength, they had slaughtered numerous fourth-rank beasts during the Beast Tide, reaping immense rewards. The rest had to pool their points together. 10 people exchanged for 10 different manuals, then shared them, allowing everyone to cultivate 10 distinct techniques. It was all strategy. Elder Mu Feng deducted the corresponding contribution points from their tokens and said, "Follow me to the technique hall. Remember, each person can only choose one manual, and you have no more than 2 hours. Also, sect techniques must not be passed on to outsiders, or you know the sect rules." On the way, Elder Mu Feng reminded the disciples. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the technique hall. The hall was even more grand and magnificent than the mission hall, its aura soaring to the heavens, leaving everyone in awe. Carved on the gates were 2 sacred beasts, the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. The carvings were so lifelike they seemed to come alive. The disciples noticed a bold couplet hanging on both sides, treasuring all celestial techniques of the heavens, overlooking the vast universe. They were all deeply moved by this imposing spirit, treasuring all celestial techniques. Does that mean all the manuals in the sect's technique hall are immortal arts? Shi Hao thought in shock. Elder Mu Feng told the disciples to wait at the entrance while he went in to report. Elder Nya, these disciples are here to exchange for techniques. I have already deducted their corresponding contribution points. They only need to select their manuals. He spoke respectfully. I understand. Let them in. You all know the rules, right? Since an elder had been stationed at the technique hall, it had become increasingly formal. Not just anyone could enter, nor could anyone choose freely. This was a vital sect location, and rules must be observed. At Elder Mu Feng's signal, the disciples stepped in one by one, their hearts filled with excitement. Wait, I have stated that everyone without exception must follow the rules. Yet among you there is someone who dares to break them. Nya Hailong swept his gaze over them, finally fixing his eyes on Ning Yan. Ning Yan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave under the elder's gaze. An invisible pressure confronted him directly. Although the elders in the Hall of Techniques did not release their aura, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. What's going on? Why is the elder staring at senior brother Ning? Could it be that senior brother Ning is the one who broke the rules? But wasn't he supposed to come in with them? They were all watching closely but hadn't seen him do anything. The disciples could only wonder inwardly. You all wait outside for now. Elder Nya, what happened? The outer sect Elder Mu Feng wanted to ask what was going on, but he was met with a glance from Elder Nya and hurriedly swallowed his words. You go out too. This kid is actually carrying a remnant soul with him. Who exactly is he? What is his purpose for entering the Hall of Techniques? What purpose does he have for entering the Qingyang sect? All of this is unknown, although all disciples are tested through the illusionary sky ladder during recruitment. But there is a bottom to the vast ocean, while the human heart is unfathomable. As an elder of a hall, and one of the most important in the sect, the Hall of Techniques, he must be willing to wrongfully kill 1,000 rather than let one escape, quashing all dangers in their infancy. Only after everyone had exited did he speak again. I ask you, what are the 2nd and 6th rules of the sect's 8 regulations? Ning Yan was a bit confused of why was the elder asking him this. But he still answered honestly. Reporting to the elder, the 2nd rule of the sect is do not betray the sect. Violators shall be executed. The 6th rule is do not leak the sect's techniques. Violators shall be executed. Since you know, then explain why you brought a remnant soul into the Hall of Techniques. Still trying to deceive me under my very eyes. Elder Nya Hailong's sharp gaze was fixed on him as if he wanted to see through him. Oh no, this is bad. The elder actually saw through the master. He can't possibly think I am betraying the sect and leaking its techniques. The elders he usually interacted with in the outer sect were not above the sacred realm, so he had never considered the possibility of exposure. The only high-ranking members he had interacted with in the sect were Elder Mu and Elder Luo, who led the team during the extermination of the demon beast Tide. What Ning Yin didn't know was that Mu Shuixian had long seen through it. In her eyes, the other party was merely a small remnant soul that could be easily crushed. Everyone has their secrets. It's likely because the master is only a remnant soul with a spiritual presence less than 1% of its peak that it was seen through by the Sacred Realm Elder. In fact, even if exposed, it wouldn't matter. The sect treats itself and all disciples so well, and it is so powerful that it wouldn't care. The key is this is not the right occasion. Elder, this, actually, because so, I, Dan Xing, am here to pay my respects and have met your esteemed sect's elder. Just as Ning Yin was fumbling over his words, Elder Dan flew out proactively. Elder Ning Yin has been my disciple since before entering the sect. I have been residing within the Holy Light Chain. This time it was also our oversight as master and disciple, which is why I was brought in alongside him. I would never dare to covet your sect's techniques. As for what Ning Yin said before entering the sect, that he could crush a large number of small factions in his lifetime, is long forgotten. Did I ever say that? Slandering someone is a crime. Do you understand? Dan Xing, I'll remember you. You should first enter the artifact. I will report to the sect leader and then make a decision. As for Ning Yin, everything is as usual. The monk can run, but the temple cannot escape. If these two really have issues, it will be easy to crush them. Thank you, Elder. Elder Dan and Ning Yin respectfully expressed their gratitude. By the way, Elder, I have another humble request. To be honest, I am an elder of the Dan sect in the central region, but I was ambushed by fellow elders, which is how I ended up as a remnant soul fleeing to the eastern region. In my lifetime, I reached the level of the sacred realm and was also a transcendent Dan saint of the 10th rank in the Dan sect. So, I would like to ask the elder to report to the sect leader. I wish to meet the sect leader in person. Oh, I also want to join your esteemed sect. Such an extraordinary sect, he also wants to join. Grasping the opportunity, whether he can return to the peak is right in front of him. Elder, rest assured, although I am a remnant soul, I possess a strange fire, the blue mysterious fire within me. Refining pills below the 7th rank is still a piece of cake for me. So I wish to become your sect's alchemist. You can leave the arduous task of alchemy to me. Meeting the sect leader. Anyone can meet the sect leader. If anyone could just meet the sect leader, wouldn't the sect leader be exhausted? The sacred realm. A 10th rank alchemist. Don't say just a mere remnant soul. Even 10 sacred realm beings wouldn't matter. What's the use of 10 10th rank alchemists? My Qingyang sect wouldn't even bat an eye. Of course, alchemists can be invited or captured to refine pills, producing in batches day and night. Alright, I won't waste my breath on you. Your matters I will report to the sect leader. Thank you. After Elder Dan expressed his gratitude, he flew back into the Holy Light Chain. Ning Yin then took off the Holy Light Chain around his neck and handed it to Elder Nya. Alright, there doesn't seem to be any issue for now. You can call the people outside in. We can start selecting now. Elder Nya said as he turned and walked towards the back of the hall. The divine sense of the sacred realm enveloped the entire hall, so there was naturally no need to supervise personally. Yes, Elder. After Ning Yin finished speaking, he walked toward the door, pushed it open, and stepped outside. Everyone was waiting outside, curious and speculating, when they saw Ning Yin push the door open and walk out. Senior brother Ning is out. I apologize, Elder Senior Brother Qin Han, and all fellow disciples for delaying your time due to some personal reasons of mine. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you, Ning Yin sincerely said as he approached. If it weren't for his reasons, they would probably have finished selecting the techniques by now. It's alright. It's good that Senior Brother Ning is fine. The disciples hastily expressed that it was no problem upon seeing Senior Brother Ning so sincerely apologizing. They were also curious as to why the elders said Ning Yin broke the rules. Could it be that something was discovered? It seems mostly to be a misunderstanding. It's good that there's no issue. Since there's nothing wrong, you can go in and select now. Remember, you cannot exceed 1 hour, and each person can only select one. Elder Nya is the one who values rules the most. Elder Mu Feng reminded once more and glanced at Ning Yin. It seems among the outer sect disciples there are quite a few who are not simple. He remembers this Ning Yin, clearly the 8th ranked prodigy, second on the outer sect leaderboard. There must be some connection. After all, where could there be so many prodigies in such a small eastern region? There must be some great fortune involved. He then shook his head and thought no more about it. This is not something he could manage. Only the high-ranking members of the sect can handle. Didn't he just want to ask what happened only to swallow it back down? Within the solemn and majestic hall of techniques, rows upon rows of martial arts manuals and cultivation methods were arranged in perfect order. Every tome on the shelves radiated a dazzling, resplendent light. It was breathtakingly beautiful, as if stepping into a celestial palace in a dream. Waves of immortal spiritual energy emanated from within. The disciples began to select their manuals with earnest focus. Soon they sensed something amiss, something profoundly wrong. "Holy crap," a male disciple exclaimed. "Look everyone, these are all immortal techniques." He flipped through the manuals frantically. Immortal technique, immortal technique, immortal technique, and still more immortal techniques. Could immortal techniques really be handed out like cabbages? Incredible, truly worthy of the claim to house all celestial methods. The other disciples had noticed long ago, but remained silent, utterly stunned, completely numbed. They had thought the elder was boasting when he said immortal techniques were basic martial arts, but it turned out to be true. Then guilt washed over them for their earlier doubts. Sob. For just 10,000 contribution points, one could freely choose a manual. Where else could such a sect be found? Yet they had still schemed with that vile lottery trick. Pain. Such pain. They vowed to brave fire and water for the sect, to die for Qingyang. Their hands flipped through the pages even faster. Meanwhile, Qin Han also began his selection. The Great Self-Transformation Art, the Red Star Celestial Inquiry Technique, the Annihilation Celestial Illusion Method, the Phoenix Dance Frost Cold Immortal Art. Each one held great allure, but he sought only a movement technique. Only a movement technique was lacking. The sect's basic methods and martial arts were already immortal techniques sufficient for his needs. Diversity without mastery was not beneficial. The Clear Void Phantom Art. His eyes lit up as he picked it up and began reading. The Clear Void Phantom Art, a celestial movement technique created by the Clear Void Immortal King. Cultivated to perfection, when one's cultivation reaches great heights, it allows traversing the universe in an instant, shuttling between past and future with a single thought. Treading fate on the river of time, the ancient immortal king Qin Taishu. Even his emperor realm mind was shaken. An immortal king. He wondered if he could even step into the immortal realm in this life, let alone behold the grandeur of an immortal king. This is perfect. He'll take this one. Within half an hour, all disciples had completed their selections. The sheer multitude of immortal techniques was dizzying. Ning Yan, like Qin Han, also chose a satisfactory movement technique, the Celestial Spirit Ethereal Step. Some disciples followed their example, picking movement techniques as well, for this was a common weakness among them. There were also sword techniques, blade forms, and palm arts. In short, all manner of immortal techniques and martial skills to enhance strength. It seemed that after the beast tied, a new wave of intense competition was about to erupt. Among the sect's menial disciples, after finishing their assigned chores each day, they devoted themselves entirely to cultivation. Poor talent was not fearsome. What was fearsome was a lack of effort. Yet some talented outer disciples were the opposite. Good talent was not fearsome. What was fearsome was talent coupled with relentless effort. Recently, the addition of 4 individuals had lightened the load considerably. They worked incredibly hard, even more so than the menial disciples themselves. Brother, don't you need to cultivate? And even if you do, why are you competing in chores too? Since the menial disciples had not participated in the beast tide suppression, they had no idea that these 4 workaholics were actually the 4 divine beasts. After the disciples left, Elder Niev vanished with a thought. Meanwhile, at Qingyang's sect's back mountain, which elder should I send this time? Feng Qingyang mused while fishing. The current task of taking on disciples could be completed quickly. It would both yield system rewards and resolve the sect's pill shortage. Damn it, the system didn't even provide a few capable alchemists. What if after recruiting disciples the reward card summoned alchemists only to backstab him? But a mere holy land didn't warrant his personal descent. Perhaps I should send Long Xia. He thought of that elder, always wearing an icy expression. For such a task of inviting or seizing people, it required someone polite, yet formidable. Feng Qingyang then used his divine sense to summon Elder Long Xia, descend upon the holy land, and make them prostrate before Qingyang's might. Within a breath, Long Xia arrived. Sect Master, your command. As an offering elder, he could never rest, craving battle. Finally, the sect master had a task for him, something requiring his intervention. Even his frosty face forced a faint smile, which seemed quite eerie. Had you ever seen a face with an icy upper half, yet a smiling lower half? I have a task for you. Go to the Imperial Alchemy Holy Land and make them submit to Qingyang's sect. Then bring back all their alchemists. Remember, every single one. Long Xia was already excited, and now even more so. A holy land. This would be fun. Rest assured, sect master, I can crush that tiny holy land with one hand. Damn it. I told you to invite or seize them. Invite. Seize. Understand. not to annihilate them. Truly, this brute always wanted to destroy everything. Did his family know how awesome he was? On my apologies, Sect Master, I misunderstood. But what if they don't cooperate? Do I need to teach you that? If they don't comply, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. If that fails, just annihilate them. What else is your cultivation for? The system quest had no penalty for failure anyway. Dare to defy. You don't give face to Qingyun, and you'll have no face either. Long Xia. He thought the Sect Master had shown mercy, but wasn't it still the same meaning? Imperial alchemy, Holy Land, so. Thank you so much. Sect Master, leave it to me. With that, Long Xia soared into the clouds. Tearing through space was a technique only for Emperor Realm cultivators. Still at his cultivation level, he could travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant. How vexing, always fighting and killing. How dull. As a transmigrator, Feng Qingyang detested such things. If someone provoked, just crush them with a palm. Wouldn't that silence the barking? He understood the principle that villains die from too much talk. Just then, Sect Master, I have something to report. Elder Nia from the Hall of Techniques approached and spoke respectfully. What is it? Speak. Feng Qingyang turned upon seeing the elder. Why was Elder Nia, who should be overseeing the hall, seeking him out? Sect Master, within this necklace is a remnant soul claiming to be the master of an outer disciple who followed the disciple into the sect. They attempted to enter our Hall of Techniques together, and I apprehended them. Please decide, Sect Master. Nia Hailong then summarized the information he had gathered from questioning the two. Oh, that disciple is named Ning Yin, isn't he? Feng Qingyang already knew this. He had seen it on the system interface when they first joined the sect. Among the recruited disciples, one was a reincarnated Emperor Realm cultivator, and another possessed an old master with a golden finger. However, as long as the disciples pass through the heavenly stairway illusionary realm, there should be no issues. Even if their hearts waver in the future, there are always means to control them. Did you truly believe that celestial arts were so easily obtained? The Qingyang celestial arts impose no restrictions on talent or age, anyone can cultivate them. Moreover, it is a growth-type cultivation method. As long as one remains devoted to the sect, the technique will only grow stronger. Conversely, betrayal will inevitably lead to backlash. As a formidable sect, especially its leader, one must consider every aspect thoroughly. Since it's a misunderstanding, let them off for now, Feng Qingyang said slowly. If they transgress again, we shall deal with them according to sect rules. A mere remnant soul is not worth our bother. As for this remnant soul's claim of wanting to join our Qingyang sect, interesting. Let him come out. Upon hearing this, Nia Hailong used his divine sense to notify Elder Dan within the holy light chain. The remnant soul of Elder Dan then flew out from it. He could hardly contain his eagerness. However, the elder had mentioned that the sect leader was not someone one could easily meet, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Dan Qing of the alchemy sect pays respects to the sect leader. He spoke respectfully from the start, knowing that this was his only chance to seize the opportunity. I am already aware of your situation. I trust the elder has informed you. Our Qingyang sect is not only strict in accepting disciples, joining us is even more challenging. Tell me what qualifies you, or what right do you have to join Qingyang? Feng Qingyang finished speaking and casually swept his gaze over him. A mere manifested saint remnant soul was not worth his concern. Sect leader, although this old man is but a remnant soul, I possess a strange fire. As for your honored sect's alchemy materials below the 7th rank, I can refine as many pills as you provide. Moreover, I am an elder of the Central Domain Alchemy sect. When the day comes to descend upon the Central Domain, I can also recruit my old friends and acquaintances. I wish to join your esteemed sect and serve it. Dan Qing stood there anxiously after speaking. He was uncertain whether these assets of his could move this mysterious sect leader even slightly. Refine as many pills as needed below the 7th rank. This old man is a fine harvest. Must squeeze. I must recruit him into the sect. Your conditions are merely average, barely enough to join our sect. By the way, regarding the recruitment of your old friends and acquaintances, please implement that as soon as possible. Only by gathering the harvest together can it be easily reaped. All right, from now on you are a disciple of our Qingyang sect's alchemy hall. You may leave, go to the elder to collect your sect robes. Thank you, sect leader. Haha, this old man is now a member of the Qingyang sect. Even if he is just an ordinary disciple, so what? Joining such a powerful sect means an immediate rise. A future without limits. Meanwhile, in Xuanzhou, the Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground. The Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground was the only alchemy sacred ground among the 5 major sacred grounds of the Eastern Domain, possessing profound heritage and extensive connections. It had stood unshaken for hundreds of thousands of years. The sacred lord Li Tianxian was not only a saint of the current era, but also a ninth-rank alchemy saint. His daughter Li Yinji perfectly inherited his talent. She was not only gifted in cultivation, but also deeply accomplished in alchemy. Despite her young age, she was already a fourth-rank alchemist. All alchemists above the third rank had their grades personally issued by the Central Domain Alchemy Sect. Only with the certification of the Central Domain Alchemy Sect would one be recognized as a legitimate alchemist. This shows the terrifying power of the alchemy sect. It monopolized alchemists across the entire continent with branches spread across all 5 domains. The sacred ground was filled with spiritual energy everywhere, though far less dense than that of the Qingyang sect. However, compared to other places in the eastern domain, it was vastly superior, a true cultivation paradise. After all, it was the only alchemy sacred ground among the 5 major sacred grounds. The site selection could not be careless. The richness of spiritual energy also enhanced the success rate of pill refinement. Meanwhile, in the alchemy hall of the sacred ground, success. The 4th-rank perfect pill is finally complete. Li Yinji joyfully held a flawless pill, exclaiming with delight. The pill in Li Yanzi's hand emitted a fragrant aroma. From its pill patterns, one could tell it was a 4th-rank ultimate pill. After painstakingly refining for over a year, she had finally succeeded in creating an ultimate pill. Her excitement at this moment was palpable. Thank you, Father, for your personal guidance which allowed your child to advance further on the path of alchemy, Li Yinji said, turning to her father behind her. Her father was the sacred lord of the imperial alchemy sacred ground, and also a 9th-rank alchemy saint. Over the past year, she had constantly sought his advice. It could be said that her father's contribution was indispensable to her success in refining the 4th-rank ultimate pill. Haha, it is my daughter who is both talented and intelligent. Not bad, not bad. Now Yenner can refine 4th-rank ultimate pills. It won't be long before you can strive to become a 5th-rank alchemist, Sacred Lord Li Qingxian said with a gratified smile. His daughter was already on the verge of becoming a 5th-rank alchemist at such a young age. Such talent would be considered exceptional even among the many alchemy prodigies of the Central Domain Alchemy sect. So recalling himself at his daughter's age, he had only just begun to refine 4th-rank mid-grade pills. Truly, the waves of the East River push forward the waves behind, each wave stronger than the last. Meanwhile, above the Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground, the honored Elder Long Xie had just arrived. Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground, yes, this is the place. Upon entering Xuanzhou, he had humbly asked a passerby for directions. The location given by that passerby was here. Oh, a mere sect-protecting grand formation. You think you can stop this saint? As he flew in, the grand formation protecting the sect below revealed itself. Sect-protecting grand formations are typically active at all times. When they detect the arrival of a powerful external cultivator, they automatically manifest. Good. Then let me first shatter your grand formation. Someone dares to forcefully enter the sacred ground. What? Who is it? So audacious. With so many powerful experts in the sacred ground. Does he have a death wish? The external cultivators were also stunned by Long Xie's actions. As local cultivators of Xuanzhou, they knew full well the terror of the Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground. Despite being an alchemy sacred ground, it attracted many powerful experts precisely for this reason. Countless high-level cultivators would go to great lengths to join in order to obtain pills. Today, someone actually dared to force their way into the sacred ground. This would be quite a spectacle. Who goes there? How dare you force your way into our sacred ground? The cultivators of the Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground also noticed Long Xie above. They saw a man with long hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes with distinct black and white pupils descending toward their sacred ground. The guards of the Imperial Alchemy Sacred Ground quickly soared into the air to block this intruder. I am Long Xie, an honored elder of the Qingyang sect sent here by the sect leader's orders. Have your sacred lord come out to see me. This saint has important matters to discuss with him. This matter concerns the life and death of your sacred ground. If you dare to obstruct this, saint, do not blame me for shattering your grand formation. Domineering, utterly domineering. This speech stirred the blood of the external cultivators. Descending alone upon the sacred ground, demanding the sacred lord come in person, and threatening to shatter the sect-protecting formation if obstructed. Impressive. This is truly one man standing against an entire sacred ground. A model for our generation. Perhaps I should go up and help as well. Not appropriate yet. I need to see if this man is bluffing. It seems anyone can claim to be a saint now. Has the Eastern Domain become so saturated with saints that they are as common as weeds? An audience with the Saint Lord? No, it's to summon the Saint Lord to come before him. It concerns the very life and death of the sacred land. He even threatens to trample the Grand Protective Formation. This nobody from the so-called Qingyang sect sure has an inflated ego. The leading guard thought to himself. This was far too abnormal. He observed the man's imposing manner and stony, expressionless face. He clearly looked like trouble. Claiming to be a saint, he couldn't be a fool, could he? To recklessly charge at a sacred land without any backing would be nothing short of suicide. He must have backing. That had to be it. A knowing look flickered in the guard's eyes. Sir, please calm yourself. If there is a matter, you may discuss it with me first. I am the guard elder of the Elixir Sacred Land. If I, this elder, cannot resolve it, I will then report it to the Saint Lord. Simultaneously, he used his divine sense to alert the other guards. Do not act rashly. This man has backing. The high-ranking members within the sect must have sensed this disturbance by now. Let us wait for the elders to arrive. He firmly believed that one needed connections to survive in this world. The Qingyang sect this man mentioned was likely a major power from the central domain. The eastern domain was vast, encompassing 13 prefectures. Besides the 4 connected prefectures of Ling, Huangtian, and Qing, the others were far apart. Given the short time, it was plausible that the Qingyang sect had dispatched a single powerful expert to easily handle the matter of the 4 sacred beasts. The news hadn't even spread yet. No way, this guy claims he'll shatter the sacred land's grand formation, so why is the guard elder so calm? That's not like him at all. Among the distant cultivators, someone recognized the guard elder. He was usually arrogant and hot-tempered. This contrast was baffling. Indeed, it's unlike him. Something strange is going on today. Remember when some force offended the sacred land? This very guard elder led the delegation to settle the score. He was utterly ruthless back then. Even the dogs belonging to that force got slapped twice. Yes, my friend speaks the truth. I was just watching from afar and I got dragged in and slapped a few times too. Do you even know your place? Who are you to demand an audience with me? A mere guard elder. This saint needs not converse with the likes of you. Long Xie said, coldly, growing impatient. He was still pondering how to accomplish the task assigned by the sect master, whether to use coercion or more coercion. Meanwhile, the revered elders and elders of the Elixir Sacred Land were flying towards the scene. How dare someone cause trouble on the Tai Sui very head? They wanted to see for themselves who dared to provoke their sacred land on the territory of Xian Prefecture. The Saint Lord Li Qingshuan, whose divine sense enveloped the entire sacred land, also noticed the commotion. He frowned. He was in the middle of instructing his daughter in alchemy. Where had this pest come from? The Qingyang sect. He had never even heard of it. It was probably just another obscure sect trying to scam or swindle pills from them. This had happened several times before. He had to admit this time the actor was quite convincing. His divine sense detected no significant fluctuations of power from the visitor, so he paid it no mind. But he would soon learn a harsh lesson. Father, what's happening? Li Yinji asked, noticing her father's sudden frown. Nothing, just a little fly. Let's continue with the alchemy. Okay. Li Yinji resumed, unleashing her flames to refine the pill before her. The pill was on the verge of forming again. With practice, mastery comes. Once she could effortlessly refine peak 4th-grade pills, it would be time to attempt becoming a 5th-grade alchemist. Meanwhile, sir, please wait a moment. My status as guard elder is indeed too lowly, but the high-ranking elders of our sect will be arriving shortly. The guard elder said hastily. This icy-faced man, if nothing else, exuded immense pressure. And he was a master of putting on a show. This guy was a true virtuoso of bluffing. Oh, calling for backup. Excellent. He was just itching for a stage to perform on. But how had this old man completely disregarded his words? This saint had already stated that their Saint Lord must come in person. However, this was his perspective. What face did the Saint Lord of a mere sacred land have? But a Saint Lord was still a venerable sovereign. Did he have no pride? Yet in the face of the mighty Qingyang, he indeed had none. Just then several figures appeared in the distance. A smile touched the lower half of his icy face. Who dares to cause trouble in my sacred land? A voice boomed. 7 sacred land elders and 5 revered elders flew over, landing before the guard elder. All their gazes locked onto Long Xie. Here it comes, here it comes. The show is about to begin. You still dare to watch the show? Careful, or you'll be dragged over for another beating. Not with all of you here, right? At worst we can all what? You thinking of raising your arm and rallying everyone to fight the sacred land? No. What I meant was, at worst we can all get beaten together. With so many of us, if you each take a few hits, maybe it won't be my turn. I'll give you a few hits right now. The chatter of the distant cultivators was silenced by the sound of sharp slaps and cries of pain. Elder, I suspect this man is backing. It doesn't seem like an act. The guard elder communicated with the other elders using his divine sense. Backing. playing tricks trying to fool me. This elder was clearly less shrewd than the guard elder. After all, the guard elder was a gatekeeper who often led missions outside. Though his cultivation was lower, his experience with people and events far surpassed the others. What sect is the Qingyang sect? Never heard of it. What qualifications do you have to demand an audience with our Saint Lord? Hey, you'll soon learn what qualifications this saint has. As his words fell, the wind and clouds surged, and violent spiritual energy swept across heaven and earth. Purple tribulation lightning descended like the wrath of an enraged god. Long Xie instantly unleashed his full power, the peak of the saint manifestation realm exploding forth. Under the terrifying pressure, everyone present was suppressed, forced to prostrate on the ground. I will give you one last chance. Under the might of my Qingyang, not just you, but the entire eastern domain must bow its head. With a single hand, he could crush the 5 sacred lands. With both palms, he could sweep across the 13 prefectures. Whoa, so powerful. He'll deal with you later. You jinxed it. Now we're all in trouble because of you. Even within the sacred ground below, they felt this overwhelming pressure. Disciples bowed their heads, and half-saint powerhouses were suppressed. Indeed, in this lawless otherworld where the strong preyed on the weak, only a mighty fist could get things done. First, give the other party a show of force, and everything would fall into place. Within the sacred ground in the alchemy chamber, Saint Lord Li Qingxian and Li Yinji also sensed this formidable pressure. Trouble, a powerful enemy. Yina, stay here and don't go anywhere. Let this Saint Lord go and see. In an instant, he regained the dignity of a sacred ground's lord. With a powerful enemy invading the sacred ground needed him. Sensing the immense pressure, Li Qingxian frowned deeply. The intruder's cultivation is definitely above the saint realm. It seems he'll have to invite the ancestor to intervene. Enduring the pressure, he arrived above the sacred ground in an instant. Why is your excellency attacking my sacred ground without cause? Does my sacred ground have any grievance with you? Arriving there, he saw it was a stranger. Li Qingxian racked his brain. It seemed their sacred ground had never provoked such a powerful being. Seeing the newcomer, Long Xie withdrew his pressure. You dare ask me that? I came to your sacred ground on my sect master's orders to discuss important matters. When I requested an audience with your Saint Lord, you told this saint that I was unworthy. So, is this how your sacred ground treats its guests? How arrogant. You all must be the important figures here. Li Qingqian's frown deepened upon hearing this. Such a powerhouse must not be offended, whether by forming an alliance or otherwise. He certainly had to see him personally. Then he turned, casting an inquiring gaze at the leading elder, as if to say what happened. Seeing his Saint Lord look at him, the elder was momentarily stunned. Then surprisingly, he mimicked the gesture, returning the inquiring gaze to the guard elder. Damn it, you fool. I told you he had backing, but you wouldn't listen. And you, is that what you said? You clearly said to let the Saint Lord come and see you. My mistake, all my fault. Now look. The guard elder silently scolded them in his heart. In the end, he bore it all alone. Your Excellency, it seems this is a misunderstanding, all the fault of my sect's elder acting on his own. I am the Saint Lord of this elixir refining sacred ground. Since your Excellency has matters to discuss, please come inside. Seeing the guard elder speechless, Li Qingxian assumed he had confessed without being pressed, and so he spoke. In the grand hall of the elixir refining sacred ground. May I ask what business your Excellency has? Li Qingxian had thought the visitor was a master of deception, but it turned out he was a master of strength. Wait, no. What could their sacred ground offer to attract anyone? Pills, of course. Even the deceivers came to swindle. Wouldn't a man of strength just rob them outright? Is your Excellency also here for the pills? Before Long Xie could speak, he blurted it out. Pills. This saint has no interest in that. That's good. Li Qingxian was relieved to hear that. However, this saint is very interested in the one who refines them. Long Xie smiled with a sinister charm. In the vast hall, after his words, the temperature seemed to drop, sending chills down one's spine. The one who refines them. That means the alchemist. Whoa, this man of strength has such an appetite. Those deceivers only trick for pills, but you're here to poach people. Looking at it this way, the deceivers are actually quite friendly. May I ask what your Excellency means? Li Qingxian probed cautiously. If the other party resorted to force, he would ask the ancestor to intervene. Simple. Your elixir refining sacred ground submits to our Qingyang sect, and all alchemists of the 4th rank and above return with me to the sect. Not long ago, the sect master had contacted him via token. He told him that the alchemy hall had recruited the remnant soul of a 10th rank transcendent alchemy saint from the alchemy sect. He had already covered all pills below the 7th rank. Only alchemists of the 4th rank and above were needed. Those of the 4th to 6th ranks were to speed up the refining of these specific pills. Although Danqing was already working at full capacity day and night, the output was still too low and stocks needed to be built up. Feng Qingyang thought of that genius disciple who was a 4th rank alchemist. She wouldn't escape. As Long Xie's words fell, Li Qingchuan's face darkened visibly. Does your excellency know what you are saying? This man wants my sacred ground to submit to them and take all alchemists of the 4th rank and above. What does he intend to do? What? You refuse. Do you think my Qingyang sect is unworthy of your submission? Or do you believe it's beneath your alchemists to join my sect and refine pills? Hearing this, it seemed he had no choice but to ask the ancestor to intervene. Just as Li Qingxian was about to use his divine sense to inform the ancestor arrived on his own. Ha, your excellency, jest. My elixir refining sacred ground has a long heritage and has never been a vassal of any major sect. It was so in the past, and it remains so now. An elder with white hair and a youthful face bearing an immortal air walked in slowly. Oh, never submitted. Don't worry, now you have the chance. Hearing this, the ancestor swallowed the words he was about to say. This man was impervious to reason. Saint Lord Li Qingxian grew anxious on the sidelines. Strange, why hasn't the ancestor made a move yet? What he didn't know was, the ancestor had already secretly clashed with the opponent. Right after that man released his pressure. But the result was clear, failure. In divine sense, pressure, aura, and cultivation. He was outmatched in every aspect. Otherwise, why would he still be standing here talking? He would have ordered an attack long ago. Your Excellency, think carefully. My elixir refining sacred ground is under the protection of the central domain's alchemy sect. It's best not to resort to force. Otherwise, you, my defeated foe, dare to threaten this saint. What is the alchemy sect? Worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my Qingyang sect. Long Xie said disdainfully. Speaking of the alchemy sect reminds me. An elder of the alchemy sect at 10th rank, transcendent alchemy, saint is now a disciple in my Qingyang sect's alchemy hall. He begged and pleaded for our sect master to take him in. In the end, our sect master, seeing his pitiful state, accepted him, saying that with his talent, he was only fit to be an ordinary disciple in the alchemy hall. He not only agreed gladly, but was also immensely grateful. Now he's busy tirelessly refining pills. What? Long Xie's words shocked them both for 10,000 years. He showed no regard for the mighty alchemy sect. A transcendent alchemy saint of the alchemy sect was only fit to be an ordinary disciple in the sect, and he begged to join. If it weren't for this man's formidable cultivation, the two would have truly thought he had lost his mind. He didn't even bother to prepare a draft before bragging. Yet the situation stood as it was. Regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned, their strength was undeniable, leaving no room for escape. We were like fish on a chopping block, completely at their mercy. Seeing that even the alchemy sect could not intimidate this man, the ancestor was left helpless. What more could be done when even the alchemy sect was beneath his notice? As a mere mid-stage manifest saint himself, he was no match for this foe and could only submit to fate. Senior, may I Yanji accompany you first? Just then Li Yanji, clad in a white dress, entered. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her violet eyes shimmered with light. She approached Long Xie and spoke softly. Then she walked toward her father Li Qingxian and the ancestor. The three stood united, resolved to live or die together. Yanji, what nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once. This has nothing to do with you. Li Qingxian barked in anger. Had he not ordered Yanji to stay in the alchemy hall? This was far too dangerous. This icy-faced man could turn hostile at any moment. Father, I heard everything you just said. She already understood what had transpired. After leaving the alchemy hall, she inquired with the disciples and rushed to the main hall. Just as she was about to enter, she overheard the conversation among the three inside. Oh, you wish to accompany me first. Interesting. Elaborate. Your Excellency, this is my daughter's foolish talk. If anyone should go, it should be me, the Saint Lord of this land. Li Qingxian interjected hastily, even adding a note of respect to his address. Do not interrupt. He was silenced mid-sentence. Senior Father Ancestor, I Yanji am willing to go ahead with Senior to the Qingyang sect to scout the path for our elixir saint land. Senior's cultivation is unfathomably profound, though I trust you would not speak idly. Perhaps the Qingyang sect is indeed as formidable as you claim. Their elixir saint land had reached a dead end with no other recourse. If the Qingyang sect was truly as powerful as this man said, it might present an opportunity rather than a threat. Having endured for hundreds of thousands of years, the Elixir Saint land had reached a plateau of development and entered a bottleneck. To advance further and endure another epoch seemed nearly impossible, but seizing this chance could propel them to new heights. If his words proved false, she could send word back, allowing the Saint land to prepare. This young lady has some courage. But whether it is permitted depends on the decree of my sect's sect master. In that brief moment, Li Qingxian and the ancestor again admonished Li Yanji. They urged her to leave, for it was too perilous. Then Li Yanji explained her thoughts to them. A cough echoed. Imagination was rosy, but reality always proved harsh. Li Qingxian and the ancestor could not bear to let Yanji risk herself. On the other side, Long Xia retrieved his sect token and transmitted a message to the sect master, briefly recounting the situation. The gifted disciple is this Li Yanji. This young lady does have spirit, Feng Qingyang mused. After all, she would merely enter the alchemy hall as a disciple. If she later chose to stay and sent word back, the alchemists of the Elixir Saint land would not escape. With the Saint Lord's own daughter in their sect, they would have no choice but to serve the Qingyun sect diligently. Damn it, even the Saint Lord would have to abdicate and come over. A 9th-rank alchemy saint would barely suffice. Though the alchemy hall housed the remnant soul of a 10th-rank alchemy saint, that old man was useless. His spiritual power had not recovered, and he could not refine high-grade pills. No, perhaps not entirely useless. He was more than capable of refining pills below the 7th rank, working like a machine without pause. At this thought, Feng Qingyang transmitted a single word: approved. Having received the sect master's reply, Long Xia approached the trio once more. The sect master has decreed it is permissible. Since that is the case, you shall accompany me for now, Long Xia declared. Your Excellency, my daughter. Li Qingxian hesitated, his words trailing off. Rest assured, I disdain slaughtering such weak ants. Of course, if provoked, that would be another matter. Then I shall go with Senior. Father Ancestor. Li Yanji bid them farewell at the hall's entrance. Be careful, Yenner. Contact your father and ancestor immediately if anything arises. Li Qingxian cautioned her. Life was fraught with disappointments. Even as the Saint Lord of a sacred land, he could change little. The ancestor stepped forward and placed numerous life-saving treasures into her hands. Finally, under their respectful send-off, Long Xia soared into the sky with Li Yanji. The disciples and elders of the Saint Land watched in bewilderment. They had expected a clash of blades, yet now this mysterious and powerful Qingyun sect elder was taking away the Saint Lord's daughter. The cultivators outside were even more astonished. After a series of dramatic turns, the Qingyun sect powerhouse who had boldly stormed the Saint Land was now welcomed inside. How had he taken the Saint Lord's daughter? Brother, am I seeing things? No mistake, that is indeed the Saint Lord's daughter, Li Yanji. As the Saint Lord's daughter with unparalleled talent in cultivation and alchemy, Li Yanji was a renowned genius throughout Xianzhou. Many recognized her, though she did not know them. How bizarre. Why would the Saint Lord allow his daughter to be taken? Why bother with such matters? How can we mere bystanders meddle in the games of these great powers? Maybe your head. Speaking of which, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Brothers, beat him. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at the Imperial Alchemy's sacred land swiftly spread across the entire Xianzhou. The name of the Qingyun sect resounded throughout the region. A mere elder supplicant possessed such overwhelming power, single-handedly suppressing an entire sacred land. It was only after Sacred Lord Li Qingxian personally intervened to negotiate that the elder was respectfully invited into the sanctuary. If that was just one elder, what of the entire Qingyun sect? Could it not suppress the whole eastern domain with a single decree? Some speculated that the Qingyun sect was a colossal power from the central domain, teeming with countless experts, and its descent upon the Imperial Alchemy sacred land was specifically for the Sacred Lord's daughter. This conjecture gained widespread acceptance. After all, many had witnessed the Qingyun sect's elder supplicant departing from the sacred land, with only Li Yanji in tow soaring through the skies. Likely they had their eyes on Li Yanji's dual exceptional talents, unhindered progress in cultivation, and unparalleled prowess in alchemy among her peers. To achieve such heights in the eastern domain was remarkable. What wonders would she accomplish in the central domain? With a little nurturing, she would become a prodigy. How enviable! Now the Imperial Alchemy sacred land, having allied with a major central domain sect, was poised for ascension. Already an ancient sacred ground in the eastern domain, it might now advance into the central domain itself. Yet others whispered that a dissolute scion of the great sect had taken a fancy to Li Yanji, dispatching a powerful elder to seize her as a warming maid for nightly revels. After all, Li Yanji's Meanwhile, high above the 9 heavens, Senior. Senior, slow down, slow down. Li Yanzi's legs turned to jelly, her silvery white hair tousled by the wind. She was utterly disheveled, stripped of her former vivacity and boldness. Longxia's speed was astonishing. With each breath, they traversed thousands of li. The scenery below shifted in a blur. Before long, they had crossed the borders of Xuanzhou, as if traveling through time. Li Yanzi's vision swam. The velocity was far beyond what her nascent soul cultivation could endure. She cried out loudly. Longxia suddenly realized his oversight. Though he carried her through the skies, he had not enveloped her in his holy source for protection. What a waste of talent. I wonder why the sect master agreed to let you come first. Can't you endure a little longer? This saint is swift, will arrive soon. Longxia said coldly, yet he still wrapped Li Yanzi in his holy source for protection. If any mishap befell her, he could hardly answer to the sect master. Could he say this saint flew too fast, and the girl couldn't take it? She perished. With the holy source shielding her, Li Yanzi immediately felt much better. Thank you, Senior. Li Yanzi expressed her gratitude, then began to gaze around. Earlier she had endured with eyes shut tight. Now she could savor the thrill of soaring through the 9 heavens. But upon looking, she realized her eyesight alone could not discern the scenes ahead or below. Everything was a blur. For the rest of the journey, she could only imagine the might of the Qingyang sect. The senior beside her, capable of overwhelming her sacred land single-handedly, was merely an elder supplicant. How formidable must the entire sect be? And the sect master, what kind of figure was he? They had likely already reached heights she could never attain in her lifetime. Unreachable, worthy only of all. Like many, she assumed the Qingyang sect was a major power from the central domain, and this journey would span 2 domains. Even at the senior's speed, it would take over 10 days of continuous flight. She closed her eyes to rest. The scenery shifted dramatically as they crossed several prefectures in succession. Soon they entered the boundaries of Lingzhou. They headed straight for the Qingyang mountain range. 100 li from the sect's base lay Qingyang City, a colossal metropolis spanning tens of thousands of li in length and width, already half constructed. With the manpower and resources of 4 prefectures, the construction of Qingyang City progressed rapidly. Below, countless cultivators from these regions labored with fervent enthusiasm. After the Qingyang sect's fame shook the 4 prefectures, numerous cultivators from adjacent regions flooded into Lingzhou, eager to behold the grandeur of the supreme sect. Upon learning that the Qingyang sect was building its own city, countless cultivators came to join the construction efforts. Their sole ambition was to one day join the sect itself, even if it meant guarding its gates. Now the Qingyang sect lay before them, with a massive stone stele at the mountain's foot coming into view. Upon it, 3 characters were inscribed with bold flowing strokes: Qingyang sect. Wake up, we've arrived. Longxia descended with Li Yanzi to the sect's mountain base. The Qingyang sect was the heavens themselves. Except with the sect master's express permission, no person, creature, or force was allowed to fly above the sect. To do so was to challenge its divine authority. Even an emperor would have to compose a 7-step poem before taking a single step beyond. We're in the central domain already. That was too fast. Li Yanzi exclaimed upon being awakened. Had she slept that long? They had reached the central domain. She took a deep breath, feeling the rich spiritual energy in the air, truly worthy of the central domain. What central domain? This is Lingzhou. Did you get confused from sleeping, child? Lingzhou. Li Yanzi paused, then saw the 3 characters Qingyang sect carved on the stele ahead, and the heavenly staircase stretching 100 li, dreamlike and ethereal, shrouded in mist. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly as she stared ahead in shock. Treading upon it must feel like walking on clouds. What formidable power resided at the staircase's summit? In her memory, Lingzhou was an ordinary prefecture in the eastern domain without a sacred land, only a branch of the heavenly mechanism pavilion which lacked a saint-level powerhouse. Such were their preconceptions. After all, the Qingyang sect was an obscure sect in the eastern domain. For it to have such a powerful elder supplicant, it must be a major sect from the central domain. Unexpectedly, it was in Lingzhou. The spiritual energy here was so abundant. This must be a reclusive, great sect. Compared to this, their sacred land's spiritual energy was but a drop in the ocean. One was earth, the other heaven. Even the peripheral spiritual energy here had cured the cough of that heavenly mechanism pavilion elder who used to cough if he didn't inhale central domain energy. Of course, he no longer needed to cough. The old ancestor had crushed him. Unbeknownst to Li Yanzi, this was only the outer spiritual energy. Within the sect, it was several times richer. Their sacred land's spiritual energy, a mere drizzle, was laughable compared to the Qingyang sect's. Elder Long. The gate-guarding disciples greeted Long Xie as he returned with a woman. This saint carried out the sect master's orders. Let us enter. Yes, Elder Long. Led by the guards, Long Xie and Li Yinji ascended from the mountain's base. For outsiders without a guide, reaching the sect required navigating the illusory heavenly staircase. Any attempt to force entry would be met with the sect protecting Grand Formation, a true purgatory. The Qingyun Purgatory Grand Formation had never been activated since its acquisition because Feng Qingyang would never allow other forces to reach the sect. If they did, it would be too lowly. What claim would they have to being the supreme divine sect across the heavens? At Qingyun sect, Long Xie led Li Yinji into the sect. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces and pavilions, a celestial scene. Senior, is this the Qingyun sect? The spiritual energy was so dense it turned into mist and rain. Countless majestic buildings soared into the sky, ethereal, like a fairyland, overwhelming her soul. A great sect, an unparalleled great sect. Everything she saw and heard far exceeded her understanding. As the daughter of a sacred land's lord, she was no stranger to grandeur. In the eastern domain, there was no place she could not go. Even the mighty central domain she had trodden. Yet such a scene she had never witnessed. Senior, what should our elixir sacred land do? Truly the opportunity for ascension had arrived. Whether the sacred land could advance further depended entirely on seizing this chance. Did I not make it clear? It's simple. Your elixir sacred land becomes our subordinate force. Then alchemists above the 4th rank will enter the alchemy hall to refine pills for the sect. It is the sect master's high regard for you. In my opinion, we should head straight to the central domain's alchemy sect headquarters and invite a few transcendent alchemy saints. Of course, the main purpose was to complete the task of recruiting genius disciples. It would be a bonus to acquire some alchemists along the way. Can I meet the sect master? Yinji wishes to. Li Yinji probed cautiously. After all, becoming an affiliate force or joining the alchemy hall to refine pills was no small matter. Do you think the sect master is someone you can simply meet? Long Xie's cold words cut her off. Indeed, the master of such a powerful sect is elusive as a divine dragon, mighty beyond compare. Perhaps in their eyes our sacred land could be annihilated with a single breath. Li Yinji thought to herself. She had been too presumptuous. Senior, I am willing to join Qingyun sect. As for our sacred land, I will send word. At least you know your place. Good. Come, I will take you to the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, at the Azure Cloud Hall. As Li Yinji finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of recruiting genius disciples. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a gold summon card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation boost card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Grand Tao Alchemy Cauldron. Gold summon card summons a powerhouse from the Great Saint Realm to the Great Emperor Realm. Cultivation boost card elevates cultivation by 1 major realm with no restrictions and no unstable foundation. Grand Tao Alchemy Cauldron, a treasure of the Immortal King forged by the Eternal Immortal King using the Grand Tao Immortal Iron and other materials over tens of millions of years. The moment Long Xie and Li Yinji entered the sect, Feng Qingyang sensed it. Now the system rewards had arrived as well. Not bad, a gold summon card. This must be the first gold tier reward since summoning the Great Emperor ancestor. It wouldn't summon another Great Emperor, would it? System, use the gold summon card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the gold summon card. Drawing. Congratulations, host, for drawing the Great Saint Realm Alchemy Elder, an 11th rank Great Alchemy Saint. Imprinting. Imprinting successful. What the heck? Had the system truly backstabbed him? But at least a Great Alchemy Saint had arrived. At least it knew its place. He wouldn't argue with the system. The Tao of Alchemy spanned from the 1st to the 14th rank. The 9th rank was Alchemy Saint, the 10th rank was Transcendent Alchemy Saint, the 11th rank was Great Alchemy Saint, the 12th rank was Saint Alchemy King, the 13th rank was Alchemy Venerable, and the 14th rank was Alchemy Emperor. A Great Alchemy Saint was already a high-ranking elder, even within the alchemy sect. Another cultivation boost card. It seemed even the system couldn't bear his slacking off. But rewarding a cultivation boost card only helped him slack further, didn't it? This boost would elevate him to the Saint Realm. He would step into the Saint Realm with ease, without even experiencing the half-saint stage. System, use the cultivation boost card. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the cultivation boost card. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the early stage of the entering Saint Realm. As the system's voice faded, a holy light radiated from Feng Qingyang, followed by a powerful saintly aura. From mid-stage void shattering to latest stage void shattering to peak void shattering to half-saint, and then to early stage entering saint. He had stepped into the saint realm in a single bound. The spiritual energy within him continuously transformed and condensed, surging forth as an endless stream of saintly source power. Heavenly flowers gathered above, and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. The saint realm was achieved. Reaching the saint realm meant one could overlook the eastern domain, and even in the entire 5 domains one was considered a powerhouse. Even in the mighty central domain, a saint might not be able to act with impunity, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. In truth, the entering saint realm was a threshold. Once you reached it, you could freely enjoy all the wonders of the central domain and behold its splendor. With strength, the central domain was a sacred ground for cultivation. Without strength, it was like entering hell. The saint realm allowed one to establish a sacred land and pass it down through generations. It was truly a leap to the heavens. If those who had been stuck at half-saint or peak void shattering for their entire lives knew that Feng Qingyang had merely lazed around for just over a month and effortlessly reached a height they could never attain in a lifetime, they would surely weep in despair. Some are born as protagonists while others are born as side characters. Entering Saint Realm. Having just retracted his aura, Feng Qingyang felt as if he could shatter the void with a single punch and crush the earth with a single stomp. Moving mountains, overturning seas, burning the heavens, boiling the oceans, shattering the void with his fists, all creation bowed before him. At the same time, above Qingyun's sect a figure descended. But unlike Long Xie's previous arrival, this was a low-key old man. He revealed no aura whatsoever. Indeed, only the young were so impulsive, flaunting their sharpness wherever they went. At Azure Cloud Hall, Alchemy Elder Mo when Realm Peak, Great Saint Tao of Alchemy, Great Alchemy Saint, greetings Sect Master. The old man bowed respectfully. Elder Mo, from now on you shall be the elder of Qingyun's sect's Alchemy Hall. Currently there are 2 disciples in the Alchemy Hall, but soon many alchemists will arrive. Then I will have to rely on Elder Mo to oversee them. After more than a month of being nurtured in the position of Sect Master, Feng Qingyang had changed considerably. He was no longer ostentatious, but don't provoke him or you descend into hell. He wasn't arrogant, but youth without arrogance was wasted. So he still spoke boldly when needed. In short, he had shed the rawness of his early days. Back then, no matter who it was, even the great emperor ancestor, he would have called them that old man, that old man. I dare not. Thank you for your trust, Sect Master. This old man will devote himself wholeheartedly to the sect. I will certainly manage the Alchemy Hall well. System extract the Grand Tao Alchemy Cauldron. Feng Qingyang retrieved the Grand Tao Cauldron from the system space. Now that the Alchemy Hall had a high-ranking elder, the cauldron could finally be put to use. Otherwise, what was the point of just looking at it? No matter how mighty it was in Qingyun's sect, it was merely a cauldron for alchemy, nothing more. With a resonating chime, the system announced the Great Tao Alchemy Cauldron has been successfully extracted. A blinding celestial radiance burst forth within the Grand Hall, its brilliance nearly dazzling Feng Qingyang and Mo1. Following this came an overwhelming celestial might. The resonant sounds of the Great Tao clashed, the crackling of immortal king alchemy fire and the clanging of immortal iron. These sounds merged into a symphony of celestial music, granting clarity to the ears and illuminating the mind. The divine melody filled the entire hall. Yet no matter how extraordinary this immortal artifact was, it was ultimately bestowed by the system. Feng Qingyang now wielded control over it, and under his command the immense immortal might inflicted no harm upon them. Otherwise, the sheer power of this immortal king artifact would have been too much for the entire continent to bear. Outside the Grand Hall, celestial phenomena manifested in the sky above. Celestial maidens played music and immortals came to pay homage. Countless images of Buddhas and immortals appeared over Qingyun, all bowing in reverence. Such a rare and magnificent phenomenon had last occurred when the 9 Cauldrons' Great Tao Bell was manifested. At the Elder Hall, the direction of Qingyun Hall, has the Sect Master brought out another immortal artifact. The heavenly phenomenon was so stunning that Mu Shuexian, upon sensing it originated from Qingyun Hall, hastily withdrew her divine sense. The Sect Master was unfathomable and not to be challenged. Heavens! Just how many treasures did the Sect Master still hold in reserve? It was terrifying not knowing the true extent of his power. In the outer disciple area, holy crap! Is this an immortal descending to the mortal world? All the disciples were awestruck by the celestial phenomenon. With divine music playing and immortals paying homage, they could think of no other explanation than an immortal's descent. Qin Han, with his great emperor-level divine sense, instinctively probed the surroundings before quickly withdrawing it. This sect was not a place for him to act recklessly. An immortal artifact. It had to be another immortal artifact revealing itself. He then gazed deeply into the sect's core, his eyes filled with reverence and awe. Even immortals, 8 million in the heavens, bow their heads upon arriving at Qingyang. Had they not seen them all paying homage to the Qingyang sect? At the Ancestor Hall, the sect master truly makes a grand move every few days. Ancestor Li Qingyang had grown accustomed to it. Over the past month, what spectacle hadn't he witnessed at Qingyang's sect? He had become numb to it all. It made him, a great emperor, feel like a novice who had never seen the world. All he could do was let things be. With the sect master at the helm, Qingyang would surely ascend to the highest heavens. At the alchemy hall, haha, look at you two, so easily impressed. Our Qingyang sect encompasses all the treasures of the cosmos. What do we lack? What you've seen is but a glimpse of Qingyang sect's might. Serve the sect well, and it will not treat you unfairly. Long Xia laughed heartily, truly reveling in his moment. He had just arrived at the alchemy hall with Li Yinji when the celestial phenomenon appeared. Dan Qing, who was alchemizing inside, rushed out. Seeing their shocked expressions, he couldn't help but speak. He needed to awe them thoroughly first. Rest assured, sir, I shall exert my utmost effort and refine pills with all my might. This was the time to give it everything. Whether he could rebuild his body and restore his cultivation depended on how much he contributed to the sect. Sir, forgive my absence. Time spent talking was better spent refining more pills. With that, Dan Qing hurried back inside. He unleashed the blue nether flames, going all out. Haha, excellent. Is this the new disciple of the alchemy hall recruited by the sect master? Such enthusiasm. Truly, the sect master has a keen eye for talent. Long Xia took the opportunity to flatter once more. But why was this one a soul body? Whatever the case, let him burn his remaining energy. Senior, I wish to refine pills too. Seeing how diligently this alchemy hall disciple worked, Li Yinji could no longer sit still. Indeed, only by creating value for the sect would one earn its trust. Then let's go. Subsequently, Long Xia and Li Yinji entered the alchemy hall together. Back at Qingyang Hall, the dazzling immortal light of the Immortal King artifact had faded. It now floated in the air of the hall. Feng Qingyang sensed the aura emanating from the cauldron. Sect Master, what is this? Elder Mo inquired. He could tell it was a high-grade alchemy cauldron. A swordsman loves his sword, a staff user loves his staff. As an alchemist, he too cherished such a supreme alchemy cauldron. With a fine cauldron, alchemy would be twice as effective with half the effort. This is the Qingyang sect's supreme treasure, the great Dao alchemy cauldron. I now entrust it to the alchemy hall. You must fulfill its potential. Each had their expertise. Even if he kept the cauldron, he couldn't refine pills. Learn. You must be joking. He was the sect master. Wasn't it better to let others handle such matters? Entrusting it to the alchemy hall would maximize its value. Thank you, sect master, for this gift. Elder Mo quickly expressed his gratitude. This cauldron could become the alchemy hall's guardian treasure. They must not disappoint the sect master's high expectations. Ding, reporting to host this cauldron is an immortal king treasure, the system announced. It requires at least a great emperor or alchemy emperor to use it, even then barely. What? It can't be used. Then isn't this reward useless? Wouldn't it be better to summon an alchemy emperor directly? Host, calm down. This cauldron can be used by those above the saint realm, but only at 1,000th of its power. Even a great emperor or alchemy emperor can only unleash 100th of its might. After all, it's an immortal king artifact. Please understand, host, or the readers will find fault with you. Oh, in that case it's fine. 1,000th will do, gets better than nothing. This was an immortal king artifact. Even at 1,000th of its power, it far surpassed countless emperor artifacts. Elder Mo, this is an immortal artifact. You cannot unleash its full potential. However, for daily refining of saint pills, emperor pills, or even immortal pills, it will more than suffice. An immortal artifact. Mo had already guessed as much. What else could such a stunning treasure be but an immortal artifact? It had nearly blinded him earlier. Standing closest to the cauldron in the center of the hall, he felt its power deeply. Under that immense immortal might, he, a great saint at the peak, felt like a fish drowning in water. He could be annihilated at any moment by that ocean-like, overwhelming, immortal pressure. But sect master, you overestimate me. For him, a grand saint alchemist refining saint pills was no problem. But emperor pills, or immortal pills, that was a pipe dream. The grand Dao cauldron slowly descended. Let's go take it. I will accompany you to the alchemy hall. It was also a good opportunity to inspect how their work was progressing. Calculating the time now, that prodigious disciple Li Yinji must have already sent word of her submission back to the imperial alchemy sacred land. Soon a multitude of alchemists would be joining the sect's ranks. Feng Qingyang slowly descended from the main seat, once again sensing the power within him. Indeed, possessing such formidable cultivation felt quite pleasant. Now he had even more strength to slack off. Mo, when upon hearing this, put away the Grand Tao Cauldron and followed behind the sect master as they walked out of the hall. Along the way, no outer disciples or servant disciples were to be seen. This was the core area of the sect, accessible only to its high-ranking members. Anyone else entering without the sect master's permission would be dealt with according to sect rules without exception. On the way to the alchemy hall, they happened upon the 4 sacred beasts who were working. The sacred beasts, having taken human form, were sweeping the floor. Seeing the sect master approaching, followed by an unfathomably profound old man, they were startled and began sweeping with exaggerated diligence, using both hands and feet, sweeping with hands and dragging with feet. Only when they saw the sect master was merely passing by did they breathe a sigh of relief. Better to keep a low profile and avoid being noticed. The sect was becoming increasingly well-organized. Now the alchemy hall had its disciples and elders, the technique hall had its elders, and the law enforcement hall also had its elders and disciples. A few days ago, the elder of the law enforcement hall had recruited several disciples from the outer sect. The purpose of the law enforcement hall was to deter disciples and enforce the sect's laws. As for the outer and servant disciples, their time to turn things around was approaching. In 20 days, the rankings for the outer disciples and servant disciples would be finalized. At that time, 10 outer disciples would be promoted to the inner sect. However, this was none of Feng Qingyang's concern. Only the core disciples of the sect might warrant a bit of his attention. His personal disciples had all gone out for training. Perhaps in the future the sect would have sequenced disciples, imperial science, and the like, but that was a story for another time. At the alchemy hall, work was in full swing. Major powers from the 4 continents had sent a wealth of resources, including pills and various medicinal herbs. So there was no need to worry about a shortage of herbs for alchemy. One could simply keep refining. At that moment, Danxing stood before a cauldron, using his left hand to apply the blue nether flame, while his right hand continuously added herbs into the vessel. He repeated this process tirelessly, batch after batch of pills emerging from the furnace. From the aroma and the patterns on the pills, one could tell they were all of the highest quality, perfect pills. This display left Li Yinji, who was watching from the side, utterly astonished. This old master was incredibly formidable. There was no way she could compete with that. In the time it took her to produce 1 batch, the old master could produce several. Didn't he get tired? Didn't his spiritual energy run out? Repeating this monotonous work, didn't he feel empty inside? She also sensed that the flame in the old master's hand was extraordinarily unusual. Just looking at the blue, ghostly flame sent a chill down her spine. It resembled a ghostly fire, yet she couldn't identify what kind of flame it was. Could it be a strange flame? She was shocked by her own conjecture. A strange flame was not something just anyone could possess. One needed great fortune and the flame's acknowledgement, otherwise it would not only be useless, it would backfire and reduce the user to ashes. As far as she knew, even within the central domain's alchemy sect, alchemists who possessed a strange flame numbered no more than 10. Senior, is this old master an elder of the alchemy hall? Li Yinji asked Long Xie in confusion. If he were an elder, she would have to redouble her efforts to avoid being looked down upon. In her view, this old master refined 6th-grade pills with such speed, and all were perfect pills. He must be someone of elder status. The atmosphere was so motivating, with even an elder working with such vigor. Him? Like you, he's also a disciple. But he's merely a remnant soul now. In his lifetime, he was merely a manifestation saint, realm peak cultivator, and a transcendent alchemy saint of the alchemy sect. Nothing too remarkable. Oh, and from my observation, his alchemy flame is indeed a powerful, strange flame. Ahem, it's nothing. Work hard and strive to surpass him. Long Xie said with a nonchalant air, though his tone was utterly at odds with the expression on his face. Were you supposed to be aloof or a clown? Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and Mo, when arrived at the alchemy hall. The hall was equally grand, no less impressive than the technique hall. The two entered one after the other. Li Yinji turned around just in time to see a picturesque young man walking in. The young man was devilishly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His deep pupils flickered with an enchanting purple light, and he bore an aura of one long accustomed to high authority, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Behind him followed an equally inscrutable old man. This must be a high-ranking member of the sect, or perhaps a prodigy of the highest status. Li Yinji mused to herself. Sect Master, why have you graced us with your presence? Long Xie, recognizing the visitor as the sect master, hurried forward to greet him. I came to see how things are progressing in the alchemy hall. Feng Qingyang surveyed the hall, then spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. Sect Master, rest assured. Everything you instructed me to do has been completed. This is the daughter of the Imperial Alchemy's Sacred Land, Saint Lord. She has already sent word to the Sacred Land. Soon it will pledge allegiance to our Qingyang sect. When that time comes, the alchemists from the Sacred Land will also come. Long Xie gestured toward Li Yinji behind him. What? This mysterious young man is the sect master. With the sect being so powerful, the sect master must be. She was now standing before a figure she had never dared to imagine. A person she could only look up to was now standing not far from her. Seeing the senior point in her direction, she quickly came to her senses and stepped forward. Yinji pays respects to the sect master. As Senior Long said, my Imperial Alchemy Sacred Land is willing to submit to the Qingyang sect. During her visit, she had witnessed much. The Imperial Alchemy Sacred Land was utterly incomparable to the Qingyang sect. They could only bow to its might and submit, perhaps even allowing the Sacred Land to advance further. Well done. Feng Qingyang did not respond to her, but continued speaking to Long Xie. Thank you for the praise, Sect Master. Was there no coercion involved? Our Qingyang sect is a peace-loving sect with no fondness for fighting, killing, or bullying the weak. Rest assured, Sect Master, absolutely none. I reasoned with them, appealing to their emotions, and they agreed. Long Xie patted his chest in assurance. That's good. Feng Qingyang nodded. The martial world was not about fighting and killing, it was about human relationships. But this was a different world, might made right. Li Yinji thought if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have believed him. Long Xie noticed the elder behind the sect leader. He could not see through him at all. This was undoubtedly the supreme powerhouse of the sect. At Feng Qingyang's signal, when stepped forward. Honored by the sect leader's regard, I have been appointed as the elder of the alchemy hall, the old man declared. For now I shall oversee the alchemy hall. An elder? The elder of the alchemy hall. No wonder he was inscrutable. Long Xie and Li Yinji suddenly understood. So you are an elder. Greetings, elder. I am the revered elder Long Xie. May I ask your esteemed name? Long Xie stepped forward to inquire. After all, they served the same sect and needed to foster good relations. Mo1. Elder Mo1 stated his name. Mo1. Ask not. That left Long Xie utterly bewildered. Dan Xing, who was fervently working inside, also caught wind of the commotion. It seemed something about an elder was being discussed, and perhaps the sect leader was mentioned as well. What sect leader? After finishing the batch of pills in his hands, Dan Xing immediately rushed out. This old man Dan Xing pays respects to the sect leader. Upon arriving at the main hall, he saw that the sect leader had indeed come. He hurried forward to speak. I heard you have been doing well lately. Keep up the good work. Succeed and the sect will forge you a new body. Feng Qingyang made a hollow promise. Motivating disciples was hardly disgraceful. Thank you, sect leader. Dan Xing was overjoyed at this. What was he striving so hard for? Was it spirit stones? Was it treasures? Was it a Tao companion? None of these. It was to rebuild his body. Now with the sect leader's verbal assurance, he felt much more at ease. His motivation grew even stronger. All right, I leave this place to Elder Mo1. With that, Feng Qingyang turned and departed. The inspection was over, time for his daily slacking off. Li Yinji did not expect to be ignored by the sect leader. Indeed, she was but a junior. How could a figure of the sect leader's stature deign to acknowledge her? Despite his youthful appearance, he governed such a formidable sect. He must possess profound cultivation, a long lifespan, and the art of preserving youth. His age probably exceeded that of her ancestors combined several times over. No, she must strive diligently and climb the ranks. She had to make the sect leader notice her. Li Yinji bit her lip lightly and resolved inwardly. Farewell, sect leader. Feng Qingyang departed from the alchemy hall, seen off by the four. Elder Mo. So the elder's surname is Mo, and his given name is One. Long Xie finally realized. It was not a command not to ask, he had misunderstood. Then Elder Mo, I shall take my leave as well. After taking his leave, Long Xie strode out of the alchemy hall. All right, the two of you may come to me if you have any questions. Thank you, Elder. Dan Xing had no questions. As a transcendent alchemy saint of the alchemy sect, what did he not understand? It was only his soul body that restricted him. Otherwise, he would already be concocting saint-grade pills. Li Yinji, however, had several questions to ask. Learning was like sailing against the current, one either advanced or fell behind. She still had much to learn and inquire about in the Tao of alchemy. After a while, Elder Mo1 brought out the great Tao cauldron. He intended to refine a few pills to test the efficacy of this immortal artifact. He instructed his disciple Li Yinji to retrieve some saint-grade herbs from the medicinal storeroom. Is the elder planning to refine a saint-grade pill? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Pill Sacred Land, in the Imperial Pill Grand Hall, Saint Lord Li Qingxian and the ancestor had summoned all the elders. Such a grand assembly was due to a message from the Saint Lord's daughter Yinji. The general trend is irresistible, go with the flow and rise straight to the clouds. Li Yinji, disciple of the Alchemy Hall of Qingyang sect. These brief words shocked them all. Indeed, everything the Qingyang sect's revered elder had said was true. Countless powerhouses. They trampled the alchemy sect. A transcendent alchemy saint was only fit to be a disciple. Saint Lord Li Qingxian sat in silence on the main seat, and the elders below remained equally speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy, so he spoke first. Elders, feel free to speak your minds. Grand Elder, you go first. He looked toward the Grand Elder before him. Saint Lord, this old man is not good with words. The Grand Elder did not know what to say. Could he bluntly suggest that the Saint Lord step down and they all defect to Qingyang sect? Saint Lord, the message from Yinji has made things clear. I also believe we should go with the flow. This was the true might of a great sect. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. The second elder spoke up and quickly gained the approval of many elders. We await the decision of the Saint Lord and the ancestor. All the elders addressed the two figures on the main seats. There was little they could decide through discussion. It was better to follow the trend. That day, Qingyang sect had sent only one revered elder who had overwhelmed their entire sacred land. What could they use to fight them? Besides, the Saint Lord's own daughter had agreed. Yinji must have witnessed Qingyang sect's power firsthand, which was why she sent those two lines. Very well, I, the Saint Lord, have decided. The Imperial Pill Sacred Land shall submit to Qingyang sect as an affiliated force. All alchemists above the 4th rank shall follow me to the main sect. Saint Lord Li Qingxian made the final decision. Yanzi's message would not be wrong. Submission was their only choice. Go with the flow and rise straight to the clouds. Li Qingxian murmured. Perhaps this was a tremendous opportunity for the Imperial Pill Sacred Land. Looking back tens of thousands of years later, he would regard this as the wisest decision of his life. But that was a story for another time. Yet according to Yanzi's message, the main sect Qingyang sect was actually in Lingzhou, a reclusive great sect. Was this reclusive great sect about to emerge? 2.5 days later, news of the beast tide reached Xianzhou. Xianzhou was in an uproar. An obscure sect had sent only one powerhouse to subdue the 4 sacred beasts, overwhelming the 3 sacred lands, shaking the 4 regions. Wait, it seemed that 2 days ago the powerhouse who had single-handedly stormed the Imperial Pill Sacred Land was from Qingyang sect. In the end, no one knew what agreement was reached with the sacred land, but that Qingyang sect powerhouse had taken away their dream goddess. But when had such a powerful sect emerged in the Eastern Domain? With one move, it had suppressed the 4 sacred lands. It seemed the Eastern Domain was about to undergo a transformation. However, soon after, an even more shocking news spread. Xianzhou was once again in turmoil. The Saint Lord of the Imperial Pill Sacred Land announced the entire sacred land's submission to Qingyang sect of Lingzhou as an affiliated force. Anyone who challenged the main sect Qingyang sect would be seen as provoking the sacred land's authority. They would have to get past the Imperial Pill Sacred Land first. This was truly earth-shattering. The 4 regions were too distant for them, and they could only sigh in awe. But this was different. The Imperial Pill Sacred Land, an established sacred land. It had dominated Xianzhou for hundreds of thousands of years, and now you tell me it has submitted to Qingyang sect. In Xuanzhou, the Imperial Pill Sacred Land was the very sky. Had the sky now changed? At a tavern in Xuanzhou, brother, is this true? Is the news reliable? Nonsense. My uncle's youngest son works as a sweeper in the Imperial Pill Sacred Land, he told me himself. How could it be false? Gradually the news spread, reaching every corner of Xianzhou. Now everyone knew this astonishing piece of information. Qingyang sect was about to soar straight to the clouds. After another 2.5 days, at the Qingyang sect in the sect leader's hall, Feng Qingyang was just about to begin his daily cultivation. After all, having reached the saint realm, he could no longer afford to be idle. He was the sect leader of a major sect. Not necessarily to set an example, but he must at least take action. Those prodigies from the central region at his age were likely already at the cave void stage, and the more monstrous ones might have even reached the spirit transformation stage. Unlike him, who was merely at the initial saint realm. Just as he was about to close his eyes and cultivate, a notification sounded. Ding, the host has new information to update. Lord Feng Qingyang realm initial saint realm disciples Lin Bai Shi Hao Hua Qingyu physique primordial divine body. Slightly Sect Qingyang Sect Level 1, 999510000. Sect Value, 9,995. What are you playing at, system? Damn it. Don't tell me next time ITLL be 9,999. Are you pulling that Pinduoduo trick on me? Feng Qingyang swept his gaze over and noticed that the sect value had increased from 9,500 to 9,995. It would take ages to upgrade to a second-level sect at this rate. He opened the Prestige Value tab. The Prestige Value had increased by a full 500,000. The Prestige Value was growing quite rapidly. Indeed, the fame of Qingyang sect had now spread across the various continents. More than half of the 13 prefectures in the eastern domain were awed by the Qingyang sect. Among the 5 sacred lands, 3 were intimidated and 1 had submitted. As for the last one, if he was unhappy one day, he wouldn't show it any respect either. With a bit more prestige, I could exchange for an emperor level. Servant. A powerhouse. Feng Qingyang calculated inwardly. The more emperor level powerhouses, the better. Those powerful imperial clans, ancient clans, and primeval families in the central region likely had emperors guarding them as well. They simply didn't meddle in worldly affairs. Of course, this was all his personal speculation. Having arrived here only a month and a half ago, he was still unfamiliar with the continents beyond the eastern domain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyang sect, Li Yinji was waiting for someone. She gazed into the distance from time to time. They're here. A massive flying ship approached from afar and stopped at the foot of Qingyang sect. Li Yinji had already informed them that flying was prohibited near the sect. If she hadn't warned them in advance, the flying ship of their sacred land might have been smashed to pieces by the sect's powerhouses. That would have been a case of family members fighting amongst themselves. These were all talents for the sect's alchemy. The alchemists of the sacred land descended from the ship, led by the sacred lord Li Qingxian. He was a 9th-grade alchemy saint and had come to the main sect. The sacred land had its ancestors to guard it, which was sufficient. He also wanted to see the majesty of the main sect for himself, to see if it was as formidable as Yinner described. As soon as they stepped off the ship, everyone felt an immediate refreshment of spirit. Wow, the spiritual energy here is so rich. I never thought Lingzhou had such a blessed land. No wonder it's where the main sect is based. This spiritual energy is several times denser than that of our sacred land. If I could refine pills here, I could increase my success rate by 30%. A 5th-grade alchemist from the sacred land exclaimed in shock. If he could increase his success rate by 30% every time he refined pills, his alchemy skills would progress rapidly. If only the seniors of Qingyang sect had come sooner. This time, many alchemists from the imperial alchemy sacred land had come, as all those at the 4th grade and above had been summoned. There were 50 4th-grade alchemists, 30 5th-grade alchemists, 15 6th-grade alchemists, 10 7th-grade alchemists, 5 8th-grade alchemists, and 2 9th-grade alchemy saints, the Sacred Lord and the Grand Elder. This was the foundation of their sacred land. The path of alchemy was no simple matter. It was not only closely tied to your cultivation realm, as refining pills of a corresponding grade required adequate divine sense support, meaning soul power. The stronger the divine sense, the stronger the soul power. It also depended on whether you had talent for alchemy. Without talent, you might die as a mere 2nd-grade alchemist, forever lingering between the 1st grade and the unranked. It was a path of dual cultivation in both Tao and alchemy. Now what remained in the sacred land were various elders, disciples, and many powerhouses. Seeing that the alchemists of the imperial alchemy sacred land had all disembarked from the flying ship, and spotting the sacred lord at the forefront, Li Yinji shouted from a distance, "Father." Li Qingxian saw his daughter not far away. He quickly walked over. The alchemists of the imperial alchemy sacred land followed the sacred lord in a grand procession. Li Yinji turned to the guard beside her and said, "Senior, these are the alchemists of our imperial alchemy sacred land. By order of the sect leader, we have come to Qingyang." The guard nodded. "Yes, we have been informed from above. You may go directly up the mountain." The elder had instructed him that the alchemists of the imperial alchemy sacred land would arrive today. He was to let them pass. Shortly after, at Qingyang sect, Sacred Lord Li Qingxian and the alchemists of the sacred land, led by Li Yinji, entered the sect. The moment they stepped inside, it was like entering another world, a celestial realm. Thick, rich spiritual energy rushed toward them. They had just been awed by the towering staircase that pierced the clouds, never expecting the interior of the sect to be equally enchanting. The spiritual energy became more than 10 times denser, condensing into misty rain. The palace pavilions were picturesque, with calligraphy on plaques brimming with Tao resonance. Every scene within Qingyang sect deeply astonished them, broadening their horizons. They were from a sacred land and were not without experience. Yet now they felt like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. This main sect was truly beyond imagination. No wonder it had such formidable powerhouses. They couldn't help but sigh. The Sacred Lord had indeed made a wise choice. They would be 1,000 times willing to refine pills in a place like this. Li Yinji, watching the alchemists who had once been so spirited in the sacred land, now shocked to the point of doubting their own existence, could barely stifle her laughter. When she first came, she too had been thoroughly impressed by the main sect. Yenner was right. This is momentum. Ride the momentum and you soar straight to the clouds. Li Qingxian mused inwardly. Come, father, it'll take you to the alchemy hall. The elder is waiting there. Elsewhere in the sacred prefecture of the eastern region. The sacred prefecture lies far from the other 12 prefectures of the eastern region, yet it has belonged to the eastern region since ancient times. It lies close to Tian prefecture in the central region, thus its cultivation atmosphere is exceptionally vibrant, and its abundant spiritual energy has given rise to numerous experts and prodigies. Indeed, its overall strength ranks it as the foremost prefecture of the eastern region, home to Tiansheng's sacred sect, the mightiest among the 5 great sacred sects. Today marks the 3rd day since the opening of the sacred Xian realm. Within the realm, 4 figures emerged from a cave mouth. Among them stood a handsome young man with long black hair, cradling a small black dog in his arms. Senior brother, there's truly nothing valuable here. Just a sleeping black dog. What a waste of excitement. The speaker was Lin Bai, the second disciple of Feng Qingyang. He held the large black dog aloft, scrutinizing it from every angle, but discerned no trace of uniqueness. The dog remained fast asleep. Moments earlier, a faint beam of light and a whisper of aura had burst forth from the stone chamber they'd just exited. Believing treasure lay within, they scoured the cavern for ages, only to unearth this utterly unremarkable black dog. How strange. How could an ordinary dog have slipped into the sacred Xian realm? Something was amiss. Undoubtedly something was amiss. No matter, junior brother. The sacred Xian realm remains open for 2 more days. We still have ample time. Let us explore elsewhere. The speaker was Shi Hao, Feng Qingyang's eldest disciple. Tall, imposing, his chiseled features etched with unwavering resolve, his aura radiating palpably. He, his junior brothers Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu, and their companions had been cultivating on this journey for over a month. Upon hearing their master's words, that rare opportunities awaited here, they traversed several great prefectures, enduring wind and rain, hunger and hardship before finally arriving. They arrived just in time for the opening of the sacred Xian realm, and entered by virtue of their innate talent. Beside them stood their junior sister Hua Qingyu and Su Yaoyao, whom they'd met during their trials. The 4 formed a compact team and ventured deep together. Shi Hao's cultivation had ascended from mid-nascent soul to early void perception. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu too had advanced from mid-golden core to mid-nascent soul. Truly prodigies were prodigies, their progress swift and extraordinary. Yes, brother Lin Bai, let's search elsewhere. These words came from Su Yaoyao, the young woman they'd befriended on their journey. Clad in a flowing emerald gown, her chestnut tresses cascading over her shoulders, she possessed a delicate ethereal grace, as though stepped from a fairy tale. Su Yaoyao. Fine then, but we've all labored in vain for this. We searched so long only to find this. What use is this little black dog to us? Lin Bai turned toward the cave, intending to return the slumbering creature to its original spot, when suddenly the dog in his arms opened its eyes. You're the little black dog, not me. And your whole family are little black dogs. Startled, Lin Bai reflexively flung it away. He drew his treasured sword, the Azure Lotus Sword. Shi Hao and the others hurried forward. A beast capable of human speech, clearly a demonic entity. Indeed, nothing within the realm was ever simple. Ouch! Who told you to hurl this, Emperor? My dignity is bruised, and my tail too. The black dog landed hard upon the ground, yet sprang upright instantly and bared its teeth at Lin Bai. This Emperor, senior brother, even this little black dog dares call itself Emperor. Lin Bai and the others watched amused as the tiny dog postured with theatrical grandeur. Well now, you swagger in declaring yourself Emperor at first breath, yet wince and snarl after one clumsy fall. Is your imperial Tao but a dream spun in slumber? So what if it is? This Emperor neither alters his name nor conceals his title. I am He Di, the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor. Never heard of him. Well, whether he's truly an emperor remains uncertain, but yes, he is black. Lin Bai studied the creature closely once more, still detecting no peculiarity beyond its jet black fur. Damn it. Were this emperor's cultivation fully restored, I'd flatten you all without hesitation. Thus mused He Di inwardly. Only moments ago he'd broken free from ancient seals, his power reduced to a mere fraction, his wounds still unhealed. Best to avoid conflict. For should he falter, his imperial dignity would shatter irreparably. Yet something about these four felt strangely familiar. He lowered his snout, sniffing intently, then paused, startled. Wait, Hey D. What am I doing sniffing like a hound? Instantly, he extended his divine sense, only to discover it barely reached a meter in radius. His divine sense remained crippled. Utter disaster. Shi Hao and the others simply watched silent and bemused as the little black dog fumbled about. First it sniffed wildly in all directions, then froze motionless. Lin Bai sheathed the azure lotus sword. Against such a dazed, comical beast, even a blade was unnecessary. Why do you stare? Yes, this emperor is peerlessly handsome, but must you gawk so openly? He's even more self-absorbed than I am. Senior brother, junior sister, let's go. At this rate the realm will seal before we've seen half of it. Lin Bai gestured to Shi Hao and the others preparing to depart. Clearly the outer reaches held nothing of value. The true treasures surely lay deeper within. Hey, wait for this emperor. With no cultivation left, not even a flicker of spiritual sense restored. His survival depended entirely upon these four human cultivators. So Hey D yelped urgently and dashed after them. Traveling under the stars and moon, I entered the sacred province. Enduring wind and dew, I drank the morning dew. I heard of a sacred relic hidden within the secret realm. In the end, all I gained was a black dog. Lin Bai looked at the little black dog that had shamelessly followed him. Feeling a bit helpless, he was inspired to speak on the spot. Haha, brother, Lin Bai's literary talent is getting better and better. Su Yaoyao laughed from the side. In the short month she had known Lin Bai, this humorous young man had already composed over 100 poems. Interesting. Indeed, interesting people can be found anywhere. His journey to the eastern domain for training was not in vain. Shi Hao also laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. His junior brother, aside from being humorous, was slightly more handsome than him and had held a girl's hand. His only flaw was that the poems he wrote were terrible. Having me this emperor is your fortune. These youngsters are still too naive. Rest assured, as long as you help me with this small favor, I, the emperor, will handle any troubles for you. Black Emperor shook his body and spoke disdainfully. This secret realm was fraught with danger everywhere. With his current cultivation level, it was better to hitch a ride. Lin Bai and the others ignored him. If it wanted to follow, then let it. Handle troubles for them. Just look at how frail and weak this little black dog was. It was practically a scrawny dog. Forget it, let's continue searching forward. It's been over a month since we left the sect for training. We can't return to the sect only to find our cultivation as core disciples lower than those inner and outer disciples. That would embarrass our master. Although their cultivation had soared rapidly over the past month and their strength was now incomparable to before, they knew the sect's fearsome nature. With countless treasures and celestial arts available, if the other disciples worked hard, they wouldn't be far behind. When Shi Hao brought up serious matters, Lin Bai and the others became solemn. Senior brother is right. When those disciples first joined the sect, I noticed a few with exceptional talent. Among them were even 2 prodigies who elicited 8 bell rings. But their own talents were even higher. 9 cauldrons and 9 bell rings meant they surpassed all Qingyang disciples. Though they had started late, relying on their heaven-defying talents, after just over a month of cultivation, they had already surpassed many who had trained for 10 years. Shi Hao, having had his supreme saint physique stripped and his cultivation crippled, was now merely restoring his cultivation after remolding the supreme physique. Thus his cultivation was the highest among the 3. But even so, they might still be surpassed by the sect's prodigies. No way the 3 of you have such high talent and decent cultivation. Why worry about being surpassed? Su Yaoyao asked in confusion. She was the legitimate daughter of the Su family in the southern domain, and her cultivation was merely at the peak of the nascent soul realm, only 2 minor realms higher than Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu. And even that made her the #1 genius of her generation in the Su family. Shi Hao, who was the same age as her, had already reached the void spirit realm. It was utterly terrifying. If even they feared being surpassed, how powerful must Qingyang sect's prodigies be? She had often heard the 3 of them speak proudly of their sect, Qingyang sect. The sect was filled with countless powerhouses, and the sect master possessed heaven-reaching cultivation. Even across the 5 domains, they feared no one and no force. During their month of travel, the 4 of them had frequently heard of Qingyang sect's prestige. They had swept through the 4 sacred beasts and intimidated the 3 holy lands. Of course, our Qingyang sect also has countless prodigies. The moment we slack off, we could be surpassed at any time. Hearing Shi Hao's words, she grew even more eager to visit Qingyang sect. How could such a sect not be admired? Brother Shi Hao, when will you return to the sect? Yaoyao wants to join Qingyang sect too. With my talent, I might not make it as a core disciple, but I should be able to become an inner disciple, right? Having grown accustomed to the southern domain, joining a powerful sect in the eastern domain for cultivation wouldn't be a bad idea. Cough. How can one return home before achieving the Daoi? Shi Hao sighed. As for Su Yaoyao's request to join the sect, that would depend on the sect's decision. The sect had just conducted a large-scale recruitment of disciples and would likely not accept new ones for a while. Soon after, Shi Hao and his group arrived outside another natural cave in the secret realm. They saw a thick, blood-red mist billowing out from the cave. The cave was enormous, and looking into the distance it seemed like an endless abyss, as if it would never end. The withered grass and decaying leaves outside the cave were piled together, creating a desolate scene. They had died from prolonged exposure to the blood-red mist. This mist is wrong. Could there be some secret inside? Lin Bai frowned as he spoke outside the cave. Hey kid, I the Emperor advise you not to go in if you don't want to die. This place is no good. Black Emperor curled his lip. Though his divine sense could only extend for a meter the moment it touched the red mist, he sensed it was nothing good. To ensure he could leave the secret realm smoothly, he still spoke up to warn these little juniors. You're all talk just trying to scare us. Not a good place. If there's nothing good, why are they all rushing in? If they can go, so can we. Lin Bai pointed at a group of people walking over from not far away. In the past short while many had already entered one after another. How should I know? It's not a good place, and I don't know if there's anything good. Seeing that these little juniors wouldn't listen, he decided to let them do as they pleased. He could just go fool. Find someone else, it would be the same. Junior brother, let's just ask someone. After speaking, Shi Hao walked over to two men not far away and patted one on the shoulder. Brother, may I ask what this place is? It's our first time entering the secret realm, so we're not very familiar. The two men were discussing something. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder from behind, startling him. He immediately turned around and cursed. Who's your brother? Why the hell are you patting me? Get lost. Don't bother me. But after speaking, he noticed the young man before him had an extraordinary aura, likely from a significant background. He didn't want to invite trouble for his family. Thinking this, he quickly changed his tune. Oh, so it's you, brother. Sorry about that, my apologies. You mean this place? This is the forbidden ground of the secret realm. Forbidden ground. Shi Hao murmured, narrowing his eyes, still a bit puzzled. If it was a forbidden ground, as the little black dog had said, it shouldn't be a good place, so why was everyone rushing in? Yes, there's a large blood pool inside that's constantly boiling, hence the blood-red mist. The cave is very deep and filled with many demon bats. But the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Every 10,000 years, the blood pool nurtures a blood-colored nether flower, a rare and invaluable sacred medicine. The timing of this secret realm's opening coincides with the sacred medicine's maturation, so everyone is risking their lives to enter. He wanted to enter too, but his strength was insufficient. Entering would only mean death. Where did you think all the blood in the pool came from? Yet many self-proclaimed talented geniuses still went unaware that they would become fertilizer for each blood-colored nether flower. After that man finished speaking, Shi Hao pondered for a moment. A rare holy medicine. Let's go for it. What was the purpose of this training expedition? First, to enhance strength, and enhance strength again. Second, to acquire resources, and damn well acquire resources. This rare holy medicine was perfect to claim. Later I could hand over the treasures obtained outside, which they couldn't use to the sect, to enrich its treasury. Thanks, brother. Shi Hao cupped his hands in gratitude and turned back. What's the situation, senior brother? What's going on inside? Lin Bai and the others waiting not far away approached as senior brother Shi Hao walked over. That man said this is a forbidden ground within the secret realm where a holy medicine, the blood-colored nether flower maturing once every 10,000 years, is nurtured in a blood pool. Shi Hao briefly shared what he had learned with the three of them. Blood-colored nether flower. I remember now. I saw it in a book from my family before. The blood pool breeds the netherworld. It blooms once every 10,000 years. This is a high-grade holy medicine capable of nourishing the soul. It can also be used with blood weep grass, demon spider tears, and heavenly soul pearl to refine the great soul restoration. Holy pill, a high-grade holy pill that heals soul injuries. Su Yaoyao recalled something and began speaking eloquently. She said the scene looked familiar, as a book she had read previously described it in detail. However, the other ingredients recorded later for refining the great soul restoration, holy pill, were incomplete. That is, only the nether flower's exact location was known. A high-grade holy medicine. What are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly, or someone else might take our holy medicine. Lin Bai urged hastily. His tone suggested the holy medicine was already within their grasp. Danger. Fear. When others fear, I am greedy. When others form golden cores, I become a paragon. We cultivators, why fear a single battle? After a brief discussion, Shi Hao and the others all agreed and resolutely walked into the cave. Only Black Emperor, the little black dog, was left bewildered in the wind. These insignificant juniors actually ignored my advice. Well, it's probably unsafe outside, better to follow. It could sense that these young people were extraordinary, especially the two youths and the woman in the fiery red dress. Their talent was exceptional. Wait, did they just mention a holy medicine that nourishes the soul? Hey, wait for this emperor. This emperor will protect you. Black Emperor quickly scrambled on all fours and caught up. Upon entering the forbidden cave, the first sensation was a damp chill with boiling blood-red mist continuously drifting out from within. Squeak, squeak, squeak. From deep within the cave came intermittent squeaking sounds. Shi Hao guessed it was the demon bats the man had mentioned. Not knowing the strength of these demon bats, they had a plan ahead. The group carefully groped their way inside with Black Emperor following closely behind. Damn it, what kind of place is this? If its cultivation were still intact, it would crush this wretched place with a single palm. Damp and cold. Even its fur coat couldn't withstand it. Wait, there's something ahead. Shi Hao stopped the group. His divine sense at the void cave realm clearly detected a swarm of unknown creatures charging toward them. Lin Bai and the others immediately halted, staring cautiously ahead. The atmosphere grew tense as they held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Suddenly, the previously dim cave brightened. Countless demon bats hung on the walls, while many more flew toward them from the front. Demon bats. The four instantly entered battle mode. As usual, finish them quickly, Shi Hao said, charging forward first. The supreme reincarnation art operated at full power with surging spiritual energy gathering wildly. His unleashed formidable aura made him appear like a war god. One force breaks all techniques, sweeping the vanguard. With just his fists, without any treasures, he could unleash his full strength. Boom, boom, hiss, squeak. With each punch he delivered, countless demon bats were instantly slain. Their screeches echoed through the cave. The overwhelming aura of the void cave realm toppled many demon bats. He was no longer the same as before. Having reached the void cave realm, he released his terrifying aura fully. The transition from nascent soul to void cave was a threshold. Crossing it greatly enhanced strength and allowed one to open personal spirit caves. The more spirit caves open, the more spiritual energy one could store. More spiritual energy meant greater endurance in battle. Thus, spirit caves were also a measure of one's talent. The more you open, the stronger your talent. 9 was the ultimate number for spirit caves, and Shi Hao had exactly opened all 9. If not for the cave being reinforced by formations, he would have blasted through it. As they say, Qi refining for entry foundation establishment, to build the path golden core, to nurture the core nascent soul, to forge the soul void cave, to open the spirit merging spirit caves, to reach spirit transformation refining spirit, to attain true realm shattering the void, to convert saint source, and enter half-saint absorbing saint source, to become a saint instantly. Thinking back to just over a month ago when he was hunted by the family guards, and even a guard was only at the void cave realm. My dear brother, I must thank you and uncle for your schemes. Without you two, I wouldn't have had the chance to join the Qingyang sect. This is what they call surviving a great disaster to enjoy a blessing. Just wait. Shi Hao vented all his fury on the demon bats blocking his path. Each strike of the supreme reincarnation fist was a full-force blow, crushing a vast swath of demon bats. Nearby, Lin Bai and the others were also fighting with gusto. Haha, perfect. Use these beast scraps to test my Green Lotus Sword art. Green Lotus leads the way. Lin Bai roared, unleashing the first stance of the Green Lotus Sword art. A sharp sword aura slashed from the Green Lotus Sword. The sword aura cut through the air, unstoppable. Countless green lotuses emerged from the ground, attacking the demon bats. Azure lotuses annihilated the demon bats as sword intent swept through the cave. Countless azure lotuses materialized out of thin air, mingling with the sword intent to instantly obliterate hundreds of demon bats. The bats fell from the air like dumplings. Die! Lin Bai swung his azure lotus sword relentlessly. The blood mist from the severed demon bats mixed with the ever-present crimson qi in the cave, making the scene even more eerie. Over the past month, though his cultivation had advanced rapidly, his sword intent had not improved much. He was still consolidating the minor mastery of sword intent. You see, the path of the sword is far harder to advance than cultivation, requiring exceptional talent and extraordinary perseverance. To put it plainly, even with your talent, you might reach the nascent soul stage, but the nascent soul stage is often just the starting point for the sword path. Most nascent soul sword cultivators have only just begun to grasp sword intent. Those who comprehend sword intent before the nascent soul stage are exceedingly rare. They are the exceptionally gifted ones. A sword honed for a millennium barely achieves minor mastery. Otherwise, why do you think the Azure Lotus Sword God of the Middle Ancient Era was so formidable? He slew saints and vanquished emperors. When he first entered the Great Saint realm, he wielded his Azure Lotus Sword alone against 10 Saint Kings, earning his title as a god of war. That year, his Azure Lotus Sword slew 4 Saint Kings and gravely wounded 6, making his name resound across the central domain. Back then, the sword god had already reached the realm of a sword heart clear as a mirror. With a sword in his heart, he could turn even a blade of grass into a weapon that could split the void. Meanwhile, Hua Qingyu activated the Phoenix Derivation Saint art, fully unleashing her Phoenix Saint body. A massive phoenix phantom appeared above her, continuously spewing phoenix flames to scorch the demon bats ahead. With each resounding cry, the phoenix's flames incinerated a large swath of demon bats. The poor bats were instantly turned into a dish of roasted demon bats. A mix of fragrant and burnt aromas wafted through the air. Su Yaoyao, wielding a soft sword, slashed continuously. With her full, nascent soul, peak cultivation unleashed, her blade gathered powerful spiritual energy with every strike. Witnessing their prowess up close once more, she was again awestruck by their terrifying strength. Shi Hao was like a war god, killing countless demon bats with a single punch. Lin Bai's Azure Lotus Sword intent was equally formidable, his sword energy crisscrossing as the Lotus intent swept out, slaying numerous bats with one strike. Qingyu's Phoenix Phantom inflicted massive area damage, its phoenix flames incinerating a large number of bats each time. Although she also used a sword after 10 years of practice, she had yet to even touch the threshold of the sword path. In short, she hadn't even found the door. If only she had talent like brother Lin Bai. He was only a few years older than her, yet he had already achieved minor mastery in sword intent. Even if his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than hers, she probably wouldn't be his match. Maybe not even half a match. Seeing how ferocious these 3 were, Black Emperor decided not to act and found a comfortable spot to lie down. With the phoenix flames blazing, the cave's temperature had risen considerably. His divine sense could now only extend within a 1-meter radius, meaning he was invincible within that range. But he was still too weak. Constantly releasing divine sense would harm his origin, so he refrained from acting unless necessary. Junior brother, junior sister, Yao, you go first. They'll hold them off. Shi Hao threw a punch and turned to speak. Rage blazed in his eyes, and the spiritual energy within him was like a volcano about to erupt. His 9 spiritual caves provided him with an unending supply of spiritual energy. Moreover, his trump card, the Supreme Being Physique, had yet to be activated. Although these demon bats were not strong in individual combat, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they kept flying in endlessly. In his perception, several more powerful demonic beasts were flying toward them from afar. No, we leave together. These low-level demonic beasts can't do anything to us. Lin Bai slashed out several times as he spoke, his gaze sharp as he watched the endless stream of demon bats. It seemed today would be a prolonged battle. Then so be it. Come. My Azure Lotus Sword thirsts for blood too. They hadn't yet unleashed their full power, knowing that the upcoming battle for the sacred herb would likely require a fierce struggle. He slashed out several more times, his powerful sword momentum clearing the demon bats before him. He turned to look around. His senior brother was punching out in the distance. His junior sister and Yao were also using their techniques to slay the demon bats. Only the little black dog was lazily lying somewhere behind them. Damn it. And you said you'd settle things for us. If you want us to take you out of the secret realm, then fight. Lin Bai walked over, looking down at him. Hey, that so-called Black Emperor, I admit I was a bit too loud before. I take it back. Good, it's never too late to correct a mistake. This emperor knew from the first glance that you lot were destined for greatness. Black Emperor shook himself and slowly stood up. Then Black Emperor, well, leave this place to you. My senior brother, junior sister, and I are off to fight for the sacred herb. It's your turn to act. Lin Bai finished speaking, crouched down, and picked up Black Emperor. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Put this emperor down now. Lin Bai carried Black Emperor to the front. Senior brother, junior sister, you go first. Black Emperor is going to act and cover our retreat. He said his power is too great, it might hurt us. Lin Bai tossed Black Emperor to the very front. Damn it. Do you think you can command this emperor? Though Shi Hao and the others were skeptical, they retreated while fighting. Fine, it's settled. This emperor will cover your retreat, and you take me out of here. These little brats were going after the sacred herb. With their strength, it shouldn't be too hard to obtain. Once I recover a bit of power, I can use some tricks to claim it for myself. After taking the sacred herb, my damaged soul could be nurtured a bit. You little ones go on ahead. These demon bats, this emperor can crush them all with one hand. Junior brother, will this work? Shi Hao looked speechlessly at the black emperor ahead, who was baring his teeth. That small frame was going to single-handedly fight tens of thousands of demon bats. Let's go quickly, senior brother. The sacred medicine will be taken by others soon. Watching you, and Su Yaoyao also retreated over. What's going on, senior brother? She asked in confusion. Not fighting anymore. The previous battle was barely a warm-up. They hadn't even unleashed their true strength. You go ahead and seize the sacred medicine first. Don't let others take it. They'll catch up soon. Hearing his junior sister's words, Lin Bai thought for a moment and said, this little black dog was just a braggart. He couldn't abandon it here alone. His strongest move of the Green Lotus Sword art hadn't been used yet enough to shake off these demon bats. Lin Bai said this only to let his senior brother and junior sister go ahead while he held the rear. Junior brother, be careful. Use the token to call us if anything happens. This sacred medicine isn't worth your life. Shi Hao knew Lin Bai had a life-saving trump card given by Elder Shuexian, so he wouldn't be in mortal danger. When they left, their master had specifically instructed them to visit the Elder, and Elder Shuexian had given each of them a life-saving card. However, these were only to be used in the direst of circumstances. Even in a desperate situation, one had to fight to temper oneself. Then he led his junior sister, and Su Yaoyao changing direction to continue forward. The Black Emperor stood alone at the front, holding off the countless demon bats. Lin Bai shook his arm, picked up his Green Lotus Sword, and stepped forward. This little black dog probably couldn't hold out much longer. If its abilities were even half as great as its boasts, he wouldn't need to step in. It seems I have to use some real measures today. For the sacred medicine to escape the secret realm. Fight! The Black Emperor thought, his gaze icy cold as he stared at the swarm of demon bats ahead. The divine sense of the great Emperor realm was exerted at full force. Space itself was crushed and collapsed into an endless black abyss. When an emperor rages, corpses litter millions of miles. The majestic imperial might surged forth. If not for its recent release from the seal with its divine sense and cultivation not yet restored, the entire secret realm would have been ground to dust on the spot. Under the imperial might, all beings were equal. With a single roar, the fragmented divine sense of the great emperor swept over. It was the famed Black Emperor of 100,000 years ago. Could it now be bullied by a flock of winged rats? It had once feasted on dragon liver and phoenix marrow. It had clashed with dragon clan emperors more than once over such delicacies. The great emperor's divine sense instantly expanded to 100 meters. The demon bats within 100 meters were vaporized on the spot. This was its current limit. Any more would deplete its origin, and the gain wouldn't be worth the loss. A bunch of little flies. Even if its divine sense was but a billionth of its prime, it was still more than these low-level demon bats could bear. It had to end this quickly. Its current state wouldn't last much longer. Lin Bai behind him was stunned. Damn, this little black dog was truly a powerhouse. It wasn't just boasting. If you're that strong, why didn't you say so earlier? This aura, could it be? On the other side. After a while, Shi Hao and the others reached the innermost part of the cave's forbidden zone. The space here was vast enough to accommodate thousands of people. Looking around, many people had already gathered. In the center was a huge blood pool bubbling and steaming. The crimson aura inside and outside the cave originated from this pool. The sacred medicine is about to mature and bloom. Don't act rashly. The sacred son Guchanga is here. Fighting him for it is suicide. Around the blood pool, many people had gathered, whispering among themselves. Damn, the sacred son has entered this forbidden zone. Why didn't you say so earlier? This trip is wasted. Should I even got but bitten by a demon bat earlier? Ouch, it hurts. The man said, touching his wound and wincing in pain. Damn, I was bitten for nothing. The Holy Land has so many heavenly treasures, and this damn sacred son still has to fight us for these. Should keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? If the sacred son hears you, hell skin you alive. His companion quickly covered his mouth, his face pale. This guy really dared to say anything. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. But it was too late. Oh, did you call me a damn sacred son? Guchanga, the sacred son of the heavenly saint Holy Land, walked over from the east side of the crowd. Dressed in white robes and holding a folding fan, he looked at the man who had insulted him with a smile. Surrounded by a group of lackeys, he cut an imposing figure. These underlings were also renowned geniuses of the sacred province, but to go further and gain more rewards, they didn't hesitate to act as Gu Changfeng's dogs. What kind of figure was the sacred son? The strongest prefecture in the Eastern Domain, the Sacred Province, the strongest of the 5 Holy Lands, the Heavenly Saint Holy Land. His talent was unparalleled across the 13 prefectures of the Eastern Domain, ranking first on the Eastern Domain Genius ranking. He was a prominent figure in the Eastern Domain, a prodigy at the pinnacle of the 13 prefectures. How dare you disrespect the Sacred Sun? You're asking for death. Gu Chang's lackeys were about to rush forward and kill the man who had insulted the Sacred Sun. Hey, no need for such violence. We're all from the Eastern Domain. Just throw him into the blood pool to reflect on his mistakes. Gu Chang'e said with a gentle smile, but his words sent a chill down the man's spine. Thrown into the blood pool, he would dissolve into blood in an instant. Sacred Sun, I was wrong. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. The man quickly knelt down, slapping himself repeatedly. He couldn't hold back his complaints for a moment, and now it had brought him a death sentence. But his pleas were useless. The Sacred Sun's lackeys dragged him toward the blood pool. Remember to watch your mouth in your next life. With a splash, the man was thrown into the blood pool. Not a single ripple was left. He dissolved into blood instantly. Gasps of terror rippled through the gathered cultivators. The Sacred Sun was terrifying. He must never be provoked. He was a smiling Grim Reaper. It seemed the sacred medicine today was utterly out of their reach. Haha, my apologies for the disturbance. When the sacred medicine ripens, please don't mind my status. Let's compete fairly. I won't threaten your lives, families, wives, friends, sex, or 18 generations. Gu Chang'e finished with a smile, gently fanning himself. He looked down upon the crowd from a high vantage point. Damn, this guy really knows how to show off. Shi Hao thought to himself. Fair competition was fine, treasures go to the capable. But didn't this kid know that there are always greater heights? Others might fear you, but we don't. We act according to our principles and never forsake our lofty ambitions. Look, the sacred medicine is blooming. All eyes turned toward the blood pool. Even if this sacred herb was beyond their reach, witnessing its emergence was a rare privilege. A flower that bloomed only once in 10 millennia. And one could only see it once in a lifetime. For entry into the sacred profound secret realm required being 25 or younger and at least the golden core late stage. The blood pool's water churned violently, emitting a hazy mist. A mass of crimson chi rose from the depths, converging and ascending until the entire pool was drained dry. As the mist dissipated, a strange flower emerged from the pool's bottom. Its fragrance was intoxicating, its petals a dark red hue, utterly peculiar. Quick, shield your divine sense. The crowd snapped to alertness, recalling warnings that such sacred herbs could conjure illusions, driving people mad until they slaughtered each other. In the past, the last survivor had always claimed the prize. He alone remained on the field, a lesson bought with the blood of predecessors. Bring it to this holy sun. At Gu Chang's command, several figures shot forth, unleashing the aura of the nascent soul realm. The onlookers scrambled away in terror. The holy sun's possessions were merely a spectacle for them. A sigh escaped their lips, so close yet untouchable. This sacred herb is not yours to claim by decree. Shi Hao and his 2 companions flew ahead, landing steadily at the pool's bottom. Junior sister, pull it out now. Shi Hao instructed before leaping upward. Where did these brats come from, daring to contend with the holy sun? Gu Chang's lackeys charged forward. They had assumed the holy sun's mere presence would ensure an effortless acquisition, yet these reckless fools emerged. Interesting. Gu Chang'e maintained his smile, though his eyes turned icy. He hadn't anticipated anyone would dare challenge him. Wasn't this a direct affront to his authority? How could he maintain his standing in the Eastern Domain? Who are these people daring to compete with the holy sun? I don't know. Let's watch. They're in for trouble. Everyone knew Gu Chang's talent was terrifying. At just 23, he had already reached the 5th realm, the late stage of void insight. He rivaled the patriarchs of some first-rate powers with a limitless future. These interlopers, likely from other continents, would not only suffer themselves, but also bring calamity upon their sects. With such paltry strength, you think you can claim the sacred herb? Shi Hao snorted, his fists wreathed in spiritual energy. One by one, the lackeys were blasted away. They crashed heavily to the ground. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The young man in the air was formidable indeed. Those who dared to stand out were never ordinary. The Holy Sun's lackeys were at least at the nascent soul realm. Yet none could withstand a single blow from this youth. It made onlookers feel they could do the same. Void Insight realm. Could there be such a young Void Insight cultivator in the Eastern Domain? Who was he? Gu Chang'e frowned, but he could not recall this person from any genius ranking. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Such a young genius was likely not from the Eastern Domain. His background might rival the Heavenly Saint Holy Land. You think you're worthy of knowing my sect? Shi Hao replied coldly. Just then Lin Bai and Black Emperor entered from the passage. What a lively scene. Hey senior brother, how's it going? Got the sacred herb? Sacred herb. Black Emperor spotted the young girl at the pool's bottom, holding something, still steaming, freshly plucked. He dashed over. In his prime, he wouldn't have given such herbs a second glance. They were as common as a midday meal. Not even a dog would fight over them. But times had changed. This herb could replenish his depleted strength. More helpers. Gu Chang's brow furrowed again at the sight of the man and the dog. After a closer look, he relaxed. A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, likely no match for his own lackeys. No need for concern. This holy son is unworthy to know your sect. Such arrogance. Since you're so ungrateful, you'll remain here forever. Kill them all, then silence every witness. No one would know his hand was in it. Even if they hailed from a powerful sect in another domain, would they wage war across territories over a single dead genius? Brother Black Emperor, what are you waiting for? Go. Lin, by having witnessed Black Emperor's power, was utterly convinced. This situation demanded his strength. That brat probably couldn't even land a hit. Hey kid, do me a favor. This sacred herb belongs to me now. Black Emperor leaped to the center, chest puffed out, facing Gu Chang'e. In his prime, even the clan leaders of the central domain's imperial families wouldn't dare refuse him. Gu Chang's anger flared at the sight of the small black dog barking at him. Damn it. He had been too cautious speaking politely. Now even a dog dared to yap at him. Where did this mutt come from? Get lost. Gu Chang'e roared, unleashing his full aura, the late stage of void insight. 7 spiritual apertures manifested behind him, channeling boundless spiritual energy into his body. 7 apertures. Such power, truly worthy of a holy son. The crowd gasped again. Opening apertures at the void insight realm was rare. 5 apertures already marked a genius. They had rarely seen the holy son in action. Who knew he had opened 7 apertures? A future great saint was in the making. You refuse to show me respect. Black Emperor's face darkened, though his black fur betrayed no change. He attempted to unleash his imperial divine sense, intending to crush the insolent youth. Annihilate. A single word. 1, 2, 3. A full 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. The onlookers burst into laughter. Lin Bai stared at Black Emperor in bewilderment. Brother, where's that invincible aura now, eh? Could this dog be all bark and no bite? Strong at first, then feeble. Ha ha ha, you think you can scare this holy son? I'll slaughter every last one of you. Gu Chang'e surged forward, his overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Damn it. I overexerted earlier. Now I'm in a weakened state. Black Emperor realized his predicament. Why did he have to show off in front of that brat? Now he'd get beaten by some mere void insight cultivator. Once I recover my cultivation, I swear I'll destroy this wretched holy land first. Leave that brat to you. Seeing the situation turn perilous, Lord He swiftly retreated behind the others. Gu Chang'e arrived in a storm of fury. An overwhelming aura swept across the entire cave residence. All present recoiled in terror, scrambling far away. No one wished to suffer accidental harm. Excellent. You've come just in time. Shi Hao unleashed his cultivation, and 9 spirit caves manifested behind him. An invincible pressure erupted forth as the 9 caves voraciously absorbed spiritual energy. He relished battling prodigies far surpassing his own realm. What thrill was there in crushing an opponent with a single blow? Without genuine pressure, how could one ever transcend despair and emerge reborn? The two clashed violently. The shockwave shook the cave residence to its foundations. Spiritual energy crisscrossed like lightning. Fists met with earth-shattering force. Boom! Each collision reverberated across the 4 directions. Blazing heavens. This is utterly terrifying. Especially that youth. 9 spirit caves. Are you serious? A monstrous genius. Could he possibly be a scion from a great power in the central realm? Is this truly a battle at the void transcendence realm? I'd believe you if you claimed it were a clash between nascent soul cultivators. The onlookers stood frozen in awe, mouths agape. Unbelievably powerful. No wonder they were hailed as celestial geniuses, born to stand atop the summit, gazing down upon all under heaven. Their destination remained forever beyond these disciples' reach. Senior brother, we'll aid you. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu drew their swords and surged forward. Their cultivation levels lagged far behind that of the holy disciple, by more than an entire realm. Yet what did that matter? When disciples unite in heart, even 10,000 troops may fall. As the grand era dawns, Lin Bai wields but a single sword, to slay demons, purge evil, and defend his sect. Sword cleaves the heavens. Azure Lotus questions the immortals. Phoenix sings in mourning. Knowing their realms were vastly inferior, they immediately unleashed their strongest martial techniques. Countless colossal azure lotuses infused with razor-sharp, sword intent surged forth. A massive phoenix phantom reappeared, exhaling searing phoenix flame. At once, zither rang out like war drums, iron halberds clanged like battle cries. Cold light blazed fiercely, illuminating the cave residents. A brawl without me. Not on your life. Su Yaoyao brandished her sword and charged. Her descent was like a celestial deity, descending hammering down with divine authority. Gu Chang'e sensed two colossal assaults converging from his left and hastily leapt backward to evade. Shi Hao seized the opening. His fist rocketed toward Gu Chang'e's chest and abdomen. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Crack. Tum. After two thunderous impacts, Gu Chang'e crashed heavily onto the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, his hair tumbled into wild disarray. His former immaculate composure had vanished entirely. No, impossible. Who are you? Gu Chang'e cried out in shock and rage. 9 spirit caves. The youth leading them possessed talent far exceeding his own. And the other 3, though lower in cultivation, were all monstrous geniuses capable of slaying foes beyond their realm. The dead need no answers. Shi Hao spoke coldly. Too weak, utterly uninteresting. He hadn't even activated his supreme sacred body. Hands tucked in his sleeves, he found no worthy adversary. Granted, his junior brothers and sisters had ambushed him, but then again he'd failed to dodge. Think carefully. This is the holy continent, our holy land's sovereign territory. Kill me, and none of you will escape alive. His mind now clouded with fury. He'd earlier pondered whether they hailed from some great power, and hesitated, fearing war between their sect and his holy land over a fallen genius. Now everything had changed. He was the fish on the chopping block. Would the Holy Land truly wage war for him? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe everyone trembles before your Tiansheng Holy Land? I am Su Yaoyao, legitimate daughter of the Su clan of the Southern Realm. Have you heard of the Su clan? As for my companions, need I even speak? Their sects dwarf even my clan. Dare you provoke them? Su clan patriarch, you're boosting others' morale while crushing your own dignity. Furious. Feng Qingyang well said. A true hero draws strength from worthy rivals. Qingyang sect welcomes you. The Su clan of the Southern Realm. Someone who recognized them gasped in disbelief. One of the Southern Realm's apex families, its ranks teeming with mighty cultivators utterly unafraid of any holy land. Yet no one expected the Su clan's legitimate daughter to venture into the Eastern Realm for cultivation trials. Wait, that wasn't the point. Stronger than the Southern Realm's Su clan, could their sects hail from the Central Realm's greatest powers? I yield, I surrender. Spare my life. Gu Chang'e spoke first, voice hollow with defeat. Shi Hao and the others merely stared back, cold and unmoved. To cut weeds without uprooting them invites endless future calamity. Better strike decisively. End him now. Curses. They didn't take the bait. Why? Gu Chang'e roared, wildly driven, half mad. To hell with the sanctity of the Holy Land. To hell with the inviolability of the holy disciple. All illusions, mere facades. He'd groveled so abjectly, begging for mercy, yet they remained utterly unmoved. He'd planned to wait until they lowered their guard, then unleash his ultimate trump card for a fatal strike. Now it was all laid bare. Mad fury burned in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Once word of this battle spread, even if he survived, his reputation would collapse utterly. Gu Chang'e, the celebrated celestial genius, defeated by cultivators of far lower realms. How absurd. How utterly laughable. Then let it end in mutual annihilation. Died. Gu Chang'e hurled a scroll. From it emerged a towering figure, its overwhelming aura instantly scattering the crowd. Heaven shaking. Earth splitting. The cave residents exploded outward. A colossal figure loomed in the open sky above. A fragmentary manifestation of a manifest sovereign realm powerhouse. This was Gu Chang'e's final desperate gambit. He intended to slaughter every soul present. He could not allow news of this battle to escape. Who dares defy the holy disciple? Die. The sovereign's sacred aura descended like a mountain, crushing all beneath it. A conceited fool, murmured Shi Hao and the others below, utterly unruffled. They too came from illustrious lineages. If he held hidden cards, did they not possess their own? Shi Hao likewise produced a scroll and cast it forth. From within emerged a graceful, ethereal figure. It was Mu Shuexian's manifestation. After a month's recovery, though she could only channel peak ascendant realm power, her emperor's aura and imperial divine sense remained intact, only slightly diminished. Lotus Root Body continuously replenished her strength. Dare you harm Qingyang Sect's disciples? Annihilate. Mu Shuexian's manifestation shot upward like a comet. One figure, one sword. It pierced the heavens. A supreme sword intent interwoven with peerless emperor's aura surged forth, and in a single stroke shattered the manifest sovereign's manifestation. No, impossible. Guchanga collapsed to the ground, stunned, speechless. His last hope, his final lifeline, had been severed by a single effortless sword stroke. Mu Shuexian's manifestation turned, casting upon him a single icy glance. Guchanga felt a cataclysmic pressure descend, so devastating he couldn't even scream before being crushed into crimson mist, vanishing into the void. Her manifestation then dissolved into thin air. Silence fell upon the scene, absolute, suffocating. HSSSS. Terrifying. A sovereign-level manifestation cleaved apart in one stroke, a holy disciple obliterated by a single glance. Just who were these people? The Eastern Realm skies were about to change forever. Water Fairy Empress. The Black Emperor was astounded. The Water Fairy Empress was still alive. Having witnessed all this, the Black Emperor could no longer remain calm. What was happening? Had the Water Fairy Empress survived and joined the Eastern Domain sect? The Black Emperor's mind was now brimming with questions. It had been a very close friend of the Water Fairy Empress. 100,000 years ago, it had witnessed her being ambushed and killed by the Dustless Great Emperor. Later, it charged forward and fought fiercely against Dustless. Ultimately outmatched, it barely managed to escape. Finally, dragging its grievous wounds, it traveled to the Eastern Domain's sacred province. That battle had turned the heavens and earth dark, blotting out the sun and moon. It fled in utter disgrace, nearly having its soul extinguished. To recover from its injuries, it sealed itself within this sacred, profound, secret realm. Never did it expect that 100,000 years later, it would still see an old friend today. Countless questions filled its heart. No, it seemed the Black Emperor had to follow these juniors. The Water Fairy Empress was likely a high-ranking member of their sect. Only by following them could it meet its old friend again. With this thought, the Black Emperor's gaze grew resolute. The ever-proud and unruly Black Emperor also had a tender side, of for the sake of a friend it would risk even the annihilation of its soul without hesitation. Qingyang Sect. Elder Hall. Mu Shuexian, who had been resting with her eyes closed since the moment her clone appeared. Sacred Province, Heavenly Saint's Sacred Land. How dare they touch someone from my Qingyang Sect? Seeking death. She murmured with a face as cold as frost. The life-saving trump card she had given Hua Qingyu, and the other two, was her clone scroll. Meanwhile, Heavenly Saint's Sacred Land. Disaster. The Sacred Sun's life tablet is broken. Shouts of alarm spread across the Sacred Land. Impossible. The Sacred Sun, has he ascended? What? Someone dares to strike against the Sacred Sun. Who? Who is so audacious? They never imagined that in this small territory of the Sacred Province someone would dare to kill their Sacred Sun. This was a blatant disregard for the Heavenly Saint's Sacred Land. It was a provocation, a naked provocation. If they did not annihilate this fiend, how could their sacred land stand in the Eastern Domain? What face would they have to claim the title of the foremost sacred land in the East? Countless formidable figures emerged as several of the sacred land's powerhouses arrived upon inquiry. One imposing figure after another emerged from seclusion. In the sacred land's grand hall. How dare this brat? To actually kill our sacred land's sacred son, utterly audacious. Several sacred land elders voiced their outrage in fervent denunciation. Yang Zirwei, the sacred lord, sat in the main seat, his face dark as a storm. The raging fury within him was barely containable. After thousands of years of peace, someone had once again dared to provoke their sacred land. Good, very good. It seemed the world had forgotten the fate of the last one who challenged the sacred land. The Eastern Domain originally had not just 5 sacred lands, but 6, the mist blue sacred land of Bo Province. Thousands of years ago, relying on their 3 saints, they had dared to challenge the Heavenly Saint's sacred land. The outcome was that the entire mist blue sacred land was massacred, and Bo Province was shattered by that war, never to recover, reduced to the lowest province in the Eastern Domain. It was also because of that war that the Heavenly Saint's sacred land firmly secured its position as the overlord of the Eastern Domain and the title of the foremost sacred land. Now, after several millennia, someone had dared to challenge the Heavenly Saint's sacred land again. It was time to remind the current world of the sacred land's majesty. Dare to assault and kill our sacred land's sacred son, spare no one. At the Sacred Lord's command, the Sacred Land's powerhouses mobilized en masse. They descended at the exit of the secret realm, lying in wait. They waited only for the secret realm to open to crush those people. Yang Zirwei leaned back in his seat, meditating with closed eyes. Given the Sacred Sun's strength, who in the secret realm could possibly kill him? Even if there were an insurmountable danger, he still possessed a manifestation-level clone. Could it be a prodigy from another domain? 1 Kunde later, Shi Hao and the others, 4 people and a dog, emerged from the sacred, profound secret realm. Senior brother, this trip was truly worthwhile. We got so many good things, Lin Bai said cheerfully, holding a spatial ring. After crushing that sacred sun, they had traveled across the secret realm for the past 2.5 days. They had obtained quite a few treasures, including but not limited to spirit stones and various resources. The most precious of all was probably that blood-colored nether flower, a sacred medicine. Oh, and also those people who had cheered for the sacred sun during the battle. Through their persuasion threats, those people had politely handed over all their valuables and spatial rings, entrusting them for safekeeping. At that time, Lin Bai had even patted a few of them on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we'll definitely keep them safe for you after we use." Among them was a female cultivator who had been captivated by the sacred sun's handsomeness. When they reasoned with her later, she couldn't produce anything and finally said, "Sir, how about me?" Just then Shi Hao suddenly sensed something and frowned, looking around. "Something's wrong, junior brother." The 4 of them halted in their tracks, recalling the sacred sun they had slain. It seemed the heavenly saint's sacred land had arrived. When the young can't, when the old step in. On the other side, the powerhouses of the heavenly saint's sacred land learned that it was people from the Qingyang sect and the legitimate daughter of the southern domain's Su clan who had killed the sacred sun. That figure had been too terrifying. One sword strike had shattered the sacred sun's trump card, and it had declared, "Dare to touch my Qingyang sect's people. Extermination." It was truly domineering. If they could ever join such a sect in their lifetime, they would have no regrets. Qingyang sect. They knew of the Su clan, an ancient family from the southern domain on par with their sacred land in strength. They would have to wait for the Sacred Lord's decision. But where did this Qingyang sect come from? Sir, I think I've heard of it. The Qingyang sect of Ling Province, a sect that intimidated 3 sacred lands, Wild Province, Heaven Province, and Qing Province, and sent powerhouses to slay the 4 sacred beasts. Word had spread here, though news of the Elixir Sacred Land's submission had not yet arrived. A single sect suppressing 4 sacred lands. Those who knew were awed by the Qingyang sect's might. As they spoke, they spotted Shi Hao and the other 4. "Halt! Was it you who killed our sacred land's sacred son?" Shi Hao looked up. Dozens of powerful figures descended in the air, looking down at them from above. What if it was? Shi Hao knew there was no escape, so he could only fight with all his might. They still had a few trump cards given by Elder Shuixian. Enough to break through. "Brother Shi Hao, let me handle this." Su Yaoyao stepped forward. "Elder Yi, I must trouble you to act." She spoke toward the sky. The moment her words fell, an even more formidable aura came surging forth. An elder with white hair and a youthful complexion appeared in the sky. "Who dares to touch my Su clan's young lady? First ask if this old man's treasured blade will allow it." The elder's aura erupted fully, a razor-sharp treasured blade appearing in his hand as a terrifying force radiated outward. Several members of the Heavenly Saint's sacred land were blasted away. This elder was Su Yaoyao's guardian Yichueshua. The Su clan's patriarch, uneasy about her training in the eastern domain, had assigned her a powerful guardian who had been protecting her in secret. A manifestation-level great power. "Sir, your young lady may leave. As for what comes after our sacred land, we'll discuss it with your Su clan. But the other 3 must stay." Political maneuvering among major powers often boils down to diplomacy. They did not wish to go to war with the Su clan over a dead sacred son. It would only result in mutual destruction. It was better to simply extort more benefits and be done with it. As for Qingyang sect intimidating the 3 sacred lands and sending out experts to slay the 4 divine beasts, they paid it no heed. At most, they were mildly surprised that Lingzhou had quietly spawned such a formidable sect. But that was all. The other 3 sacred lands were unworthy even of polishing the shoes of their own heavenly sacred land. To be ranked alongside them was nothing short of an insult. Only the Elixir Sacred Land in Xianzhou earned their genuine regard. After all, no matter how powerful one became, one could never escape the necessity of pills. The Elixir Sacred Land possessed profound heritage, likely backed by the powerful Elixir sect of the central region. He wondered what he would think if he knew that the Elixir Sacred Land had already pledged allegiance to Qingyang sect. Nonsense. A friend of my young lady is a friend of the Su family. And what if I insist on taking them all? Yi Chueshua let out a cold laugh. The aura of a mid-stage manifest Saint Realm expert erupted. The great blade in his hand had long been thirsting for battle. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and with his formidable presence, he seemed like a reincarnated blade saint. For over a month, he had secretly protected the young lady. The three young friends had repeatedly aided her, and he had witnessed how they journeyed together, helping each other and reaping great rewards. He was also astounded by the talents of those three youths. In just over a month, their cultivation and strength had skyrocketed, as if riding a flying starship, utterly inconceivable. What kind of sect could nurture such monstrous prodigies? And how powerful must that sect be? Besides, the Su family was not afraid of this so-called sacred land. Humph. Do you mean to say this matter cannot be settled peacefully today? The leading expert of the heavenly sacred land scowled. An ungrateful wretch, did he not know whose territory this was? With so many cultivators watching from the outside, was he trying to embarrass them? Ha, the Su family of the southern domain. I dare not claim to be able to do much to you. But this so-called Qingyang sect is an eastern domain affair. Can you cross domains to meddle in eastern domain matters? When our sacred land crushes Qingyang sect, it will be as easy as a word. Who in the eastern domain would dare disobey? Hearing this, Shi Hao and the other two stepped forward together. They could tolerate insults to themselves, but not to Qingyang. Hey, old man, stop barking at us here. If you have the guts, come to Qingyang and try. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, still thinking the eastern domain is ruled by your heavenly sacred land. Though they themselves were unsure of the sect's full strength. Their master had told them that the sect's experts had all gone traveling or into slumber. But at a single command from the master, they would converge like clouds. Treading across the prefectures of the eastern domain, their might would shake the three sacred lands. Not to mention anything else, just the ancestor alone would likely be more than the heavenly sacred land could handle. They could crush the envoy from the heavenly secrets pavilion with effortless ease. Backed by such a mighty sect, they feared no one and no power in the eastern domain. Ha! What is your Qingyang sect but a trifle? And three ants dare to shout at me. I'll kill you now, then make your sect master kneel before our sacred land's gate to atone to the Holy Sun. As the sacred land's elder finished speaking, the saintly might of the manifest Saint Realm exploded forth. His cultivation was the same as Yi Chuex's, a mid-stage manifest Saint Realm Grandmaster. The sacred Lord had sent him to crush the murderer of the Holy Sun. How dare you insult our master? Old bastard, no one can save you. Shi Hao ground out through clenched teeth. His 5 fingers cracked as he clenched them, veins bulging on his forehead. His master was his savior and had passed on to him a peerless cultivation art. He would never allow anyone to insult his master. Shi Hao and the other two exchanged glances, each drawing out the trump cards given by Elder Shuixian. Today it would be either their victory or their doom. Haha, enough talk. My hands are itching. I'll use you to wet my blade first. Young lady, be careful. He knew that the young lady had the trump card given by the family head, so he could focus solely on slaughter. Yi Chueshua soared into the sky, engaging the sacred land's leading expert in battle. The two ascended straight into the heavens. The shockwaves of their battle were too terrifying and would affect everyone below. High above, the immense saintly might clashed incessantly. It was as if a great calamity had descended. In an instant, the winds and clouds churned. Battles between manifest Saint Realm Grandmasters were rare in the Eastern Domain. The last such clash had occurred thousands of years ago during the destruction of the misty blue sacred land. On that day, heaven and earth wept, and it was called the Day of Saintfall. Today, manifest Saint Grandmasters fought once more, dark clouds pressing down on the city. The sound of space shattering echoed continuously, and the heart-shaking saintly might spread for tens of thousands of miles. Black clouds descended over the sky, scattering the magnificent floating clouds of the 9 heavens. Holy crap! I can brag about witnessing 2 Grandmasters fight today for the rest of my life. The Su family's Grandmaster is actually fighting the sacred land over protecting Qingyang sect's people. Could the 2 forces be connected? Probably. Didn't you see that the Su family's legitimate daughter is with Qingyang sect's people? Could she be the Tao companion of one of them? Brother, think bigger. Maybe she's the Tao companion of the Qingyang sect master. The cultivators outside speculated endlessly. But regardless, none of these forces were ones they could afford to provoke. Kill them. The heavenly sacred lands experts, seeing only the juniors remaining, charged straight at them. Their formidable auras were fully displayed. They came in an unstoppable wave of slaughter. Seeing this, Shi Hao and the others quickly brought out their trump cards. 2 small exquisite swords and a scroll. With a whoosh, the 2 small swords transformed into 2 giant swords, and and soared upward. Mu Shuixian's avatar also emerged from the scroll, stepping on the two giant swords as she flew to meet them. Dare to touch my Qingyang people. I, this emperor, will condemn you to eternal reincarnation. Elder Shuixian had instructed them that these two small swords were manifestations of her sword domain, unstoppable, capable of cleaving heaven and extinguishing earth. As for her avatar, it needed no introduction. Shi Hao and the others had witnessed its power in the secret realm. With a single strike, it had shattered the enemy. This was their confidence. With these three trump cards, they could surely leave safely today. Water Fairy Empress. The Black Emperor, upon seeing the avatar of his old friend, was overcome with excitement. The aura of an emperor exploded forth in that instant, uncontrollably blasting Shi Hao and the others away. It soared directly upward, following Mu Shuixian's avatar. Old friend from bygone days, 100,000 years have passed. Are you well? Today this emperor shall fight alongside you once more. Shi Hao and the others scrambled up from afar, covered in dust. Cough, cough. Holy crap, what's wrong with the Black Emperor? Got too heated and attacked his own people. What a ruthless fellow. Lin Bai was the first to speak. How could the Black Emperor be so inconsistent in strength? Was it weak against the weak and strong against the strong? Brother Shi Hao, rest assured. I haven't used my trump card yet, and with Elder Yi here we will all return safely today. Su Yaoyao stood up as well. She knew Elder Yi's strength very well. Even within the Su family, he was considered one of the top experts. His blade mastery had reached great heights. His dragon-slaying saber had once slain a demonic dragon of the same cultivation realm. Otherwise, her father would not have sent him to protect her.